Tier 4 down. Second one will bite the dust as well. And Liquid are going to have to try to fight this out without their Tiny, but Yatoro just focusing on the Barracks, already at half HP on the Ancient. No reason to switch targets. As they're going to try to burst him down. The cart is coming. Doesn't have to be KP, but he's inside the cart now. They destroy the Mirana, they destroy the Ancient, and Spirit will move on in the international lower bracket. Liquid eliminated.
Infested, backing out, has another focus fire, but as he comes out and gets stunned, Sumail's trying to retreat. It's not gonna happen. They take down Sumail, relocate out in GPK. He's just waiting. Is the timing right? They come in with the Vi, find the stomp, but as the only core left alive, they find a good arrow. Cold Embrace not gonna matter. Kiritich too strong.
Won't be denied. This is the most electric lifestealer we have seen, Lyrical.
Roche, half HP.
Kiritich calculating, finding his angle.
Amplify damage is there, ready for a jump. They drop down the snakes, now the walk-in, but he's not gonna be able to do much. The jump forward, Avatar, and he snatches the Aegis! Kiritich trying to put his team on the back, but I don't know if it's enough to carry. It's a hard one to make work. The Requiem comes out and Sumail destroys Miero. Kiritich also gonna fall. They find the stun, the Wheel of Wonder. How much damage they have? GPK in some trouble. He's hypnotized, pulled back in low. Not low enough though. And with Kiritich holding the Aegis, Nigma Galaxy, the hopes, the dreams, they are faltering.
They got both supports for now, but can they get out?
Devi, you're in trouble, sir. The stomp is there again from Miero, and Devi will eventually drop. Enigma Galaxy, there is no salvation in the well because they are taking your tier 4 towers. Lorenov tries to find a moment, he remnants away, but as the Ancient is exposed, Boom Boys, they get the grip, they get the triple kill, they go into the fountain, GG is called. Boom Boys, top 4.
They're not scared of Yandex. Notice might just be ready to make some sort of blind blink in soon.
Limbering in.
And he comes out. 3 men stunned! 3 of them. Notice opens up the fight. The rolling to the follow comes in. Watson's going to try and react, standing his ground in the metamorphosis, but they've already lost the Centaur. They've almost certainly just got to try and get out of this one. Yandex, the fight not going their way.
Chira?
They'll be stuck on the low ground. Chira Jr. He's got Notice back in with a crush on a Malady. Malady will fall. They'll lose the techies, but they'll get so much here as 4 heroes dead on Yandex. Even a 5th as the crush from Notice comes in from the low ground. They get the team wipe vision. Same time, Satanic in with the Avalanche. He's going to get caught in the Sprout. Watson turning and standing his ground, looking towards Satanic. Satanic will back off here with the Silver Edge. They've killed off Malady. They can go for more. It's a good Brambles into the fear, catching the 3 of them. Ravage has to come out for DM to just try and hold them back into the arrow onto Carl. Satanic. He's in there with the Avalanche. BKB's there for Watson. Turns towards Noah, brings down the Earth Spirit. Now to be careful now with the BKB coming to an end. The Chakram slowing him down.
They're diving him.
A dive forward here from Notice. In with the Timber Chain. Watson caught by the Curse Brown stun. He's out for 80. Malady dies beyond the tier 3 tower, and DM has been caught by 9 class. 4 dead on Yandex.
Chira.
Trying to get him with the combo. Now Sax are out. He doesn't have the buyback. They've got the Hex on it. Chira into the fear. He'll buy back. DM is going to have Ravage up in a second. Tornado should be able to finish 9 class off. There comes the Ravage.
Notice is untouched, unfazed.
They've got the cold snap on him, but it doesn't matter. They get him down to half HP. They won't get him any lower. DM's gone. This game, this series is over. GG is called. Team Vision are moving on to the grand final.
Be an interesting damage test, right? Don't think there's any way Yatoro kills him here, but just him alone gets him down to about half HP. Now the Winter's Curse actually, oh, that's going to set things up really nasty. The Bushwhack going to combo him with the Bushwhack bolt from Nami, and both of them go down. Collapse, delay.
delivers with the crush to follow through, and now Kiritich all the way underneath the tier 4s. They don't give a damn about your base team spirit.
Okay.
A blink stomp from Not Me, stolen away from the Centaur. Couldn't get the telekinesis far enough away. Not Me playing a little loose with it here. Does get himself killed inside the base. Yutoro's already finished off the tier 3, and now he's saying, all right, who's next? I've got one more building to go. Kato, I mean, the Cult Embrace is only a setup for me. Tornado couldn't get there in time to save him. Yutoro now hitting melee barracks. Here comes the gate, stopping Miro. 1, 2, 3. Miro's almost dead already. He hits a stomp. He's running in, and he's running straight into the lawnmower. That is Yutoro and his side blades, and that's GG. Team Spirit will make their birth into the last day of TI.
Yeah, with that, we do have Team Vision in the grand finals set and waiting for their opponents, and we have Team Spirit and Yandex. But I also want to take a quick second to just still talk a little bit about the 3 teams we saw eliminated yesterday, Rhea, because this is an event where, you know, of course, eliminated from a tournament, these players are not going to be unfamiliar with that. But eliminated from the international, this is not just, a year in the making. This is potentially a decade in the making for some of these teams.
Yeah, obviously TI is the most important tournament of the year for every team. It's what we all dream and aspire towards. Seeing how the teams change throughout the year to get to this point is just so... It's so inspiring how some overcome, and then it's so tragic how some fall short. And obviously, I think the one that touched the hearts of most yesterday was Nigma's elimination. I have seen the outpouring of love towards Sumail after he alluded to a potential retirement here in his exit interview. And yeah, I think that really was a very emotional moment for us as well, who all grew up watching this guy win TI and continue to keep playing until now.
Yeah, a lot of emotions on stage, Tigo.
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, even like with Kiritich, like mid-game, like he's like in the TA game, like he's losing, he's feeling the pressure, and like he's like hitting the desk still, like you know, like he wants to win TI. Like this is what everyone wants to try and to achieve in their Dota career. If it takes them, 1 year, if they're just a really good player, if it takes them, 15 years because they're trying super hard, like they're gonna try every single time to lift that Aegis because this tournament, it means so much to them.
Yeah, I think, Winter, sometimes we either forget or take for granted that a lot of the players they don't just dedicate, the year to it. They dedicate their lives to it. They have dedicated their lives to it already, win or lose.
Yeah, it's more than 8 hours a day, you wake up, you play Dota, you stop a bit, you watch replay, and then you eat, and then you play again. And if you take a break, guess what? Someone else is not resting. He's the one moving forward. He's trying to figure out something else that you already didn't figure out, and he's going to get ahead. So everybody is fighting so hard every day. And when you come to TI, everybody wants to win. And it's so difficult when you just don't really get the result that you want to, and you have worked the whole year through it. So it's very, very difficult for the players to accept it.
It is very difficult. And it is also truly amazing what we see on stage, because this is not just the result of, as we say, a year. This is the result of a craftsmanship of a lifetime we see displayed on the stage. Another craftsmanship that has come to life yesterday, as we saw, has been an embroidery that has been put together for this year's international, and that wouldn't have been put together in the way that it did if it wasn't for years and years of dedication to the craft. And to take a little bit more of an in-depth look at that particular embroidery, we sent Slacks and Dove, actually Tsunami and Dove.
我们现在就在现场环廊里，在我们苏绣的这一枚不朽盾边上，哇，真的非常的精美哦。
It's an incredible work of art. 3 months to build something like this. I thought it was digital, but it turns out that was just the template. And then an incredibly talented artist took the time to put every single thread in the real thing.
大家都知道苏绣呢是我国的一项传统技艺，那它经过了几千年的传承，它的技艺在不断的精湛改善。现在我们看到的这一个苏绣的作品，它其实有一个非常细的地方，不知道大家能不能看到啊？就是它这个平面完全是平的，那这也是苏绣的一个技巧，就是你在缝制的时候，你的每一针的拉力都必须是均匀的，这样下去的时候，每一针才能恰到好处，它是一个完整的平面。Can you check if it's actually so flat?
I'm telling you, like this almost looked like a painting at first, or like a woodcut painting kind of thing, but it's real. It's all threads. and it's a gorgeous tapestry. This art form has had to be preserved for thousands of years, and the fact that there are still artisans creating it to this day is truly impressive. But I was hoping I could ask you about some of the specific themes that they threw in. So I'm noticing here there are pine branches on the left side, and then on the right side there are plum blossoms. What's the significance of that?
So these are symbolizes some very good quality personalities, about strength, about resilience, about never give up.
Perseverance.
Yes.
I see. And then how about we got the tides at the bottom and then clouds all the way at the top?
These are just, in Chinese, we call that 吉祥. So it's kind of like a good fortune and just blessing.
I see. And then, of course, the entire design as a whole. I know we pointed it out how flat it is, but I want you to see that the effort it takes to make all these things look like different colors, the sheen of each of the threads as the light catches them, and yet somehow you can still see shading on all of it.
是的，在现实生活中这样的光线下，我们可以看到每一针每一线它其实是有色彩明暗的变化的。它是一个2D 的平面呀，但是你能看到这样3D 的色彩变化，它其实是非常非常精美的。
It's an incredible work of art, but this is just the cloth version, the thread version. Tomorrow, we're going to find out who wins the real thing on the stage.
我们这里是一枚苏绣的盾，但是真正的不朽盾将由谁、哪支战队举起呢？让我们拭目以待。
It's amazing what can happen when people dedicate their entire lives into creating something beautiful, be that embroidery, be that Dota 2, a gameplay. We'll see which team will get the good favor for their Aegis today, because today it will be someone's Aegis. Let's take a look at the main bracket and see how we got to this point. I already said that we had 16 teams, but of course this main bracket only features 8. Winter, we had to make some cuts here and there, and it's a pretty hard road to get to this point, the final stages of the international, as we look towards this bracket.
Yeah, very, very tough bracket. Anybody can beat anybody on a good day. It's very sad that we have to, send teams home, but unfortunately, this is just the reality of competition. Somebody has to lose, somebody has to win, and it doesn't mean the winner is always better than the loser. You just had a better day. And unfortunately, for a lot of the teams here, sometimes victory and losing is just a very, very small little detail. You do something small wrong in the draft, in the game, and you just lose the game.
I mean, you can see that from the amount of 2-1s, right? Like the fact that, like in the lower bracket round 1, when you move towards, Boom Boys, Enigma Galaxy, the upper bracket is almost like every single moment, like one hero pick, one wrong smoke, one wrong play, and this whole bracket could have been so different. It isn't just a simple 2-0 bracket. Oh, look, we're in the final day. Like this easily could have been a completely different story in the last 2 days.
Every single Vision series on the main stage has gone to 3 games. And this is the team that looks unbeatable, but they're really, really not.
They're just allergic to game 2, all right? There's some weird thing in maybe the water or something on game 2s, but, they dodged that. Yeah.
The ghoul calls out to them, pick Puck. Puck is going to be so good, I promise.
But the thing is, I like the attitude they have. Ducali's mentioned during the interview, they feel like even though sometimes in game 2s they might have some problems, but he feels like for the team it's good to play an extra game, so they could figure something out. They could try maybe a hero that they wanted to try, and it makes the team stronger over the course of the playing more series.
Yeah, I think also the coach has a big part to play in both series today, because adaptation will be the name of the game, especially in the best of 5, which will be our grand finals. Now, yesterday we had quite some action, and of course we have one team seeded with that into the grand finals, and there's a couple of things, or maybe one thing in particular you should be aware of when you're looking at Team Vision, and that is the bear. The bear, T-Gov.
Yeah, I'm so excited for the bear. Honestly, I can't wait. I know everyone's talking about Lone Druid it being like, oh, it's boring hero, but not many teams are actually looking to ban it in the first phase. Like Spirit and Yandex, when we're going to see them later in the low bracket, they don't value it as much. But for Vision, of course, Satanic, when he gets access to the bear, he's obviously going to pick it. And it's just hilarious, right? We're in TI, and the main hero is not even on the map. The bear's doing all the work. It takes over the game. It hits buildings in 3.5 seconds. It deletes supports in 2.5 seconds. It is a bonkers hero. I'm excited because at TI, some of the best heroes, they have to be tested, they have to be beaten, and Vision have got to this stage utilizing Lone Druid, unlike other teams where they just kind of ignore it most of the time. So in the finals, whoever we see match up against Vision, Will they ban the bear? Are they going to beat Satanic's bear? Is that a way that you can cripple this team? I'm just excited to see a grand finals themed around Lone Druid. It's
the
been some time.
evolution of the bear, which very fitting, often gets represented as a panda bear as well. I mean, when in China, you know, that's a...
Go to Chengdu, lads. Great exhibit there.
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
That's going to be a great story to follow. We'll watch the bear. But there is a potential of 2 great stories to follow because we don't know yet which one of the 2 teams will make it into that grand finals against Vision. But that's okay because both have a point to prove. Rhea, we're going to focus first on the off-lane situation. This is maybe a little bit more mellow. You know, we got Noticed and DM. Noticed is part of Team Vision, and he's already sitting in the grand finals. And he was a player that was part of Yandex just a couple of months ago. And this player was already scouted out by Vision. And they're like, you know what? We want Noticed. And Noticed was like, actually, guys, I'm with Yandex and it's going pretty well. So I'm going to stay here for now. And so Vision was like, okay, I guess, you know, we are already getting rid of our other offlaner, which was, by the way, DM, who's now in Yandex. But they're like, okay, we'll get a different offlaner for now until you change your mind. And at some point, Noticed, they were just like, yeah, okay, let's do it. I'm joining Vision. And then DM, who was part of Vision, joins Yandex as a stand-in. They win a tournament, and everybody's like, okay, DM made the right decision. It's DM that chose correctly. But no. Now it's Noticed in the grand finals, as he has a point to prove that between him and DM, Rhea, he is the one that comes out victorious.
Yeah, there's so much story going on with like Team Yandex. Obviously, DM has something to prove here. I think the rest of the team is also extremely interesting. Shiro Jr., for example, he came from a little team called Cyber Goose, and they got picked up by Yandex in 2025, and he was the only player of that roster that has maintained from then until now. This was a stack with a solo on it back then. But they picked up Saksa, they picked up Watson and Malady, who, if you don't know, they are both 2 Kazakhstani players who were friends way back in like 2022. They first joined Hellraisers and played together, ended up splitting apart and then coming back together on GG and then moved from there to Yandex. These guys are awesome to watch play together. And yes, we have DM up against Noticed. We're just going to have a lot to prove, a lot of things to, I think all the
English, hard.
English is hard. They need to get revenge up in that grand finals,
they do.
But they do have to get through Spirit first, which is going to be so difficult.
Yes, and on the other side, if it's Spirit that comes out ahead of this best of 3, there is another story that takes precedent because we heard them say it already, and I know it might be controversial because there's also other kings and other princes, but it's king against prince. Master against student, maybe. There, Tigo.
I mean, like, I know, okay, of course, Yandex, they're an incredible team. And if they get to the grand finals, it is going to be a very, very good grand finals. The caliber of Yandex is insane. But if we get Spirit versus Vision, it is true cinema. It is peak of the year. Again, Yotoro, he is a player that has pretty much shaped the world of Dota in modern year. But then in the last couple, Satanic has stepped up. When you talk about Dota nowadays, it's always, what has Satanic done? What is he doing? Yotoro's there kind of looking in the shadows of Satanic going, wait a second, that used to be me. And now in the lower bracket run, Yotoro's stepping up and going, no, I am the guy. I am the carry of Dota 2. Do not take my crown. So just the idea of these 2 players going against each other, it just feels like the perfect story. But again, if it doesn't happen, Yandex, you are a very, very strong competitor. But the storylines of those 2 teams would be a great grand final.
And the stats don't lie because everybody's like, oh, Satanic is #1 in everything. But Rhea, I saw that.
I know. I mean, but here's the thing. They lost twice. They are both equally matched carry players. Absolutely legendary this tournament. But there is one thing missing from Yotoro at this TI. On his 2 TI wins, he shaved his head.
Yeah!
He shaved his head.
Has anybody seen Team Spirit in the building yet?
I haven't seen them.
I haven't seen them either. I'm also looking around, but they're not on stage yet.
It would be very... Oh, oof. Also, separate to that, by the way, I like the fact that even if Yotoro doesn't go bald, all 3 carries in the top 3 are like farmer carries that want to play for big net worth, that want to be like, I am the guy of the game. Like, we're not seeing some weird little meta of like, we're going to squeak out a quick win. We're not going to do anything like that. It's like the proper traditional carry are in all 3 teams.
superstition, Winter. Is that real? Because the 2 TI wins that Yutorati did shave his head, and he said it's to sacrifice it to the Dota gods.
I'm a logical person, so I kind of don't really I don't really believe in that. I know the vibes are important, but speaking of like hard carries and whatnot, but Yatoro is the one that if something is going to change, maybe he doesn't want to go late game, with his son. He's going to change the battlefield. He's going to play in the early game. He might do that. I think he's a carry player that is evolved over the course of years. He can play fast. He can play for his team. And yeah.
Yeah, and he is, together with Collapse, part of the 2 players that can be a 3-time hopeful. And this is, of course, only taking players into consideration, not looking at coaches. And only 2-time hopefuls remain with Saxa and Laurel there on the bottom. And we'll see which one of these 4 players have a chance of making that happen in that grand finals. Because Team Vision, nobody has won an international ever. So it would be their first time. And speaking of first time, it's not very frequent, Tigov, that on the final day of the international, we have a lot of players that have their first TI that they're being played. We use the term Royal Roaders. A Royal Roader is if you get to your first international, you win it. There's been a couple of cases.
Yeah, throughout the history of Dota, there have been these cases, as you see here. You can just have a bit of nostalgia as you look through this graphic. Of course, like TI5, Sumo again. Unfortunately, he has just retired, but Topson, TI8, Skidder and 9, TI11. But right now at TI15, both Malady from Yandex and Not Me from Spirit, they are the 2 players available that can attend their first TI and then potentially lift the Aegis, joining a incredible history of players, as you see on your screen here.
Yeah, all of the players that you see here, they are icons of their year. Everybody remembers them. They have miracle runs. I mean, if you look at the first time Team Spirit took the Aegis, that was incredible. 4 players that hadn't set foot on the main stage before, able to deliver. It takes a lot from a player to be able to deliver on this main stage and let the crowd power you up rather than, make you nervous and jittery potentially. And of course, there's also a chance that neither of the 2 players that are still in takes it. As Team Vision, they have tried before. All of those players have tried before, and it's not their first rodeo here. And there's one player in particular, Winter, that you wanted to highlight with this in mind as well. It is potentially his second time lifting the Aegis. Laurel has had a splendid tournament.
Yeah, he has, over the course of the last couple of years, even when he won his first TI, people always associate Lau with, he loses his lane, but he's very good from playing behind. He plays for the team a lot. But I think specifically during the playoffs here, he's shown that he can actually win his lane. Like, especially yesterday, he was showing GPK whose boss is absolutely dumpstering GPK on the lane. And I think that itself, it's a huge reason why Team Spirit has been doing very, very well. Because they are used to Lau losing their lanes, but somehow they are still finding a way to win the game. But right now, the game's easier. Lau's winning his lane. So Yatoro's like, great, I can farm more creeps. I don't have to help my team.
I mean, he also solo killed Nisha, right? On the Pango to Invoker. Again, it's a very Pango-favored matchup, but still getting the kill, making it feel like, I am the mid laner. I mean, Lau, he's so aggressive, he's so tempo-driven that when he gets through the lane and can see the map, he can do a lot of work. And yeah, right now he's in good form.
Well, let's see what road he needs to take. I mean, the schedule is kind of like, what's coming, I think, when you're tuning in. But just for good order, our first series of the day is going to be Team Yandex versus Team Spirit. And then the winner of that will be present in the grand finals. The Team Vision already waiting for their opponent, who will challenge the team that everybody has said is the strongest team here. Both teams have already taken games off of them, so that is interesting to note. Also interesting to note, and we've been keeping you up to date with this over the past few days. Everybody, or a lot of people, have been able to put in their predictions in the client, and not a lot of people had it correct. Let's be real. Yesterday, at the start of the day, we had 0.2% of you guys still having it correct. And you know what? There were a couple of people still popping up. Even 2 talent of the entire talent pool, all languages together, still had it correct. Today, updated. Those 2 talents, actually, they still have it correct.
Oh, I thought it was going to be 0%.
No, it's not. And it's not even 0% overall. It's close.
Oh.
0.07%.
Wow.
It's low. It's low.
I can still get a terrain.
Yes. It's brutal. This is more than last year, though. I think last year nobody had it correct at this point. So, kudos if you're one of the 0.07% that has had their correct predictions correct. I do think a lot of people had Team Vision regardless in that grand finals, and their opponent. Well, it could have been anyone. We've heard everybody talk about this, Rhea, how this international has been so even in terms of playing field.
It has been so even. I genuinely think the predictions being at that percentage is just because Vision are providing the stable baseline of winning through the top of the bracket. I think most people probably put that, and then it's just figuring out the rest. And then like whoever's remaining is like a Enigma fanboy and got them going pretty nice and far and doing well. And then after that, it's all luck. It's so luck. I mean, how can you predict? The games have been amazing.
The games have been truly amazing, and we are hoping that today can live up to the track record that we have got going here so far at this international. This main stage has seen a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. And with a horn incoming, it's gonna see a whole lot more. Hopes and dreams are gonna maybe come to life here at the stage behind us. Of course, there's a first step to be made because we do have already Team Vision in the grand finals, but we have to get this day started to find out which team will join them in that grand finals.
The Aegis of Champions. It is the master pattern. The template of triumph. A sigil stitched from the threads of countless battles waged around the world. It is the shape that we strive for. The composition every hand aspires to create. The point where all paths converge as we bend our own lines of fate ever closer to the perfect design. Now we gather to witness those bold enough to seize the golden thread. To cheer every victory that pulls their pattern tighter. To remember every moment that threatens to tear it all apart. The Aegis of Champions awaits in Shanghai, China. A living tapestry that chronicles the legends of our past. 3 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins!
It is electric here in the Oriental Sports Center as we are nearing the start of our first series of the day. On one side, we'll have a team that people thought was down and out during the group stages, but they have made a valiant road to get to this very point. It is Team Yandex that struggled at the start, but is rising up to the challenge. Their opponents are Team Spirit, who also had their own struggles to overcome this time around. Let's get started with this one. We got Watson, Shira Jr., DM, Saxa, Malady, and Coach Axel. And Formality is the first time at the International. Formality leading the charge here. It's the first time stepping into that booth on the final day of the biggest tournament in the year. And he gets the honor and pleasure of going up against TI's final boss. It's Team Spirit. with Yatoro, Laurel, Collapse, Nami, Haru, and Coach Maposhka. Team Spirit is a beast in Team Spirit TI form. They have done it twice already with different iterations, and every single time they're able to feel the electricity on the stage and to feel that momentum propel them forward into a grand best of 5. But they have still got Yandex to go through here before they can have another shot at Team Vision in those grand finals. A best of 3 here on this stage, and I think, Rhea, we got our answer. All hair still on Yatoro.
Yes.
Yes.
Why? Why does he have hair? What is he doing?
No. Okay, the important thing is, though, not being bald aside,
Yeah.
the crowd clearly
Oh my
has
God.
a favorite in this lower bracket.
Oh, that must give a little bit of advantage, Winter, when playing in front of a crowd that has definitely got your name cheering.
Well, I think it might help, but some players, the players that are playing their first TIs, that might be something that makes them nervous, So for Yatoro, I'm sure he's a veteran. He knows it doesn't affect him. I'm sure he feeds off the energy of the crowd. But for the newer players, maybe it's something that might make them nervous, especially not me.
Oh, actually, that guy is so interesting to listen to talk about Dota. Because he originally was playing in like tier 2 and below Dota and moved to Spirit, which is a massive step up to tier 1. When asked about how that felt for him and if it was hard, if it was nervous, if it was stressful, he was just like, oh, it's actually nicer because everyone's just playing better at tier 1. So warding is like way easier than it was before. It's just everyone's moving into the right places on the map, so it just feels great. And in one of their vlogs about this TI, they asked him, how do you feel about the stage? Are you nervous? And he was just like, we'll see. I'm just feeling it out. It's okay. It's nice. This guy is so solid. He is so calm.
I mean, the very cool thing in Dota is like when you get to join a team that's like already doing their job, like you get to just focus on yourself. You're not having to think, oh, why is that guy not doing this? Why is that guy not doing that? Like, what's the draft? What's this? Like for him, like he has joined like the perfect team to just try and become the best player he can. And of course, it is clearly working.
I mean, I also want to highlight about how big of a deal that is. When a support player, you join a team that's already established, the reason why it's difficult because the early game is all about the supports and the mid laner. And if you're a core, you're joining a team, if everything is already there, the foundation is there, it is not as difficult as a support. So what Not Me has accomplished here is totally amazing. The way he integrated into the team, the way he paired so well with Rule, everything is so amazing in such a short period of time.
Apparently, right before EWC as well, Rue started talking more than he was before. So I think that's also helping. I think they're making a lot of accommodations to make this support duo so strong.
Yeah, and it's working out great. And we go from seeing 2 first-timers on stage in Malady and Not Me to, I want to talk about the experienced guys because we got DM right now on your screen. And he was here last year and he did come top 3. He came 3rd last year with Team Vision. So beating Team Spirit here would propel him into a position where he has overcome his previous result. And I think that would definitely prove to him and to his team that he can do it.
But how good do you feel until you beat your old team? That's what you
true.
really want.
That's true.
We've seen the tips coming out against DM. We've seen his name put in the dirt. This guy has so much to prove. All the haters will be writing their apology forms by the end of this tournament if he has his way.
Yeah, and as well, like Saxter on the screen, right? Like the fact that he spoke about, no one's won 3 TIs. He really wants to achieve that. He's not talking about retirement, unlike some of the other older pros, My guy's locked in. He wants to win this one, he wants to win the next one, and maybe another one after that.
And he talked freely about why he has his own team and why he's separated with 33, and he made his own team, or rather, he joined a team, made it his, basically.
Yeah, this one now, yoink. Thank you for this great team, guys, but I'm just going to quickly make it Sax's team, and by making it Sax's team, we're now going to get to the final day on TI. And honestly, no complaints at all. What he has done to the team, elevating the individual players, giving them the confidence within the map play, the macro understanding. Of course, we never truly understand what he's truly done individually, but it just feels like it is just the perfect addition. And yeah, Yandex, it is a true Titan name for this entire season.
I mean, to add something to that, because he's playing with 33, Saksa, and now he's playing with DM, I feel like both of them have a lot of similarities. Like, so he kind of understands how to play with an offlaner that is kind of semi-greedy, and I feel like that has helped him a lot when he moved to this team, and he's shown it time and time again. He knows how to enable his offlaner, and one thing I liked about DM here at this tournament, especially during the last couple of days, I felt like he figured out what heroes he should be playing. He's one of those players. I know we don't like the Doom a lot. I know people are like talking about Doom, but he's one of the few players that had success with Dooms, and I think it's because he is not buying Midas. We mentioned that we did not like the Midas.
I hate Midas.
And I like that he's playing Doom without buying a Midas.
Yeah.
That's good. It's working out for them.
I mean, we also have to remember the importance of the series for Spirit. This entire year, even if you look back towards 2025, Yandex has had Spirit's number the entire time. 9 series played. Only Spirit has won a single series of the 9. Wow. And in those, Spirit has only ever won, in the losing ones, 2 games total. Of all the best of 3s, the best of 5, 2 games. Like, in this matchup, it really is, David versus Goliath, where Yandex is the Goliath. So now it's for Spirit, using their TI form, using the shape that they're in, to finally overcome a team that has just pretty much had Spirit's number since their inception.
I mean, I think today it's an entirely different story. This patch, personally, I feel like it favors Spirit a lot, the way they're playing. They have a true hard carry. I mean, Yandex also has a true hard carry, but I think with how their mid laners are functioning, especially if you compare Shira Jr. and Lau, I think Lau has proven that he is capable of playing any type of mid laners, and I think the advantage that Lau has over Shira Jr. here is he's able to play the tempo making mid laners a little bit better than Shira Jr. I think Shira Jr. is more comfortable with like the carry from mid heroes, like the Invoker, for example.
I would like to give a shout out though, because he was playing Earth Spirit again and winning with it, when I think in the group stage especially, he looked very weak on it. So I do think Shira Jr. has leveled up massively coming into this main stage.
Yeah, this main stage is it's going to be a good one, but a lot of it yesterday, we talked about this, how much of it was decided in the booth before the horn sounded for the game itself. A lot of it is decided in the draft.
Team Yandex versus Team Spirit. Game 1.
We are heading into the draft at the first game of the lower bracket finals. We got Yandex on the Radiant side, Team Spirit on the Dire side, and there's one hero in particular we want to just quickly highlight here, Winter, because there's a Winter Wyvern, and we have seen that so many times yesterday, and it was so successful, and especially if these games go so long, a BKB, piercing, disable, so strong.
Yeah, Wyvern is one of the heroes that has been popping off so much. The remaining teams, all 3 of the remaining teams right now, they have a very, very dedicated Wyvern player. It's not a hero that you can just, oh, everyone else is playing, I guess I'm just going to play it. If you have not been practicing this hero, it is going to be very difficult for you to just pick up a hero like Wyvern mid-event.
Yeah, and this is where you can see that the difference between the lower bracket final drafts towards the grand final drafts. We have Winter Wyvern through the pool, there's Lina through the pool, Lone Druid, Ember. Like, the drafts are going to be completely different as every game progresses and every series progresses.
I felt like why Wyvern has seen such a rise recently is because one of her arch nemesis got nerfed a lot, Snapfire. I think Snapfire was picked so much the last 2 months, and it's very hard to play Wyvern into that snap because you can't save with the curse, and you can't really get to her because she just launches her Mortimers a mile away and you don't see her. So right now you don't see that old granny, so Wyvern's in a good spot.
Yeah. Spirit have prioritized the Wyvern as well, and like if their last 5 games, 5 matches, they've taken Wyvern on burst for themselves in 4 of them. It's such a high priority pick, and it does obviously let Yandex take the Nature's Prophet, which I think Spirit have also been playing really well with.
Yeah, I mean, the Nature's Prophet is going to be quite nice into the Wyvern. Naturally, in laning phase, Wyvern excels from using the Arctic Burn chasing down the lane. So once you have stepped a bit too far, Prophet can TP in, you get a very cheap kill on the Winter Wyvern. Sure, there'll be a cold embrace to kind of keep yourself alive for an extra 4 or 5 seconds, but realistically, Nature's Prophet can punish this Wyvern early on. Sure, later on, the qualities that you both mentioned will come into play, but I just feel like Yandex, they're going to just crank up the tempo a little bit and try and threaten the early game of Winter Wyvern, something that we haven't really seen been done yet, at least in the last couple of days.
I think another thing I really like about Nature's into Wyvern is usually a lot of these fights break out. Someone's holding position. You get to, break a smoke. You see the look of the fight, and then Wyvern will ult to, disengage it or set their team up. Nature's doesn't have to be in that initial smoke break because they can just teleport in. So Nature's can get whatever position they like in the fight, which really makes Wyvern have to either wait a little bit longer or use their spells and then not be able to stop Nature's when he comes.
Yeah, that's actually a really, really good point. Like whenever I'm playing Wyvern, I really hate MP, playing against MP in the team fights because I can never see him. Because he never shows up initially, and usually when you're playing Wyvern, you're very, very focused on, where's the enemy carry? I want to use the ultimate so that he kills one of his teammates, or at least I use my ultimate to stop him during his BKB. And whenever I play against MP, I don't see him and I have to hide. So what you need to do in this situation as Wyvern is your items, you have to buy more mobility items, the dagger, the 4 staffs. You can't afford to be too greedy. You have to get items that will allow you to kite to wait until the MP shows up.
Also, Nature's has the shard, right? Curse of Old Growth to be able to see the Wyvern as well. So sometimes like you just TP in and then the Wyvern's like, oh, why'd you, no, you got me. It's like, it can be very annoying. Either way though, Yandex progressed the draft. Finally, we're seeing the Slug ban into Ember pick. If you want to pick Ember, this is 2026, the year of banning Slug. Not Huskars, not Monkey King. This is the new guy on the block that you gotta ban when you pick Ember. But of course, there still are some of the classics that I just mentioned. We'll see how Spirit want to try and approach the Ember. There's the Pucks, the Huskars, whatever. But
I mean, this is something that I was highlighting yesterday as well. I felt like teams were not doing a very good job at countering the Wyvern. They're just like, oh, it's just a position 5 hero, whatever, But I think that is not really the ideal situation in draft for them. You need to pick a hero to deal with the Wyvern, and I think Ember Spirit is one of the best heroes against Wyvern because you build vessels, and it's very hard for the Wyvern to actually target you in the team fights, and you can always find him because you're so mobile. And having one hero to specifically target down the Wyvern is very important in the team fights.
Yeah. And already Spirit, they don't really care about Yandex's draft too much because they're trying to go for, okay, if you're going to jump us, we want to find ways to jump you, because now the Pangoliers' job, and when Spirit is in true form, they will always offer up one hero for information. Everyone else will kind of hold position. When they understand the fight, that's when they go in. So this is where the Pangolier pick makes sense, because he's going to roll through, pressure the Prophet, force the Ember to waste a Remnant, Winter Wyvern will be hiding on the side, and only when they see the fight, that's when they'll collapse. It's the same thing for Willow as well. They can just kind of hug, wait, and keep kiting back the fight.
And this is an extremely good pick here by Spirit. They have utilized this Wyvern plus Willow duo before. This is not the first time, but I especially like the Willow into the Ember Spirit because Willow is, I feel like, the best position for hero right now against Ember Spirit because of how your hero interacts and ganks Ember Spirit with your roots and your fear, and it's very natural for you to build a vessel, sorry, not the vessel, but the use, so that you can actually target the Ember Spirit. Because one thing about Ember is usually in a game where you do not have the right catch against this hero, he can be extremely obnoxious. He's cutting your waves, he's farming in front of the tower, and your supports are like, what do? We can't kill him, we can't touch him, and he's just pressuring you all over the map, and I really like that, having an answer right away from the draft against this Ember.
The only thing I'm slightly wary of is if they were to pick something like Mirana now on Yandex, which pairs really nicely with Ember. Willow, something she's so effective at is like breaking smokes or being at the front because she's so difficult to kill. Obviously, if she gets a Yules, it's okay, but Ember's route persists even when she goes into the Shadow Realm, and you can just kill her with an Ember Mirana combo. I think that will make it really hard for her to play.
I like the idea of the Mirana, especially when Spirit's going to be playing for a lot of kiting and information in the fight. Throwing in invisibility, kind of other layers to Yandex's lineup can just make the draft really annoying. And they are kind of protecting DM in the draft quite nicely. He will be getting overall last pick.
I wonder, like, all right.
It was a couple of long days of Dota 2, guys.
It's okay.
So what does this mean?
I no longer know what's happening with the course.
MP goes support,
Yeah.
But why is the MP good as a support here? They want the MP to lane into the Wyvern.
Saxa has played it this tournament, which is nice.
Yeah. Saxa is so annoying on the Nature's Prophet, actually.
No, he is the most annoying player. Yes. Him and 9 class are the most annoying supports right now.
Don't forget, there are of course, you just go for the vessel build, utilize the shard that we mentioned already for the vision of Winter Wyvern, the positioning, it exploits. And on top of that, when you obviously throw around your trees on the map, if you just start TPing and blocking these side camps that have been so prevalent throughout the entirety of TI, if Saxa wants to be blocking camps and just doing all this vision shenanigans, Prophet can do it. But the only reason this will work is if the rest of the draft is stable, and then he can play into the lanes. If you have losing lanes and a support Prophet, your game's already over.
Yeah, this is really, really important. When you're playing MP support, you do not want your lane matchups to be bad because it can easily go really, really bad. And you feel like, guys, I think I cannot do anything. So
I'm going to skip some waves.
I'm going to jungle, I'm going to cut some waves. That's it, you know.
I mean, that's where, of course, where, you know, the ban the Slark, pick the Ember, you know, they feel like they've got that lane. Picking Shadow Fiend, he can play, you know, pretty much most lanes, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, they can just move the Pango to the off lane and make sure they get a lane winner, you know, against the Ember to kind of mess up what the MP is going to do here.
But then the MP can just TP to mid, you pick an off lane on last pick for DM, and then you just create this like dual lane middle at like minute 2 onwards, with DM having secured his first couple waves. Like, I feel like Yandex have solutions.
Do they have a solution to the Terrorblade?
Not yet. The Terrorblade is the solution to the SF. It's very, very good against the SF. You copy him, you make a reflection, you get the aura. SF can never fight TB in the late game, but fortunately SF is one of the fastest core in the early game. TB is not as strong in the early game, so you have to really take advantage of that early strength of the hero. You need to win your lane, and you get the objectives faster, and you take control of the map.
Spirit's lineup is, it's like, as long as they just are relaxed for 20 minutes plus, like the game will play itself for them. For Yandex, I am looking at the supports. If you have a Prophet and Mirana in the early game, like if they don't step up and open up the runes for Ember to give them the levels, make the stacks for Shadow Fiend to get them online, their game can disappear very quickly. They don't have this big team fight to lean on. They don't have this kind of insurance built into them. So I'm looking at the supports of Yandex, like they have to really want this game.
This is why I got a little confused at the Shadow Fiend pick, because when you move Nature's Prophet to support, it makes your next support pick feel kind of weird, because Mirana makes the most sense to play with Ember, but you also typically want to play a melee support with Shadow Fiend for the lane. That kind of removes the ability for them to do that. Are they going to move Saxa to play pos 5 lane with Shadow Fiend and use the Treants to kind of protect him? But even then, it's like, what is your duo? You have no real lockdown for this Terrorblade. He's going to get Sunder off like every fight.
We saw this lane yesterday, didn't we? Like twice. I think SF plus Mirana, and it kind of feels like it's very easy to gank. Like, especially you're playing against a Wyvern, an exceptional hero at gate, coming through the gates, coming from behind, ambushing the SF. What is the Mirana going to do? I think the best thing you can hope for is you place a ward defensively early, you anticipate the move, and hopefully you see him coming. Because if you don't see him coming, your SF is going to die very easily.
Okay, ban Centaur. It's like for DM on offlane, like there's potentially...
There's Darks here, right?
No, banned in first phase. Yep. I was really wanting Darks here, and I reminded myself, look at the very early bans from Spirit. They were preparing themselves.
He's gonna say, give me Doom.
It might just come out. It looks like both teams could use an offlane. Of course, Pango can still swap about.
I mean, there's a world where they could still Largo for Yandex on last pick. Again, depends on what Spirit go for, but then like you can buff up your Ember. You have pretty decent laning against the Terrorblade. If he ever steps up too far, then you can invite, you know, all this pressure. Mirana comes through Twin Gate, you go for the kill. So I could see a world. You also have the lick to, I mean, Winter Wyvern just keeps reapplying it, but...
I think it looks like a terrible Largo game. Just... they're missing lockdown, like solid, reliable lockdown, and I don't think Largo gets it.
It's a bit too greedy.
It's more like if they want to go through tempo, but yes, stun would be a lot simpler for them to play through, 100%.
Whereas for Team Spirit, it's just going to be a lot easier for them to finalize their draft here. They have team fight, they have some catch, there's some decent lane, they have wave clear with the TB, so it's easier for them to finish up their draft. They could do Pango off lane, Pango mid.
Guys, we're missing Underlord's still in the pool. They can just go for like the simple Underlord.
The humble Underlord.
The humble Underlord.
Yeah, it's very, very, very good against Ember Spirit here.
Oh, don't worry. Sorry, Spirit yoinked the Underlord. I take it back. They cannot Underlord anymore.
This is...
instant Timber.
I mean, this Timber is kind of decent. I can see why they insta-pick it, but I think overall this draft, out of 10 games, I'm going to say I prefer to play on Spirit's lineup, maybe 8 games at least, 8 to 9 games. I think they have the ease of execution on their side, they have the stability, they have the lane, and the onus is going to be on Yandex. They last pick this Timber, they need to win the lanes. If they don't win their lanes, their heroes are going to struggle to find synergy together.
I think we saw Spirit play a very similar lineup against Liquid, who also last picked a Timber like this, and it just felt like he couldn't play. Between like the Wyvern ult and the Pango roll, I never really saw Timber's way into a fight.
Yeah.
And they have no proper initiation, especially if they just buy a Lotus Orb on Spirit or a Force Staff to move you out of the path of the Chain's arrow. I don't see how Yandex can lock you down.
I mean, the main thing for Yandex with this type of draft is they need to make sure that they are like the kings of the laning phase. They have to demolish that. They need to bring Chira Jr. into the game, play through DM's early timings. This cannot be a Timber that AFK farms like Sanjkai, BKB, and 3 items. Like every single item timing for Yandex has to be a statement across the map, and then you keep punishing Spirit. Don't allow them to get to the late game. You know, I feel like as much as it's a very difficult draft for Yandex, they have the skill to be able to put it off, but it is difficult. It is a lot easier for Spirit to play this game.
Yeah, it seems like Team Spirit kind of boxed Yandex a little bit into a corner with the draft, especially having the same result as the draft as against Team Liquid, as Ray mentioned yesterday, which did not play out very well for Team Liquid at all. We know that Yandex has to be active in this first game, especially in the first 20 minutes. How's Spirit going to do in those first 20 minutes? Do they have tools to answer that aggression?
Yeah, they have a lot of like wave push, wave de-shove, and ways to help each other. So I think Spirit are very prepared for this.
Okay, well, let's see how prepared they are as we're heading over to Slacks for a coach interview.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We are here with Asel. So good to see you here on the semifinals lower bracket. Very, very exciting. How do you think we did in the draft? We have a couple favorite heroes coming out from Team Spirit, but you guys got some of yours as well.
I think drafts are pretty even, to be honest. It's pretty good TB game, and it's Yatoro TB, like good matchup into SF. I think Spirit are happy with their draft, but we're also happy with ours, and let's see who's going to come up as the winner.
All right, what's the number one thing that this team needs to do to survive? Yandex has faced off against Spirit before. Is it lanes? Is it team fight? What is important in this one?
For Spirit?
No, for you. I don't care about Spirit. I mean, they got to lose. This is your...
I think they need to survive then. I think the longer game goes, the better it is for us. And the laning stage, of course, is very important. We kind of have, I would say, favorite matchups in at least 2 out of 3 lanes, but not so big, and it's like very skill dependent, so we will see.
All right, fantastic. Now, we did see some last pick Timbersaws coming out yesterday. It didn't work out for Liquid. How is this one different? Why is Timbersaw good in this one?
They mainly have physical damage, like Pango, TB, and Under is like historically matchup into Timber is not so good. The longer games goes, early is not bad, but later is bad. So I think it's if Timber is 24 pick Rio, it's this game.
All right, well, thank you so much for the great insight. We'll go ahead and see if game 1 works out in the Yandex's favor. Let's head to the game.
Thank you so much indeed, Slacks, and we're getting ready to go into this. When you hear the last pick Timbersaw, feeling like it's going to be good, all that physical damage, we'll see how they do it though.
Yeah, that is the question here. There's definitely some good parts of it, some questions, as he said. You know, there can be some problems with the Underlord heading later in the game, but if they hit their specific timing, the matchup is good for them, good for TM heading into the legendary Yatoro Terrorblade.
Yeah, this is the one that you want to watch out for. This man has made millions of dollars playing this hero, and looking to try and do it again here on Grand Finals Day, trying to make it to that last one. And this is not the way that you want it to start. His DM chase down. Yatoro finds him. The last hit, yes. Start the day off with a first blood.
Soxel will get some vengeance, but a pittance compared to taking down that Timbersaw nice and early here. Exactly what you want to see with this Winter Wyvern. I mean, coming into today, I feel like this was the #1 hero that everyone is looking at. Just with the way the bans are working out, we've got so many problematic heroes. And whether or not they're banned, this Wyvern does fairly well with most of the top tier heroes and manages to slip through. And again, DM right back into the lane, right back to getting pulled.
Face down, bringing a lot of heat towards him early on, and now turns their sights. Soxa keeps him pressured underneath the tower. I mean, this is the power of Metamorphosis. Getting that first kill on DM without having to use it, that was the real backbreaker in that one.
And Terrorblade, as you can see, starts with 11 armor here. So when you have this level 1 heal in the Winter Wyvern, the value is just absolutely disgusting, right? Like every bit of HP is so much value on this hero. So juicing him right back up to full HP like that, it makes the trade so difficult for Yandex.
Well, and obviously that's going to change over as DM starts to get more of these levels, right? This Timbersaw, traditionally a counter, to the Terrorblade, but as you can see, if you can get off to an early start, and particularly having like this Nature's Prophet as a support, not providing a ton at the early stages from Soxa to try and mess with the TV as Mirana gets brought down bottom.
Yeah, this is not the forte of the hero, and really not where Soxa truly shines as a player. These first couple minutes in his own lane, not where he's a beast. Going anywhere else on the map, that's where you've seen this guy dominate all of these games on Nature's Prophet or Bounty Hunter, anyone who can sneak in behind, but losing them Mirana down bottom, try to get a little pressure. On the way out, but yeah, Malady's going in, not me.
Oh no, he messed up. Oh, managed to pop the Starstorm before he came out of the Shadow Realm, so no damage dealt there. A rare flub from Malady here on the big stage.
Mid lane, Laryl a little low right now, and also low on the CS at the moment. So Cheer Jr. off to a good start here. And Ember Spirit turns here once again. Been a very important hero throughout this tournament for many teams. It feels like we often get into the mid game and there becomes this question of just, who on your team can start a fight? Who can you smoke with some confidence that you can create a good play for your team? And Ember has been the go-to hero.
Right, that's going to be what we're watching for. Obviously, on the other side for Team Spirit, you've got a lot of potential heroes, but more hits onto Watson, caught in the pit of malice, and this Underlord, which has been a menace in the mid game with an Axe build, is also getting stuff done here too. Viatoro chases down Soxa, leaving the creep wave since it's all the way pushed out, decides, I don't want to go any further. So for this time, Nature's Prophet allowed to escape. But yeah, a lot of storylines to unpack, obviously, between these two teams, how this tournament has played out. You were mentioning that, like, coming into this, you might have thought these would be the teams that would get here, but the path was not how we thought it would happen.
Yeah, when you were doing your group stage predictions, I know many people, when you're looking at the 4-0, the 4-1s, many teams were just, everyone's like, Yandex, Spirit, Vision. Sounds good. That seems pretty likely. And then as the tournament's gone on, maybe you might have questioned those. In group stage, didn't work out that way. I know I got those wrong.
Yeah.
But here they are on the final day, ready to indeed see that last boss of Vision as they're going to, again, force TM back into this TP.
Collapse as they bring in Soxa. That is the rotation. Soxa in his lane bad, other lanes great.
They really needed that one here. So they take him down. Nami is immediately TPing to the outpost, though, to get the stacks going. So, I mean, if you guys watched last night and you saw Team Spirit in the final two games versus the Boom Boys, the momentum was unbelievable. And I'd say coming to this laning stage, they've even carried that in here a little bit with how aggressive they were in the first couple of levels. But they essentially got on the Boom Boys side of the map and just never left. They stole so many stacks, they got so much gold, and look at this, Nami trying it again, he gets punished.
Yes. So Yandex seeming to be comfortable matching the tempo, maybe having watched those games last night, they take this Nature's Prophet who can kind of be all over the map and help stop this pressure coming in. Something to watch for.
I think there was definitely some fear if you watch those games, and look what he's doing now, yeah. In here at these camps, dropping a ward down, wants to know if they're going to be farming these up, and potentially they want to take some of that for themselves in the field. Now Laryl, he's got no way out.
Level 6 there for Chira Jr. Now they do have the Cold Embrace, but a good amount of magic damage coming in, although Chira Jr. is actually taking a lot of the tower, but with the arrow move, that Mirana answer to the Winter Wyvern is looking solid. So they get the kill on the Pango. Rue will steal away an Arcane Rune at the very least.
That's very good for Team Spirit. Taking that away from a level 6 Ember Spirit. And that easily could have been a way into those stacks.
Yeah.
Could have been flying in here, stealing some of those. And Nami, again, he's in here trying to defend it. He's looking for any vision that was dropped down by Yandex, but he's going to miss it. So Malady wants to play in there as well. Take a look at these stacks. TM, he is starting to get some of these levels up top. 2 points in the reactive armor. So a little bit stronger here. And Soxa scouts it out.
And another one. Malady goes forward with the arrow chains combination. An easy kill. He was trying to get the roll up, does not happen.
Yeah, and they were focused up top of Soxa as well, too, at that same time as we move into the Wisdom Shrines.
Making the move over. As Soxa is there. They're bringing Terrorblade, and there isn't any alternative move around the rest of the map. Pop Metamorphosis, turn on to DM, now turn towards Soxa. They're in trouble. They're going to lose the Nature's Prophet. DM not able to take that one away, so it is going to be double Shrines of Wisdom going their direction. Moro continues to hit. DM chasing. They're actually going to Fiend's Gate into this one. Well, Rue dies to Chira Jr. DM manages to TP out.
just barely misses the pit. Nearly gets him, but I mean, still able to take down that shrine. That's going to go both Shrine of Wisdoms now heading over to Team Spirit. So they may be down in gold, but it's a big boost to their experience. As Soxa TPs behind the Underlord.
Okay, collapse. I mean, I guess that this is just going to be a full commit for the tower, and Collapse is going to back away Malady and can throw out some firestorms, try and keep the pressure off the tower. But yeah, that TP rotation from NP not doing much there.
It's really hard to force the tower down against an Underlord. Certainly one of the strengths of this hero, so you really need the kill if that play is going to work out. Now, sitting mid Laurel, much healthier on the resources right now, has the Rolling Thunder ready to go. So if they want to try and gank him again, they have to be very cautious that they hit this connection of the arrow. Otherwise, he's very good at turning around a play.
Yes. See here as well as 6-4, 2,000 gold lead. It's kind of mirroring what you were talking about last night, where Spirit were trying to bully GPK. It feels like there's been a lot of emphasis in trying to shut down Laurel, as the Pango is going to be the main hero trying to set the tempo in this one.
Yeah, 100%. And then when you pick this Timbersaw in the off lane as well, you want a lot of control to pair up with it. So giving your Ember a good game so that he can rotate in towards his Timbersaw, that's going to put a lot more fear in their hearts when it comes to DM.
Likely we're going to be seeing a retreat back to the jungle for Yatoro. And Spirit Vessel online. Putting in the arrow combo, able to get away from that one. And so the TP out will be successful.
I mean, the big difference we're seeing compared to last night and why Team Spirit were able to run over Blue Boys is the supports as well. They got so much space yesterday. Cores were heading to the jungle. They got really fast level 6s. They have gotten both Shrines of Wisdom, and yet their supports are 5.5 and 4.5 right now. So Team Spirit are not off to this ridiculous start like they were previously, and the Yandex are using it to pressure mid.
Rolling through the trees, Laurel heads back the other direction, finds Soxa, hits on the Chira Jr. Not Me is going to lay the brambles out. They have enough to take down this Ember. It feels unlikely. Collapse is going to focus Soxa, find him there. Chira Jr. still being chased. Good hits out. But as he remnants away, looks like Spirit are going to give up on that chase. So defend the tower, find a support, couldn't get the Ember.
Kind of just a ticking time bomb then on your Timbersaw, right? Like wondering, when does he need to join into these engagements? When do they want to actually link in towards him? Because so far, no damage on that top tower. Knocking that down would feel pretty good right now if you were Yandex.
Him here is more focused on trying to get into these items and farm up these camps as opposed to really pressuring the tower, which granted, it would be a little bit tough. But when you can be this free in a Terrorblade game against the Timbersaw, not really that much energy brought his direction. You gotta feel at least a little good about that. I would say we haven't really talked that much about is the Shadow Fiend. Watson, Mask of Madness done.
Yeah, he's certainly in farm mode here. I think we'll probably see him join in on the next push. It's definitely a good time to do it, right? You want to get a little use out of your Requiem. You have all this control, and you're trying to outnumber your opponents whenever you have this Nature's Prophet. Speaking of which, he's also closing in on the level 6 for Soxa as well, so that little extra oomph of damage might be just what they need to try and bring down some of these heroes. Junior kind of casually pushing this one with the catapult. We'll just have to let it go at this point, though.
The Blade going to be coming out next. Just barely off the mark, trying to get that vision dewarded. Not Me still building up stacks for his buddy. But again, on this big stage, seeing these players, both Maldi and Not Me, first time up on the TI stage, they've been performing incredibly well. See if they can keep that up, and they're going to need the Willow to have some real value in these team fights later on. The Terrorizers feel like they're going to be super.
Yeah, and I think this early damage to the Bedlam could also be a real difference maker too. The damage isn't quite, monumental yet. They've actually got a bit of a lockdown thing with the Pango, but not enough damage to finish some of these guys off, particularly because of this, high reactive armor on the TV. The Pango can chain stun you, but may struggle to kill you. That's where the Dark Willow can come into play here. So now level 6 on Not Me. If he has any nerves whatsoever, they were certainly not on display last night.
No.
Gets caught here, though.
Stunned again. And drops it down. Terrorize. Pump faking it. Wants to throw it. Not going to happen. Chira Jr. runs and remnants right on out of there.
Yeah, and no Terrorize means there's no chance to link up there with the Pit of Malice when Collapse comes in. So a bit of a wasted rotation again for him as his tower is tanking a wave right now. He's going to miss out on quite a bit of gold and XP because of this.
Yeah, super annoying. And that mid tower, I mean, it's still not quite dead, but it's pretty damn close.
Yeah, it's going down now. Wyvern, what can you do?
I mean, there's really not much. So they do eventually get it. Cheer Jr. takes the tower, has this amp damage bottled up with the Spirit Vessel done. This feels like it could be time to play. But finding the Timber Saw, and now the Bedlam, like you talk about, just eating through that HP pool. He's gone.
Yeah, not me. Knew the mission. Took a while to get 6, a little longer than he would have wanted, but immediately achieved what he needed.
And that arrow connects on a creep. Rue is still going to die, but not the kill they were hoping for. Would have loved to be able to combo that better onto the Terrorblade.
That's 3 remnants still left here for Cheer Jr. as well, so he's in here pretty deep, but should be able to get out of the situation.
Tango, Laurel in trouble. Laurel gone again. That's the amp damage. Collapse moves in. They have the Bedlam. Cheer Jr. actually low on mana. Wait a minute, he doesn't have enough to activate Remnant. Does now as he bottles up and gets out of there, but a little close on that one.
And you know, this comes back to that earlier gate, right? They don't have the gate play to try and... I was thinking the Ember might be in trouble, but there's no gate available, so he turns on them with the amplified damage, and the hunted becomes the hunter.
Again, for Yandex, a team that has traditionally done incredibly well against Team Spirit. Now, we were looking at some of the stats earlier, and it's undefeated so far throughout the season. Only were able to draw series with them. But Team Spirit on the main stage, a different beast. So far, it's looking like it's the same story, though.
I know, yeah. I didn't want to put too much stock into that stat when I looked at it earlier because it's like, you know, Team Spirit, they've evolved. They look way better right now. But look at this, Soxa. He does steal a Shrine of Wisdom, but does get caught by Root. Can they at least get the finish kill here?
Doesn't have a TP
both
to get out of
are
there.
down, yeah.
They're going to run down the Nature's Prophet. So Collapse moves in. Rue is the one that gets the final touch.
Unfortunately, still worth.
Yeah.
Soxa. Very happy to steal that XP away. 640 for them, 1,000 for your team. They'll take that trade as they keep their gold lead here. The shining star of Team Spirit, as per usual, though, it is Yotaro. Still 8,500 gold, still top of the board. So if they can bring him into the fold for some of these engagements, they definitely have the tools to win. Any sort of fight they want to bring at them, as they again are going to try and hunt TM. Yotaro moving in. Can he hit another Bramble into Terrorize here? Oh,
I mean, if you walk in like that, that's how it's going to happen. Feared, caught, and going to be chased and killed.
Don't even need the Bedlam there with the help of the TV.
They're finding somebody to bully in each of these games. And taking out this Timber Saw, it's going to be a nice little boon. Getting the Terrorblade set up for a good mid-game.
Knocking down his tier 1 tower, killing him in behind by the tier 2, trying to take him out of this game.
Collapse, sensing danger, TP's out of there. Oh! This is the chains! And Collapse gonna give the tip over to the Ember.
Insta-tip.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's still losing his tower.
Gotta do something to build up that morale. But understanding what was coming his direction.
Being all that pressure, though, down bottom, they immediately take the tier 1 mid for Team Spirit, so struggled a little bit on the earlier part of this game to open it up, but now this map becoming a bit more free for Team Spirit to move around it.
Still have yet to see Watson really make his way into any fights, but Watson is building into a BKB, signaling there could be some action coming their way soon. Illusion rune for Laurel.
This connection here.
Not what they wanted on that one.
I mean, I guess not amounting to anything anyway. But it's a confidence arrow. You know, you don't want to be missing those. Or it's a calibrating arrow and it's okay. The next one will be more on point.
Yeah, he's getting there.
That's the other way to look at it here.
There are some pings up on the top side of the map where it looks like Vision is gonna show Soxa. Not Me throws out some brambles, the teleport away. Will escape.
I'd say their first good timing for the side of Team Spirit probably comes out with the Aghanim Scepter on this Underlord. Gives them another way to get a root going. I think we've seen just how impactful it can be when you get in the early parts of the game. Particularly, we keep seeing it versus the Ember Spirit. So there's a bit of a race here between the Aghanim Scepter on the Underlord and then this BKB on the Ember. Jared Jr. would love to have some defensive tools to deal with this on the earlier end here, but I'd like to see Team Spirit make a good move with the Pango and the Underlord when the time comes.
Yeah, and Collapse is just a little bit closer to it, right? He's, what, around 300 gold away from having it completed. Jared Jr.'s still about 1,000 or so away.
They're going to try and bait Collapse a bit here.
They find the Mirana. Arrow is there, but then they have the Terrorize out, and that's going to be an easy kill.
See, Team Spirit felt like there was a lot more, right? They brought many numbers. Of course, you always have to consider that because of the Nature's Prophet as well, is they're going to very quickly rotate up top.
Speaking of, Laurel gets the double kill across both sides of the map. Now, this is going to be interesting, right? Because I do think the team fight potential is very strong from Team Spirit. You have two heroes that are super heavily countered by the Timbersaw. How much has DM been shut down? Can they kill him before he just like unloads on these, you know, Underlord Terrorblade?
Yeah, he's kind of got this like middle of the road item in the Kayan Saj. It's a bit defensive, it's a bit aggressive, and trying to get into the more secure item of the BKB. So I think when you see this instant smoke immediately after from Team Spirit, it's certainly showing like, hey, we want to keep pressuring this guy. They love living in this area. Like Yadro is farming their Ancients constantly.
Now, speaking of which, they find him there. The root, the follow-up, it's in trouble. No BKB for you, and it didn't matter. They got the Requiem. But now TM. Toro gonna hit onto Soxa, who TP'd in behind them. And no chance for a fight at all. Yandex need to get out of there.
Underlord Eggs is just too strong. This part of the game,
very strong indeed. Arrow connected on the back lines. Laurel just walked that one off. And as the BKB comes out from the Shadow Fiend, it's just, again, a couple of seconds too late as Spirit hit their timing perfectly. Ags was ready, you go.
Yeah, it could not have been better there. I mean, it pairs so nicely with the Pangolier because this hero struggles a little bit before the Blink Dagger in terms of being a Spirit-esque hero, as we say. A hero that's very good at starting fights. Before the Blink, it's just not quite to that same level. Oftentimes the roll can feel a bit clumsy, so if you have this Aghanim Scepter from the Underlord as a bit of a backup, you have the Brambles, you have the Terrorize, suddenly it just becomes a 3-layered cake of perfection. A little hungry.
I hear you. Sounds good. Early in the morning. But yeah, I think it's interesting to watch this one, right? Because, again, you look at this
Watson,
lineup.
down bottom, found by not me.
Oh.
Are they cooking something here?
He does have
there's no
gate.
gate for 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's all right.
But again, like thinking about the way that this game is unfolded, off to a good lead for Yandex, things looking solid, things start to turn back around into Spirit's favor, and it's off the back of these pickoffs. Now Watson moves in, he's gonna turn and actually pop the Mask of Madness to try and do some damage there, but needs to get out because Toro is here as well. They find the pit, there's the BKB, the walk away, the Terrorize connects now onto this Mirana. And as the Rolling Thunder comes through and this BKB wears out, Shadow Fiend has to be gone because otherwise he's going to fall also. DM losing mana, losing life to chase down the triple kill. Toro finds them all. And this game starting to fall out of the hands of Yandex.
More of a classic Team Spirit this morning compared to last night. Last night was full-on aggression, very much not what we've seen often in this tournament from really any team. This, much more what you see with Team Spirit. Just the ability to force their opponents into these team fights that just seem unwinnable. And hitting all their timings in sync there. Like, you see that roll-up, so powerful when you're fighting in this area of the map. Because Pango doesn't have the best natural bounce targets to go for.
Right.
So he just pops it, they get the chainstun on the Timbersaw. And what does Shadow Fiend have to do with his first BKB? He just walks away the entire time. No opportunity to stand tall with this item. The disastrous time in the early game as they are Moonlight Shadowing. They need this kill. That's a level 17 Terrorblade. You gotta take this guy down.
This would be a really big win, and it's just, they're not willing to go for it. It's a little bit off.
He's on a ward right now. They still can't get him?
I mean, yeah.
back there.
It's crazy. He's gonna walk back in. Toro unafraid right now. Steps up. Says,
He's one man, Lyrical. He's just one man.
He has no backup. They're coming in now, but the root lands. Follow-up root is there, and now the Bedlam. No Terrorize means no chance to fully kill him. Will gets the Essence Distiller. But yeah, that hesitancy. Like, if you've got 2 cores up, and now instead, it's going to be Soxa that goes down. This ain't Bounty Hunter.
It's
1 and
crazy.
7.
I mean, they're willing to just rip the Underlord ulti for a kill on the Nature's Prophet. Like, they feel that is worth it because of how much space it's going to give them on the map right now. Instantly smoke. How many times have they smoked up this staircase this game?
They just keep playing around it.
Infinitely, they're just coming in here, farming your Ancients, looking to drop wards and vision, controlling this part of the map. There is a tower. The tower's
Ooh, able to get out. That was 2 ultis used. Can they get the return kill, though? As Jr. pops his BKB, tries to get away. Remnants still slowed and able to get out of there. Collapse. I mean, they were still hunting. Rue wanted it.
It's just ridiculous. Like, while they were doing that chase in the mid lane, there was a catapult wave hitting the top tower. Soxa on the respawn has to go up top on this map and just start trying to cut these waves.
Yeah. They got to slow something down. The game needs to slow down for them.
And that's the tier 2 mid taken. Now instantly, Rue's going to grab this outpost. You thought they owned this area before? Now everyone can TP in here. They don't need the Underlord. This is their new base of operations.
Staff coming out well to help deal with the little bit of catch that is there. That's the thing the panel talked about a lot, was the inability to really lock onto a target. On the other hand, very easy to lock on Soxa here as the Nature's Prophet, another death. It's got to be some of the most that he's had this turn.
They are smoking up now. He has buyback TP if they really need it, but they need something here on Yandex.
Smoke breaks onto Not Me, looking for the arrow follow-up. It does connect. Good damage out. They're going to lose Not Me, so a good chunk of their control and magical damage is gone. Fortunately, there's not much left after that. That's the main bit of the control that they get.
At least they can get back, get their outposts under control, hopefully D-ward. That is one thing that Boom Boys really struggled with last night, where they were unable to get rid of the vision that kept getting left behind here. Maybe an earlier gem could be an option here for Yandex. Obviously, it comes with a lot of risk, but maybe it gives you a part of the map back.
You know, we talk a lot about like momentum throughout the tournament and momentum in the game, and this type of play right here, if you just lose them like that, it completely stops any of the good momentum that was coming their direction for Yandex. I mean, again, this is a team that they have beaten so many times this year. They went 15-6. They only lost 6 games to Spirit the entire time, and now they're down 4,000 net worth at 24 minutes in the biggest match of the year for them.
Now, just to add another issue here, Not Me has just gone straight for the gem. So they do not want to relinquish any control at all in this game. That maybe could be your avenue back in, honestly, if you're Yandex. They do have a pretty good target in this Willow. If Not Me ends up holding the gem, this could be someone they could try and opt to kill. I mean, maybe get something bad. For now, the arrow will say, hey, they're doing Roche, but I can't imagine they're going to do anything about it.
Well, they're heading over this direction. The old leap steal. Kira goes in, but Tor already there with the Aegis. Now slowing him. Are they going to chase this? Laurel blink forward, finds his man, burning mana. Not Me thought about the Terrorize, decides not to go for it. Yeah, I mean, they weren't even all there. They still had the Underlord ready to gate in.
No, I mean, I appreciate it. Going for the potential snag on the Aegis, you got to try something at this point. You can feel the game slipping away a little bit. Yadro pulling into his own zone of net worth. He picks up the Scott.
Very early on that Scotty against these heroes, and particularly against the Timbersaw, who has been bullied a good chunk. Yeah, you can see Dota Plus feels it, but Watson right now, the Requiem, this could be it. Just go for it. You got to get something. They're not going to do it.
I mean, I don't think it's going to matter. I don't think it's enough. It would have to be so frame perfect.
Yeah, and there's the Sunder possibility of turning it around. Oh, no, and now he walks into a ward. Watson, don't go over there. You're not safe, sir. Oh, Rue shows up, and they find him. Just going to go for the BKB, the Requiem TP out. Wait a minute. No, not going to happen. Not going to happen. Watson, the saddest of Shadow Fiends.
All this farm for what? Cannot find an opportunity to use his damage whatsoever in this game. His teammates, they try and get it on the map right now, trying to find some vision, trying to find a little bit of wave push here. I mean, the bright side, they have a 9-second PPD on this Timbersaw. Right? And they have 8 seconds still left there on the Ember. Maybe that will give them some opportunity.
I mean, it feels like they don't have those like pieces that they need. That blink stun hero, that little bit of control. They've got plenty of damage, but what happens if Team Spirit just back away? What happens if they run out of there?
I mean, it felt like they had it, right? It felt like they had this Ember to get off to a really good start in this game, but he has now fallen behind this Pangolier.
Yeah.
They weren't able to link up. They weren't able to keep forcing things on the other side of the map. I wouldn't say they had many opportunities. Like, DM kind of got off to a decent start, even after the shenanigans in the first couple of waves. But they didn't create any linkages. They didn't knock down that top tower super early. Team Spirit were just very good at keeping the pressure up on that top half of the map.
Speaking of keeping the pressure up, this has been a tournament that has had a lot of super late game Dota. But over the past couple of days, it appears Team Spirit have found avenues to try and end games. Are they going to do the same thing here right now?
Look what Collapse is doing too. He's shepherding the wave.
Yeah.
He was just walking alongside it. He got up there to just kill some treants. Made sure that another wave could come down. Oh, and now he's going back. Thankfully, the Observer Ward spots that he's here, or else that could have been bad news for Soxa.
So they farm up that wave. Still have another 2 minutes left on Aegis. Metamorphosis a little bit longer going to be around. But no. They're instead going to go over here, secure the shrine. And listen, for everybody out there, he swaps in the dust. Look at that, carries. That's what you want to see.
Just in case.
Shadowblade for Soxa. Going to try and do whatever he can to rat this out. They need to buy time.
I think if you're ENX right now, you know they're split left and right on the map.
Oh, we didn't have the dust back in. All right, now he gets it.
I think this is your chance, man. I think you take this outpost. You recognize that we are getting a little bit of pressure up the mid wave right now. I mean, Cheer Jr. is out here, but he's on his own. The Aegis is expiring soon. I feel like if there's any opportunity to be going for an aggressive play, it's hitting right now.
Yeah. Maybe around this bottom tier 2 tower, potentially. I mean, they're playing pretty far forward, but with a minute left, they're not feeling confident doing it. I mean, it's again, like, I feel like the mental of this is so tough to be like, to not fall into the trap of we just need one more item, we just need one more item. Like, Team Spirit are running at your base, and it might not matter. Although, that said, there is no Fiend's Gate. Have a little while left on that. Send the illusions forward to take that arrow. But Toro continues to hit the tier 3 tower. Gets good damage. DM forward. Low 30 seconds left. You gotta do something here. You gotta find a way to punish this. Too difficult.
Hey, this is not the time. If not now, then when? Let's try and figure that out here.
Collapse. Staying steady. Rock solid. Oh, Soxa, you came to the wrong neighborhood, sir. That was never gonna work. A 10th death for this Nature's Prophet. And again, it's what he kind of has to do. He has to be the one to make it happen. Not me. The Hurricane Pike. They find Watson out of the base, trying to bait a BKB out of him. The fear, the second round, now popping meta. They finally get the BKB out of him. But without everybody here, I mean, Ember's not actually joining the rest of the team.
Almost the same way they forced this top racks last night against the Boom Boys, catching the Lina up there with their own Tiny. This time, they force him back.
DM decides to go in. He's rooted. BKB used. They don't have the BKB on the Shadow Fiend, though, so the damage coming in on DM is insane. You bring Toro somewhat low. Now the Winter's Curse. Shadow Fiend hitting his friend.
They're just buying time, too.
They buy enough time to get out, and now if they want to, they can keep going for more.
They're not even trying to kill the Ember there, you know? It's just, push them back. We're going to get this top racks. This simplifies your game a lot, because now it is constant pressure on the top side of the map. I'd say against most teams and most heroes, they would be in a worse spot right now as Yandex, but this Nature's Prophet has been constantly getting deep, catching a random wave, and it has delayed this situation where they're able to just trap you inside of your base. But now that you've managed to finish off one of these sets of racks, that pressure will remain constant. It's going to take a lot of the attention here from that Nature's Prophet, and they can focus more on just the middle and the bottom waves.
If there is one bright spot right now, it's of all the items that Yutoro has, he does not have a BKB.
Okay, yeah.
They have a good amount of magical damage. If Watson can get in on top of him and do some type of a Requiem, I mean, it's more right-click
some
focus,
pure damage there from the Timbersaw as well. Could be something, right?
He does still have 3,300 HP, so it's a lot to chunk through.
It's a lot. There's a Wyvern as well, you know. They have some issues for sure.
They're getting most of what they wanted. worth noting, Vision waiting in the grand finals when asked who it was that they wanted to play up against, it was Team Spirit. They felt like they were the team that was picking up steam, and as evidenced by the last 2 days of 2-0s and now coming in strong in this game number 1, it appears to be the case.
Really look awoken here on Team Spirit. No doubt about that. Maybe even a little sleepy in the first couple of minutes of this one, but they're up now. Kira Jr., the glorious Aghanim Scepter for the Ember Spirit, much like the Underlord. I feel like it's been the item of the hero, where it really feels like you operate on another level. Try and use that here as, again, Team Spirit coming in, not concerned about their well-being. They're hitting your buildings.
Trying to get one more item. And Yandex, I mean, you can see Laurel. He's smoked up outside, ready to go at a moment's notice, but they're just going to keep sending in these illusions.
Old school illusion push?
I mean, why not? Back away from the arrow, let the illusions hit it. You got to stop this Terrorblade at some point, and it's not super easy.
It's tough. It's 500 gold away from the Aghanims. He knows how much stronger he's going to be soon as Kira Jr.
The Manta illusions, not even needing to send in his real hero. And now DM jumps out of the base. He's BKB'd, so he will be able to walk back inside. But now the fight feels really hard. Laurel taking a good chunk of damage though from the Shadow Fiend. Is it going to be enough? No, the Cold Embrace comes out right at the last second. So Team Spirit will not be taken down there. Toro Lotus stunned. The damage out. Do they have enough? Looking for the Requiem, but there it is. The save. Actually, no, they got him. Just barely before he was able to get that Sunder off. Soxa in pretty far. Malady has to back off, but not me. Gets two-shot there by the Shadow Fiend. They're going to collapse. Does he have enough? Not quite. Needed a few more crits to end that one. But Yandex says we're not out of it yet.
Finally, they just go a little bit too deep. A massive arrow connects there onto the Terrorblade. A miracle moment there.
Do they have any way to break the TP? Doesn't look like it. A good bit of damage, but not enough. So they do manage to finally punish. It came at a heavy cost. Another tier 3 tower down, but they did get a lot of gold on their cores, a lot of experience.
I mean, Team Spirit were looking to put the final nail in the coffin of this game, though.
Yeah.
They were saying that if we can clean up this Rax, if we get out of here just throwing out a Pango roll and backing it up, how are they ever going to come back? So, Yandex, maybe all this patience has finally paid off. They found a big win here. The Aegis, it's a bit of a later spawn. It's back up in another 50 seconds. So, unfortunately for them, Yadro will be back in the game. They don't get this one for free.
Yeah, but they have a way to play for it at the very least. And you also just now completed the MKB. So while the butterfly was done, you didn't get a ton of value out of that on Toro. And there's ways here that this could potentially turn around. It's only a 4K gold lead. The sort of creep advantage of having a lane of Rax is going to be hurtful, but we'll see.
Yeah, they also did finish the heart onto DM. So it's been one of the items of the tournament pretty much for every offlaner. Going to give him a better chance at staying alive in these fights and trying to outlast the healing essentially of the Wyvern, as well as these terrorizes and just constant roots and delays of the engagement that come out from this Dark Willow. He can just find his own way out and then back into the fight. Could be huge for him. That Spellslinger neutral item as well, paired up with the heart. I feel like it gives you a little bit of a chance to just keep going to Timber. But he is into the next tier, so might find something a little stronger. Honestly, not much.
No, I mean, Watson did have
a Rattle Cage, actually,
as an option. Decided to go for this Bobble instead. Maybe thinking about the later stages. Honestly, he doesn't have a ton of magic damage, but it's fine.
100% attack speed slow could be huge for DM if he gets it on the right target with that Rattle Cage. So
he throws out an arrow, going to land onto Roche out of the pit. Ember, remnants around, gets Laurel caught there for a moment. It's the roll up. But they're not comfortable just going right on into the pit here. The damage out from DM, hanging onto his BKB, pops it now. As the Terrorblade hits into him, DM needs to back out of this one. Laurel has already used the Pango roll as well, but the stun, oh, there isn't much save there, and he's gone. Does have buyback. Do they want to try and take this fight with him? Soxa gets force-staffed forward aggressively, but Shiro Jr. did find the backline. If he can kill off Rue, this would be a nice win for them there at the very least, but can he get out afterwards? No, a triple kill. Yatoro takes him down.
Gets bashed up by the Pango, locked down for the kill. The damage is just unbelievable right now from Yatoro. They're just retreating into their base, man.
Yeah.
He's got to try something.
Requiem, thinking about it. Pops it there. It's not quite doing enough to fear the hit on the collapse, but now controlled. DM is back, but he's already so low and already dead. And now they step forward, bang, Watson, kill him too. A glimmer of hope, and the door sure shut. Unreal. As they take down and win that game number 1, pausing one time before it happens.
The headset's often hit the pause key here. The excitement of a game number 1 in the lower bracket final. Domination, control here from Team Spirit, never letting up here. One little moment, one punish for Laryl. He goes and rolls a little deep there on the Pangolier. They get a kill, they find a couple, but even that little moment could not be capitalized on here by Team Yandex.
Struggles. Need to come up with some new answers to figure out
right now.
What they need to do. But game number 1 going for Spirit, feeling like it could be a lot more today.
Solid control from Team Spirit, and it seemed like ever since Team Spirit got knocked to the lower bracket by Team Vision, they have been 2-0ing everybody that they faced in the lower bracket. And I think everybody is hoping that Yandex will not be another one of those. We want a third game. We want a back and forth ordeal, because I think, Winter, this wasn't very back and forth.
I'm afraid the draft was just very difficult for Yandex to play. I'm sure they had their own ideas on what they wanted to do, but it just made the game so difficult because they had very limited options against what Spirit had. Spirit had all the best almost all the best heroes. Like the Underlord was really good there, the Dark Reload, especially the Wyvern. Like I felt like they didn't really need to adjust their initial picks. Somehow they saw the Pangolier and they felt like, oh, I guess I should move my Nature's Prophet away from a core role into a support role because I don't want to play that matchup. But then why did you open the draft with that hero if you feel like it's so easily countered?
Yeah, it felt for Yandex like some pieces of the puzzle were moving towards success, but it didn't really all come together, right? Like you did see Chiro Jr.'s early aggression with the supports. Timbersaw not really able to enter the game, it felt like at any stage, always kind of chasing the opportunity. I think Chiro Jr. also, as the game progressed and he felt the intensity of the lack of team fight and the pressure getting applied, he started like missing some spells. Like he wasn't getting the slight chains on the Underlord TP, getting tipped as well. Like it just felt like not everyone on Yandex was performing at like 110% is what you needed for this draft to work. Like you cannot just like half-ass this draft and win. Like you need to truly play your best. It's a very difficult draft to win with due to the amount of tempo required to just pretty much get it online.
Yeah, I think it just didn't go so well for key heroes. Like, for example, DM dying top on Timbersaw and then having to TP out multiple times back to the fountain. It meant that Yotaro had such a good start, such a good tempo, that he had the levels required to then go and contest the Wisdom Rune at minute 7. At minute 7, Spirit got both, because Yotaro was able to go, and even when they bring... You good there, Collapse? You good, man?
I like that we had the audio for that.
I mean, I guess we found out why the game was paused.
Yeah, but
he was trying to unpause.
Yeah, he was helping.
Yeah, they got such a good advantage from that even single maneuver, right, to just bring them back, because Chiro Jr. and Malady were playing really nicely with the Ember Spirit Marana combo, but Team Spirit were able to eke out a lot of little advantages that just kept them afloat.
Yeah, it was a tough game for Yandex, and Team Spirit in classical Team Spirit TI form with Yotaro on his Terrorblade. I think when that hero came out on the side of Team Spirit, it was their 4th pick, and they picked it in a very strategic position where they could also still ban out 2 offlaners that they didn't want to face on that lane. It just gave Yotaro all the freedom that he needed, and I think even just the symbolism of him playing that hero, T-Guff, it just gives the whole teams like, you know what, we're chilling. We got Yotaro and TB.
Yeah, game. It's like you see Yotaro and TB, you see a TB game where you don't even need to buy a BKB. That alone is incredible. And like at 22 minutes, right, he has 16,000 net worth. The second place player on his team had like 8.8k, 8.7k or something. Like the whole game was Yotaro doesn't have anything up getting thrown at him. He can farm freely. He can do what he wants. He's 9-0-1 from lane and early map move. Like it is just complete freedom. And that is where for Yandex, like coming into this series, after having Spirit's number the entire season, that they've clearly beat them many times before. And they probably killed Yotaro in all those games. They probably shut down the map. They chased him in the jungle. But in this game, they just watched him. They just let him do his thing. There was no emphasis on Yotaro this game.
There was not. And we talked on the panel already about how we wanted to see an active, good first 20 minutes, especially from Team Yandex. And we got a little bit of back and forth, but there was one fight in particular that might highlight exactly what happened this game as we head over to Purge.
Thank you, Shiver. And there was a lot that led up to it, to be honest, because the lanes went better for Spirit than we expected. And the name of the game, really, for Spirit on a lot of their abilities was rooting their opponents. Watch what Collapse does here. Pulls the creep waves to the right, trying to bait the Shadow Fiend to getting closer. And then he uses his Pit of Malice to do the first route. Then we have a second route from the Dark Willow. And they finally get another Firestorm to run down Watson. So he actually did a little bit worse than normal for a Shadow Fiend. He did catch up in net worth. But the one person on Yandex that did really well was Shiro Jr. here. He consistently was pressuring Laurel here. He's abusing a level 6 before his opponent timing here that resulted in Laurel's death. So that part was going good. The Ember had good net worth and the Pango was behind. But the downside is that Pango is going to be stronger later in that big team fight. And the other player on Yandex that had a little bit of trouble was the Timbersaw. He died in the lane the one time, but look at this really good initiation by Not Me. First route with the Fear, which forces Timbersaw this way, which gives him a second route and tons of damage on top of that. Really just provides for a good team fight outcome. And they do this a second time here. Great blind route into the Terrorize, into a second route. This was just adding up really, really nicely for them. And on the other side, Yandex did eventually try to get Collapse and get some counter kills, but they just really struggled to get these. And ultimately what it led to was this big fight at the 18-minute mark for Team Spirit. Watch how they start the fight. Instant Pit of Malice. That's going to guarantee that Ember can't get out. That they're going to be able to layer their disables now. If they do another route into the Terrorize, just easy chain stun. And even though Laurel's behind in net worth, he just can kind of zip in and out on the Pango. This is the value of the hero. His team fight is incredibly good. It's on basically no matter what, as long as you hit level 6. So great early game by Team Spirit, making the best out of a slightly bad laning situation, and they ultimately clutch the team fights that we know they can win.
Thank you very much, Purge. And we focus a lot on those first 20 minutes because we already said after the draft is done, once it gets past that, once Yotaro gets all his items, once the game is in a little bit of a favor of Team Spirit later down the line, it's done. Unless Team Spirit makes massive mistakes, it's done. So we focus on the first 20 minutes because that is where the game is played after the draft is done, Winter. And you had some highlights from that as well for us to look at, as you already saw the writing on the wall as well.
Yeah, but I wanted to highlight how well Yandex did in the early game. Like how well they were able to utilize this Ember plus Mirana to shut down the Pango there. I was expecting Lau to have a much better game, but I think the reason why the early game was like a little bit complicated for Pango was because of this Ember plus arrow, like the chains into arrows. I think he just kind of really didn't expect the power of it. I think he underestimated it. That's why he died, like I think 3 times in the early game. All 3 deaths, the Ember plus the Mirana, just creating a lot of problems for Spirit in the early game. But like you guys mentioned, despite the problems that Spirit had in the early game because they had the stability of the Terrorblade in the mid-late game, it wasn't a problem for them. They could be behind. I think they were behind at some point 4K, 5K. But even if they were behind more like 6, 7, I will always feel like with their lineup, they will have a lot of opportunities to come back in the game.
But you can see from those clips, right, the net worth, Terrorblade was always on top. And like with the 4,000 gold lead, with killing off the Pangler in the mid lane, like if they could have found a different offlaner that stepped into the lane, that shoved maybe Yotaro down by, let's say, 2,000 gold, the game would have been completely different. I think that slight fact that the offlane wasn't able to put Yotaro into the jungle earlier was the reason why Yandex couldn't snowball this game more. And it's difficult. In that position, DM's hero pool, Basement was banned, the Tide was banned, the Darkseid was banned. You're probably not going to try and pick up a Brewmaster at this point. The Underlord got stolen. Like, there wasn't really many options to stop Terrorblade just farming and being a threat.
Yeah, it was a very good Terrorblade game, very good Terrorblade pick. And there's one more fight we'd like to show you guys, Rhea, as you have something to tell us.
Of course. Pudge showed it a little bit, but doesn't matter, we're going to show it again. I think the really nice thing here is just Spirit being able to collapse all of their heroes together and take a fight like this, because at the end of the day, even if they did have a little less net worth on Yotaro, sure, it could give them more opportunities, but just the spells alone are so much better. It's so easy for Spirit to take a fight. Their execution is at a much lower threshold of how to do it, right? You can just put down a pit, you can put down the Willow Root on top of that. It's so hard for Chira Jr., no matter what lead he accrued from getting those kills on LoL, what can he do? He is just ruined. He needs a BKB to be able to fight, so them making this early move is so good. And if you look after this fight happens, on the map, DM is going to go off and farm here, and on the mini-map, Yatoro goes through the enemy's triangle and takes their Ancient Camp, so that they then actually don't have it for the next minute of farm. And he's going to then continue to farm all the way north to the gate, which allows him to connect to this fight that then breaks out on the bot side of the map, because the rest of the Spirit players move together. Then Yatoro is able to connect, and as a result, he is here for this Saksa kill, he is here for the rest of the kills, and they get a very nice secondary fight off the back of the first one, just from really nice map play that took I don't know, it was so much skill. I really love the way they played the map.
I think with that, it's also clear to say, I mean, we focused a lot on the draft, of course, about how Yandex might not have been able to play too much when it went later down the line, but it also kind of seems like maybe Tigo, it was just now play.
Yeah, no, yeah, fundamentally, yes. This game one was Spirit just being the better team. Like, they knew what they wanted to do, they knew the timings, they were very clean on them, and I think for Yandex, they want to try and, step up for that.
Yeah, and see, speaking of timings, there's one in particular timing that you wanted to focus up a little bit on, and it's a minute 20 timing, and you talk all about objectives. There's one objective, spawns at minute 20, and then every 10 minutes after that, if it does die.
Yeah, you have to be there at the right place at the right time, because the clip we just showed, Spirit then kind of moved into the Tormentor, and of the top 3 teams left at the International, I have to wonder, is the Tormentor worth it? Because Spirit, in the 21 games they've played...
This is such a massive difference. Sorry for interrupting.
That's perfectly fine. These stats are before the Spirit series yesterday, by the way, just to be aware. But anyways, it was 21 games, 24 Tormentors. They take 1.14 average per game. You look towards Vision and Yandex, they ignore Tormentor, and/or it gets stolen away from them quite heavily. So I feel like, at least with Vision and Yandex, I've seen so many games where they've had 4 or 5 heroes next to the Tormentor, and they just walk away from it. They don't care. So I just feel like today will be a big day of Dota, where it's like, what happens in the next game? If Yandex is in a winning position, do they value breaking out onto the map, choking out the map more? Because to take the Tormentor, it does take some time. It's quite a difficult resource. It's not just one hero doing it by themselves. So for Spirit, that beauty of the map play that we've just seen in the clip, they can take it very quickly because they're there. Other teams, though, they don't always have that fluid motion, so they aren't going for it. But Spirit, they are the one team that they will go for Tormentor.
I mean, I do want to add something onto that. I feel like if you just look at the stats, it might not show that sometimes when you're winning in the game, because Tormentor is also based on whether you're winning or losing. I think when you're winning right now, it just doesn't really feel like you should give up your position on the map. Like what Alex also brought up, like you want to farm the enemy jungle. You want to be in their jungle, you want to farm their triangle, and moving from the enemy triangle to the Tormentor is just like so far away. Like why would you want to do that when you are in a dominant position? So I feel like Dota now has changed so much. I think maybe a couple of months ago, you never hear people say that. You're always saying, Tormentor is just way too good. It gives you way too much gold. It's just easier to take. You can take it with 3 people. But right now, things have changed.
It was also nice, like with the Yandex game, where they ignored it. It's like they're heroes that needed shards, or they were kind of bad shards. So like, what's the point of taking it? We'd rather like choke out the jungle and continue doing these other things.
Maybe power of taking it is also to take it away from a team that does need it. But in this first game, Team Spirit, their positioning, their gameplay, and their draft just made them the superior team, and they're having quite the onslaught here in the lower bracket, and Yandex is on the receiving end. It's painful for them this first game, but they have proven that they can come back from tough series. When they're in a tight spot, they might pull out the biggest, bestest strategies they've ever played here on the main stage, and they need to do exactly that if they want to try and beat this Team Spirit, because that first game was not it. Going into game number 2 shortly, Rhea, what do you expect to see? Is there any adjustments that were obvious from you after watching this first game?
Honestly, I think I'm just a little scared about their drafting now, because as Winter pointed out, if you first pick this Nature's Prophet, if you see Vision, for example, first pick Nature's Prophet, you know it's going to go on their carry, and you know that he understands the matchups well enough to play it into, for example, a Pango when that comes out. I think them shifting that and showing that they're not so confident feels bad, especially because they're replacing Nature's Prophet with another similar archetype in the Shadow Fiend, so it doesn't even mean that they're kind of like, oh, you've picked these heroes that counter our ranged carry, right? Let's switch up and pick an Ursa. Not that they should, because that hero's terrible. But you know what I mean, right? Yeah. It's like saying, oh, here's another ranged carry, and then we have a support and prophet. It just didn't really have that impact or like that twist in the draft.
I mean, it's also a scary prospect when you are drafting against players like your Toro, like Satanic, even Watson to some degree. It's like when you reveal your offlane too early, they'll find the correct carry counter pick. They will scale. They are now a big threat. And then if you pick your offlaner too late, the carry's already been picked. You've protected it with enough bans. You have the correct support to counter the inevitable picks. And this is exactly what happened in this game. So I feel like for DM, they just need to find the correct pick position for him because he was left too late in the draft. There was too many bans, too many block picks, and the Terrorblade went unprotected. So it's like if you're scared of Terrorblade, you have to preemptively go for DM and go, you know what, we'll casually go Underlord. We don't care, we'll ban some lifesteal or whatever. We'll play a game of Dota 2. But I think DM's pick position will decide if Yandex are to survive this lower bracket.
I think you're right. They're worrying too much about what Spirit is going to do or might do. And maybe they should just focus on what they should do. What is the setup that they have to have in order to play the best, you know, as a team. I think counter picking is nice and all, but if you worry about it too much, if you try to lean into it too much, you're going to ruin your own draft. And I think that's something that is very, very hard to balance sometimes, especially at this stage where there's so much at stake. There's a lot of heroes that you're worried about, and sometimes you cannot ban all the heroes. So when that happens, you really have to put faith in your own heroes.
There was the opening pick, that the overall first pick went the way of Team Spirit in that previous game. They went for the Winter Wyvern, and we talked a little bit about that. Obviously had a great impact in the game, but we highlighted other players and heroes maybe a little bit more than Rue's Winter Wyvern. Winter, do you feel like the priority should be given to this hero to be banned this time around? Was he a major factor as to how this game played out?
I think the hero was definitely strong, but I don't think he needed to do much the last game. I felt like everything was just like really straightforward. The Pango, the Underlord, the lanes are all pushed because of the fat TB. He was uncontested. So, I mean, sure, I really like the hero, but I don't think he had to do a lot the last game.
No, he was able to chill. The game was kind of maybe almost played out already. We'll see where the teams go for game number 2. There might be a lot of things different. A lot of lessons learned from that one game. Of course, while the game was played out, we also had the coaches watching the game. They could already preemptively strategize how they're going to adapt going into the next one. Let's see what storm they have cooked up.
Team Yandex versus Team Spirit. Game 2.
The draft of game number 2 is upon us, and we got Team Spirit on the Radiant side this time around, and Yandex on the Dire side. So we swapped that around. We also swapped the pick order. We have Yandex with the overall first pick, and Team Spirit with the overall last pick. Now, normally overall last pick is a strategic advantage. The last game we saw Yandex being pushed in a corner, forced to pick a Timbersaw at that position. That did not work out too well. Let's see if Yandex can set a similar trap, as we do have the Winter Wyvern respected by Team Spirit. Bounty Hunter also still out, just like the Earth Spirit of the Tree, and I feel like those 4 heroes that Team Spirit has banned out, those are gonna be stuck there for quite a while today. The Bane, the Ember, and the Slard are removed by Yandex.
No, I really like Team Spirit's bans. I think they are very stable. It's also a sign that they don't care about the Leaners, the Shadow Fiends, all these other heroes that we have been seeing in the tournament. It's just a matter of we care more about the building blocks that make these other heroes successful. Like the Wyvern makes the other ones strong, and obviously the Tree, the Earth Spirit, and the Bounty talk for themselves. But yeah, I like these bans quite nicely.
I mean, I know we didn't really get to talk a lot about the sides, but I just wanted to, have a little discussion about when we have time, about the sides. I think usually we just mention about, oh, your first pick, your second pick, you have the last pick, but does the sides actually feel like one side gives you a little bit of advantage? Like, I think as a player right now, the benefit of being on the Dire side is the Tormentor might be easier for you to get, but for the Radiant side, you might feel like it's easier to get the Roche, because the Roche goes top when the Tom spawns at 20 minutes. And if you have a Desolator hero, you can always easily, or a Helm hero, you can always get the Roche easy. I was just wondering, what do you guys think about having either Radiant or Dire? Do you feel like it's easier to play the game on either
Before
side?
I answer that question, I will say right now, I believe at TI, people are fighting over first pick. before side, and then whatever is available, then they just take. But first pick is the one that people take in the coin flip. But I lean towards Radiant myself because of the outpost, the Roshan control, the general map movement just feels kind of cleaner throughout the Radiant side. It's easier to protect areas, in my opinion at least.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the actual stats are for sides in this tournament.
It's relatively even, I believe. I think last time we saw it, it's slightly Dire favored, but that could also be because Dire often gets first pick, so it's hard to judge.
Things like, you know, when you always ask about side, there's going to be some like actual analytical point to why one might be better, but then they don't also is like a vibes thing, and it's like as a support player, I prefer playing the Radiant safe lane than Dire safe lane. And like it can also come down to this like minutia. Like if one player is vocal enough, like this makes my game easier, you just take it. Even if it goes against like the trend, it's like if you got 33 in your team and he says, you know, Dire is better because I like this thing, you're like, you just do it, you know? It's like
if your mid laner tells you I want Radiant, I'm not gonna ask him why. I'm just okay.
Yeah, I got the exact stats for you.
Oh, wonderful.
51-49.
For Radiant?
In favor of Dire.
In favor of Dire, wow.
Yeah.
I do like Dire, I think.
I like being the underdog.
I mean, I don't think it's... apparently there's nothing that's swaying it actually hard in any direction, but I do like Dire. I think the way the camps sit on for safe lane, the duo camp behind tower, it feels nicer to me. Or maybe I'm crazy.
Okay, one thing I would say that, okay, I know there's no Trian, but when I play Trian, it's easier to get from Dire to Radiant, from Radiant to Dire, because when you're gating from Dire to Radiant, you need to take the long path because you cannot cross the tower without being spotted.
I will say last words on this. It was actually 51 for Radiant.
But
I do want to focus on the draft that is unfolding before us, as we have got the first couple of picks on the board, and the Clockwork makes it through. We see the Underlord and the Lone Druid banned out in the second phase here. And the Clockwork picked up, sets up for a nice potential ranged carry. I say that, but both Rue and Not Me have swapped Clockwork and Hoodwink around freely to see what fits best with the other cores that are coming our way.
And unlike Yandex in the previous game, Spirit's approach to second pick here is take two really reliable supports that can interchange lane between top and bot, and also pair well together, that they can go find kills on the map, they can just be pesky and just stable, because then you're not revealing anything. Compare that to Yandex, where they had the Nature's Prophet into the Ember Spirit, you know, two potential cores. Of course, Prophet did eventually go to support, but I feel like Spirit, they're kind of holding the cards close to their chest, and now Yandex has to decide what they reveal.
I think they should pick their mid hero somehow. Okay, but they're picking the offlaner, which is something that T, you mentioned that they should try to prioritize pick DM's hero early, because every time we see them delay his pick, it just feels like, I guess that's his Doom, you know. There's not many options remaining later, so why not just pick it early? Because Doom is a hero where he doesn't really mind being in a worse matchup. He's still gonna find a way to come back in the game by eating creeps and the shard. You can recover in the game. I think heroes that are like this should be picked early.
Can they not? I mean, I know they just profit to TP on, but like you can still go back for like the Drow that Yotaro played before. You have the Clockwork. Just go super nuclear in the lane.
Yeah,
like really try and just kill this dude.
That's why they should pick the right support. I think Doom with the right support
can play
you can play the lane. Yeah. Like a range support, like for example, like Lion, anything that can help you stabilize the lane.
But if Willow is still fine?
Willow's still fine too. But I think against Clockwork, maybe I prefer Lion. They go for the SD, maybe a preemptive measurement against the SF. They feel like maybe SF is coming. I think SD is really, really good against that. And it's very nice to have Doom with SD, because Doom likes to clear stacks, and SD is the best stacking hero.
Yeah. And it's very simple. Disrupt hero, everyone collapses on it during the laning phase, Prophet TP's in, you get kill, then you reset. So Yandex trying to remain stable within the first 3 picks of this draft.
I do feel like this hero has gone a little bit under the radar. I don't know if you guys played a lot of SD recently, but I do think that this hero is a little bit underpicked.
No, it is.
I think Shadow Demon was very popular at the beginning of the tournament, but then just kind of fell out of favor as like Wyvern rose in dominance, and obviously now they're getting banned. We're kind of coming back to all reliable.
I mean, the thing for Yandex, they are falling into the same trap to some degree as the last game. Like, where is their lockdown? Because they have a Doom, but when you press it right now, your best way to hold them still is a disruption. That's it. And then Spirit identified that, instantly going for the Centaur, even going for the Pangolier as well, because let's say your Toro is the big focus, he gets doomed. Pangolier can come in, Rolling Thunder, buy some time, you can kite back with the double 4 stuff supports to keep your Toro alive during Doom. Like, Yandex need to find some ways to lock heroes down. Of course, normally here you'd look towards Watson to play, you know, some Tiny or whatever, but that's going to then put Saxa back on the Nature's Prophet support.
I mean, there's still like some mid heroes that can help them deal with that. Okay, this is not exactly the hero that I had in mind. It's a lane winner against the Pango, but it doesn't really help them start the fight. It's a good connecting hero, but it seems like in both games, in the first game and the second game, Yandex has a lot of priority in getting lane winning matchups. So they're completely okay with sacrificing a little bit of like draft integrity. They don't really have a lot of catch right now, apart from Disrupt. Disrupt is not exactly a catch, so if they don't win their lanes again, it's gonna be tough. And I don't know if the last pick here is going to solve a lot of problems. I only see maybe Disruptor being a hero that would give them some catch, but that hero has so far gone unpicked.
Yeah.
But that is the only post 5 hero I think remaining, unless there's something, you know, spicy that I feel like can maybe solve some of the holes in the draft.
I agree, because obviously if someone is doomed and you spit the Sapphire ult on top of them, they should die, but Centaur just ruins everything. I think they need to be dooming him every single fight, in which case I would like to get something as well that can give vision for Yandex, because right now your Natures wants to find the prime target and TP onto them, your Doom wants to find the right Doom target and get onto them, but your Shadow Demon is playing backline, your Snapfire is playing backline, your Nature's Prophet wants to play backline, so who are you sending in first?
It's gonna be your carry, or are you looking for Nature's Prophet to be a position 4 here, or are you looking for a new carry?
Spirit's respecting the Nature's Prophet carry at the moment with the Tusk ban.
Yeah.
I think the idea of just winning lanes is just scary for them, and they know that Prophet Tusk will win the lane, and of course Snapfire will win mid lane. So that's already 2 winning lanes going their way.
I mean, if they want to win the last lane, maybe they need to pick a melee hero, like some... Is Tiny still available? Tiny is available. So maybe if they pick Tiny, it will give them a way to catch heroes. And I think this game I see more of a reason to swap the Nature's Prophet to a support.
Tiny.
But the last game, kind of, I didn't really like it so much, but this game it could work.
The last game was also done very early.
Yeah, and I was mentioning to you guys in the green room, if they wanted to flex the Nature's Prophet, why would they flex it so early? Why would they reveal it's a flex so early? Why not just wait till the end when you see more heroes and then decide whether you want to flex it? And I think this is a decent example of a good time to actually decide whether you want to flex it. The overall last pick for Yandex here.
Other than Tiny carry, I'm not seeing another carry that really kind of makes the whole draft feel complete because of that need of that additional stun. Like, the fact that they are looking for an initiating hero, if Watson is to take it, like, there aren't many heroes that do that.
I think Elk maybe could work.
I mean, you could also go, okay, Out can work. You can also do the Wind Ranger, where sure into Centaur, but we've seen this matchup be fine for the Wind Ranger. You just play elsewhere. You don't focus fire, crazy concept, and then you focus fire other heroes. But they even banned a Spirit Breaker. They really are going, what's a melee body that
has catch?
that could just,
They really need catch, some stun, you know. But doesn't matter if it's a support hero or a core hero, they just need a stun.
And Spirit's also going, like, we literally don't care about Prophet support.
That melee support that we forgot about.
It's not a stun, but it's a body. It's really good against the Centaur in the lane. So you can see the focus here on Yandex is very clearly. They want to win the lanes and they want to run them over.
Yeah. And also they just have, like, they're going to take over areas and just try and stand there, right? Like, they put down their tombstone, they have the globs, they've got a Doom who's, like, threatening the use of it, but also kind of scared to use it at any point in the entire game due to Stampede. But, you know, like, they are just going to try and take over jungle areas and go, Watson, join us when you're ready. We're ready to try and fight. But I am still a little worried for them. Still a little worried.
Well, that's because there's still a hero needed for the man on your screen, and he has deep pockets, and he will use only the ones laying on top.
Little Shadow Fiend, yeah.
Just a little Shadow Fiend, not a hero that is unfamiliar for this international. Very strong pick. It's his second game only on Shadow Fiend, though.
Yeah, it fits the same archetype of all the other heroes he plays, so it's not something that would be unfamiliar. It fits perfectly into the draft. It's a completely... I think Spirit's lineup is so coordinated. You have the melee support already for him earlier. You have the Centaur who can buy the axe, Cart to protect Yatoro in fights. It's a range hero that can also deal with the Tombstone, and if Yandex were to siege base with the Roshan banner, he can also do that with the ability for Centaur to save him after. I really like it. I think Yandex, it's so scary, and I think that the way that this Undying plays as well is typically you want it to have the shard and get Tombstone saves off, but it feels like you need him to be the one that can walk up high grounds as well and like tank smokes and things like that. It just feels like they're giving up parts of the utility of some of their heroes because their draft is not super complete.
The Spirit does need more time this time around, right? Like the Collapse Centaur, he's going to have to buy Dom into Heart, and then of course Yatoro needs items on his Shadow Fiend, and then Yandex with Snapfire, Undying Prophet, like all their heroes scream, let me go try and make a move. Let's try and play together. So I am looking at Yandex to be more decisive on the map, to try and threaten Spirit's timings. Because Spirit, sure, when they're online, we favor their draft. It looks cohesive. It looks like it's meant to win games. But for Yandex, they have a better window this time to punish. Chiro Jr., he has to step up. He cannot choke after the laning phase where he's dumpstered Lal. Like, he needs to be, you know, a consistent threat the entire game.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a much more closer game compared to game one. And I think the focus is once again going to be a lot on the mid lane.
A lot of focus on the mid lane, and maybe as the game progresses, a lot of focus on the carry versus carry matchup. The Shadow Fiend versus the Nature's Prophet, two heroes that we've seen so many times on the main stage with various degrees of success, but mostly quite successful in a lot of capable hands like they are here as well. Before we head into game number 2, let's find out how Coach Maposhka is doing.
Thank you so much, Shiver. Yes, I am here with Maposhka, 1 game away from the grand finals. You've been here before in different ways. You've come back to get these boys here again. We talk a little bit about how you're feeling before you're there.
I'm feeling great, and I'm really happy like that we improve very fast and like from previous tournament, because Red Masters, nothing. We didn't go. It didn't go well. But at that tournament, I feel confident. Like we lost map only to Team Vision, and then also about that game, I don't know. I think our draft much better because they have 0 stuns. We have Stampede against Shadow Demon Ult. I don't know what they can do, to be honest.
Well, it's up to the boys now. You know, you've done all that you can. Pretty great draft, though, I have to say. You've got Yatoro on SF. You got Collapse on the Centaur. You've got so many great heroes. Are you happy with it? Will we be finishing this off with this game?
Definitely, yes. I'm totally happy. Yes.
Totally happy. It's over? 2-0?
Yeah, I'm sure.
That's my man. All right, fantastic. What an honor. What a pleasure. We'll see if you can get some revenge on Vision soon, or if you have a little more battles to do here. Let's go to our casters, Trent and Lyrical.
Thank you so much, Slacks. A lot of confidence. They have no stuns. I don't know what they can do. Yes, we're going to finish it off. He's already talking about Team Vision in the freaking interview for game 2.
Sounds exactly like the green room. I don't know what they could. There's no stuns. You know, Ted's down there. He's counting stuns. What are they going to do? They got no way to play the game. And I mean, if Maposhka says it.
Well, if the lanes go well, it could start looking pretty okay for them. Zoro down bottom takes a lot of damage before being able to walk that one off. But yeah, I mean, it's you know, pretty clear. There's not all that much control, and when that Centaur came out, it was pretty clear that they're just going to be running away from trouble and then able to dish them out themselves.
I mean, he talks confidently, they play confidently. We'll see who is right and who is wrong this time. Yandex, they do return here with the much coveted Nature's Prophet, but they're going to keep it in the core role this time, so not swapping it over to the support. And then they're bringing back the Snap, the hero who seemingly cannot be killed, no matter how much it is nerfed.
I really love this one a lot as they're playing some Shao 8 lines for him.
Yeah, Yatoro, yeah, he knows what to do. He knows,
Exactly.
he knows the game.
Gets the people fired up for sure. I mean, that's the thing, right? This Team Spirit roster at TI, they're always doing something to try and hype up the crowd in some capacity. And no, it's not an insignificant part of it. The momentum that you can build both when you're walking into the stadium and then when you're walking out of those booths victorious. See if they can make it happen here, though. And the other thing that we're going to need to watch for is, like, of course, how much are these supports going to be able to get done? Just not me, just a bully
Yeah, he was unbelievable on his Clockwork last night. He hit a Centaur with 4 cogs. I didn't know that was possible in the late game when they were dominating so hard yesterday. So he is very much ready to play on this Clockwork, but they have the matchup of the Undying into the Centaur.
Yeah, and this is a good start to it right there. The cogs trying to keep him alive. That actually burns enough so he can't get another decay off. So Malady not able to get that kill onto Collapse, but this like little move where you're playing in between the tier 1 and the tier 2 tower, it's really hard to contend with.
We saw this a little bit in the group stage, where teams were willing to take the Undying and just dive right past like this and try and deny you entire waves of farm. Collapse trying to figure out what to do, right? He's got the Treants on him.
Yeah.
The creeps are just dying here. Got to get back at least in XP range.
And they will manage to do just that, but that little start is going to mean that this Collapsed Centaur not having as nice of a time as the cogs get spammed out a little bit. Be able to walk those one off again, but it's pretty valuable, like the mana burn, because that would have been a kill most likely onto the Centaur with all those zombies chasing him and the decay coming out. But I want to talk a little bit more about this Snapfire here that you're talking about, because obviously very strong team fight oriented stuff. You can do a ton of damage, a lane dominator, but also, as we've seen, sometimes a late game transition with the right click build.
Yeah, that has been a serious issue heading into the late game. And I mean, just in game number 1, too, obviously it didn't go too well for Tier Junior in the mid and the late game, but early things looked promising for his Ember and already off to another good start here. Laryl, though, I mean, he knows if he gets off to a bad start, he's got some teammates to help him out. Last time it was the Underlord with the Aghanim Scepter. This time it's the Stampede. They have ways to enable this mid-hero every game, even if he gets off to a rougher start.
Definitely going to be a nice little boon for them, because Centaur likely to be a little bit under-farmed, although that said, he's 16-1, so it's not completely demolishing by any stretch. But the other thing that you're going to want to watch for is like how much can they pressure the Shadow Fiend down bottom. The Doom Shadow Demon lane a little bit strange as Laurel's walking back home.
Yeah, fighting up against one of the most powerful supports in the patch right now of the Hoodlink as well, so very hard to pressure her. And I mean, my question's the Doom. I mean, what are you getting out of the Doom this game? You're not expected to really win your lane. You know, you tend to get itemization on an easier path because of your ability to get the Shard or sometimes even the Midas. Some players, let's pray not at this point. But how valuable is Doom this game? Like, what are the chances you get Doom off before the roll? What happens when you Doom a Shadow Fiend? You know, how often are you going to be Dooming a Centaur when he still has spells to use? I mean, I think getting into like the big heart and scaling Centaur, that's where the Doom seems to have a little bit of value, right? Like Dooming him actually feels like it does something. But I worry that his impact might be very minimal this game.
Some TP rotations also going down bottom. Try to find Toro and do get him. Soxic gets the first blood with that disruption play. And the rotation in from Watson.
This is what I want to see from the Doom, right? I want to see a little bit of early aggression. I want to see the rotations in from the Nature's Prophet. Scorched Earth is a very good spell. So being able to amplify that with a little bit of pressure from your core's global TP, excellent way to get him involved in the game. The bullying continues on to Laryl. He has managed to crack into the double digits of last hits, now 14, but that is 33 for Chira Jr.
And he realizes he was going to die there. He's just going to be brought down. Yeah.
Doesn't feel great, though.
No, it's definitely been bully Laryl o'clock. Pinko beating the crap out of him there a bit, and as they leave on Not Me, now some pressure on the Collapse. They move back in with the Undying, and continues to just be bullied by these cogs.
It's
damned out.
It's interesting to see what the cost was, though. The reason DM dies down there is because Soxa went and he took the bounty room. So he took that away from Laryl. He couldn't get his bottle. He's now just getting back to the well. Snapfire's in the bottom lane right now in level 6.
Oh, wow.
Like, they really want this play. Yadaro, he has no... oh, yeah, he has the Playing Blade in there. Never mind. He's good. Okay, so no free plays.
But this doesn't feel good either. Like, dodging this gank does not mean this is a win for Team Spirit. Like, your Shadow Fiend is jungling now.
That and look, Shiro believes he's down bottom. We got a disagreement here, maybe.
The scan.
As to where he's at.
Yep.
All right. So it's a win and a loss at the same time, as you said. You don't die, but I mean, think about it. Snap. She's going to farm through some of these jungle camps. She's also missing out, and a bit of recovery here for Laryl. They give the space to Malady on the Undying, so he gets quite a bit of a bonus here. He's got a bracer gun, actually.
And actually going to connect that wave, too. So we'll try and take away this range creep. As the Snapfire moves back in, they can't really do much there. Doesn't feel like.
They'd have to commit pretty
but wait a minute. This could work.
I think they're out of spells, though. No more cogs.
They don't have enough. But Shira Jr. survives that gank. A very mobile early start between the mid and this bottom lane, as a lot of heroes rotating around trying to get Laurel into a better position. So far, it's been basically the Snapfire NP dominating. And Not Me moves in. Watson not able to get in there and deny trying to Wisdom.
Bit of outmaneuvering performed here by Team Spirit, though, I gotta say. You know, they get the kill on the Malady. He'll instantly respawn, but gives a nice bounty over to Laurel. Yadro dodged all of that aggression from the Snapfire, wasted an opportunity. I mean, you could have been like farming stacks or obviously maybe getting a more secure kill somewhere else rather than trying to keep chasing this Shadow Fiend through the jungle. And Yadro is still very farmed at the moment.
Rue with the tombstone down, he's going to get chased. They bring in Watson. And the Shadow Fiend in a lot of trouble as he's being hounded here by these Treants. They'll go for the Stampede. This was the escape. They got level 6 on the Centaur, and that's enough to get him away.
This time they don't have the Snapfire. There's no kisses. You're just shy of the level 6. He just got it on Nature's Prophet. If that's there, they get that kill.
Still, this is not where you want to be on a Shadow Fiend.
No, he is still weighted dicing his way back to the base, so not feeling too spectacular about his game.
But it's not as bad as it could have been. And Yandex taking advantage when they get the opportunity is, man, not me. Okay, if they kill him, it's going to feel so good. They chase down, find the Clockwork. Does he get the deny? Not quite. The takes down that pesky Clockwork as Collapse eats his way through the trees. Watson, listen, there's just, when you TP away, when you walk away, this is where stuns would be helpful. It'd be very nice.
Stuns are pretty good in Dota, but you know they've still stunned Yadro. He TPs to the mid tier 2 to start farming these neutrals. But Laurel,
and finding DM, trying to walk out of there. He's got to roll back the other direction, and Doom's the hoodwink. Is that enough? Oh, they do get it with the Wrath of Nature. It's going to be enough damage there to eventually whittle down that squirrel. So a little bit of retribution from the grave.
Hero shows up again here, but just can't link anything. Just ends up taking on a mid-player attack, so farming the camps once more.
You don't want your mid-Snapfire to not have cast kisses.
Oh, wait.
They need
so
the
close.
disruption. They've got to get close enough to open them up, but it's not going to happen.
And you know what? That was a very small window because Stampede just came back up. So now if you try and make that same play, don't think you're going to have the damage. He is finding camps along the way at the very least, but it's not what he's hoping for.
It's important understanding when you're strong and when...
And let's know what DMs are
Oh,
now.
no, they got him. They're right there. Shira Jr. found. Toro finds that kill. Saksa also in trouble. Team Spirit, they are running circles around Yandex right now. They want desperately to take a fight that is good for Snapfire, and they're not giving it to him.
And do you know what DM was doing that whole time? He was denying creeps. So he was holding this wave back. He wasn't letting the wave crash into the tower or anything here and try and force this down. They're kind of trying to stall it out here because of the control that they were feeling past that tier 1. But then your Snap just dies, and it's kind of like, should I have just been pressuring this tower this whole time? Now they're going to find Malady.
Underneath a tree.
Is there any retribution?
They drop the tombstone. DM, I mean,
Where's my
you can't
NP?
do anything. Just more gold for the Shadow Fiend. I mean, you can sense it right now. Yandex, they want to make a play, but there is no play to make.
Watson feels like he can't even get in. Like, he thought about teleporting in, but at the same time, there was also a bit of a battle going on between the Snap as well as the Pangolier. So things just a little bit too fragmented right now for the side of Yandex. They got to figure something out too because Team Spirit there not taking their foot off the gas. Yadro is coming through that twin gate.
Yeah.
He wants to get in behind Watson right now. Stampede not available though, so it will be a tougher catch.
They're bringing in Rue.
Oh, is he going to walk right into it? The reads, ladies and gentlemen, like a book.
Yep. Tries to get out. Not going to happen. Walks through the gate, gifted a kill. Laurel now diving in towards mid. Making sure that there couldn't be any TPs to help up top. I mean, Team Spirit dotting their I's, crossing their T's. And Yandex, who is going to be the one that can step up and turn the fortunes a little bit?
I mean, it's got to be in the game. It's got to be out of the game. Someone's got to be having a talk right now. We got to like calm down. We got to think. We got to realize, what do our heroes do? right? What gives us strength in this game? We got an Undying. We got the Kisses. We got to find a way to use this spell, man.
Yep.
Sapphire's the broken hero. What's her damage right now?
It's bad.
I don't think it's going to be very high. They are struggling to get in there, so he's going straight into this Blink Dagger.
Okay.
Probably the shard after that, you would imagine.
Yeah.
They need this to connect desperately right now.
It's got to happen. And from Team Spirit, I think a really good just recognition of what it is that allows the Yandex draft to function and then not allowing that to happen. Soxa has not really been able to disrupt somebody.
Okay, Rue is level 8 right now. Not me, just hit level 5.
Yeah.
He has been just cogging his way around this game. He has no cares for the hook shot. He has just been an absolute menace. And Rue is huge.
Good hero to have off to a good start.
All right, Blink Dagger, Chira Jr.
Hook up now, Laurel waiting on the high ground, anticipating this potentially.
The Stampede again, Maposha talked about it. You know?
Chira Jr.
Who's stunning who here?
Smoke breaks, finds him. Nicely done there. A good connection, gets pushed down to the low ground, and a good disruption by Soxa keeps him alive. Now the Requiem of Souls out, still living. Chira Jr. through this. They drop the Doom down onto the Stampede.
All right, let him fly.
Stampede is there. Finding Laurel. They have enough to kill him off. They finally connect with the Kisses. A double for Chira Jr. It wasn't pretty, but it's what they needed.
Yeah, they managed to pick up the Centaur on the side there. They kill the streak on Laurel. That finally is what they have been trying to do for a while. The Blink Dagger enabling things. And imagine if that Bushwhack had connected right off the bat.
Yeah.
I mean, this game could truly be over mentally for the side of the Yandex had that gone sideways. Paddling back here, it's going to send Yadoro back into the jungle, back to his own side, continuing to grow though, still stays on the top of the board, but those next 3 heroes, they are all Yandex. They are successfully finding a lot of gold right now, and, you know, continuing to keep this tower alive though as they catch a quick burst on the Soxa.
Soxa just way too far forward there, gets punished. Rue didn't have Bushwhack back up anyways, so it's going to be movement through the gate as they look like they're going to pressure.
Yeah, a little circle on the map there from Yadoro, and yeah, he is correct. There's some serious gold in there. There's an Dire Observer ward keeping it safe, so they will have an idea if the movement comes in. Not me with that hook shot, though. He's certainly ready to start playing on the other side of the map. Yeah, and Laurel comes in, he sees, he's like, oh, this is a good idea, Yadoro. Thanks, man.
Now they have vision here, so if they try and go for the full commit, Team Spirit, it's a scary
kisses,
one.
But there's a haste rune.
Hunting. Chira Jr. gets the stun right out of the gate, but the Bushwhack to turn, he's gone! Didn't stand a chance! That's their big hero. Hook shots out is not me.
I don't really understand the math on that one, Lyrical. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, it was the Cogs mess up again, I think.
Yes, but I mean, there's no kisses in that fight. There's no Doom in that fight. I think that the idea of defending it is good, but the idea of chasing into it, it feels like, I don't blame them. They feel like they have to force something, but that's exactly the kind of play Team Spirit is hoping you're going to make.
They did manage to clean up the Ancients at the very least, so that gold not going into Team Spirit's coffers.
Yeah, and up top, Collapse immediately starts dragging waves with his creep, forcing Watson to come back up here and push it off. At the very least, they have the Prophet to do this as they catch DM.
Trying to run. It's pretty quick on this one. But with Bushwhack back up in a couple, they're not going to chase anymore. DM gets away and into the shard for himself. Oh, well, and, you know, this is Dota. At the end of the day, you can buy disables.
Watson surrounded.
Hook shot there. Lands. Another round. Another round. Another round. He's just beaten to death. Not no more mana. The Cogs. The Diffusal Blade.
They do trade it for Collapse. See the way Collapse backed away there as well to kind of bait him in, you know?
Yeah.
And Laurel wrapping in behind, but Collapse not able to survive even with that nice play.
Tombstone out. They TP away with Not Me, and guess what? No stuns means no problem. They're out of there. Laurel.
Yes.
Down.
Yeah, he has no TP, but Chira Jr., Soxa, Malady, they don't have any connections they can make on it. They'll just roll it back to the camps. Bringing the wave with them.
Very nice. So it's still 1,000 gold lead for Yandex. And there is tremendous team fight potential as Chira Jr. walks in. This is on the stun, and now Not Me is right there. He's got him caught in the cogs. Toro finishes that one up. Was not counting on the Shadow Fiend being so close at hand.
They don't have everything ready. You're coming in and trying to pressure into this area of the map without the tombstone, you know? So you can't lock down this area. It feels like they're trying to emulate what they saw from Team Spirit, and they're not hitting it.
All it took was the Mask of Madness out and a very, very dead Shadow Demon.
Yadro is unpressured in these engagements. He is just standing there. He is just casting any spell he wishes and right-clicking you to death.
Impressive performance so far. Level 13 on the Shadow Fiend. Basically even with the Nature's Prophet in terms of farm. But Cheer Jr., after a good start, has started to fall down that leaderboard because of the failed ganked attempts.
It's just like last game. It's the exact same story. Has a solid start in the lane, but they fail to make their connections together. They don't hit the necessary timings they need with their items. And then he's also missing his combos. You know, he missed some slight chains last game. He's missing a follow-up cookie after the banish. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that you're not going to see when you're playing a nice, comfortable tournament from your room. Maybe even from the hotel room, you know? This is the gap that occurs upon the main stage on the last day of the International 15.
Let's see if they can turn it around here. Team Spirit, they've been very strong. Toro right in the middle. They were waiting with Lauro, who has his Blink Dagger done. It's also a Blink Dagger done on Doom.
Just a little Undying here.
They're ready to go. Now, Rouge shows himself for a moment. Stampede.
The cogs. Get back.
That Stampede a little funky.
And maybe it opens up an opportunity here. I mean, they have an Invis rune on Shira. Maybe he feels like at the end of this, they could try and go in with it. Always a risky one, but they definitely need something a little bit edgy right now.
All the illusions did a good chunk of damage to that tower. Gonna send in the Warpine Raider. Do they realize that this guy's taking the tower malady? Go for the deny. They're waiting for it.
Battling.
Oh, he goes in and Collapse takes it.
He's too strong.
That's crazy.
I mean, it's unbelievable that you just had 5 heroes sitting here trying to set up a play on this.
Yeah.
You can't get your play, and the tower just falls for free, too. Like, it feels really bad.
This movement now, Laurel is rolling around down bottom. Finds DM. DM thought about the Doom. It's not gonna quite happen, but he does finally get it off on the ping, though.
Okay, could be a good trade.
Okay, Tombstone down. And yeah, with the poison stacked up, it's gonna be enough.
Have the Hoodwink, too?
Now, not me. He goes down to Cheer Jr. So Yandex, they find their targets. Rue barely getting out of that one. 13-10.
And nearly gets a third one.
Oh, just goes for the Requiem. Watson backs away, tries to, not gonna happen. The solo kill. Oh, they call him the new king. It's happening. The demon is unleashed.
That's unbelievable, man. What can you do? You know? Sometimes Yadro's just gonna beast on you.
That is a backbreaker.
Shira now being found by Not Me. He might have his vengeance here. Essence Facility to track him. Hoodwink coming too.
Yeah.
It's a hazardous support duo.
Getting up on the high ground there. Trying to get away, but with the hook shot follow-up there. Oh, they get the bushwhack. And look at this. This is going to just be an easy kill right into a Tormentor. Doesn't even have to stop farming creeps.
That's so considerate of Cheer Jr., you know?
Team Spirit, this squad, when they are cooking, you better watch out.
I feel like they are the most intimidating team in Dota to be losing to.
Yeah.
They just strike this fear in you, and they have this confidence that it just makes everything that you think about Dota seem wrong.
Now, DM, having just expended the Doom to kill Laurel, is maybe recognizing the danger coming his way. He'll back out and go back to the base.
I like his idea here of going for the Desecrate. You know, reduce that base armor off the Shadow Fiend, send it down to 10. Maybe it gives them a chance. Like, they need every little bit of help because he's got serious struggles this game. The Croaker later will be great as well. Obviously been
over to the side. I think they have an idea that he's over here and Collapse. This should be a kill. They drop the Doom. Control is there. And
honestly, this hard build does give him a lot of value now.
Yeah.
Like, it really does. He completely shuts down the way you're seeing this Centaur. I mean, every fight in the late game is Malady here. As a pop the ulti and a Tombstone. Unfortunately, we'll still have to feed it away to Laurel.
Drew comes in, tries to find the bushwhack. It's not quite there, but one little hit from the Shadow Fiend does a lot. Now Watson doesn't have any friends here either. He's gone again. Yadro goes for it. Requiem's on top of the TP that was coming in, says, yeah, I dare you. Now 4-step up the high ground. Oh, he's feeling himself. He's feeling himself now. Triple kill. Yatoro. He hungers for the grand finals. There's smiles on their faces. An ultra kill. Get on back over here. Come on. Come on. Get back over here. They're chasing.
Oh, dude,
they're scanning. No, they're not stopping. They're never stopping.
Where's that hook shot? Not me. What do you got for me?
Can they get there just in time? Not quite. The crowd wants it too. Oh, man.
Watson getting caught back there. That can't happen, man. He was so close to having a game. His BKB was 100 gold away or less. Now he's dead. He loses all this gold. This is supposed to just be an undying dying. Why is he dying?
Yes.
Why? How does this happen?
I mean...
Laryl just keeps going. He's like, hey, this guy's just here, guys.
And then more show up. And then more show up. I mean... It feels pretty rough. Kira Jr. found. Laurel gets him. The wheels have come off.
It just wasn't that bad at this point. They were so close to hitting their timing. They were going to have the BKB on the Nature's Prophet. Maybe it gives them a chance to stand in these fights. There's still a lot of damage from Yadro. I understand that. But it gives you something. Now it feels like their hope is just turning into maybe I can TP out when I kill a wave somewhere.
I mean, that's basically what they're hoping for now. They get the BKB completed on Nature's Prophet. Kira Jr. dead for a little bit, does have the Kaya up. Doom is close to BKB also. Just don't know if it's going to be enough at this point, because if they Doom the Shadow Fiend, then you're centauring away, and if you know, Not Me is just ready to chase. Yeah, Essence Distiller was there. He puts him inside of the Tombstone for a moment, but Laurel running back and forth over these guys. Yatoro, he hits very hard. He hits very, very hard. Watson BKB. Yeah, nice job, buddy. They turn now. Hit onto Malady. That's not going to last long either, as he doesn't quite do the timing right. Laurel finishes that one off.
Anyone else?
DM, gotta hide.
Gotta blink.
He's just swaggering, walking him down. They thought about it. Decides not to go. Woo, man.
It's a privilege to be here on the last day, Lyrical. It's not a right, you know. Yadro, he's seizing the opportunity. He wants to grasp that Aegis just another time. Maybe not even just the last time, maybe a couple more times.
Potentially.
There's no signs of slowing down.
Well, there are signs that there could be a hero up here that's dead. He finds the right angle, going through the I mean, he's okay.
Yeah. When you know the game is in your hand right now.
Yeah. Zero fear.
Perhaps more impressively, 0 TPs in from the index. At least they didn't panic. Speaking of panic, Collapse right next to 2 heroes here.
Jumps in, finds him, Doom, out. But now the turn onto the rest of these heroes. Kira Jr. backing away. They are going to kill off Collapse. DM pops the BKB, runs away. Have Team Spirit maybe overextended a little bit here. We'll see if they can chase this any further, but he's right on top of him. Watson throws him into the Sprout, but there's no control. There's no anything. You can only slow him down for a moment as he turns and hits and kills Malady. 19,000 net worth at 25 minutes. Kira Jr. trying to put the team on his back. He does a good amount of damage, but it stops there.
He is fortunate he did not get flared there. That could have been really bad. They can't establish a foothold on any terrain of this map. Every time they plant the Tombstone, that is supposed to be your signal to, we win this area. Right? Doesn't feel like that at all. Yadro is just hurricane piking into the Tombstone and just attacking people. He just does too much damage right now. He's got too much backup.
Saw again early start, the 2-0s that started the day yesterday for Team Spirit and have continued on. Are they going to be able to do it again? Maposhka felt the confidence. Yandex, who this entire year have not lost a series to Team Spirit, on the verge of being eliminated here in the lower bracket finals, main event of TI. He can't quite get the connection onto Chira Jr.
true. He's getting the game closers, you know. The Vlad's at 26 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
That's I'm finished. You know, we got enough. We got all the right items. We are ready to end this game at our leisure. A minute 40 still left on this Aegis. Very well set for a potential tier 3 push if they want to clean up this top lane. Watson could go ahead and try and catch some of these waves, but he just has to be careful. DM, Malady, Watson, they're all on the bottom side of the map here. No intention of fighting this top tier 2. What do we have here? I mean, we got...
Looks special. What the hell is this, man? They got all the items. They got items outside of the game.
We have the Congregations of the Deep.
There we go.
Upon DM, the Croaker, the Riverborn Aura. Unfortunately, there's no river in the base.
Yes.
Can maybe change that.
Meanwhile...
Oh, DM. Oh, he gets out.
They were trying to chase.
Cannot afford to get caught back. I mean, they're still not me.
How many shots? 2. Okay, Ghost Scepter is good. Fortunately, Collapse is right there to clean them up. But that's what you have to do for Yandex. If they want any hope in this game, delay, cut waves, try and get out of there. Now, they do see Toro completely alone down here with 40 seconds left on the Aegis. I mean, the problem is there's still Stampede.
And Watson finds a Shrine of Wisdom. There you go. Does that make you feel any better?
Not really. I'm going to be completely honest about it. And Shira Jr. being brought down again. It has been such a rough series.
He has no buyback.
Yeah, that's an issue. That is an issue.
That is a major problem here. They can take this outpost. They can start pressuring the high ground if they wish. It is only 10 seconds left on the Aegis, so perhaps they could consider it unnecessary, but has that really stopped Team Spirit in their last 4 games? I don't think so.
They were going high ground when they still had the tier 2 up.
Yeah.
He was just going to kill people.
I mean, they don't have a Shivas, so the initial jump is a little sketch compared to most games, but you got the Clockwork, so if you want to just put all your faith in Not Me, personally, I would, after seeing how he's played the last couple of days. They could opt for it, but the safer option is certainly to continue to control the map and just let Yandex create their own issues by leaving the base.
Laurel waiting for somebody to step out.
Oh, is that enough?
I mean, you know, he's not the biggest target in the world. You know, maybe they're a little bit off on the timing of the Cecil Sturge. It was still 40 seconds before it's back up again. Try and extend this out as much as possible for Yandex.
The micro maneuvers here from Watson. He's just spamming the trance out amongst the map, scouting, trying to spot where they're at on Spirit as they drop the Stampede to catch Soxa.
You're going to lose heroes like this pretty consistently.
Got Blink. No time, though.
Laps there. Facing the wrong way from the Blink, but whatever the case is, it is a smoke up now coming out as the Aegis has been reclaimed. And Toro showing on the lane. They're pinging where they think he is going to be, and he is over there. They find him as he comes back this direction, completely alone.
The biggest doom of the game.
This would be what they need, and they got him right there. Jump forward, got him caught. Congregations trying to save the doom. They drop it. That is the best thing that has happened to Yandex in a very long time. But this would be bad. This would be really bad. They don't have Shadow Fiend, though, so maybe they feel confident taking this fight. Watson standing there next to Laurel. DM getting down on the low ground. Finds Not Me. It's not terrible. They actually do bring down the Undying, and as the BKB is out, gonna need to run. Nowhere left to run. DM is gonna fall.
Yeah, that Basher gonna make sure that you are not safe. Your golden god for him here, but a double kill for Laurel, a kill on Yadaro. Yandex will take it. It's something.
Yes. I mean, he's a lot of gold going back their way.
Yeah. Big bounty there for DM. I'm glad he just dropped the Doom, man. He just, you know, it looked like they were thinking about holding it. Watson was coming in. He was just like a second too late to ensure they wouldn't have to, so they just secure it. Of course, that being said, maybe you needed that Doom. Maybe that helps you get a secondary kill here. Speaking of a secondary kill, Watson found by Collapse.
More staffs down to the low ground. They're stampeding in. Did he wait too long? Yes, he did. Not Me was out of range at the start and TP's away. The BKB lasts long enough. Does get him out of trouble. As Shira Jr. gets caught by the bash. Not going to be so lucky, as there is not quite going to be able to get into range to save him there. Even when you get something good with the Shadow Fiend kill, it comes at a price.
Man, he was dead for ages, huh? This guy's level 23. Yadaro, he is absolutely massive here and still not considering anything too defensive. wants to finish out the Daedalus first.
That's Collapse's job.
Yeah, exactly. You save me, team. I mean, Larl, not me. Like, there's so many good heroes here at providing space and safety for a big ranged carry. This could be so many different heroes on Yadro, and it's a very similar game.
This one expected. Stomp on Double Edge, and accidentally pops his BKB.
That guy's getting wobbled in the bottom lane.
I mean, you saw him hitting his keyboard at the end of that last game, accidentally paused it. Feeling very hyped up about that one. Hey, no BKB. Timing, maybe.
All right, DM, just solo the Tormentor. You know, take it down.
I don't think that one's going to happen. He's getting ready to cut another wave.
He's just hoping he doesn't get spotted here as he twin gates out. Player's going the other way, though.
Not me. Is going to be on the same side as him, though. And how annoying it can be getting these heroes caught. Toro having an inkling, an idea. DM. Ooh, boy. Rocket Flare. Gets out of trouble.
I like some of the ideas they've gone for in terms of itemization, though, on the side of Yandex. Like going for the Shiva's Guard on the Snapfire. I like this over the BKB. I feel like if you go BKB, it's just not going to be enough. I don't think you can stand tall with the BKB anyway.
Right. Scepter, trying to live a little bit longer, is going to tombstone himself. Here Jr. is up on the high ground. The problem is that, like, again, how do you start the fight? It's like all on DM.
It is 100% just DM. That truly is the major issue. And he has gone for the Shiva's Guard as well, so they're doubling up on it. But again, all the extra armor is very good. So DM needs to get in here and spot this all with the Shiva's Guard to set up the kisses.
This is a really good ward, but they're going to get the stomp to open it. Disruption.
The flare.
Not me finds DM. Now the damage coming out. Oh, it's insane. Already out and on top of it. They get the save for the Shadow Fiend. He's going to be fine. Triple gone.
Your entire
Watson goes in. Decides he wants to fight. That is not the decision that's going to work out the way you hoped it would. Chira Jr. also gone. There are no buyback on all three of the cores. Good game is called. Team Spirit are going to the grand finals.
Who would win, Fiery Demon or a single rocket? Coming out from Not Me on the clock. This guy's been unbelievable in this hero. He ends any hope of a fight there for Yandex. No blinking from the Doom. He's the only hope. He is the key. Team Spirit, they are the best team at identifying how the enemy wants to win a team fight and removing that possibility.
Listen, Vision, they said they wanted to fight this spot. They wanted to fight them. Vision were looking good. They were all over the place. But Team Spirit has leveled up over the past couple of days. They take down Yandex, one of these squads that has been a bugbear for them constantly. Have they awoken a demon? Can you stop Yatoro? This man is a menace on this stage, and he just took out Yandex.
It doesn't feel good when you have defeated this team over and over again all year, and coming into today, everyone still has Team Spirit as the favorites. You can feel it. Right? It's in the arena, it's in the air, it's in the crowd cheering. We all see what's happening with Team Spirit. We've been here before. We've watched this evolution and growth of this team, and it truly is horrifying to the state of which they can reach.
Something to watch out for indeed as we're getting ready for the grand finals. Team Spirit take the 2-0. They have not lost a game in many days. And it's feeling like it's going to be the final boss here, as they have often been at the International. Two players that potentially could go for a third Aegis as well. Opportunities abound to make this work. Team Spirit, Grand Finals.
观众朋友们，另外一支挺进我们 TI 2026总决赛的队伍，让我们把掌声送给 Team Spirit. Snaps, take it away. We've got Rue and Not Me. All of your teammates are TI champions, but they say you too are the best guys on the team. You are so close to cementing yourselves as the next great Dota 2 generation. I want to know, how are you feeling getting this close to your first Aegis?
I'm feeling amazing. What else can I do? So can I say? I mean, like, it was TI finals. First time. I hope my team will carry me.
你身边的话有3位 TI 冠军跟你们一起去并肩作战，然后现在你们也将要一起去面对你们自己的第一次 TI， 你有什么想说的吗 Ru？ 我现在说实话有些不知所措，但我只希望我的队友能在最后的决赛 carry 我。Not me. Talking about first TIs, this is your first one. You've had an incredible performance, and I gotta say, I think the crowd loved you. 现场的观众朋友们 ，Do you have anything to say to them?
Thank you all for support, guys. I love you. More tribune. More these guys.
感谢现场所有的观众，我爱你们！我希望你们能更多的来支持我们的比赛。All right, now going into this tournament, a lot of people have known that Vision is the team to beat, but they seem invincible. They have beaten you guys before, but after that series, it looks like you are a different team. Are you ready to take Vision down? 你们之前跟 Vision 交手过很多次，但是在刚刚取得胜利的系列赛里面，你们看起来已经准备就绪了。你们准备好战胜 Vision 了吗
Yes. Of course.
Of course. Let's go. 观众朋友们，我们再一次把掌声送给我们 Team Spirit 的 Ru Not Me。把剩下的时间交给我们的分析台。
I love seeing both of them on that stage. The 2 remaining players of Team Spirit without a ring on their hands, and they have the chance to do it later today against Team Vision. Team Spirit, ever since they got knocked to the lower bracket by Team Vision, they're like, no. Let's do that again. And they were brutal in their road. We heard Miposhka there at the end, Rhea. He's like, yeah, I'm totally happy with this draft. Of course we're gonna win. Totally sure. There was no doubt whatsoever.
I feel again like they just have so much ease of execution on their lineup. It's so simple how these 2 supports can play with each other around the map and move. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, we gotta talk about Yatoro at some point, but holy shit, he overperformed.
I mean, not only that, let's not forget that Not Me, how many Tier 1 events has he played this season in his career?
5. This is his 5th.
Correct. You can count it on a single hand. This is his 5th Tier 1 event of his life. And then, yes, he's making it to the grand finals. I mean, Team Spirit, they are absolutely exceptional right now. They are in form. They are going to be an absolute amazing competitor against Vision, who also are in incredible form. This is going to be an amazing grand finals. I mean, we are honestly just blessed, right? Because last year we had Falcons XG, a 3-2 grand finals. Now we have like Yatoro versus Satanic, Vision versus Spirit. It's like back-to-back, just amazing grand finals. So, whew.
Yeah, this is also very, very special because normally the youngest players in a team, they are usually the mid laners or the carry players, but in this team, for instance, in Ru, Not Me, they are the most inexperienced players, they are the newcomers, and they are the ones that the core players are praising. We're winning our games because the support players are amazing, they're setting up a lot of kills for us, and I think this has changed so much over the course of history of Dota.
Oh, look at Yatoro. Collapse's face. He knows it. Team Spirit has a 100% win rate in grand finals of the International, so he is feeling it. Absolutely, he played a great centaur this game, of course, as well. But I think this game around, Rhea, you were on point. If you're going to talk about any MVP, it's got to be Yatoro.
I can't believe it. He was so active. I think last game, I felt like he had such a good lead that he just pushed that advantage. This game, he just makes his own advantage even more.
It was very good. It was fairly one-sided. And on the other side of Team Spirit, it was Yandex that fell here. And for the final words, we're heading over to Saxa.
Yeah, thank you. I am here with Saxa from Team Yandex. Saxa, commiserations. We're sorry to see you guys go out of the tournament. I know you're disappointed, but you guys have had a fantastic season. 3 first places, lots of second, thirds, and fourths. You've made it to the 3rd place finish here in TI. How happy are you overall with how your team has done this season?
战队整个赛季成绩非常惊人，3个冠军。无数个亚军、季军，然后 TI 拿到了第3名。你个人对于整个赛季的成绩满不满意？
I think the season has been good for us. We've had a lot of good results. it's a very young team, and for a lot of the guys, it was a first time winning. So with the results, we're happy. Obviously, a bit sad now, but top 3 at TI, it's not a bad result by any means. And yeah, overall, I'm not like too unhappy with the season.
整体来说，我对于整个赛季的成绩还是挺满意的。我们是一支很年轻的队伍，也有很多人是第一次拿到比赛的冠军。我们还是会继续努力，然后我对于 TI 第3名这个成绩也是相当满意。
So, you're a veteran player. You've been here and done that, a regular on the TI stage. The group stage here for Yandex wasn't the best. What did you say to the players to give them a boost and get them to this 3rd place?
作为一名老将，其实队伍在小组赛表现不是特别的亮眼。在小组赛之后，有没有跟队员说一些打气的话？
Something I always say to my teams at TI is like, you can always expect other teams to play bad, and this is like a tournament in the season where many people are gonna play much worse. So that also brings me comfort to know that others are just gonna play worse. So I just told them, as long as we focus on our game, we just play our Dota, like we'll be fine.
我其实经常跟他们说，在 TI 表现差或者表现不好的话很正常，但是只要继续坚持自己打自己的 Dota， 我们就会打得更好。
Well, Saxa, we're sorry to see you guys go here, and you've got a lot of support in the arena and around the whole Dota community. Do you have any words for the fans out there who've been supporting you guys all season?
最后有没有任何想跟现场的粉丝或者在家里观看的观众说的话？
I just want to thanks to everybody supporting us. It brings us a lot of energy, and we feel motivated to do so. Also, I want to say thanks to the crowd here. I think it has been amazing. Honestly, it has exceeded my expectations. And honestly, I hope we get another TI here or many more tournaments. So, yeah, thank you.
非常感谢大家对我们的支持，你是我们的动力，然后也特别感谢在现场的所有观众，你们的欢呼声让我们感到超乎预期。我们也希望如果有机会 ，TI 能再次在这里举办。
Saxa getting a lot of crowd cheers there with his final words as he exits the international. Hits 8th international here at 3rd place. If he wants to get 3 rings on his fingers, he's got to play a couple more years here, which is a treat for us. But some final words on Yandex. They are one of the most successful teams winter of the season. Saxa says it, top 3 is not bad at all.
Yeah, and I also got the opportunity to follow them. I was doing a lot of coverage for their games back in December last year when they first started out. I think it was problems. They had problems, and Saxa came in after that, and I could see them growing as a team, how much they've improved. And even during the initial stages, I saw a lot of potential in the team. I felt like given a little bit more time, they could really grow into a very, very strong team. And it didn't really take them long. It took them, I think, 1 month or 2 months to show everyone what they could do as a team.
Yeah, and I know, Rhea, they really wanted to get all tournaments under their belt.
Yeah, back in Blast, Watson told us that he was hoping to get 1 win from each organizer. You know, they won a Blast, they won a Wallachia, they won a Dream League. So they really are just doing the circuit. Obviously, they had their chance for the Aegis, which is the most coveted of all, but they weren't quite able to get it. Maybe next year. I don't think he intended for it to be all this year, but the fact that they nearly did such a thing was pretty damn good, yeah. It's crazy that their opponent's Spirit had 0 comparison this season.
It has been crazy. It's all about peaking at the right time. And to be honest, Yandex did have a very good year, and maybe this game number 2 wasn't as good as they wanted it to be, but there were definitely some highlights for them. For example, Shiro Jr. in that mid lane. I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of him. Actually, we're going to see a lot more of him right now as we head over to Purge.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, Shiro won his mid lane in both matches of this series, which made their Spirits win even more impressive. But I want you to just watch how dominant he is against Laurel. He played against the Pango both games. Both games he had their number. He was getting a consistent amount of last hits, tons of harass, and denies. And what he's been doing very well is he's generally spending his mana to harass, and Laurel is being forced to use his spells simply to get last hits. And when you have that kind of a inequality, the mana that Shiro Jr. gains and the money that he gains from the last hits ends up making a really big difference. In fact, he zones him so much. At this point, he's got 21 last hits, 12 denies versus the 8 last hits of Laurel. He zones him from the lane. He's forced to go heal. And watch how he plays around him coming back into the lane. This kind of dominance is crazy against top players, by the way. He grabs the first water rune, and he actually leaves the bottom one there to tempt Laurel into wanting to take it. And now he's playing this game where, is he going to use his spells, and is he going to be able to catch Laurel? They do a little bit of a dancing move there at the same time, which is very cool. But Laurel knows he can't go this way and back without getting killed, so he has to still play the left side. Now he finally thinks, this is my chance. I can get that way. But Cheer Jr. with that blast is on top of him, prevents him from getting that. And as a result of protecting this water rune, now Cheer Jr. gets to go get it when his resources are low. So he's basically using it as a bait, but also a way to get himself forward. So that was amazing by him. But the downside was what happens after it. How does Spirit react to this great early game by them? Yandex, he TPs to the off lane. He's looking for a Snapfire ultimate on somebody, but they anticipate this. They just don't give him the opportunity. So this teleport ends up being a complete waste by him. And it kind of continues in this way as well. Laurel is going to eventually get enough levels to naturally kill creep waves. He uses his spells on the waves, they die, and he can leave. So he doesn't care anymore that he's behind. And watch how he uses his ultimate here. He actually turns a kill out of his level 6, whereas Shiryu Jr. didn't get his earlier, and he teleports this time a second time. So this amazing early game that Shiryu Jr. got didn't turn into anything super substantial despite getting Laurel behind. So this is the main reason that Team Spirit was able to get ahead in this game despite losing their lanes. They just didn't care about it because they knew they were going to play well.
Thank you very much, Purge. Yeah, the movements of Team Spirit, we keep bringing it up time and time again because they are just superb. But we had a couple movements, of course, also from Team Yandex, and one of them was when Shiro Jr. had his Blink Dagger, Rhea.
Yeah, I think what Purge just brought up was fantastic. The fact that Team Spirit anticipated the level 6 timing from the Snapfire and avoided it, it's very consistent throughout this game. So Yandex smoke up when they get the blink from Snapfire and they move to bot lane. However, even in that moment, Team Spirit are aware of this move and they have Lal positioned on the one high ground, and then they have their supports positioned on the other entrance to their jungle to try and break this smoke and make it so that they cannot get the opportunity they need for a kill. Weirdly enough, it actually goes much better than it should have. Jiro Jr. Blinks in, which maybe surprises them. Rue misses his bushwhack, and as a result, he dies, and they get a couple kills. So this was a nice move in the end for Yandex, but the fact that Team Spirit was still so prepared for it, I think, is kind of more of the point of why they were playing so well this game.
Yeah, you can just see that Spirit just is very calm. They know what they're going to do. Like, the drafts are very simple, so then the players can focus on all the minutiae in the game, where it's like they're not having to overthink things. And sure, the fight might not go their way in the end, but everything that Spirit did in both of these games, it just was like a complete team diff, and unfortunately in the lower bracket.
Yeah, maybe also a little bit of a carry diff as well, as we are gonna look at something Winter wanted to see again, and maybe again.
Yeah, just one of the few moments of the Yatoro show here. I think he had like a really good game. There was this one moment where his game was so good. He was farming again. He was farming the enemy triangle. He's trying to farm the enemy ancients, and Watson's like, "I'm gonna TP there," But guess what? Yatoro's already there first, And thank you very much for that bonus kill.
Yeah, it was really cool because there was a fight happening on the bottom side where his team was dying. So he was like, I'll stay in the triangle a little bit longer because maybe they'll retreat up into the triangle. Then he gets the kills, and then of course, Lau. I think the main thing as well is like Yatoro's popping off. But Lau has been so aggressive in both of these games. Sure, his laning into difficult matchups has been maybe not going his way. The Ember, the Marana in game 1, this time around playing into the Snapfire. But his bounce back, his ability to open up the game, to match Yatoro's energy, Lau was just everywhere in this game on the Pangolier. And then, they were just diving and not giving a hoot about any
this
power.
game is a perfect example of why right now laning phase is not as important, and you see teams like Boom Boys, they really prioritize the laning phase. They did really well, but still, when it came down to the best teams, the absolute best teams, it's just not really a way of winning the game. I think ensuring that you have draft integrity, ensuring that you have a way to play the mid game. It's okay to lose the lane, even though they lost the lane this badly on the Pango.
The main question I think a lot of people will be asking themselves is if this type of laning stage happens against Vision.
I mean, I feel like this is going to be very back and forth, of course, in the grand finals. These two teams, they've already they 2-1 earlier in the tournament. This is not going to be a shutout where it's a 3-0. It feels like it's meant to be a lot harder. I think Spirit are going to have to put up a better fight. The drafts aren't going to be as easy. I do feel like Yandex dropped the ball quite heavily in the drafts today, unfortunately not putting up the fight. So yeah, it's just only going to get harder for Spirit now.
Yeah, Team Vision will be the ultimate boss for Team Spirit, or the other way around, because did you really win a TI without beating Team Spirit in the grand finals? I don't know about that, Ray. I think this is a very poetic end.
I think it is a very beautiful end. Like you said earlier, Team Spirit haven't lost a grand finals that they've played in yet. This could be the first time. I do think we will definitely get more than a 3-0 with how these games have been going. I think the crowd is so in love with Spirit and how Vision have been playing that I think the environment, the mood, the vibe is going to be way up to the ceiling. I genuinely don't think we could have asked for a better grand final right now.
Yeah, the student Satanic meets the master Yatoro.
Yeah.
That's going to be a hell of a show.
But also the two old-timers, right? The two legacy POS 5 players, Puppy and Maposhka, transitioning to coaching. And now it's like, who is the better new coach on the block?
I was going to say for both, it's their first time in the coaching slot.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's kind of crazy to think that, I mean, when you have such a big career, it's quite easy to just, to take a little sidestep to coaching. But I just like how happy Maposhka looks on stage. He's like, when he leaves a draft, like, he knows, like, I've done my job. I don't have to play the game now. Yay. And then, of course, Puppy, like, he's just there, just enjoying inventing some stuff. Like, hey, go try this. It doesn't work in game 2. Yeah, it's fine. We'll win game 3, you know?
Me and my pawns will try this.
Exactly. It's such a different style of coaching between the two of them, but the drafting is going to be just on another level.
It will be on another level. You mentioned there's a 3-time hopefuls in our grand finals here today as well, which is, I think, crazy. You know what makes it crazier? Yatoro and Collapse. Yatoro, for example, Winter. Now, don't worry. You're not old, but Yatoro is 23, and he's playing for his 3rd ring.
You're making me feel old. I mean, it's amazing. He is one of the best offlaners of our time, and he is so good. The flexibility he has.
The carry.
The carry. Yeah. I mean, Yatoro is. I think the same can be said for Yatoro and Collapse. They're both very flexible in how they can play for a team. They can be greedy. They can be a team player. They can be the sacrificial lamb. I think this is what makes it so easy. We're talking about the draft. Why is it easy to draft? For these teams, because your players are flexible. Because sometimes you can say, their draft sucks, or their draft is not so good. But you can only work with what you have. But if what you have is everything, then it's easy to draft.
I mean, they're actually doing a great service to Dota.
Do they?
Yeah, because if they are to win, right, and they have 3 Aegises, imagine being a new player. It's like, I got to win 4 TIs now. You can't just stop after 1. Like when you think about the new kids on the block, like here, of course, in the grand finals, right? Spirit, they are fighting for 3-time and 2-time. Saxo not anymore because he's just been eliminated. All of Vision are fighting for their first Aegis. But just think about it. If Vision are to win this TI finals, they've got to go play another one and another one. So it's like, we have so many more TIs ahead of us to get so many more Aegises and rings.
You gotta have your whole hand covered.
Yeah,
surely.
Minimum. As many tier 1 events as not me.
No, it is going to be an epic grand finals. Best of 5 is always different, and especially for coaches, especially for new coaches. And yes, I know they've drafted and they've been in best of 5s many times before. It's still a different beast that you don't get to practice that often, especially not on the main stage of the international. And it will be a spectacle, absolutely. And I think I want to also, we highlight a lot in T-Spirit because we did just see them win and they do have that momentum. But I want to focus a little bit on Vision here too, Rhea, because we got in the mid lane no one. If we're talking about young players that have many rings, we got to talk about the old timers that don't have any and are still here as a core role fighting in that mid lane.
Yeah, it feels offensive to call him old when we are all older than him. We're decrepit.
He is 28.
He's 28. Oh my god. But yes, no one is has been around for a very long time. I think us old timers know him best from his stint on Virtus Pro. This guy was so damn dominant. If you haven't seen him, he went from being the best player in the world to just a complete drop off of he's taking a break. He's no longer competing for a bit, and then he starts this ascent again to becoming once more top of the world. It's unbelievable to go from such a height to nothing and then back to the height again. I don't think anyone else has achieved that level in Dota ever. it's crazy. If he gets this TI, I think it is the perfect crowning achievement of what he has accomplished here.
I mean, what's even more impressive is he did it on the mid lane.
Yeah.
Usually the mid laners, they just get younger. They don't get older, they get younger.
I mean, but also for Vision as well, it's like you have no one who is just incredible for the Dota community in what he's done for mid lane, but then like you have like 9class who, you know, a year ago or 2 years ago, he was a completely different style of POS 4. He had to reinvent himself, he had to kind of reshape his play style. So it's like a newer kid on the block, and then you have Satanic as well. Like, I don't know, the whole idea of this team succeeding, it's like you got Satanic who's going to potentially be out your Toro and get his Aegis, where when he was unfortunately kind of crumbling under the pressure of the previous TIs, like it didn't really work his way. Like Vision has so many different storylines that also are so beautiful if they are to succeed.
Yeah, there's a lot of stories going into this best of 5 grand finals. Thank you so much for all your thoughts on the lower bracket finals that we have completed. Team Spirit, they are the ones that will go up against Team Vision. Now they do get a bit of a break. Don't worry, we're not going to make them play straight away, even though, you know, from the way they were playing, they probably could have done it. You know, they only played 2 games and it was pretty convincing, but they need some time to prepare against Team Vision, who's been waiting in the wings, watching the series unfold, and I'm sure that they have their own plans as well, but they can rest a little bit longer, because before we get to the grand finals, we're going to have a spectacle of our own on the stage. We are going to have the cosplay competition coming your way. We're going to have judges involved, of course, but the main person you're going to see right now, let's head over to Dove.
欢迎回到2026 Dota 2国际邀请赛的现场。Welcome back to the International 2026。接下来，我们要把舞台交给一群把 Dota 世界带入到现实生活当中的人。Up next, we're turning the stage over to the people who bring the world of Dota into life。接下来我们将要进行的是 TI 2026 Cosplay 大赛，他们是由赛瑞和完美世界电竞主办的 TI 2026 Cosplay Competition presented by Steel Series and Perfect World Esports。站在我身边的是我们本次大赛的评委们，让他们来跟大家介绍一下自己吧。Standing next to me are our judges. Let them introduce themselves.
Hi everyone, I'm Reeps.
Reeps, what did you do?
I've been making Dota cosplays for 11 years now. I'm currently holding the title of Best in Show of the International, which I won last year in Hamburg. But I'm ready to pass it on.
在我身边第一位评委是 Reeps， 他有11年的 cosplay 经验，并且他夺得了去年 TI 14的最佳大奖。有请我们第2位评委。
大家好，我是林景，我是奇想天外的艺术总监，也是一名戏剧导演、配音导演、配音演员。同时呢，我也是 China Joy 超级联赛总决赛以及 WCS 中国总决赛的多届的评委，很高兴来到这里，谢谢。
Wow, Lin Jing, he is a voice director, voice actor. He's also China Joy Cosplay Grand Final Judge, World Cosplay Summit China Final. Welcome our next judge.
大家好，我是瑞，就是瑞。我是一名做了5年 Dota 新手教学的视频创作者，立志于让没有接触过 Dota 的玩家感受到 Dota 的魅力。
Ray, he is 5 years Dota 2 content creator. He made a lot of videos for people who just new to Dota world. 现场的观众非常的热情啊！那各位玩家们，你们准备好见证英雄降临了吗 ？Are you ready to see your favorite heroes come to life？ 好的，让我们用最热烈的掌声欢迎 TI 2026 Cosplay 大赛正式开始。接下来，让我们来看一下我们的第一个作品。Let's go to the number 1。哇，第一个作品呢就非常的精美了。那它是小松鼠，让我们来有请我们的评委来为我们介绍一下这个作品吧。
野三卡的这套 cosplay 呢，还原了小松鼠独特的造型，它的十字弩通过3D 打印、组装、加工以及手工上色。还原了游戏中的武器，而且身后的3条巨大的仿毛尾巴中 使用了内部支撑结构，让尾巴呢能够保持自然的形状与蓬松感。
The first closer is Yensenka bringing us Hoodwink Shadow Leaf Insurgent. Let Lin Jing introduce this work, and he just did. Do you like this one? 现场观众朋友们，你们喜欢这个作品吗？好的，那接下来我们来看一下我们的第二个作品。Let's move to the next cosplayer. 这是一个什么英雄呢 ？Who is this? Please, Ray.
这个是我们的剑圣，这套造型主要使用了3D 打印加上 EVA 泡沫板进行雕刻拼接，最后组装并行竞图了喷涂上色。
接下来我们看到的这一位 coser 是小狗帽子，他为我们带来的作品是主宰，那也是大家熟悉的剑圣啊。 他的这套作品呢是由3D 打印完成的，刚刚我们都已经听到了，可以说是非常的用心了。This modeling is completed by 3D printing combined with EVA form, board for curving and splicing. All right, let's move to the next one. 让我们来看一下3号作品。现场的观众有认出这是谁吗 ？Can you tell who is this?
Here we have Nika Lockhart as Dawnbreaker. This outfit took a whole year to make. She built 28 lights into it, which requires 20 meters of wires that are all hidden underneath the armor. This costume posed a lot of challenges, and Nika overcame them excellently.
这套令人惊叹的服装花费了整整1年的时间，并且搭载了28处灯光，更有20米的电线，巧妙地隐藏在铠甲之下。它就是我们的破晓星辰，星辰使者。接下来，让我们来看一下我们下一位作品。Let's move to the next one.
那家海喵给我们带来的这个作品也是非常精致啊！它这套作品呢，均为手工制作及上色。帽子下的猫咪呢，是由建模打印贴毛制作而成。配饰上的磁吸猫眼用指甲油巧妙地做出了光泽，而翅膀也加入了机械结构，能够灵活扇动。
Can we see more movement from you? 我们可以看到我们这一位形影芳龄的一些其他的动作展示吗？谢谢。All right, what we see right now is Willow, Dark Willow. This work is handmade. The cat under the hat part is made of 3D printing. The wings are added with mechanical structure to allow flexible flapping. 非常的可爱 This is so cute. Let's move to the next one. 有请 Ray.
好的，现在我们看到的是来自于 Maki 的死灵法师套装。这套作品拥有超过1000片蛇灵，于 Maki 将细节做到了极致，从材料选择、塑形、纹理制作到做旧、渐变、高光效果，甚至是 LED 灯光，力求将游戏中的角色完美还原到现实之中。而选择这个角色也有特别的意义，于 Maki 希望通过他独特的白蛇主题和服装设计，展现 TI 2026东道主的中国特色。
Wow, this is NEC. Wow, I can tell immediately. It's so classic. This work includes over 1,000 real snake scales. The coser Yumaki, he tried to make it have more theme of Chinese, so we can see the white snake underneath. 好的，感谢这一位 coser， 让我们移步到下一位。Let's go to the next one.
Here we have Shimbalus as Omni Knight. He completed this whole work in just 45 days. I don't know how. And the surface details of the armors, you see all the faces and figures, are all sculpted by his own hands.
接下来我们看到的这一套是全能骑士哦，这套套装我好像没有怎么见过，真的很漂亮哎，特别是他手中的这个锤子，是不是？那么这个全能骑士呢，他仅仅使用了45天，就独自完成了整套的 cosplay， 展现出了过人的创意与创作能力。Maybe can he swing the hammer? Can you do more movements for us？ 可不可以对着我们的镜头展示一下 ？Well, I like it. 谢谢。让我们接下来视线移动到下一位 coser. Let's move to the next cosplayer.
这是威人为我们带来的拉比克。那这套作品其实非常繁复，它融合了 3D 打印、布料制作以及 EVA 泡沫雕刻，并且加入了 LED 灯光、烟雾效果，还有旋转机械装置等机关。所有的这些细节完美结合，展现出了这个版本拉比克独特的奇幻、魔法与俏皮气质。
This is Rubik for sure. Look at the steps. 这一个呢，就是我们刚刚看到的拉比克套装了。This cosplay has 3 printing, EVA form carving, and LED lights. Smoke effects. Ooh. Oh, I can see it. 现场的观众朋友们，你们能看到它的武器上面的烟雾特效吗？非常的精美啊！ All right, let's move to the next cosplayer.
现在我们看到的是来自 Golden Moon 的军团指挥官。作为一名艺术家 ，Golden Moon 运用了多种制作技艺，包括了雕塑，将这套令人惊叹的服装呈现出来。整套作品历时6个月完成，充分展现了精湛的艺术与制作工艺。
This is Legion Commander. The entire set of works took about 6 months to complete, fully showcasing everything and his idea, the production techniques. 哇，这个军团指挥官感觉也非常的漂亮啊！现场的观众有没有喜欢玩军团指挥官的？我知道这个英雄现在不是版本热门，但是它还是非常的漂亮的。Let's move to the next cosplayer.
And here we have Naga Siren by Graphomanka. She places great emphasis on hand coloring, on painting, on texturing her materials, including imitating forged metal textures and delicate color gradients. She has a strong preference for traditional handmade methods, so every component of this outfit is handmade and assembled by her.
娜迦海妖深渊少尉套装 I like how she moves. You can tell this is exactly how the hero moves, right? 我们可以看到她动起来，感觉就像是现实生活当中我们真的看到了娜迦海妖一样。这套服装呢，非常注重手工上色的细节，包括它所有的金属质感以及细腻的色彩渐变。它非常偏爱传统的手工制作方式，所以整套服装的每一个部件都是由他亲手制作并组装完成的。Amazing work! Let's move to the next one.
我们的第10位 coser 是阿布多瑞乃盖。 她是一位10年 Dota 2女玩家，这是她自制的第10套 Dota 2 cosplay 作品。这套作品的制作时间超过了500小时，总重量15千克，使用了15.8米的 LED 灯带，从图纸制作到硬件开发，全部由她自己完成。
What? Sven, she is a 10-year Dota 2 female player, and this is her 10th self-made Dota 2 cosplay work. The total weight is 15 kilogram and use 15.8 meters of LED light strips. 15 kilogram. All right, that's our last works. 这样我们就全部欣赏了我们10位参赛作品了。接下来就是我们揭晓奖项的时刻了。不知道在座的观众朋友们，你们的选择是哪些呢 ？All right, that's all the 10 cosplayers we've already seen. Which one is your favorite? Let's go. The first one. 那么第一个我们将要揭晓的是评委推荐奖。 有请 Ray。
获得评委推荐奖的作品是阿布多瑞乃盖的斯温刚刃之治。
Ray revealed the Judges' Choice Award。恭喜阿布多瑞乃盖 Sven。
该选手高度还原了斯温的刚刃之势，将发光假发、巨型武器与全身灯光系统融为一体，展现出极强的视觉表现力。从建模、打版、制作到硬件开发，全部独立完成，体现了选手卓越的综合制作能力与创新能力。
The reason they gave this award to her because the content has recreated Sven, everything detailed, combining a glowing wig, oversized weapon, and full lighting system to create a highly striking visual impact. Congratulations! 接下来我们来揭晓第2个奖项。哇，现场的观众朋友们，难道你们不喜欢这套斯文套装吗？那么接下来这套是不是你的选择呢？下一个奖项表彰的是一位能够在穿上 cosplay 后彻底化身为角色本身，让人忘记服装背后的真人选手。有请 Reeps 为我们揭晓 The Biggest Transformation Award。
The biggest transformation award of TI 2026 goes to Graphomanka's Naga Siren. Every single scale is cut and painted with precision. The skillful construction of Naga's signature tail. I wish we could see it. Maybe, can we get some turn in there? Or you'll have to wait for pictures. The headpiece is impressive as well. The beautifully executed makeup. All that convinced the judges that Graphomanka deserves the award for the biggest transformation.
它的每一片鳞片都经过了精准的裁剪与上色，那加标志性的尾巴与鱼鳞的制作技巧，再搭配令人印象深刻的头饰和精致的妆容，最终让评委们一致认为它就是当之无愧获得了最佳复刻奖。Yeah, I wish we can see more details about it. It looks so amazing.
It's not easy to move with a tail like this, and I think she had to leave her device that she has for it upstairs in the room, so we'll have to wait for the photos later. But I tell you, it's amazing.
那么我刚刚问他说，我希望我能够看到更多的细节呀。他说，因为穿着这一套装备实在是很难动起来，所以呢，在后面我们会补上更多的图片，请大家关注一下喽。那接下来我们要揭晓的奖项是最佳技术奖，这个奖项是颁给在还原度、制作工艺和创意方面得分突出的选手。有请林景老师。Next award is the Best Technique Award.
获得本届最佳技术奖的是 Goldie Moon 军团指挥官复仇魔刃。
Goldie Moon, the Legion Commander.
那 Goldie Moon 的军团指挥官呢，整体的形象十分还原，比例准确，而且内部结构考究，布料选择也很细心，铠甲的纹理制作也很精致，而且呢，在上色涂装的过程当中呢，不光考虑到了准确，更是加入了对角色的深刻理解，所以最佳技术奖当之无愧。
Careful fabric choices and finely detailed armor texture highlight the work. The painting process balance strict accuracy with profound insight into the character. Congratulations! 那么我们已经揭晓了3个奖项，我相信大家都在期待这一刻，那就是我们 TI 2026的年度最佳作品奖。全场只有一个，将会颁给得分最高的选手。We've seen the impressive winners in 3 categories, but there can only be one Best in Show. This award goes to the cosplayer with the highest overall score. Please, Reeves.
The Best in Show of the TI 2026 cosplay competition presented by Steel Series and Perfect World goes to Shimbalus with Omni Knight.
Congratulations, Shimbalus!
This cosplay unites handcrafted details, impressive construction, and fun electronics. Shin has shown high skill in the application of a wide range of techniques, and he is indeed the best in show of TI 15.
这套 cosplay 将精湛的手工细节、出色的结构制作与趣味十足的电子机关完美的结合 ，Shimbalus 展现运用了多种制作技艺的高超能力，成为了 TI 2026年度最佳作品的不二之选。Yes, we feel you. 好的，再一次恭喜所有的获奖选手，也感谢每一位 cosplayer 为我们带来的精彩作品。Congratulations once again to all of our winners, and huge thank you to every cosplayer. 有人用一针一线让 Dota 的英雄走进现实，而接下来还有另外一群创作者用镜头和故事把他们心中的 Dota 搬上荧幕。We've just seen Dota brought into life through incredible costumes and craftsmanship. Now it's time to see Dota brought to life in a different way through cameras, stories, and imagination of filmmakers. 接下来舞台交给你 ，Take it over, Slacks.
Thank you. For 15 years, the Dota 2 International has acted as a showcase of the finest teams and players from around the world. But that isn't it. No, TI is a place for the community to come together. From making signs in the arena to drafting some dank memes to post on the internet and spending thousands of hours on incredible cosplays like the ones we saw here today. These are all ways that the Dota community shows us their passion, drive, and love for this game. Now, for the last 10 years, the Dota 2 short film contest has been another way for fans to celebrate the community and show their love for Dota right here on the main stage. So many talented people have come together to participate in this contest over the last decade. And we thought it might be a little fun to talk to some of the finalists and get a backstage look at what it takes to make it here to the International.
Hi, I'm Genevieve Sai.
My name is Nicholas Kundashizel.
My name is Mario.
Mi nombre es Pamela y soy más conocida como Maidot.
Hello, my name is Kevin Siri.
Hi, I'm Dopa 2.
My name is Shaylin Ham.
Меня зовут Михаил Пахомов.
And I'm Sam Siri.
Hi, my name is Lawrence. I'm known online as Lozenger, and in 2015 I won the very first short film contest with an entry called The Calling.
I submitted the award in 2017.
I won the short film contest with At Any Cost in 2024.
Yo participé en el 2022 con el corto de Just Hold On Here and I Wake Me.
I submitted in the 2022 short film competition.
My video was called Low Purity Story, and it was about my dog playing Dota.
В прошлом году выиграл первое место, занял с работой кино.
I first submitted the Night Stalker and Punch video.
Fresh meat. Not yet.
And we made Tiny and Io Elemental Adventure in 2016.
Tiny and Io Elemental Adventure.
I've always had an interest in animation.
I was always kind of this creative kid. I love drawing, I love painting, I love playing the music.
I love making something that people have fun with. I love making something that makes people happy.
As a form of storytelling, I think it could be something that's very powerful.
And when you express it artistically, whether that's animation or drawing or music, someone else is going to be touched and someone else is going to relate. And when they tell you they feel the same way, it's going to be this magical moment for you.
When I got to know about the short film contests, I just had to jump in.
Как только появился конкурс короткометражек от Valve, я ушел.
The first time that I saw the short film contest was in 2016, and seeing the amazing quality videos that they were putting out there made me really inspired, and I felt like, okay, I gotta try next year.
When I found out about the Dota 2 short film contest, I'm like, this is it. This is my chance.
This was honestly my first kind of animation for a project.
I submitted many times. I remember my first submission sucked.
I don't care if this sucks. Ever since I heard Timbersaw's voice, I just had this intense need to animate him. I just want to show the world what I see when I hear his voice.
It's great to be back. Well, that's what I tell people anyway.
I had no experience whatsoever in animation, especially in Source Filmmaker, but I tried my best to learn it as much as I could, so every single year I was trying to improve.
El proceso sí fue duro. Fue bastante duro.
Because it's all in your head and you know what you want to put out, but like not everyone will understand what you're trying to tell. And like the hardest thing to get better at was definitely directing and like finding a way to tell a story in 1.5 minutes.
Just like anything else, you need like a plan, a draft, a sketch. So you have to like really think about what's gonna be my story. Am I gonna make it comedy or drama or action?
From makeup to wardrobe to the director, the producers, or if you need a PA or if you need production designers, set dressers. And for me, even though you're so exhausted, I have that feeling of just knowing that this is exactly what I would want to do. I wouldn't rather do anything else.
I'm the voice of the song. A rock and a ball, best friends forever. It was super simple and elementary, but it was cool to be like, oh, I wrote that. Tiny Now, I would say, brought us closer together.
We got married 2 years later after the video.
And I love you.
I created several short films for the short film contest, which for me was one of the biggest moments, I think, in my entire creative career, where for the first time, something that I made was put on a big screen and millions of people watched it at one point in time.
Seeing your video inside the game client later and all your friends are watching and people are adding you to their friend lists, people I don't know. It was just fun.
When they chose me as a finalist, I was like, ah! Oh my God, I just could not believe it.
Hearing my name, like hearing like the title of the video was really something that I'll never forget, really. I was just like jumping and screaming. I was super, super happy, super, super excited.
I remember watching a lot of reaction videos from people who were watching the award for the first time and just really laughing at it. And that just brought me a lot of joy, you know? That was a beautiful moment for me.
It kind of made my family proud of me. I live in a small village in a rural area. I said to a couple of guys and the thing spread throughout the community too. And people now know that I have a YouTube channel. I got kind of famous in my community.
I was on my bed still, like I was watching my bed, and then I heard you saying that, and then I was like so fucking happy. I started like banging my bed with my hand.
That was an incredibly validating moment for me as a creator, and to that I do credit a lot of my background with the short film contest.
The short film contest, all the years that I've submitted, they've changed my life in so many different ways.
Эти конкурсы кардинально изменили мою жизнь, и стало понятно, в какую сторону будет двигаться моя карьера дальше. Сразу после первого моего участия в конкурсе короткометражек я смог найти работу в геймдев-студии.
After short film, I was blessed to work with as many tournament organizers as there is in the Dota scene, so I had a chance to work with PGL, ESL, Blast. For PGL, for instance, I worked on those animations that you guys see, like the draft animations where the hero will pop up during the draft phase. And definitely like the craziest thing that I've ever worked on was this year's TI, so the embroidery theme, the opening ceremony that you guys seen.
Now I've been working with animations for like 10 years, which is something I never imagined I would do. After
the film contest, I've gone on to continue my career in character design, and previously I've worked on The Wild Robot as a story artist and a character designer, and currently DreamWorks feature animation. A new movie I have been working on is coming out called The Forgotten Island. And I was a character designer and story artist on that as well.
My advice for someone starting out in the creative space for something like Dota 2, just do it.
Please, please, please get over your anxiety of making something that sucks, because you can rest assured that the next thing that you're going to make is going to be even better. So my best advice is just make something. Make something, make it as best as you can, put it out in the world, and then make your next thing, because the next thing is going to be better.
And trust me, 3 years after that very first video, you're gonna be happy you hit that button.
Working in animation is just being surrounded by a community of nerds like me.
Dota is this wonderful heritage for us because it's come from a very bottom-up place. It's very grassroots. It's been built by the effort of the community and the love of the community. And that includes not just the game, but the community around it that's making the art.
So all I have to say is thank you.
Thank you so much to the community for inspiring me and so many others over this last 10 years.
Thank you for your support. Dota 2 wouldn't be the same without the players. Dota 2 wouldn't be the same without the creators. You guys mean the world to everybody else involved.
Thank you very much for supporting the game and for supporting our work.
Congratulations.
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 Congrats.
Congratulations.
Поздравляю, Zizi.
Congratulations.
Congratulations on 10 years of the short film contest.
Thank you so much. Now, besides just introducing you to some of the real people behind the winning films, we wanted to celebrate the first 10 years of the Dota 2 short film contest with a little something different for its 10-year anniversary. We asked all of the finalists to come together and craft something special for you. We wanted to make something for the game that we all love and touch upon some of the most memorable moments from the International over its last 15 years that we all share. Hope you guys enjoy.
Often I am asked, what does a hero truly need? Much depends upon the hero. Would you be swift? Then for you, I have speed beyond measure.
I'm the best. Did you see that?
No.
It was the play from TI2. I was all, black hole.
Okay.
It's like the most famous play ever.
Okay.
Speaking of famous plays, TI3 had a pretty good one.
Okay.
Would you be strong? Then I can grant you the might to overpower any foe.
A TI-10 adventure.
Oh my god!
A rock and a wolf. Best friends forever.
My roof gets blown up! I can't take this seriously.
All right. Focus, my son. Focus! Everyone called me crazy when I said hamsters could learn Dota. But who's laughing now? You have learned all you can about being a rat. Just pick nature's prophet and... No! Not again! Please!
Would you be wise? Then come closer and I will unlock your inner cunning.
Engaging! Open fire!
Oh, my God!
Mega Creeps inbound. EG with their last chance. Can they hold? Here we go. Ice going in. Shattering move the Dagon. It's not doing much, but the other Dagons are triple Dagons. Timbersaw, he's dead. They might be able to do this. Divine Rapier on Void. He's going in. EG with the impossible comeback.
What does a is for you to decide.
Ten years of the short film contest, 15 different internationals, one yet still to claim who will be the champion for it. And it is this one in Shanghai right now. We're looking at our grand finals. Only 2 teams stand the test of time and have the chance to be able to get up there and lift the Aegis. And how far we've all come since the first international. You yourself, Insane, you're having a cameo in the short film celebration there, and how far you've come as a player too.
Yeah, I mean, it brings back memories of the last time I was in Shanghai for TI9 and, you know, the unfortunate moment with the gyrocopter. But, I mean, it's honestly an amazing tournament, and even that moment was life-changing in many ways. I got to see my teammates and how they truly feel in a moment where you need them more than anything. So, like, for me, that moment reminds me of very good things, very good memories.
And someone that we need more than ever. Effie, you've been to so many TI finals as a panelist. How does it feel to be seeing one in Shanghai now?
It's just so special. There are no words. Just from the Dota today to the cosplay contest to watching that short film, everything is so beautiful. It's the perfect celebration of this game and this community.
And Quinn, yourself, you've played in many a TI finals too, to be exact.
Yeah, it's just an incredibly special occasion. It means so much to me and to so many people. It's a celebration of the game, and that's why I love things like that piece so much, that we get to see the history of not just the players, but the people that make the game so special. When I see the Dota 2 reporter, my eyes light up. I'm watching it with my brother. I remember even when he didn't play Dota, watching it and enjoying it. So stuff like that I find so special, and I just love to be a part of this community and this celebration.
I mean, today is by far one of the most emotional days that exists in the season of Dota. It's our final day of TI, and we're on to our last best of 5 here, our last series that we're going to get. Looking at the grand final now, and it's so hard to pick who is going to come out on top. Vision have looked by far one of the best teams. They haven't dropped a single series in their TI 15 run, whilst they've been pushed to the limits. On the other end, you have a Spirit who thrive with their backs against the walls, who have loved to do this lower bracket run in a way.
I mean, coming into this, Vision were the team to beat. They were the team everyone was watching, everyone was studying, everyone was afraid of. And as the tournament progressed, that very much was the case. They completely bulldozed through it. But on the other hand, you have the TI team in Team Spirit. It doesn't matter how they do throughout the year. If they show up at TI, they're absolutely going to show up as the anime protagonists. They're here to cook.
And Spirit, I feel like, is a different beast when you play them. Like, we saw them match up earlier in the tournament, and that was an upper bracket round 2. I think at this point, they've had so many series to figure out their draft. They've had so many series to iron out the kinks in their gameplay and just get everything on the same page. And you can tell by the fact that almost all their last series in the tournament are 2-0s.
It's actually crazy to look at Spirit's matchups here. One, they've played significantly more best of 3s, but the only 2 teams in which they've lost these best of 3s to is Vision and Nigma Galaxy, and they lost twice to Vision in that group stage to be the first 4-0, our only 4-0 team, and of course that upper bracket best of 3 that they had just a couple of days ago too.
Yeah, the first one 2-0, the second one 2-1, and third, we'll have to wait and see, but I think that illustrates the arcs of these teams. Vision came in at the top, and they've stayed at the top. No one has been able to touch them, evidenced by the record, but Spirit, they started down here, and they're arcing up towards Spirit, hurtling at them like a speeding bullet that we know the terrifying Yatoro player is. And now it's the collision, right? It's the team that's been on top versus the team that's charging towards them, and what happens when they meet.
I'm more curious than ever. Of course, the Dota is what we want to celebrate and have fun with as well, but also what form of Yatoro are we going to see? And I don't mean what hero is he going to show up with, what playstyle he's going to have. Is the man going to come out with a shaved head? Are we going to see the run back of a Bull Toro in another TI Grand Final?
I hope so. I mean, I can tell you, as someone who on stage and witnessed the horror firsthand, seeing my dreams crumble in front of me, it's just so iconic, such an epic moment in Dota history. And he is I don't know, for the last 6 years or so has been like the iconic player. And so the fact that we're even questioning what his hairstyle is going to be for the grand finals is, I don't know, a testament to how legendary he is.
And just for context, for those who may be tuning into this TI as their first ever TI, Yatoro, every time that he has won the international, he has shown up on the finals day with a shaved head and has just completely unleashed himself upon his enemies as the best carry in TI.
I believe the quote goes something like, at TI 10, he sacrificed his hair to the Dota gods in order to win that final against LGD. So then he did it again in Seattle. So, I mean, if he's not bald, I will be very sad.
I think we could all agree with that one. Then I wonder on the flip side, you know, does that play into Vision's mentality at all? Because for every single member of that 5-stack, they have not lifted in ages. For many of them, actually, they've never made it to a TI grand final. I think about last year for Vision, how close they were. They were having this extremely dominant Game 3 in the lower bracket final, and the lead slips away from them slowly but surely. They sink in the reality that we don't have control of this game. And unfortunately, that's where their previous TI run ended, top 3. Now it's secured at least top 2, but they won't be happy with that one.
Yeah, it's a totally different beast, and I think it's something you dream about for so long, so that when it finally becomes tangible, it becomes in your grasp. Even the idea of being in a grand finals is so distant. There's so many series, there's so many steps along the way that you can't really focus on that. And so then when you're suddenly there, because you've been focusing on the moment, you've been focusing on the journey, wow, now it's very real, and it's quite an overwhelming feeling to go through. And so I hope for them that they're able to steel themselves and actually focus on the gameplay and not let the sort of the grandeur of the moment overwhelm them.
Looking at all the TI appearances of the roster as well, we've included the coach because Puppy has a little bit of a fantasy or fairy tale for himself. Everyone talked about how he got that 4th place. He got that 3rd place at the next TI. He got 2nd place all the way back at Singapore in TI 11. And we go, okay, this is it. The next TI is Puppy's. But there was the caveat. Maybe it was the next TI Puppy attended was going to be his 1st place.
I mean, yeah, that's the script, and that's what it's saying for them, right? Puppy is supposed to win this TI. That's like, if the script does exist, and many Dota tournaments has made it seem like there is a script, then it should be Puppy's.
Yeah, Puppy, it's not an exaggeration to say he's one of the greatest players to ever touch Dota. He's been so consistent throughout his career. He's had so many definitive ideas as a captain. And at this stage in Dota, it feels like such a natural transition for him to come into the international as a coach. And we've already seen the results of him as a coach on Team Vision. He came in, he whipped them into shape. He took 5 of the best players in the world and turned them into the best team in the world. And it just feels like no matter what Puppy can do, he will always have a place in Dota. And look at this, the longevity of his career is ridiculous. On the other hand, you have Miposhka Quinn, who is no slouch himself.
Yeah, it's two titans, really. I think the parallel of Puppy coming in, whipping him into shape, I think Miposhka is the same thing. He was not on this team for a solid chunk of time, and they did not look like themselves. They were in shambles for a big period of that. And then Miposhka joins, and you slowly see them ramp up to the form that they're in now. I think he is such an integral and core part of this team's identity and history. And honestly, I think they would not be even close to the same without him.
He's definitely like made them look more like they used to. And I think we had Laurel say it, and it's so true that they are now able to play fast and slow. And this has been one of the things that's the scariest to go up against, because it's quite easy when you're only facing up against one playstyle to try to match. And it's the same thing that Vision brought up, right? When they talked about Yandex, is that Yandex are the kings of split pushing. But we can split push and team fight. And when you have multiple avenues that you can go down, it just makes the team so much scarier. And that's where I feel like both these coaches have added to their teams.
Yeah, to me, Miposhka in a lot of ways is team spirit. It felt like his team when they won both of those Aegises. And yes, he had a star-studded roster, especially in Yatoro and Collapse being some of the greatest players ever. But he was the player who brought that energy of resilience, that heart, that ability to overcome difficult situations. And if you ever watched the way that he interacted with his team and the way that he guided them, he was the one lifting their spirits. He was the one enabling them to play the late-game comeback Dota. And we saw that in all the moments Spirit had roster changes. They brought in new players. They had to train them. They all had that team spirit energy because of Miposhka. So when he did leave this roster, it did feel like a massive loss. And now that he's back as a coach, they're in the TI Grand Finals.
Slowly we're seeing his voice show up in-game, even though he's not there for them. And that has been such a pivotal point for Spirit here. And I just love the fact that we're seeing them be Spirit of old, because we missed out on them on the main stage 2 TIs in a row. They make it to a main stage, they drop to a lower bracket, and they are completely unfazed, Quinn. They go, okay, and...
Yeah, I think having someone like that for both teams in your corner, that we've seen them come back from games that they drop very unconvincing losses. They lose a game in pretty, I don't know, drastic fashion, and a lot of teams would crumble from there. Your mindset drops, your gameplay drops, and you lose the series. But they walk off stage, and they've got someone who says, hey, it's okay, these are our ideas, and you trust them. You really believe. They're not just saying it to say it. They're saying it because it's true, and you believe that. They have the presence and the stature to make you buy into that, and I think that's what's so special about these players and why this will be such an amazing series, is that it's not a team on either side that will crumble. They will hold strong and push until there's nothing left to give.
I think what adds context to how surprising it is that Spirit are here, because if you tune in for TI every year, you go, oh, this is an org, a roster, lineups, players that we're expecting to make deep runs. But this is the one year in which we have not seen Spirit win a single Tier 1 event. Every other TI since that TI 10 run for themselves, and even including in that year, right, they were able to get an event win for themselves. This time around, 2 second places was the best that they were able to do in Senior, and so they really did, I think, slip to the wayside in people's minds about the potential threat of what they can all be together as a roster.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, then on the other side, you have Vision that's been pretty, like, honestly, ever since they got the roster together, ever since Notice joined, arguably the most dominant team of the season. And I think everybody coming into TI knew what these guys are capable of. So in many ways, it is like David versus Goliath, but it's Spirit. So, like...
It's Goliath versus Goliath in TI terms.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I think another really cool thing, and it ties back to what you said, like TI 10, I think, is an iconic tournament. It's when Spirit first came to be the greatest team in the world. And I know, like, Team Secret at that tournament coming in, they were like the favorites of that year. They had this super dominant online era, and they come to TI, they lose to Spirit in the end, in this like kind of crazy game with like, I think it's a Like and Tiny situation going on. Anyhow, I'm just rambling. But the reason I bring it up is because we talked to Sumail at some point, and I remember he mentioned that he thinks Vision is the most similar team to that Secret ever since Puppy's joined. So I think for Puppy, this is also like revenge for TI-10. And that TI-10 mattered more than any TI, I think, to most players that were there. So for him, I think this moment means everything.
I'm intrigued to see it play out this way, because Vision, again, you're talking about it, the most dominant team for this year. We have never seen the most dominant team or the favorite team throughout the year go on to win TI, to lift the Aegis. They've always fallen slightly short, whether it's a second, a third, not even making it through groups. So in your eyes, if Vision were to win TI today, would it be the first time in TI history that the favorites have won it?
That's a good point. I would say that they're an exception to this because they were not the most dominant team for the first half of the season. They were going through the growing pains of their roster changes. They had a stand-in situation. They had offlaner switches for a while. Puppy came in as a coach halfway through the season. It took a while to wrinkle out a lot of that growing pains. And towards the last 3 months, they've been the beast. So maybe they can break that curse by peaking at just the right time.
It's very reflective because both Spirit and Vision had to go through qualifiers. We always have our direct invites every year, and whilst most of those teams placed really well for themselves, we have 2 teams that had to fight through the qualifiers to be here, Quinn. Fight through qualifiers, group stage, upper bracket, lower bracket, you name it, they've done it between the 10 of them.
Yeah, I had completely forgotten about that, and it is such a crazy, and I think it's very accurate what Mira says about peaking at the right time, and I think this plays a lot into it. You've had a bunch of games. You weren't the greatest whenever, the season was going on. That's why you weren't invited directly. You had to prove your merit in other ways, and so that you've had to grind. You go through these group stage matches, and you ramping and ramping and ramping. That's what you want. You don't want to peak too early, because that's why we see so many teams that are dominant early in the year fall flat later, because you can only be so good for so long. It's the nature of competition. It's so difficult to stay on top. People are gunning for you constantly, and so the fact that both teams have timed it perfectly, whether through luck or through, I don't know, some insane pressions.
That was the Maposhka. He's like, if I do this and at that time and in this month, if we just bring it up and stop playing late game, we got it, boys.
Yeah, they've stolen the stars aligning from another team, and now they're here and they're in form.
I mean, peaking at the right time, honestly, it's a skill you learn as a team. It's something that we put a lot of effort into on Liquid, and I think especially Blitz was very adamant about, like, let's not burn ourselves out throughout the year. We need to kind of think about how we put effort into tournaments, because there's only so many events that you can actually put in your 100% in. And for TI, you definitely want that. And you don't want to come into TI feeling like a little bit burnt out. You don't have like that fire and that passion for the game that you would have otherwise.
I want to take a step back and look at the TI in which both of you two actually came up against each other in the grand finals, because Aiden, you came in through the upper bracket. You guys didn't lose a single game. Quinn, you came in through the lower bracket. And so starting with you, how does potentially, because you were mentioning burnout, how does fatigue of such a long day, even though it was a 2-0, a long day play into this? Where is Spirit hoping to be able to pour energy from and ramp up and peak a second time for a finals?
Yeah, it's the hardest part of a lower bracket run. And it's not just this day alone, it's the prior days coming into it. They played 2 series yesterday. They played a stressful lower bracket run. And it's not also just the physical fatigue, it's the mental fatigue of all of these are elimination series, and that weighs on you. There's a stress and a pressure there. If everything is on the line, and everything can only be on the line so many times before you break. And so doing that lower bracket run and getting to the grand finals, they've done it before, but it is an incredible feat, both physically and emotionally, completely unrelated to the Dota.
Yeah, absolutely. And something that is really tough and maybe hard to like relate to unless you've been there is the fact that the day before the grand finals, you're also playing a double series day. And they had the first series of the day into the last series of the day into today, again, the first series of the day. And then you get to play another series. And this drain over the course of 2 days is crazy tough.
Well, it's great for them then that they had so many quick 2-0s. It feels like the last 3 rounds for them have just been, all right, we're tired. Let's make quick work of this and go home and sleep. Like, we even had Collapse say, at 5 hours of sleep, we're going to do this fast. And they did it really fast yesterday.
Hopefully he's gotten a little bit more sleep. But Aiden, is there anything that plays in your mind when you're coming in from the upper bracket? Because some people do talk about or allude to Spirit have now had 2 games to warm up for themselves. They're in the group of it a little bit more, and maybe they're ready that off the rip, they're going to be playing at a tempo that you haven't yet done because you haven't walked out on that stage on the side of Vision.
I think usually when you're in the upper bracket, you have this confidence of like, we haven't dropped a single game. You're coming into that series thinking like, we're going to absolutely smash the other team. And I think, I wouldn't say it really is a factor in that way. I don't think you really care that they're warmed up. You're thinking, if anything, like, we've beaten them twice this tournament already. We're going to beat them a 3rd time. It's no problem for us.
Yeah, I think that's very true. And I think from the lower bracket, there's a feeling of like proving yourself. Like you can feel, I think, them looking down on you, right? Because they are standing on the podium and you're walking up the steps as they glare down at you. And so I think there's very much a feeling of like, we're going to prove you wrong. We'll show you. You think you're better than us? You think you deserve to be there and we don't? Then let's prove it in game.
Oh, that talking is going to happen when we see our grand finals there. But it's just so insane to think about that no one's mentality over this last year that we're aware of, we're not sure how long that this has been a shift for him, has been so much more about the journey. And ever since then, it feels like we've seen a resurgence of him. We've seen him back to the no one of old. Before we saw him do a lot of region swapping and org changing. And now it is a no one that is consistent, is willing to play whatever role it is. And I'm so intrigued as to how much progress and how much effort has gone into this, and almost this satisfaction that he must have that because of it, he is now in a grand final for TI.
Absolutely. And the thing with the whole, it's all about the journey is really interesting until you reach the end destination, right? Now it can't be all about the journey. It has to be about this moment. And I'm very curious to see how that affects him, because if this has been the thing that he's been relying on, like just enjoy the road, enjoy all the past steps to get there. Now that you're here, can you stay in that mindset? Can you stay in that idea of like, there's always next year that this team is going to continue on. And even though this moment means so much to you, to not get stuck up on it and not think like, this is where we were meant to like end up and this is what it's all about.
Yeah, it's so true and it's so difficult. I remember the same feelings when you finally get there of it's very easy. It happened to me to get caught up into, wow, this is what I've always dreamed of. And then suddenly you start thinking about that and you're not thinking about the gameplay, and that slips very quickly. And gameplay goes from 99% to 97%. And suddenly you're making mistakes and things crumble. So it's a slippery slope. And I hope that he's able to stay in the mindset that's gotten him all the way up to this point.
There's a lot playing into this, and we've mentioned the coaches, the impact that they've had on the rosters that they have been helping come to this grand finals. Now we've talked about no one's journey for himself, but more importantly, something that Vision really wanted for themselves was to see this rematch with Spirit. They wanted to have Spirit in the grand finals. When they secured their spot, that's something Dekal has said. And looking at Satanic, Yotaro, there's a lot of different accolades between them. There's a big age gap between them as well. But more importantly, there's a different sort of veteran when it comes to being out on a TI stage. And Satanic has been there once, and it wasn't the result he wanted. It was a top 3 finish, which is still fantastic last year, but that's still that element. Is it going to be different for him mentally stepping into a grand final?
Yeah, I mean, we have to keep in mind that a lot of these younger players from the EE region grew up watching Team Spirit. They watched the miraculous run that they had at TI-10. They saw them lift the Aegis in that beautiful story, and Yatoro became the carry player to watch. Satanic has absolutely molded and shaped himself as a Dota player off of Yatoro. We called him Baby Yatoro for so long. And of course, he's come into his own and stepped into his own as a player, developed his own particular playstyle. But this was his idol for so long. So going up against him must mean the world to him. And is it a TI win if you don't beat your idol?
Guys, I'm getting a little giddy in my seat because I have just gotten word that if anyone out there is, dual screening right now, watching the broadcast as well as maybe scrolling on social media, Team Spirit, a little bit of a spoiler, have posted
Oh
a
boy.
photo.
My God.
Oh boy.
Now, we don't know whose hair this is that has been sacrificed to the Dota gods, is all I'm going to say. But there is an inkling as to which player would love to have given that up.
My goodness. I mean, you talk about King versus Prince. What better situation to try to take the throne than versus Baltoro?
Can you imagine if Satanic comes out dead? I mean, Mira talks about it in the idol. Yeah.
Do you think? No.
You never know.
You never know.
You never know. I mean, this is... I fully agree with Mira's point, and I think it's so cool that it is... Like, he is his idol, and you see that throughout his gameplay, his style, the heroes he plays, and they've gotten all the way to the grand finals, and it really is a dethroning moment. Like, that is what it is. Yatoro is what everyone thinks of the pinnacles carries, and Satanic has risen and risen and risen to be in contention for that, and now the proof is in the pudding. Are you really better? Show me.
We're looking at the hero pool comparison. There's a lot of common overlapping heroes, but when it comes to unique heroes, we're not seeing as many come out from Satanic, but there's a caveat to that one in Satanic. Remember, they haven't played as many series, they haven't played as many games, but I also think that is a lot of props to Poppy. He's not putting Satanic in a situation that you have to reach really deep into your hero pool and hopefully get the final pick, the last gotcha pick that comes out from our carry. It's a stable, all-rounded draft, and you can just excel in those heroes in which we're picking for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it comes down to the different draft styles of the two teams. We saw multiple times throughout this tournament where Spirit just end up in a position where they're last picking their carry against a team that's also last picking their carry. So the maximum amount of bans that can be on carries are being had. And I think Yatoro thrives in that position. That's what he wants to be in. He wants to abuse the fact that he has a big hero pool and make sure that neither carry is necessarily on their most comfort. But I think this is where Satanic can match him. He just hasn't needed to do it yet.
Yeah.
Looking towards our offlaners as well, because that has been the narrative around Vision. It felt like they were unsatisfied with their top 3 last year, and things just needed to change. They ended up bringing in Puppy as their new coach, but obviously Notice now joining them as their offlaner as well. And it was a departure of DM with a stand-in of SSS, and once Notice became that free agent from Yandex, they brought him over into Vision here. And we're looking at him, he is not necessarily a same player in the way that collapses, despite us seeing a similar hero pool up the top there. It is just so different in how they can engage for their team and what they can offer in terms of stability.
Yeah, for Noticed, I consider him very much the best all-rounder in all of Dota offlaners, in the sense that no matter what you give him, he will make it work. Do you need blink initiation? He can do that. Do you need scaling through your offlane? He will be able to do that. Do you need him to take a step back and sacrifice himself? He will do that, and he will make it work. Whereas for Collapse, he has, of course, naturally shifted his hero pool as the meta has shifted. But what he's the best at in the entire world, and has been, is clutching team fights. He's the best blink initiator in all of Dota. He's the best Aegis stealer in all of Dota. And he is the player that you rely on when things are going bad. He finds a way to turn impossible situations.
Yeah, he has this magic quality to him almost that it just feels like if you have any player in the world at a clutch moment, you're picking him. I don't even care what role it is. If he's playing mid, you're still picking Collapse. He's just that, I don't know, he just has that special sauce. And I think Mira's point about Notice is also very true, that somehow in a comparison of offlaners, I don't think Collapse is the clear favorite. This versatility that Notice has, I think, is something that's fallen by the wayside for a lot of Dota players. People are hyper-specialized in modern Dota. They play one way and they do it so well that they force you to beat it. And Notice says, screw that, I'll play all the styles at a good enough level that I can win TI. That is amazing.
It reminds me of XXS last year. I feel like he had a similar thing going where, like, whatever the team needs, whatever way I can enable our draft to work, I'm going to do that. And it's a player that you can't really, like, ban against. Like, what do you can't take him out of the game. You know, he's always going to have some sort of impact.
there's a lot of fun being had between these, all of us here, a lot of people in the arena as well. We can hear them cheering, having enjoyment of what's happening over on the Chinese broadcast too. But the arena has been filled out by everyone here in Shanghai. It has been such a phenomenal time. And Slacks, so thankfully, decided that he would give us all a preview of what you guys might be missing out if you're watching at home.
Hey everybody, I thought I'd give you a tour around the arena. Sir Action Slacks here with a little walkthrough of all the different sights to see around the old bowl, as they say. We're gonna start things off with this embroidered Aegis. This is a real embroidery done by a master of embroidery in his own specific style, specifically to the Aegis that you'll be seeing on people's backs. Here we have our haul of different jerseys and rings throughout all the TIs. This is where it all started, baby. TI1 over for the free-to-play pin is there, the original shirt, the original ring, and there's so many beautiful designs. We've seen some of these before, but just seeing the growth of Dota 2, all the different rings, you get to pick your favorites. I know mine, one of mine used to be this guy right here, just a standard Team Liquid, got a bunch of gems and stuff. But I have to say, oh, this is a cool one. If you want to say this one is Tundra, and they made the ring itself look like the logo. Very cool. But I got to take you to the new edition. This is last year, Team Falcons. Absolutely beautiful purple ring in there. I can't wait to see what next year's ring will be. But we'll have to do that on next year's tour as we keep going onto the attractions. Do you want to take a little seat? Well, come on over to the Secret Lab booth. You can see a beautiful replica of the Aegis, partake in some stuff, and go look at some chairs. Now, Secret Lab has been one of the only sponsors with the International here, one of our official partners here. We have had custom chairs every single year, and they are beautiful, dating back all the way to 9. Look at this purple bad boy. So yeah, I personally love this year's chair. I think it's fantastic. We've got that nice logo on the back, celebrating our embroidery theme this year. A lot of Chinese stuff, but me at home, I'm a classic boy. Dota logo for life. Hi, hello everybody. Yes. What's your name?
My name is Scarlett.
Oh, fantastic. Welcome. This is our secret shop area. We saw you hanging out here, admiring it before we came. We have all the stuff in the secret shop in this glass case. What did you like? Was there anything interesting for you?
I buy this one.
Oh, the chess set? This thing is massive.
Yeah, and this one.
Oh, and the mouse pad? You went shopping today. Not the Ogre Magi cape?
No.
No, not the big Chungus Froggy?
No, I have a small one.
Oh, you got little Chungo. Okay, no problem. Well, that's a very good selection. I can't believe you got that whole thing. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
My favorite thing got to be this gigantic Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, I love this too.
You got this?
No.
No, but you want it.
Yeah, I want it.
Well, congratulations. I hope one day you get to have it.
Yeah,
the Secret Shop has many cool things. Can you give us a go buy stuff?
Yay!
Here we have some never, I believe, released art from the game, and it is very, very interesting. You got some creeps here firing lasers and stuff. Got some beautiful rivers out there before it actually got out. I know this one was a preview to the back of TI-10 on Roshan, which was cool. We've got some massive lane pictures. Now, you might have seen stuff like this anti-mage background picture before, but this is the full-size one. I never knew there were radiant towers behind anti-mage. This is early concept art of Dota 2 heroes and other things, and it is fascinating to see stuff like early Underlord, early TA, Arc Warden, Monkey King. These Slark before and afters are absolutely unreal. Did you know Abaddon was supposed to ride on the Haunted Gryffindor? I never knew that. But yes, absolutely fantastic. And this one I know I've never seen, the early concepts of Aghanim. So if you're a lore nerd, come and check out the early concepts. It is super cool. Welcome to the secret shop, my friends. There he is, the shopkeeper and his beautiful pet. Do you have anything to say, shopkeeper? No, it's a picture. Don't get crazy, but you can absolutely come here with your friends and have a beautiful picture. Bring your friends if you have them. It's a lovely setup. And there you have it, our little tour around the bowl. So if you guys are here, I hope you have fun. I hope you explore a little bit. There's lots to see and lots to do. And if you're not, you should be here next year. We'll see you guys again. Thanks for watching.
There's always so much to do at TI just outside of watching the amazing Dota that these players are putting on for us. And this year's theme has just taken it to another level. Everything about it feels so symbolic, so meaningful, and so emotional. And to see it spread around, to get to go through those journeys, having a look at the jerseys and the rings of all of our TI winners of past, I think that's just so amazing to get to witness with your own eyes, because it's not every day that someone wins a ring, let alone that you get to see it as well.
Yeah, I think the theming of this TI and sort of the celebration, the decoration of the arena and the surrounding area has been really, really good. There's commemorative photos everywhere, and just these pictures of people lifting the Aegis, like so many moments captured. And I think it's really special to just be walking around and just see all those pieces of history. It's very nostalgic and very cool.
It's incredibly impactful. I mean, and you're saying back in Shanghai as well. This one's going to have like so many different memories for you too, surely.
I mean, for last Shanghai was like my first TI ever, so obviously it has like a special feeling in my heart. And this city is one of those places that I've always told like my girlfriend, like you have to come to Shanghai at some point. This is one of my favorite places in the entire world. It's where I essentially feel like my Dota journey started, so
Wow.
it holds a very special place in my heart.
Yeah, it's my first time in China, and it's such a cool thing to be here because in Dota's history, China has always been an integral part of it, from teams to Dota culture to the back and forth of, the East versus West storylines we had for so long. And growing up being part of Dota and watching that, it's something that I've always wanted to do. It's always been a bucket list, so being here is so special.
It has been amazing, 2 weeks of it as well, that everyone's just been so privileged in a way to get to experience. But if you guys have been here at the arena every day, grinding out what has been some phenomenal Dota, then maybe you've missed out on just how beautiful Shanghai is.
We are here in Shanghai for TI15 on the hunt for statues of heroes and, of course, the Aegis of the Immortals, Nomad.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Has it ever made you consider going pro, Ted?
Nothing has ever made me consider going pro, especially my total lack of ability. But I tell you what, this is actual size of the Aegis. If you've ever seen the players lifting it on stage, they're giants.
Yes, your size grows relative to your Dota skill.
It does indeed. It does indeed. These are dotted around. There's like different statues. We've got to find a Quap statue, which I'm looking forward to. What are the other ones? Axe. There's a gigantic jug balloon on the roof of one of the buildings here.
Yeah.
We're going to see
Don't
how
tell
many.
Slacks, but there is a Wind Ranger around as well.
There is a Wind Ranger.
Yeah.
Don't let him hunt her down. We're going to see how many we can find in 30 seconds. No, I'm only kidding. It's not a race.
Jesus Christ.
We're going to go visit them all, and we'll get you some shots. And there's fans here taking pictures. This is fun. It's very muggy here today.
It is humid. It's very tropical. I feel like I'm on holiday with my dad.
Okay.
Can I call you Dad?
No, you cannot call me Dad.
Okay.
No.
What about
No.
Father?
No, not father, no.
Daddy?
No, definitely not.
Papa?
No.
Padre?
No. Oh. Nomad.
Wow.
Take a look at these bad boys.
They
What
are
have you got over there?
This giant inflatable Pudge. I mean, this is a Pudge I actually want on my team.
Yeah. Carry Pudge. This is proper late game Pudge. A 10,000 health Pudge. I'll take my Quap Arcana. Thank you very, very much. This is my queen right here. I've got the blue Arcana because I unlocked it because I love Quap so much. Hail Quap. I love you, my queen.
This thing is absolutely massive. This is taller than Saxa.
And I think it might actually be taller than Saxa. Anyway, Nomad, we got plenty more to find. Let's go.
Let's have a look.
Oh.
Golly, Pyrion, I think that's an axe.
I think you might be right, Nomad. Look at this.
He's glorious.
Absolutely phenomenal axe here. He looks very disappointed. Slightly disappointed axe. This is my offlaner when I'm pos for supporting axe. I failed to pull the camp. The carry and the 5 have jumped him. They got level 2 before us. I'm nowhere to be seen. That's the face.
I feel like
that's the face you
some
make.
trauma coming out here, Pyrion. But yeah, I will say, usually there is a barrier around here, so you don't need to worry about someone coming around the corner too fast and getting beheaded by the axe. It is normally very safe.
And if you do come here, you're not allowed to do this. Boop. You can't boop axe like I can. Look, boop, 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 boop. You're not allowed to do that.
Goodness, look at those muscles. I think he's got bigger biceps than Fly.
I think they might be slightly bigger than Fly. It might. I still think Saxa is taller than this.
Yes, he is.
But
yes.
Fly is swoller than this, I believe. Anyway, we got other statues to find. Nomad, are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's go.
What are we looking for next, Nomad?
Says here a big jug, Pyrion.
Big jug. Stop.
Look at the size of that jug over there, baby.
Oh my
That's the
God, that
biggest
is
jug I've ever
huge.
seen coming over the skyline.
It's massive. It's up on a cliff.
Is it not easy? Artur, come down.
It's not safe up there.
I didn't think he made it to this TI.
No, I don't think he has a TP scroll.
Well, he's stuck now.
Someone get him a ladder. Pyrian Flax, look at this. This is absolutely breathtaking.
Holy moly. Wind Ranger in all her glory. The Arcana. Oh my God.
Jesus, please,
almost
please
broken.
don't touch it.
Be
Oh my
careful.
God, it's so delicate, it's so intricate, it's
It
so
is,
well made.
It is.
It's really good. I mean, the leaves, the detail on these is incredible. Each one of these was hand carved by an old Chinese lady.
Is that right?
Yes, that is true.
Well, we found a lot of things so far on our trek around Shanghai. I think we've got 2 or 3 more things to find, so
Yeah.
let's split up and search for clues. Okay, Daphne?
All right, sounds like a good plan, Fred. Pyrian! Oh, there you are. Hello, mate.
Hello. Look at these beauties.
Oh my God. I mean, this, I don't even have jokes. This Mars is just fantastic.
That is pretty blooming cool. And they got a Shadow Fiend as well, who's, well, turns out I'm taller than Shadow Fiend. That feels pretty good.
I mean,
feels pretty good.
It looks epic for sure. I mean, look at the colors, look at the rendering. It's sick. I mean, this is how every Shadow Fiend player thinks they look when they're playing this hero. After they've just missed their 3rd Yule's combo.
Of course. And there in the middle is the true-sized Aegis, not like the gigantic one we saw at the start of this bit. This is more like what it actually looks like.
Realistic, yeah.
You ever held the actual Aegis?
I haven't, have you?
Several times.
I'm sure you have.
Several times. And every single time, there's a Valve person there who says, don't drop it. Well, we've done a full tour of these now.
Yes, indeed. It's been a full tour of all of the Dota heroes around here. And yeah, you can go out into the streets of Shanghai and see it yourself. They are fantastic. And some of them will be around the arena as well.
For those of you who don't get a chance to come to Shanghai, we've done the tour for you. We've had a great time, seen all the sites, been driven all around Shanghai. And it all ends here, as it will, at the end of the Grand Finals. Next week, when someone lifts the actual version of this above their head and everyone goes ballistic. That's what's going to happen.
From the streets of Shanghai, from us, bye-bye.
A lot of effort and care and passion going into what we've been able to witness as Dota fans throughout the city of Shanghai, throughout our arena here as well. It feels like every time you think this is going to be the coolest thing, you get to see this TI, there is someone or something that proves you wrong and you get to experience something new again. But seeing the replica Aegis, we've got the real Aegis out there on stage now, and it's either going to be Spirit with a couple of newbies, a couple of old faces lifting that Aegis again. Not as many as Ted clearly has lifted, but getting there.
Yeah, it's a chance for the 3rd, right? No one's ever won 3 TIs as a player, only AOI as a coach and player. So it's the potential for a very special occasion. I remember before anyone had won 2 TIs, it was like, who's going to be the first? And that's a big deal, cementing yourself in history as not just a TI winner, but a special kind of TI winner. It is, it's a goal even higher than normal TI winning.
And then on the side of Vision and Senior, it would be so many new players getting to lift it. It feels like we're getting closer and closer to the triple digits, and but we could potentially get that today.
Yeah, I mean, if Spirit wins, it's entirely possible, right, to get the 3-peat. But for Vision, I think it's really special because Puppy won the first TI, and he hasn't won ever since then, right? He's been so close so many times, and it can finally happen today for him. I think for Satanic, it's about, closing in on Yotoro, trying to make that gap smaller, make sure that he can surpass his idol, really. And for no one, I think probably the most special person here today, so many times coming to TI as the favorites, so many times falling short, and now finally being in the grand final and having a shot at it.
That's so amazing to think about, though. Puppy won the first ever international, and now we've come full circle, and he's still competing all of these years later at TI 15 as a coach. Like, to me, this is one of the most incredible storylines of this entire TI, if not the most incredible one. I just can't believe that someone has been that consistent throughout Dota. Like, this is longevity like we've never seen before. I don't even know if he has comparison in any other esport.
Yeah, the legacy is crazy, especially considering how much Dota changes. Like, there's patches all the time and the game shifts and morphs. It's not a static thing, it's an ever-changing thing. And so to have the commitment to something, to stay with it, even while it changes, is, doubly impressive, I think.
I know that we've been talking about stepping things up. However, time you think you've seen the coolest thing, there's one more thing to add. Well, our grand finals will no doubt be the top of it, but I've got something else to slot in just before it, and I know Devin Tsunami would love to walk us through it.
我们现在就在现场环廊里，在我们苏秀的这一枚不朽盾边上，哇，真的非常的精美哦。
It's an incredible work of art. 3 months to build something like this. I thought it was digital, but it turns out that was just the template. And then an incredibly talented artist took the time to put every single thread in the real thing.
大家都知道苏绣呢是我国的一项传统技艺，那它经过了几千年的传承，它的技艺在不断的精湛改善。现在我们看到的这一个苏绣的作品，它其实有一个非常细的地方，不知道大家能不能看到啊？就是它这个平面完全是平的，那这也是苏绣的一个技巧，就是你在缝制的时候，你的每一针的拉力都必须是均匀的，这样下去的时候，每一针才能恰到好处，它是一个完整的平面。Can you check if it's actually so flat?
I'm telling you, like this almost looked like a painting at first, or like a woodcut painting kind of thing, but it's real. It's all threads. And it's a gorgeous tapestry. This art form has had to be preserved for thousands of years, and the fact that there are still artisans creating it to this day is truly impressive. But I was hoping I could ask you about some of the specific themes that they threw in. So I'm noticing here there are pine branches on the left side, and then on the right side there are plum blossoms. What's the significance of that?
So these are symbolizes some very good quality personalities, about strength, about resilience, about never give up.
Perseverance.
Yes.
I see. And then how about we got the tides at the bottom and then clouds all the way at the top?
These are just, in Chinese, we call that 吉祥. So it's kind of like a good fortune and it's just blessing.
I see. And then, of course, the entire design as a whole. I know we pointed it out how flat it is, but I want you to see that the effort it takes to make all these things look like different colors, the sheen of each of the threads as the light catches them, and yet somehow you can still see shading on all of it.
是的，在现实生活中这样的光线下，我们可以看到每一针每一线，它其实是有色彩明暗的变化的。它是一个2D 的平面呀，但是你能看到这样3D 的色彩变化，它其实是非常精美的。
It's an incredible work of art, but this is just the cloth version, the thread version. Tomorrow, we're going to find out who wins the real thing on the stage.
我们这里是一枚苏绣的盾，但是真正的不朽盾将由谁、哪支战队举起呢？让我们拭目以待。
That is an absolute piece of art. It is so beautiful to get to see it, but knowing even more that the amount of time put into this one piece itself, you can't even fathom what it requires, but it's also 20 years of experience being put into what we got to witness, what we get to see, and what we get to use as a means to celebrate it. And I love the motifs. We're talking about it. Resilience with good luck. And it reminds me really strongly of a quote that I love where it's luck is when Luck is when preparation meets opportunity. And I feel like that is what is going to happen. The preparation happens before grand finals and the opportunity is now presented for you. And it's going to feel incredibly lucky to stand out there in front of everyone here at Shanghai and lift that Aegis in 3 games, 4 or 5, whatever it takes.
Yeah, it's an amazing feat, and it's something that you always strive for, but you don't have complete control, right? Dota is a team game. There are a lot of moving parts. There are patches. There are all these things that can change your odds of actually winning, and so you do your job. You do as much as you can, your individual work, either helping your teammates or just your gameplay. But at the end of the day, everyone has to show up and play their part in winning the tournament. I think that's why, part of why it's so difficult on a mental and sort of, I don't know, just preparation level is that you are just a small part of that. You don't have complete control, and humans love control.
And I mean, I think every single TI winner would account their win to some degree of luck, whether it's luck with a patch or luck with like everything clicked at the right time, or luck with like us peaking and the other team maybe not peaking. Like there is always an element of luck involved in winning TI, and it's cool to see, you just have to have it. If you don't, you're not going to win.
We were alluding to no one's perseverance, his resilience as well. I mean, how poetic would it feel for this to be the one that he finally lifts the Aegis with? For him, we mentioned it, so many times he's come in on the favorite team. So many times favorite teams in general have come in and fallen just that little bit shy. Last year was one of those ones for them, and look how close they were. It was a top 3 finish. They were literally 1 game away from making it to a grand finals, and it ended there. This time around, going through the upper bracket, you don't have that pressure, but you still have to face the reality of a grand final of a best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, especially the TI 2017s and 2018s, these are the ones that no one must really feel more than anything, because if we look at his history as a player, he was known as the most scary mid laner in the world in that duration of time. When he was VP No One, when he was playing on that dominant roster, he was crushing everybody. Even our most famous and popular mid laners did not want to face him. If you listen to Miracle or Samael talk about him in the past, they always say, I don't want to lane against the VP No One. There were jokes about Miracle forcing Matu to play mid against
That's not
him.
jokes. It's true. I've heard Matu say it himself.
He still says it.
Yeah, every time they would play VP, he's like, yo, Matu, give me safe lane, please.
But just the fact that he had this history as a mid laner but didn't have an Aegis to his name up until potentially today, we'll see, speaks a lot to his resilience, because a lot of players, they'll peak at a certain time and then we just don't hear from them again. They fall off. But he's brought himself back up and he kept competing and he still has sights on his dream, and that's a beautiful thing to behold.
Yeah, it's really amazing. And if you didn't play against it back then, it's hard to fully understand how disgustingly good this guy was. I don't think I won one single lane against him when we played them like 25 times. He was incredible, and those teams are incredible. And I think it's a testament to how hard it is to win this tournament, that they were dominant throughout those years. They were dominant last year on Team Vision, and now coming in again, getting another chance. I think it's something you really just try to be grateful for, that we have the opportunity. You get to play in this amazing grand final, surrounded by all these people that care so much, and they have, I don't know, they've done incredibly well on a lot of heroes as well. There are pieces to this puzzle that aren't just the players, but the heroes too.
And if you look at the top of the leaderboard, it's 2 mid laners, right? It's Ember and it's Earth Spirit, and he's been absolutely amazing on both of these heroes. I feel like for Yandex, for example, we saw them kind of fall short because they were lacking a hero. And that's where having the experience of having played for such a long time comes in, because you know how to play almost all the mid laners, and no one is an incredible value for his team in that regard.
And two of the standout heroes that Vision have been owning on to me are the offlane heroes that popped up, the Centaur and the Doom, and that brings me back to Noticed and how much she's provided for the team, because the archetype of these heroes is very different. With Centaur, sure, there is a lot of farming and a lot of creep dragging going on, but initially you're playing for team fights, you're playing around the Stampede, you're looking towards map control, whereas with Doom, you're playing for late game scaling, and Vision has done both very well. We've seen them take over tempo, we've seen them pop off and just completely crush the enemy, and we've seen them play slower paced games, take it to the very end and win off of their scaling. And the fact that they can do both makes them so difficult to play against.
I think it's also just that we look towards the supports of both teams as well, because we talk about No One and his resurgence, how he's able to bring himself up to being on a team that is as dominant as Vision. It's his skill, but it's also the surrounding cast that's helping him. And when we're looking at 9class and Ducalis, they're names we've mentioned so often, time and time again, over the last few seasons of Dota, but people might forget that this is only their second TI appearance. Their first one was also that top 3. Their second one is now a grand final. That's so crazy to think about, when they were these annoying terrors with techies and pubs, and now you're like, that is actually one of the biggest strengths of how you're playing as a support and how you're getting under the skin of your opponents.
Yeah, to go from third to second like that in your first 2 TIs, they are so incredibly skilled. And I think they're not those players that were just instantly incredible at the game. I think they are where they are due to hard work and dedication. They're players that grinded pubs for years and years, and now they're finally getting the fruits of their labor. They are super hard workers, incredibly skilled. When you play with them, you can feel it. Every decision they make is crisp. Their item decisions, everything. They are immaculate players, and their cores would be nothing without the supports propping them up.
I would say these are probably, even coming into TI, the 2 support duos that I would say were the strongest. And it seems to have been a major factor in the runs. Like, I think especially the Spirit supports, I personally have found to, like, ever since, like, I'd say like a month or 2 ago, even when Spirit wasn't doing so hot, I just kept feeling like they're outshining their cores. And to do that on Spirit says a lot about how well you're playing.
I mean, it's the supports who got the Aegis steals on Team Spirit this TI, which normally is something we see Collapse doing.
Yeah, it was... on the Spirit side, it was not me and Rue. Both of them were able to get it. But we're seeing 9class and Ducalis. And I love that their support hero pools don't overlap, but you still have to think about the flexibility, because that techies, whilst Ducalis is playing it, it could easily just as much be a 9class Ducalis. 9class techies as well there.
Yeah, it definitely could. They've got a little bit of overlap, but also a lot of uniqueness. You see a lot of heroes here that nobody else is playing. The Pudge, they really prioritize this Dark Willow. The Techies and the Ogre Magi from Ducalis, they just have so many strengths, and I think it just makes it very, very difficult to play against them, especially as how Dota's map has changed, it being bigger and the gates being added to the game. I think has added so much more importance on supports because you have more options. Not only can you gank mid, but you can gank the other side lane. You can stack camps. There's a lot of choices on what to do in terms of moves and efficiency, and it's put so much importance on these two roles over time. I genuinely think they're some of the hardest roles in Dota right now.
And that brings me back to an interview we had with Ducalis on Team Vision at Dream League, where we asked them, what's going on with you guys? Why are you playing so well? And he said, we're just taking a lot of personal responsibility. I think me and 9 Class are just playing better than we were at the start of the season. And he said ultimately that what takes you furthest in Dota is if you have the best players. And he thinks that they are the best players and they are the best supports in terms of technical skill. And I found that confidence very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And I think that confidence is backed up by hours and hours put into the game. If you pay attention, I feel like Ducalis, every time he picks any hero, it's at least Platinum tier on Dota Plus. Like, he's like the Amar of position 5. He has so many games on all these heroes, he has so many reps. And that's why I think he also, when you paid attention to the hero pools, has slightly bigger hero pool than Rue, right? He's had years to refine his position 5 gameplay, whereas Rue has kind of been thrown into it very recently. So it's cool also to see that kind of matchup of like a lot of experience versus somebody who's coming into a role with like a completely different perspective on it.
I mean, there's someone that's coming into this TI as their first one, and that's not me. We haven't even mentioned him yet, just how impactful it's been that he also joins the team of Spirit around the time that Maposhka is joining as coach as well. And it feels like he slotted in. We didn't even necessarily see the roster change. That's how seamless it felt him joining and removing to that 5.
Yeah, I think it's also very fitting that he's laning with Collapse because it's not me guy has the clutch gene. Like almost nobody I've ever seen as a rookie. It's ridiculous. This guy, whether it's the hardest match of his life, if they're down 15k gold, he is still absolutely owning. And so the fact that the two most clutch guys ever that I've seen are on the same lane, I think it's just only fitting that it fits Spirit so much that they're just the clutch guys.
I also find it a benefit of it when it's your first time playing a tournament or like a big tournament like TI. You don't really necessarily have the experience of like fully having understood what it means and all this pressure that's going on. You just show up and you're thinking, I'm just going to focus on playing the best Dota that I possibly can. And I think that it also enables you to be a bit more clutch, to take those risks, because you don't have the experience of trying to do that and then being punished for it. So I think that gives them a little bit of freedom in the series too.
Oh, 25 seconds. I'm just excited.
Are you more nervous as a paddlist than when you were playing, walking out for a grand final?
No, not even close. Playing is way more stressful, and that's why I'm excited to see how they look, how they feel, how they play, because it's just such a monumental moment for all 10 of those players.
It's just so insane the way that everyone's feeling, Effie, to feel like we're this close, moments away from our grand finals in Shanghai.
I have such high expectations for these finals. I think it's going to go to all 5 games.
All 5 games would be amazing, and we get the moment everyone's been waiting for, the horn here. This grand final has everything on the line. 3-time hopefuls here, 2-time hopeful in LoL, first-timers as well on the side of Vision. But we know at the end of the day, whoever lifts that Aegis, it's going to be a lot of fun. And it brings me immense pleasure to welcome you to the grand finals here at TI 15.
They battle around the world for the right to stand amongst legends. We gather where the legends are made. They overcome every challenge that stands in their way. We witness the final ascent to Dota's greatest stage. They carve their names into the pantheon of legends. We cheer as the immortal pattern finally comes into view. Now, at last, we can answer the ultimate question. What shape does greatness take?
It has been 2 weeks leading up to this moment, down to 2 teams in Sania that are about to take to the stage and hopefully lift that Aegis for themselves.
I mean, this gave me chills. This is honestly one of the most magical moments in any Dota player's career. I think, you know, on Spirit's side, they've been here before, they've experienced it before. For Vision, it's the first time, and I hope they really love this moment and enjoy their time.
They've talked about enjoying the journey, take in this moment and enjoy the walkout for a grand final taking to the stage.
Vision!
Not a single series has been dropped by this team. They have proven they have what it takes to make it to the grand finals through the upper bracket. They have everything that they need when it comes to preparation. And for a lot of them, it is the first time walking out here on a grand final. But the moment of truth arrives now. What sort of Yatoro and Spirit will you be facing? A 100% success rate when it comes to TI Grand Finals. We've got Spirit walking out there, and I think a little bit of a dismay to some of the Spirit fans. It is Yatoro with a full head of hair, but he doesn't need to make a sacrifice to the Dota gods to show that he has what it takes to potentially be our first ever 3-time TI winner along with Collapse there, and so many new players by their side. They've done it time and again, bringing in new players, changing up their roster, and still proving they have what it takes when it comes to a grand final, when it comes to Spirit being in TI form.
They are one of the most epic rosters in Dota history. This is their bread and butter. They love this spot. They love the spotlight, the crowd, the pressure. They are the kings of this domain.
I remember a long time ago, once the TI prize pool dropped, them saying, like, we absolutely do not care about that. That it doesn't matter one bit. We want to win as many TIs as possible. TI is the most important tournament, and this is the only thing we care about. They also have the opportunity today to silence all the people that claim that OG are the GOATs, and they are not.
Team Spirit are extremely internally motivated players, and that's always stood out to me about this team, is that they don't measure their successes by whatever it means financially. They don't look at it by, I have X amount of wins, therefore I am done, I've succeeded. When you talk to Collapse or Yatoro, they don't even think about things like that. They just want to play Dota and they want to be better than everybody. And I think that's the biggest factor that's led them to have such a long career on this team and get so many of those wins.
I remember back in TI 12, that Seattle TI, the amount of times Collapse and Yatoro talked about how much they wanted to do it for Lal, right? They wanted him to be able to lift that Aegis. And I think bringing on people like Rue and like Not Me, it gives them that extra bit of motivation again. Yatoro's out here fan servicing. I bet you it's going to get to a game 3 and bro's going to shave his head. That's what he's waiting for.
Yeah, Not Me shaved his beard instead. Little switcheroo. But I mean, to be honest, he's the rookie. You know, you got to take some sacrifices for the big dogs now. And we've got some spice in the crowd today.
There is mixed reactions between the teams, to say the least, here when we're seeing our players show up on camera.
You know, we've got the narrative set, we've got the tone set by the crowd, the favorite in Team Spirit versus the villain. And you know what? Team Vision have been happy to play the villain all year, so long as they won. You know, these players, they don't care about public perception. They play incredible Dota, and they've shown it to us throughout this season that they are the best. And can Team Spirit, the heroes, beat them?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned how Team Spirit cares so much about about the pride and the glory, and I think Vision is the same way. People are not here because of the money or because of this. They're here because it matters so much to them, because they set it as a goal. This is what they've set their heart on. This is their ego, their pride. This is a battle of emotions, not of just gameplay. There's so much on the line. The pressure, how it builds, it's unlike anything else they've experienced in their lives, and now's the moment to show that you're truly worthy of it.
It's so phenomenal to get to feel how everyone is looking at these players. We've all loved the journey that they've taken to make it to a grand finals, to see each individual player get their flowers, their cheers from the crowd, to feel the energy that TI-15 in Shanghai has been able to offer us. It only makes me question just how excited everyone in the crowd is for our grand finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get the final series of the International 2026 underway!
女士们、先生们、现场的观众朋友以及所有正在观看直播的 Dota 2玩家朋友们，欢迎来到2026国际邀请赛总决赛的现场。But hold up, before we kick off the grand final, Tsunami, I want to ask everyone here some questions.
Okay, let's hear it.
在我们总决赛开始之前，我想问一下现场的观众朋友们一些问题哦。有谁是第一次来到 TI 现场看比赛的呢？
Wait a second, are you asking how many people are here for their very first TI?
What?
What ding dong?
All right, you're very smart. 那接下来我想问一下，有谁7年前上海 TI9 也在现场呢？ That's a lot.
So you're asking how many people were here from TI9 7 years ago here in Shanghai, and now they're back again. That's a lot of history. 15 years of the International, and now we are celebrating a very important anniversary. But in that time, so many players, teams, coaches, they have poured their blood, sweat, and tears to reach this moment.
距离第一届国际邀请赛已经过去了15年，而距离 TI9 也过去了7年。当年那些熬夜陪你看比赛的朋友们，可能很久没有联系了，可能还坐在你身边，而有一些可能成了云玩家。
This year, 80 players set foot here in Shanghai, and now we are down to the final 10. And along the way, we may have said our final goodbyes to some of the most storied players who have written their name in the history of this game.
但是当现场的声音响起来，我们还是会回到这里，不是吗？ 我们见证了太多太多的故事，我们熟悉了太多太多的选手 ID， 而我们也不停地在跟他们道别。比如今年的国际邀请赛，我们就跟 Smell 和 Crit 说了再见。
Behind us are the two teams that remain, fighting for a chance that the greatest feat a Dota player can achieve, a chance to immortalize themselves on the aegis of champions.
而在我们身后，就是我们本次总决赛的最后2支战队，他们将为一名 Dota 选手所能触及的最高荣誉而战，他们想要将自己的名字镌刻在这枚冠军神盾上。
On one side is Team Vision. They came so close to reaching this point just 1 year ago in Hamburg before their run was cut short at 3rd place by Extreme Gaming.
一边是 Team Vision， 1年前的汉堡，他们距离这个舞台仅有1步之遥，但是他们被 XG 挡在了门外。
Today they are here to prove that second chances do exist.
而今天他们站在了这里，他们想要证明机会可以再来一次。
And on the other side is Team Spirit. What more could I say that you aren't already? They won the hearts and minds of everyone in 2021, and they have simply built on that legacy ever since.
关于 Team Spirit， 我们还需要再多说一些什么呢？这支队伍从2021年起就赢得了全世界观众朋友们的心，而在那之后，他们从未停止过书写自己的传奇。
Some of the players may have changed, but the storied core remains, and they are here fighting for a chance to potentially make a third inscription on this Aegis.
也许阵容会改变，他们的核心却永远未变。他们想要达到他们的目标，那就是举起这门冠军盾第3次。
These two teams have taken very different paths to get to this best of 5, however. Vision made their way through the upper bracket, defeating all of the remaining 3 teams in 4th, 3rd, and potentially even 2nd place.
两支队伍在本届 TI 都有不一样的故事线 ，Vision 一直在胜者组勇往无前。
Spirit, however, have had a different journey, but arguably a scarier journey. They got sent to lower bracket by Vision, and since then they have crushed every single one of their opponents 2-0 in the lower bracket.
而另外一边 ，Spirit 虽然被 Vision 送到了败者组，但是他们的脚步却从未停下，他们依然是那支大魔王战队。
Dove, I think I already have a feeling, but I want to check who the crowd is rooting for. Let's start with our upper bracket finalists.
话说到这里，我们想问一下现场的观众朋友们，你们是来支持谁的呢？
Who here is shooting for Team Vision?
I think it's probably half.
There's only one way to find out. Who here is cheering for Team Spirit? I don't think it's half and half.
我其实也不觉得现场观众是一个对半开的支持率啊，可以明显的听到我们 Team Spirit 的粉丝好像更多一些。
But I know I can get one thing that everyone can agree on. Who here wants to see some good Dota? It has been a long journey to get to this point, Dove, and these two teams have been fighting all year long and even longer than that for many of the players.
没有错，我们本届邀请赛进行到今天，最初有80位选手来到了上海，而最终只有10位选手留在了我们总决赛的舞台上。
It never ceases to amaze me the history of this game. 15 years of the international. An esport that has survived the test of time, and I'm looking around this crowd right now, and I do not see any empty seats. You all are amazing for showing your commitment to this game.
在这15年里，我们见证了无数的战队、选手和教练为了站上今天的舞台，付出了很多的汗水，也流下过泪水。而我们所有 Dota 2玩家坐在这里的每一位观众，感谢你们陪伴我们成长，感谢你们15年一直在这里。
So then, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the prince to face the king.
话不多说，所有的观众朋友们，现在是时候让我们的王子 Satanic 去迎战国王 Yatoro。
It is time to see which legend can prove mastery of the game as a coach.
现在是2位传奇以教练的身份，再一次证明谁真正参透了 Dota 这款游戏。
And it is time for new names to inscribe their place in history.
也是新的名字将自己写进 Dota 历史的时刻。
Shanghai, are you ready?
Such a beautiful arena here, a full house, a lot of fans coming from everywhere here to celebrate what is our 15th international. And there's cheers for Vision, there's a lot of cheers for Spirit is the way in which I will coin this. And I love just what narrative we've been able to accrue for ourselves between these 10 players.
But you know, I really hope the crowd bias lights a fire in Team Vision and in Puppy, because they've been the greatest Dota team this TI. They are the strongest players, and I would only hope that this gives them the the need to rise to the occasion, to prove themselves even more. And I feel like these grand finals are going to be exceptional.
I feel like starting out as a Techies player for 9 class, like being the guy that used to place these mines, always annoy each other. I think there's nothing he wants more than to just silence all the haters. I think he loves this. I think it could be no better situation for him to be in than to have the crowd cheer against them and for him to end their fun.
This is the stage you do it. Ducalis asked for it. He wanted the prince versus king. But if you come for the king, you best not miss.
Team Vision versus Team Spirit. Grand Finals. Game 1.
A lot rides on the line of a game number 1 here. You always want to be taking a best of 5 with your best foot forward here. And it's going to start off with hopefully a strong draft. It is going to be Vision that will have our first pick, which some teams love. Some teams thrive on it. Other teams, they want that second pick because they want to be able to have the overall gotcha pick here. And looking at our first phase bans, Bane, Clockwork, Wyvern, Coddle, Earth Spirit, Tree, and Bounty Hunter taken out with Vision not too worried about opening up with an Ember here, despite we know the threat of a Slark.
The big 3 heroes for this series for me are going to be the Ember Spirit, the Lone Druid, and the Nature's Prophet. And to see Team Vision place the emphasis on the Ember Spirit, they did their homework. They don't want to give it to Laurel. They're saying that our opener in Nature's Prophet is not as important as taking away Ember from Spirit's mid laner.
And this is very interesting. I think this is a sort of a calling of the bluff. Vision, I think, picked this because Laurel historically is not someone that wants to play these sort of more weird carry mid heroes. He wants to play the stuns, the space makers for Yatoro, who's the real star of the show. And so Vision is saying, hey, Slark is obviously super good against Ember, but we think you won't play it. And Laurel says, you sure, buddy?
It's kind of cool because he also did say in his interview that I don't think this matchup is real. I don't think it works. But, you know, one humbling later, and you're on the train, you're like, oh, you know what? If they pick Ember, give me the Slark. I will cook them.
And the humbling came from Vision themselves. That was the matchup in which it happened. We saw this just a couple of days ago where it was reversed. It was Spirit with the Ember and Vision with the Slark.
And I think Vision will have considered this scenario that they would have picked Slark here. And if I know 9 class, I know that he is definitely considering to play this Ember 4. We saw the Ember carry as a potential flex from in one of Liquid series. And I think flexing it to support may actually even be a better option. Ember 4 has been something we've seen in the past. It's not the worst thing ever. With the Distiller, playing up Slight Chains and actually not playing off the Flame Guard is definitely a viable playstyle. And if you want to swap lanes, I think it definitely could be an option.
While I do think the 9 class of old would have absolutely loved to do that, I think the puppified version of 9 class will not be allowed to partake in such things. I mean, we heard from him at EWC that Puppy was vetoing so many of his hero suggestions that he asked him all that tournament if he could play his position 4 Juggernaut, and he never got it. I just somehow don't see them going down that route
I will say, vetoing Juggernaut position 4 and Ember, I feel like it's a different situation, right? Because let's say we go down the hypothetical of the Ember Spirit as a position 4 in this game. Laurel is now playing Slark, and he doesn't want to be playing Slark. And now suddenly Vision has changed the dynamic of this game to be a game that they like. And I feel like when they look the best is when they make the game into their game. They take control of the draft in that way, right? They force Laurel onto a hero he doesn't want to be playing, in a matchup he doesn't really love. And when I remember personally playing Tinker, which was like one of my favorite heroes at the point, into 9 class TA. And I was like, I've never played this matchup in my entire life. I don't know what's going on. And I think that's one of the things that makes 9 class such a special player, that he can do that to you.
I also love this Dark Willow pick from Spirit because it's been one of Vision's most picked and most successful 4 heroes. And to say, hey, this is a hero you rely on. You really like it in your drafts. We're going to ban your Coddle. We're going to take your Dark Willow. I think Spirit in finals is incredibly good at taking you out of your comfort zone, of understanding the heroes that you really want, especially in a final, right? You want to play the stuff you've been playing, the stuff you're comfortable on, and they're going to poke at that. They're going to poke holes and make you prove that you can play something you haven't been playing the whole tournament.
It's really cool to see. I feel like right now we're in a position where both sides are like not letting go of the draft. You know, they're both trying to pull it in their direction, make you play our game, and neither team is really giving it up yet.
There are still quite a few things left in the pool, though. The Lina, the Lone Druid, the Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet has been Team Vision's go-to this entire tournament. It's only lost 1 time in the hands of Satanic, and the only way to beat it has been to consistently run at it with heroes with tempo non-stop. And the mid Slark, while it's going to shut down Ember effectively in that mid lane, doesn't provide the same tempo.
I also would just love to point out how interesting and how much the drafts change over the international. At the beginning of it, we have first pick, Treants and Banes and sort of normal heroes we see. And now at the end, there is a first pick Slark. I think that evolution of Dota and how the meta changes and the counter picking, the creativity from the teams, I think is such a fascinating part to see that, that journey that the draft goes through.
We also talked about how impactful the supports have been coming into this series. For me, especially, I think about Rue, not me. And if you look at the bans that Vision decided to go with, as Mira points out, all the cores are in the pool. Why is that? Well, because you have some of the best support players in the world, and they're forcing out these bans.
Wow.
Yeah, and IO being let through, because it goes back to what you were referencing here, Quinn, where there is this massive cycle that is happening where IO wasn't looked at the start of RTI. It wasn't looked at in the group stages. It hit a peak where everyone was first phase banning it. You might be able to call the bluff of some teams, but ultimately you are afraid of what it can do either as a mid or a carry hero.
Yeah, and it's a hero that Spirit does not really touch, and we haven't really seen Vision play as a core either. But they're pulling it out of the hat saying, hey, we've got this extra trump card up our sleeve that now you need to have answers for, because it's a hero we've seen, when played well on core, be borderline unbeatable. The question is, can Vision actually execute it to the level that maybe some of these other teams that have now fallen by the wayside can?
It's quite heads up of them to take it, though, because while Spirit haven't run it, it would have been an excellent thing to combo with the Slark. And we have to mention, 9 class was playing position 4 IO for the last 2 months. While the hero did shift in priority to core and looks better as a core, this is still one of their more comfortable strategies if they flex it to support. And he's a greedy 4 IO player. He's not like GH playing the enabling role. He's farming those 2 camps, he's max leveling Wisps, and he's taking as much gold as he can.
I also see a lot of the traditional heroes that you would want to play against the IO be banned out. You see Underlord, very good percentage damage, good roots, has a way to counter the relocate. He relocates in, you can gate in. Nowadays, the gate also has the root on top of it, so it's a tricky matchup for the IO. Same thing with the Doom, stops all healing. One of the drawbacks to IO is that you have no stuns, so Bane is quite effective. It's easy to get Fiend's Grip off, and the same thing for the Winter Wyvern with the Curse on the relocate.
Yeah, I think this is definitely something planned and something they said, hey, we're going to consider this for second phase. We'll look at the first phase, see how it goes, and then potentially we can alter our bans, get out the Doom and the Underlord, and then we get what we deem to be a free IO in the second phase. And this is very much not something I think Spirit necessarily would have expected, because they haven't prioritized it up till this point. And so they need to respond on the fly, right? All your prep, some of it's out the window now. You're flying by the seat of your pants.
Wow.
And I think that's a testament to it. Disruptor is a classic combo to IO. You press the relocate, but you get glimpsed right back out, and it removes a lot of this early snowballing potential that IO has, where he can get involved in these kills, explode his GPM, and get online super quickly.
A brand new hero at the TI Grand Finals. I love this so much. They've thought about this. They've gone through every single scenario, and at the end of the day, it's not necessarily a hero people have full faith in, but on paper and on execution, it should be able to give Spirit that slight advantage.
I am so curious to see how this will unfold, because Disruptor isn't in the strongest state that he's been, but he does make a lot of sense, not just with the IO, but with the Slark. For a mid-Slark to set tempo, he needs supports that can play on his night vision, and if you pair up the Glimpse with the Slark just de-warding, positioning his body aggressively, the amount of kills that can be developed by Team Spirit are going to be crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And it makes sense, right? I think one of the things that Spirit has managed to do throughout the last stages of this tournament is to find heroes that are picked with purpose. The hero has clearly a reason to be in this game. It's good against the IO. It's even good against the Ember in many ways. You get any sort of stun on the Ember, you get the Static Storm on top of it, and he just dies. And against Mirana, she wants to leap away. And we've seen problems in this patch where these Miranas, like GH was playing it, was like 9-1 and 17 because you just can't kill him. But with Glimpse, that suddenly becomes very easy.
Yeah, it's the way Team Spirit drafts. They see what you have, and they respond to it on a theoretical level. They're not trying to pick the same stuff every game. They're trying to pick what makes sense if everyone was playing perfect. And I think that's such a cool and interesting way of drafting. But there definitely is, the risk when picking Disruptor that the hero is just not that good right now. It's a great game for it, but you're walking into lane against Axe. The hero's going to be pressing Battle Hunger on you off cooldown, and there is that burden of execution. Disruptor wants to play from ahead. He hates playing from behind. You have to chase people to be able to use Glimpse and actually have it be effective, so there's a risk in lanes.
Yeah, the game can get out of hand really quickly for a Disruptor on the losing team. When we look at Team Vision, we see the main combination in their draft in the Slight Chains into Arrow. This is going to be how they're going to play through the mid game, and Dark Willow and Disruptor as supports are very susceptible to dying to this combination. They have no means of defending themselves. There really is no counterplay outside of being the aggressor yourselves on Team Spirit.
Yeah, absolutely. Another cool factor about Vision's draft is like, where is any of these heroes going? We still don't know. Is this a position for Ember potentially? Is this IO going to be a 4? They have a lot of ability to adapt their entire draft with this last pick. And I think Spirit, like we said, they like to conceptually beat what you're setting up for. And by putting themselves in this position where we're just not going to tell you what our draft wants to do at the end of the day, gives them that advantage. And I think it doesn't allow Spirit to have that edge that they've had in all the other drafts leading up to this grand final.
On top of that, it also makes your last bands very cloudy. Because you don't know where these roles are going, it's much easier to miss on those last bands, which you would typically want to be very accurate and take out some key heroes that could be game-winning picks, counter picks against your draft. Well, you don't really know what those are anymore. You can see them banning the Kez, so they're definitely considering this being a support IO.
I mean, that's the only thing we've seen from Vision throughout the year, right? I don't think we've seen a Satanic IO. It's been 9 class, it's been his signature.
Could it still not be a mid IO though, and the Ember 4 that you guys were talking about, which is why they're doubling down that if that's what they want to go, at least Satanic won't get something that he's popped off on and felt comfortable with?
That's definitely possible. And I think they're trying to cover their bases because they're not entirely sure. No one is, besides the 6 people in that Vision booth. Nobody knows what the plan is with this IO. It was pre-concocted for this game where we're going to surprise them. We're going to get off the jump in the right way. And so we just don't know yet.
I mean, I think even for Vision, right, you have the option of like, because I think they're kind of team that will try to do everything they possibly can to get the setup correct from the start. So depending on what they feel like is, you know, do we want a Satanic hero here? Does Satanic just play the IO? It looks like he's pretty quiet, so I'm leaning towards him potentially being the IO and it being a new mid pick.
Yeah, you often can gauge who's picking their hero just by who's talking the most near the end of the draft, and I agree with that rationale. I also think I've seen him play it in pubs. I've played against his IO in pubs. And so it is something that he has practiced. He's not incapable of doing. It's not completely blind, even though it may be new to officials. And they're gonna tank the mid matchup. So no one's saying, I picked the Ember, it's fine. I can deal with the Slark. We've seen many mid players this tournament say that, and they cannot deal with the Slark. And so no one will have to prove it. If he's different from the rest, if he's cut from a different cloth.
And Centaur is still in the pool. Like, now that you see this IO carry, you can just play for wave drags, farm on the Centaur, and just provide the stun for your team. It went ignored this draft.
Yeah, it's solid. It's a hero that will really never be bad. It's just solid in lane, gives you that is a scary lane. Axe Hoodwink, that is a lot of early potential, a lot of kill threat.
Undying, oh, cool. Okay, I mean, I love the concept of just running at this carry IO with Decay non-stop as the offlane Undying and just trying to make it. Oh, it's mid IO.
They actually swapped. Really?
It's a Satanic Ember.
Wow. So then how is an Ember Undying lane when you don't get to just run at an IO now?
I honestly think this Undying is going to absolutely cause issues for this Ember. It is a really tricky lane. Ember on safe lane is already not quite as powerful as it is in mid. You don't get the bottle refills. You don't have that constant sustain coming out. And Undying creates a lot of pressure. And on top of that, there's a Dark Willow there. He doesn't really have nice escape mechanics. The support in Mirana doesn't super help him out in that regard either. So I think for Spirit, this ends up looking quite scary.
It's also a situation, Vision, I think they're not going to be super comfortable on. Satanic, I'm sure he's capable of playing Ember, but it's certainly not his bread and butter. And same thing with no one on IO. So you're walking into the first game of the TI Finals, there's pressure, there's nerves, there's the weight of trying to lift the Aegis, and now you're on something that you're not quite used to. That can affect your gameplay in very negative ways.
I would say it goes both ways, though, in their defense, because I don't think Laurel is like the happiest Slark player, and I would imagine this mid lane, IO is going to absolutely free farm. Slark doesn't really have a way to pressure, so there's going to be a free farming IO in the mid lane, and so for both teams, and this is something special about Grand Finals, right? They both understand each other so well that they've managed to take both sides out of their comfort zone.
But that is where Spirit should depend on their side lanes. They've got SF on one side, they've got Core Undying on the other side, 2 with very good lanes. How far can they take them?
Look, Vision held their cards close to their chest for that whole draft, and at the end we got a mid IO and a carry Ember Spirit, and if only there were a way in which we could get into their minds and understand more of their thinking. Well, we can't do that. It's Tsunami and Puppy.
Thank you. Yes, I am joined by coach of a Vision, Puppy. Welcome back to TI Grand Finals, my man. And I mean, no disrespect when I say this, but after the past few years of your Dota career, were you ever wondering if you would be able to make it back here?
I thought I would be here if I just had a better team, maybe. That's it.
Oh, so you're just like all my pub teammates then?
Yeah, fucking teammates. No, I mean, it was a rough time. Maybe I needed a vacation. Maybe I needed something. But overall, I always thought that I know how to play Dota, or at least I know how to win Dota.
You have proven that time and time again, and now you're ready to prove it in a best of 5. And in a best of 5, I'm wondering, how do you approach banning and drafting? Do you get to give yourself more of a leash because you're like, well, I'm not going to get eliminated after 2 games of experimentation?
Yeah, but this is not necessarily an experiment. This is something we've tried. So if it works, it's great. If it doesn't, well, we tried it. We did.
And the this that I'm assuming you're referring to is no one on IO. He has 0 competitive games on this hero, and you're debuting it now at TI Grand Finals.
That's what TI is for.
And also what TI is for is watching the games. Puppy, thank you very much for the interview as we send it to game number 1.
Thank you very much there, Tsunami and Puppy. Indeed, it's time, ladies and gentlemen, to get into the grand finals here of the International 2026. Team Spirit up against Team Vision. Folks, everybody around the world, they're just so excited to see these 2 teams play. Now we're getting them going head-to-head in this best of 5 for the Ages of Champions. You couldn't ask for anything more.
The question is, what do we start to talk about, right? There's storylines, there's incredible different type of style hero picks, there's new heroes being picked in the grand finals.
We've got a disruptor!
I mean, I don't even know where to begin, right? So, yeah, Vision, changing things up quite a bit here. Spirit with more, you could just look at it, right? A bit more of a normal approach, heavy team fight, strong carry pick. We have to talk about, you know, the young prodigy of Satanic playing something different on a
very different.
Ember, while Yotoro, the legend carry himself, playing something much more standard. I don't know where to even start.
Yeah, I mean, how is that matchup going to go down? We're going to look forward to the clashes when it inevitably gets to the point where these 2 carries are going to have to meet head-to-head. But yeah, a confident move here from Team Vision, and a risky one. You know, Puppy said, game 1, trying something different. It's TI. It's the time, apparently, to try something a little new in game 1 of the Grand Finals. I'm all for it, and I'm not surprised. I'm sure as this Grand Finals goes on, we're going to see both teams bring out some strategies that we're yet to see in the entire tournament. We're already getting here in this first game from them.
So Satanic playing the side lane Ember. I think we've seen one of these side lane Embers have success. I think it was Sumail in one of the games that we did.
He did win a game, but out.
Good. But that was it.
Yeah.
All the other side lane Embers, they've had a pretty horrible start into the games, especially when they're into these Slarks and into quite a bit of counter picks too, right?
For sure.
Not just the Slark, this Disruptor pick as well, the Willow pick too. Willow is a problematic hero for a lot of these Spirits in the mid game, so we'll see how they do endure. Mid lane though, let's see, because I haven't seen these Slarks lose the lane and get pressured super hard, so I'm wondering how he's going to do if he does get set behind too much versus the IO as well. So approaches, Spirit, as we said, much more of a normal type of strategy, lots of team fight coming together, while for the side of Vision, this is an incredibly strong skirmish draft with high mobility that can punish a bit of more of a kind of greedy type of draft, I guess you could say.
Oh, Satanic! It's not going to be an easy lane for him. It's early days, folks, but I've got concerns. Ember safe lane has looked so shaky in the majority of games that we've seen it tried, and it's just one of those things that conceptually has never been good, folks. We've never seen a meta where Ember safe lane's been the thing. We'll see bottom lane route. It's going to end up ticking out here to the damage from 9 class notice, so Vision will be able to get themselves a kill down on the other side of the map, but it's a huge risk. And obviously Vision, they've got their star player, the prodigy on this. It's so much pressure for Satanic, you know, to be put on his shoulders here in game 1 of the Grand Finals.
100%. And this game, right, you look at the Flame Guard, yes, he'll be able to farm with it, but they have lots of ways to be able to break through it with the SF, with the raises, either with the Soul Rip. They have so many different answers, it does feel. And I'm looking at the mid lane. This Lark's doing pretty damn good. 11-7, 11-1 at the moment.
I gotta say, I think this is a little bit better than he should be getting away with. This is, you know, in this matchup, they make the switch up, obviously, to take the Ember away from the Slark, but you'd imagine they would ideally do that in a situation where the Slark would suffer mid, and yeah, as you can see on the numbers, he's not suffering at all here, Lyle.
At the least, it isn't an Ember that has 2 well, he still has very low last hits, but we've seen a lot of these mid matchups versus the Ember, where the Ember has like 2 last hits to 15 of the Slark, so at least there's that, but yeah, I'm just watching the Slark walk up, steal the region of the IO with his, with the Shiv. So he's getting quite a lot out of it versus that bottle, versus the Tango region that's coming in from a high region here.
Not me. making it look easy on this top lane. Able to just chase down Ducalis solo and finish off the kill completely on his own.
Oh, and this does look like one of those games where it's one of the best Willow games I think I've seen. You're playing versus Ember, you're playing versus Mirana as well. It is a fantastic game just to have these brambles.
And in terms of the Spirit duo as a whole, right, the fact that we're on this Disruptor, we don't see it really at all, but this game, you're seeing a lot of potential for a Disruptor.
Absolutely. Great ways to catch versus the Ember. Your great counter pick versus the Ion. Satanic again.
It's a lot of damage. He's going to get chased down. Will
Nice
dodge
dodge.
the Shadow Realm hit. There's going to be another decay in a second here with the stick charges. Doesn't matter. He's still going to live, Satanic, but kept incredibly low and barely finding farm from this top lane. Bottom of the cores right now. It's going to be such a tough early game here for Satanic.
And a lot of the games for Vision, too, we mentioned the power of Ducalis plus Satanic, what they're able to get out of the lane, what they're able to punish the opposing lane with. This is just a lane that cannot win. So trying to get as much as they can out of it. But yeah, Satanic being brought super low over and over again. The decay on the Ember also, it's pretty devastating when you have this much damage from a hero like Willow. Ducalis, careful.
It's going to be all right, but again, relatively so super low HP here on Ducalis, completely out of regen.
Oh, and they are free farming all three lanes right now. Yatoro now at this point, he's given the lane for free. They have to actually move Noticed away. They don't want to be playing versus that Shadow Fiend, so movements are coming in from both sides. 9 class in mid, looking for Laurel.
They really need this kill. They've got to try and punish this Slark somehow, because so far, Lal to be top 2 CS here in a matchup where Vision had the chance to switch things up and try and force this Slark into a less favorable position. It just hasn't happened. Lal, he's loving the laning stage.
And Spirit overall, right? If they win the laning phase, very strong team fight prowess and good Vision heroes as well, too. We don't see it picked as much, because the Disruptor isn't picked as much, but Slark with the night vision, Undying Tombstone gives great vision. You're gonna get these glimpses off if you're ahead, and no one...
We'll be on the tether across the 9 class. Nice pushback, does catch on to the both of them. Ducalis here as well to help out. No one. It's got a TP back to base, though, to refuel.
It's a pretty fantastic start for Spirit here. Yatoro has run away with these games when he's been given this space on the Shadow Fiend. He's going to have a lot of that space in this game, and look at just from the way these lanes are.
Extra pressure being brought into the top lane. Rue ready to join.
They're looking for collapse.
Gonna get the Soul Rip heal off. Good damage with the Acorn shot. They'll bring him down. If they can get the chance to finish off another Thunderstrike on Ducalis, will allow Rue to take the Mirana out.
Not me.
You see Not Me getting chased down by 9 class. A few more right clicks should do it. Try and hide around the trees, but 9 class will find him.
But it will be a trade.
Yeah, Rue's going to have to glimpse into another Thunderstrike soon if necessary. Shouldn't beat the creeps and a right click will do the job. So Spirit, bring attention top. Same to be said though for Vision. Still overall, Spirit coming out on top of these trades.
But I like the movement, to be honest with you, from Vision. I think this was super clever, just breaking the lanes, moving the supports to help the Ember. The IO is ahead of the Slark now at this point, and they're not that far behind on the Ember Spirit, all things considered.
Yes.
He's 500 behind the Shadow Fiend, so as a side lane Ember, you know what? Not too shabby with these type of moves that we've seen them make.
Oh, look at this early move from Yatoro. Not normally a place you expect to see the carrier stepping up.
Oh, 9 class.
The tier 2 9 class is going to be massively surprised by the fact that there's a safe lane SF here behind the tier 1 mid with 6 minutes in.
And here the catch, the glimpse. Is it enough? No one has a regen running.
Yatoro's stepping up. He's going to be able to line up a couple of raises. Won't be enough, but still a massive aggression here from Yatoro. Making moves this deep pre-7 minutes.
Wisdom Rune, are they going to end up having to sack it, though? We do see the positioning here from Vision. There's a Tombstone on high ground.
This might be hard for Ducalis and Satanic to battle.
He sees it. He can hit it up on the high ground.
Ducalis might get taken out first. Collapse turns towards him. Ducalis is dead. No one will come over to help out. So they'll at least make sure they get the kill in return and will manage to take away that Wisdom.
So that's, when you do make these type of moves, Yatoro wants to go for the mid lane. They don't have the Slark going toward the left side. They get outnumbered. They will have to give up that double shrine there, which is very important, as we said, for Vision, being able to get this. And it's Satanic who gets it too. So he is a side lane Ember, but gets that big bonus of levels that is pretty necessary.
And that's huge. He needs everything he can get here out of this laning stage. Satanic
trading.
We get caught by the glimpse. And here's still pre-level 6. It's a bit tough. He'll get the chains off onto Collapse. Managed to hide in the trees. He'll get away for now, Satanic.
Didn't have the mana for the kinetic field there on Rue. Just a bit lacking on it, so won't be able to get that follow-up catch. Yatoro, though, getting this crazy amount of free farm on a much more normal carry hero. We just have to keep referencing that, right? Satanic, sure, he has played quite a bit of Ember in the past, but to see how it's going to end up matching up in this game. I see he's queuing up the Mage Slayer.
I like the build. We saw some alternative ways tried, right, with the safe lane Ember. I think what we have Mickey going for like an Urn into Radiance build. didn't work out. We're actually seeing Satanic still considering options
Switching
here,
it up.
queuing up the Kaya and such. Definitely would help in terms of just kind of speeding up the farm, allowing him to stay out on the map a little longer with the mana. So yeah, it's probably one of those situations he hasn't been in a lot, considering what to buy as the carry Ember. So it's going to be very interesting to see what one of, if not the best carry in the world, does with this sort of position.
I'm just wondering, you know, even though the lane, as we were saying, it didn't end up absolutely atrocious, it still wasn't great, how he's going to keep up in pace with something like a Shadow Fiend who just can double raise onto some neutral camps, push out lanes super easy. For this Ember, it's so much slower how he can farm, and it's rare to say this, where Satanic, he's been a #1, #2 net worth in 95% of their games. This is one of those games he's going to have to play a bottom core as in the game, so, and into hard matchups.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, just the carry matchup in general. The fact that he's doing it against Yatoro, you know, the other one that very easily could be labeled the best carry in the world, on an SF. Like, Yatoro could not be more comfortable in this position. Game 1 of a grand final, some ways, you know, done pretty well historically when he gets to them, and he's on his Shadow Fiend, one of the hottest carries right now in the meta.
And he warmed up on it already today, finding a solo kill on Watson earlier, which was super impressive. So we're going to see a lot of oppression come out from Spirit. We talk about Disruptor in the past a lot when we used to see him, is when you're ahead, you really can press your advantage. So they're looking for kills right now. In 9th class, they'll find him.
A quick grab, set it up for Yatoro. He's going to be able to take down the tier 1. I mean, it just feels like Yatoro is going to be able to do so much.
He is.
While Satanic, he's just going to hope that there's going to be the time to get to a stage of the game where he can make plays. Top, they'll try and look to punish Collapse.
He's turning on him.
He's pretty scary. Collapse drops down the tombstone. Satanic, he has to just run.
Can he run too? Brute Not Me is trying to close the gap.
Oh,
Satanic,
he's going to go
caught.
down.
Oh boy, oh, and it's early days, but this is devastating for Vision.
It's...
And even another glimpse, Brew is there.
They're going to get another very likely. Carlos will try and leap away, just accepts his fate. He knows there's no further way to escape the reach of Collapse.
Nice
Spirit double
with a much more normal approach to the
really
game,
was.
and it's just looking so much easier to play with this type of advantage. So many catches. The damage isn't there for Collapse at this point. He just walks up. He doesn't even have really that many HP items. Just gets the ulti off. They are lacking in damage early on the side of Vision.
And Yatoro is nearly double the net worth of Satanic.
Oh boy, Owen.
I'll tell you what, this is not doing wonders for the games where I like to pick some safe lane Ember at home. You know, I'm going to get reports as soon as the game starts now.
They will find him.
As we're seeing, this is not the position for this hero right now.
They've got to do some heavy lifting with the IO and the 2 supports to get some space. Notice has been quiet so far here, so maybe if you can get to that timing of the Blink Dagger and look to get involved, but really, when I'm looking at the damage, I'm looking at some lackluster approaches here for Vision.
I can't find it.
Their burst could come out if the sharpshooter's there, but is that going to be enough when the SF is starting to get this much of an advantage? And now notice...
They're going to have the glimpse into the Requiem. Okay, the call does put a stop to the Requiem. Doesn't matter, though. Or maybe it will. It's close. Okay,
he
lives. He lives. All right.
Raindrop actually protecting him.
Gets to live, and I'll be honest, I think Noticed, he's probably the one that you're looking at to try and save Team Vision from the state of the game that they're in.
Yeah, and the mobility that can come in from the IO, see how much no one can connect with these relocates. He's halfway towards the Aghanim's.
Okay.
Said their skirmishing is strong on Vision, but if they fall too far behind, their team fight is very lackluster in comparison.
They're falling pretty fast.
They are.
Another tower here taken by Yatoro.
Okay, they're going to try to use the Moonlight Shadow to maybe sneak something in here, but it's still very difficult without Noticed having the Blade Mail or the Blink. And Stacks, and they're starting to be formed. So Spirit, on top of playing super oppressively here, they've got this backup condition to just make Yatoro continue to be this beast. And Ember, he can't farm stacks. He can farm small neutral camps with the stack, but not an ancient stack.
And you can tell right from the item build-up. Oh, we'll see in the mid. They do get the catch into the call. All right.
Nice kill.
Ball's gone.
It's something for sure.
I really do feel, as I say, this is a game where you're looking to Notice if you're Vision. He's got to do some big moves to get them out of this spot. Going for the Blade Mail, of course, into the Blink.
I think, yeah, I like the Blade Mail first. I mean, Blink first is also very dangerous to do because you can just blink it and die and you don't have follow-up. The Blade Mail, it's going to provide that damage that they're kind of missing.
You might kill the SF.
You might be able to. Brew, positioned here for Notice.
Okay. He did get himself out of this last time, Notice.
There is an ulti this time, though, from Rue.
Yeah, there'll be no hesitation. Dropping down the Static Storm. Yatoro's able to step up, lay down the raises. This time,
Reload.
No chance of Notice running. No one's going to come in
to get the catch.
It's a tricky one, especially with Lyle around as well. Vision, they've got to be careful how they chase for this. Lyle ready to pounce aggressively straight towards them. Acorn shot in the bushwhack completely off the mark.
Satanic.
He steps up. He'll drop a remnant out, but he'll get another one away, so we'll still be able to jump out despite being glimpsed back.
They bring the numbers forward on the side of Vision and can't go for any type of trade play here because our Spirit, they just react to the numbers themselves. They bring everybody over. They know how ahead they are right now. Playing with this Disruptor, Max Glimpse is online. They can keep bringing this number advantage. Even if the IO relocate comes in, they could just send him away. Nine Classic, a good connection here onto Collapse, so they have follow-up. It looks like it's coming.
Backup's coming up for Collapse. It's all right. Now they'll get the glimpse. I mean, this is the dream sort of position, right, to be playing with this Disruptor. We don't get to see it a lot, but in these sort of games where you're starting to get this sort of momentum, this is where Rue absolutely controls every single play. You cannot run. He will bring you back, and what better carry to bring the enemy back over the wards than an SF? Yatoro's going to clean them up every time that Rue catches them.
He's still continuing at almost double net worth of the Ember Spirit. As we said, Satanic, it's very rare that he's put in this bad of a position.
Yes.
So how is he going to really recover?
I
They're
don't know.
trying to bring numbers, but Spirit's reacting every single time. Yeah, this is, like you said, the Disruptor pick is looking incredible. They have all the vision tools with the Slark, with the Undying to be able to give him these glimpses over and over again. It's early, but it's a 5K lead, and it's about to jump to a 6K after these stacks get finished up here from Yatoro.
Just a very tough road ahead for Satanic. If he's able to make this work, it's going to be unbelievable.
Okay, notice this feeling like, okay, I can't actually go for the Greed Blade. I need a blink. We need a way to set up and slow the pace down.
I don't mind it. I mean, it definitely shows, Vision, they realize the spot they're in ain't too great. They got to do something drastic. Blink dagger timing with the smoke. They need something big. The dream catch, of course, would be Yatoro. Let's see where they can find Vision.
Will they have the damage is the question, because I'm looking at the build from Collapse in this game also. He's maxed the Soul Rip, so there's quite a bit of sustain that can come in even if they do get the catch, and Yatoro has Mask of Madness.
See, not me, but not me is not the one they want to go for. They want Yatoro. Yatoro is going to step up. Notice, he's thinking about it. He's going to make the jump in with the call into the arrow.
Panic Storm.
They'll get laid down. Yatoro will get hit by the sharpshooter, but he's able to get off the rack.
Too much heals.
The notice is gone. No one to fall. Ducalis has to retreat, but Lyle chases him out. Yatoro throws out another raise. They cannot go on this SF right now. They hit the call, they hit the arrow, but it just doesn't matter every single time. Backup's going to be there, and they don't even get close to killing him. Even with multiple ults connecting, the sharpshooter comes in. Yatoro doesn't even get anywhere close to dying.
Spirit, they're 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 steps ahead of the play. They've got double vision in the area. Thank you, Collapse, for the goals, of course. Double vision in the area to cover. They know exactly that move's going to happen. And Yatoro, he loves to play super aggressive on this Shadow Fiend. This team, it's insane how we've watched Spirit level up in just a couple months here. Not looking to play slow, late game type of potential. No, they're all about the aggression, especially with this lineup. They're not slowing down, Owen.
No, which is of great concern for Vision.
Yep, and another catch. He's just dead. I'm struggling to see the recovery.
I mean, I think you can see the struggle in sort of working out how to recover in just the build that Satanic's got queued up. There's no other carry that you're going to be playing at all in this meta, right, where you go Kaya, BKB, Radiance. It's just, that Satanic himself, he feels how awkward of a spot that he's in, that he's been put in, having to play this Ember in the safe lane, that there seems to be very little way to kind of farm and build your way out of this hole.
I don't think we're going to see this again. This, Slark type of thing with the Ember teams. It's been tried too many times in this tournament. It's just looking so hard to recover. No one, he's got the Ags. Let's see how much he can do with this one. He's going to farm very fast, but he's still so vulnerable going into these fights versus the SF and the Slark.
With the Remnant there, Satanic will make sure it doesn't get tripped up by the Willow combo.
The thing, too, is a lot of times when you're playing with the IO, it's not, of course, it is about the IO, the spirits, how much damage they do, but it's also, you're able to provide this extra sustain at times. When you're playing versus this Slark, too, he just steals it. He walks up, throws that shiv onto somebody, and you're just preventing all that extra heal.
They'll find Root. It's going to be enough to kill him.
Can they get out?
They get out. I don't think noticed this. He's gone. Well,
not me, though.
Able to find him, but indeed 2 supports taken down. Time's been bought there for Yatoro to turn up. Ducalis will manage to leap away. A favorable trade in terms of numbers.
Yep, not bad
here. They get both the supports. Sure, they lose a core, but in the position they're in, they'll take that.
Collapse. Dodging the bushwhack. He's got Octarine already, so these decays, they're building up, reducing their health, tanking up himself. And also, so I keep mentioning about playing ahead on the side of Spirit when we're talking about the Disruptor. The other thing about playing ahead too is they have a Slark. So look at the vision on the map. All the wards, they're just getting taken away. So just completely controlling that versus vision, so limiting any of these aggressive moves of trying to outnumber in any way as well. It's so hard for them to make a move like this. Look where Yatoro's farming. He's just like, okay, I'll just take your Ancients multiple times here. I'm at no risk really at this point. He continues to have absolutely insane net worth. He is the net worth of 2 core heroes right now. Catch on the Undying. They've got him.
All right.
Ceaseless Sturge, he's right back into the mix.
Spirit might still bring the pressure in around this tier 2. Yatoro ready to turn up.
Looking for the wraparound here.
I mean, they might go for round 2 on Collapse. Oh, okay. Max is already going to be out through the Twin Gate. Not looking to set up, though.
9 class.
Back off.
Oh, no one's also caught in the back. Laurel does see him.
He's going to look to relocate out of this.
They got the glimpse.
They do. They time it
perfect timing.
One of the age-old counters there to the Ion. That's one of the reasons the glimpse can be a bit too much sometime for him.
They're just running at them at this point. Oh, and 9 class, he's trying to get away, but they've got the vision on hiding in the trees.
They're not going to quite see him in time, so he will live, still losing their mid vision.
No space on the map, Owen. The only place they can play right now is where they had that vision on team vision, and they're just still getting run at in that area. They'll kill the Undying, but as you said, Ceaseless Sturge, he's back immediately, and with the Octarine, it's a much faster cooldown as well. 360 seconds rather than that 480, so we'll be able to utilize that in the next move as well, potentially. See if vision can bring the numbers again. Not me. Does still have this ward on the high ground. Panic.
Bringing the brambles. Into the fear, Lyle ready to pounce in, closing onto Ducalis. He'll get the leap off. Soul Rip from Collapse will allow Spirit to continue to rack up the kills here against Vision.
And Spirit too. They have a building hitter. While on Vision, they do not have a building hitter.
They don't have a single building.
They do not have a single one at this point too. So overall, just have to play to farm and try to catch back up with these items that they can get. Looking for the BKB timing. So double BKB, potentially triple BKB timing that Vision is going to look for versus that heavy team fight. But it's not just that team fight. That physical damage, it is there too from Yatoro that will be able to bypass it. Roche soon on the menu probably for Spirit. With this damage, I think it's time right now.
Step straight into there with the amplified damage.
Yep, they've got the Undying too, so he can pop the ult. He can keep pushing it forward even faster with the Tombstone too. They'll even save the ult potentially here for the fights. It's just going to be brought down so fast. Little to no mistakes from Spirit right now. And Vision just still trying to get these items online, trying to make the recovery for Satanic.
Yeah, very much making a statement for... Yeah, maybe that Slark does actually have to be first phase if you want to open with December.
Yeah, potentially so.
It might just force you to kind of have to come in with these sort of strats that just don't seem to be anywhere close to working.
9 class trying to be cheeky here, finding a place to farm. Rune knows where he is.
They're going to see him.
They've got the catch.
Static Storm. Make sure there's no way for him to play his way out there. At the same time, Spirit, they've also got the creep wave moving in top. Notice we'll get the call onto Yatoro.
Got Aegis.
And no one's come across. Satanic.
The numbers are being brought in. They're buybacking on 9 class.
Let's have a look. They want to try and put everything into this play, Vision, see if they can find some sort of kill. But Collapse, he's ready to just run straight at them. Comes in with the ultimate, tanking up, heals up with the Soul Rip. Vision, they can't even touch him. He's fine. They've got to back off.
A cool build too. Collapse going for just a casual Glimmer Cape. He knows that the big burst damage that's coming out for Vision, it's that magical damage from the Mirana, from that Hoodwink as well with the Shard too. So that Glimmer is going to be very, very strong. He's kind of like this pseudo support to be able to protect Yatoro as well with the heals.
I mean, because at the moment, right, that's all that matters, really.
All the
if they can save Yatoro, he will do everything. He'll kill them all. He'll kill their base. We'll see in the
Catch
mid.
on Laurel.
He'll get the call.
Got him.
L's gone. Noticed, I don't think he's getting out, though. Yatoro turns up with Collapse. They're able to take him down. Now over towards Ducalis. He's out of leaps.
They've got a glimpse if they needed it anyway. Rue wants another target, though. He's got a blink. He's got a Tumbler's Toy if he can look for one. Panic. Trying to be cheeky here. Cut wave to get this extra farm. He's got the BKB.
Look at a courier.
Playing with fire here. Should be okay. Rue's like, you know what? I don't even want to chase him at this point. He's got the BKB.
So Yatoro was over there by the Remnant. Nearly actually in position, and now
he has to be careful. Satanic.
He's going to have to BKB possibly. Okay, did get the Remnant off.
They got vision.
There, he can maybe time it, and he can.
Okay.
Able to jump back despite the glimpse.
That's the last Remnant. He's really trying to hang on to that BKB. But it really is just hanging on to it as Yatoro trying to give some more of that information. 8,000 lead for Spirit, continuing to play super oppressive here. And Rue, he is starting to build toward that Aghanims as well too already at this point. Blink and a point booster picked up. Vision. Starting to bring the numbers. Eyes on notice to see how big of calls he can get.
Oh, to be off the call. Doesn't matter though. Relocate comes in. They'll still get Rue. They'll get the two of them.
Getting the supports over and over again. Pretty decent when you are this far behind.
Calls from Spirit are watching at the side just in case anybody steps up here. They can still fight despite the death of their supports with how large they are.
First BKB reveal from no one as well. They're trying to get to this timing of those triple BKBs for Vision. Yatoro on the hunt.
Give a slippery kill to Jaceful.
Can't quite find him here.
Tries his luck there with the raises, but off the mark.
Potentially looking for, that Tormentor cup of play. It's going to shift soon. Both these teams, not really the biggest Tormentor teams either. Vision just desperately trying to find these places to farm. You look where Satanic is, look where no one is. They just really want to get to this item timing and then look for that fight when the Aegis does go down. Probably their best option, because they still are super behind at this point. They need to get the BKBs to counter that heavy team fight. Spirit's just chasing them all over.
Collapse just bullying Satanic, making sure that Satanic doesn't get the full freedom that he hoped for.
Satanic has to be pretty careful here. Yatoro, does he have the damage?
TP. Ooh, one hit away from being close enough to kill him, I'll tell you that.
Top, Ducalis. They also get noticed.
Look at the glimpse back, straight into the fear. Very nicely timed. He gets the blade mail off, but it doesn't matter. Noticed is gone. Ducalis trapped by the kinetic field. Perfect timing with the glimpse into the fear there from the supports of Spirit.
Two of the better heroes to punish it. They're trying to split with Collapse.
They're trying to make some sort of a play against Collapse with this relocate for no one, but it's not going to happen.
Now no one.
He's probably in trouble. Okay, he has got the BKB. He's going to try and chase down Rue with the Spirits, but the Soul Reveal comes in. Nobody in Spirit going down in this mid lane. As Vision continue to hemorrhage this kills.
3 deaths there, and it was a 9-class buyback earlier too that they were desperately trying to look for these extra kills up top. Ends up being brought down. Yatoro very close to having the Silver Edge. He is continuing to be double net worth of the Emerald.
I mean, he's just having a completely free game here. I can't imagine a better way to start off a TI Grand Finals if you're a carry than the one that Yatoro is having right now, and he is making absolutely everything out of the situation he's been given.
Not only is it 24-12, but look at the tower situation, right? As we said, Vision, they cannot touch the towers, especially because of how far behind they were at the start of this game. They're almost full HP. All the ones of Spirits have barely been touched at this point, while 2 tier 2s already have dropped on the side of Vision. And noticed his BKB is the timing that he wanted to get a bit of acceleration onto it. He's now died, I think, 3 times trying to make the space for the team, so his BKB is going to be so delayed at this point. Rue is going to have an Aghanims, maybe as that BKB comes out from the axe, so he's going to have extra answers even to prevent them from using it if he does get the initial catch. Vision. Panic. There's a silver-edged Yatoro stalking him.
Lined up and ready to go for this final tier 2 on the bottom lane.
So hard for Vision to put together a team fight. Spirit will take every single one of these battles at this point. Level 20 as well now hit for Yatoro. Satanic. I feel like every time we see Satanic, Collapse is on top of him. He's just following him, being super annoying.
Stay in the mid.
Another catch on Laurel.
They do manage to bring Laurel down. Yatoro's considering if he wants to fight back here. The BKB was used by no one.
That is 4 times they've been able to find Laurel. Noticed.
Still yet to get Yatoro though.
Can he get the glimpse? He will.
Straight back into the field and the Static Storm into the Requiem. Oh, there'll be a relocate.
Nice reload.
Nice one. All right, no one able to bail his axe out for now.
They're going to look for the fight after this. They're going to kill the Tombstone off. Doesn't look like they can go for the fight themselves. BKB still cooldown for no one. He'll play cautious. Spirit also will back up. They'll respect that save. Space needed. No one is pulling ahead a good amount here over the Slark, as they have been able to find some nice kills onto Laurel with the chain stuns. If no one can end up being that rock that they really need for the team. Gonna go that Shiva's build that we do see for pretty much all the mid laners on the IO. But it's slower paced damage in comparison to something like Yatoro, who is accelerating toward more lifesteal, is gonna go that Satanic build, stalling out any type of BKB, knows he doesn't need it for now, maybe eventually at some points, but we know Yatoro, he plays for the Manta dodges, and 9 class, dead in 2 or 3 hits.
Also, Rue won't be able to tease much out of Satanic there. Satanic quick with the Remnant away.
And even though they're not keeping up, right, but not making the Gold League go so much faster in terms of per spirit, but the gains just aren't that big for Vision. I just don't know how much this Radiance for Satanic is really going to do, because we did see Mick try for it the other day, but as soon as he showed up to the fights with the Radiance and the BKB, he did absolutely nothing.
And it's a different build-up. The fact that Radiance is going to come so much
later as well.
It's, as I said, I think, Satanic's trying to do his best to adapt to this situation that he's been put on off the back of this draft. It's just not easy to make this safe lane Ember work.
Laurel now has the gem, so should be a lot safer. We have seen them pick him off a couple times here, but now with the gem should be much more protected in terms of not getting caught by the Blink Axe from that distance. Also going for the BKB early. I like it.
It's all right. You do something cute here.
Thinking about it. He can line up the Requiem.
He's going to try and open things up here with the fear.
They got him.
That will do it.
We saw him solo kill Watson earlier. That was almost a solo kill as well, too. Did get a little help, but super impressive play. A flawless game from the legend himself. 8-0-3.
I'm pretty much maintaining this net worth position where he's so close to essentially being double the net worth of Satanic.
He's double the net worth of Laurel even, too, of his own teammate. Absolutely crazy performance from Yatoro this game. They're not able to slow things down. Noticed his BKB is about to be finished, so let's see if they can connect with this triple BKB timing, how much they can do. But again, the Radiance was slowed down. And besides the gold lead, look at the experience. It's a level 16 Ember. Yatoro's cracking level 23 in a second.
I mean, this is
too.
the thing, right? Yatoro, he is not going to care one bit about a Radiance on this Ember Spirit.
9 class, Laurel stalking him.
Bit of a tricky kill to chase for.
Forcing him away.
Meanwhile, over towards the mid, we're seeing them grouped up and ready to try and make a move here. Vision, the smoke out.
Trying to catch Spirit if they're split up in any way, but Spirit have been so careful in this game. The Satanic is going to be coming out very soon for Yatoro. They haven't had the damage to bring him down yet, and now they're going to have to somehow bypass the Satanic, which is one of the best answers versus the Blink Blade Mail Axe. Roche soon on the horizon too, something that Vision can't let Spirit get Roche. If they do, the game is going to be pretty much impossible for them. They're looking for Laurel again.
They've got him a fair few times.
Not going to be able to find that catch. All right, Radiance done, but at the same time, Yatoro gets a full Satanic. The damage isn't going to come out that fast from Vision, and there's heals. There's ways to protect. Collapse, as we said, he's playing this pseudo, the extra support in a way, right, with the build that he's gone for. He has Blink, he has Shard, so if they do get the catch, he even can get the saves as well. So again, just difficult to see how Vision approaches these fights.
I'll try and check out the situation. I'll find 9 class. Yatoro steps in, a couple of right clicks. That's 9 class gone.
Godlike. Vision needs every number too, so even if they lose one hero contesting that Roche, already was super hard, now impossible. So they're gonna have to just accept the fact that they're playing versus this Aegis. Push might come onto their high ground pretty soon here with the banner as well. Yatoro, super tanky, can probably just frontline. And how's Rue doing for his Aghanims too? He's got 3 components already finished up, so yes.
Pretty close.
Vision's got some BKBs, but they might be put in a position where they can't even get them off too. Satanic, Toro.
Satanic is not taking any chances this time.
They're trying desperately to get any type of building damage. Got a decent amount bottom here, but it is just that tier 1.
Ready to get this bottom wave pushed out. They'll pick up the Tormentor first.
Finally. These teams hate Tormentor. Brew will get blessed with it as well. A nice one, too. The kinetic fence is quite good this game versus the Mirana. versus the IO, even versus the Ember in some situations, can be quite annoying. Extra little bit of lockdown. And just, yeah, so much sustain, so much save at this point on Spirit. Vision, what's the next big gain they're getting? Okay, no one is going for something a bit different too, queuing up the Hex. So looking like they just want to get this chain control to not allow this, you know, Yatoro to just go absolutely crazy. But as you said, there's saves, there's heals, there's this tombstone.
Toro ready to make quick work of this tier 2. Plenty of minutes left. They want to try and push up high ground with this Aegis.
Got a creep wave coming in.
Radiant are scanning.
Ags, it's done. Rue, he has it finished in 10 gold now. They're going to smoke up, potentially look for the catch as a hero shows on the side of Vision.
If anyone steps out of the base, they'll get quite a nasty surprise.
They have the Slark Shard as well, too. So Tombstone, Slark Shard, Soul Rip, Glimmers, so many things to protect Yatoro.
Gonna get the call.
That's a heal.
Soul Rip's there. They're keeping him healed up pretty nice. He'll get the match off. The pushback comes out after, but there's gonna be the save from the Tombstone. Fear connects onto no one.
Satanic to heal up. Yatoro will back away and respect the damage. They force everybody from Vision back.
Can play it safe, work on sorting out the other lanes here. Spirit.
They also, now they do have that Ags Disruptor, so Vision has to be so prepared to click those BKBs, but it's going to be difficult because the Blink's there too for Rue, so can't just blink and drop that Static Storm.
Just going to be ridiculous amounts of damage coming out from Yatoro. It's
really
just over 1,000 gold away from having that Daedalus.
And the wards just continue to get taken out. The gem that they picked up on the Slark with this advantage, constricting the map. Collapse. They saw someone outside for a quick second here. They want to get a glimpse. Can't quite find the angle here. Not letting Vision get outside.
Tanic's just trying to find some sort of corner of the map. 9 class is going to go for a very aggressive jump out of the base to try and set up onto Rue. Lol, he'll be able to punish that. Rue's perfectly fine.
They've got, yeah, the Depth Shroud as well, too. Just so many ways to cover and protect each other. Satanic desperately trying to find that Aghanims. The quietest game I think we've seen from him at this international.
I think it is.
Toro, arrow will connect.
Takes a lot of damage.
They've got so much sustain and so many ways to protect him.
Keeping their cool, able to continue to hit the tier 3s, force out the fortification here in the mid. Toro can back up, pick up that Demon Edge.
90 seconds still on this Aegis. Oh, this is an aggressive relocate positioning from no one here. Is this Disruptor could catch him?
Quick jump. BKB
got the BKB off. Okay.
Make sure he gets that there before the Static Storm.
They're going to try the Glimpse timing, but he still has the BKB active, so he will be safe. Good thing he clicks that BKB when he does, or he's dead.
I think as soon as he saw people turn up, he knew that there was a high chance that that play would be looked towards by Rue.
Yatoro standing strong by himself here. He still has the Aegis.
9 class! He's going to take it out in a couple of hits. They're going to try and battle Yatoro.
He's too strong.
Satanic's going to run. These hits are going to hurt.
Oh my God, so close to Satanic even getting brought down. Yatoro showing he can fight versus everybody with this advantage. No fear.
Yeah, this is, especially in situations like that, I can only imagine, Fog, that Satanic is like, please let me play something else. I do not want to play this carry Ember. I really don't. It cannot be fun, Fogged.
Not if Yatoro, especially not if Yatoro's getting to play Shadowfiend, right? You're looking like, look at the difference in this guy.
He gets the SF and I get this. It just doesn't feel fair.
Really doesn't at this point. Now no glyph for Vision to stop this push. Can they get Yatoro off of the racks? No BKB for no one either for this push.
Gonna get the call.
Try again.
Really any follow-up. They do get the arrow. Collapse has already jumped in. Satanic's going to try and go in on the back lines here aggressively with the BKB. He's going to try and chase out Rue, bring the Disruptor down. He'll succeed. Takes Rue out of the fight. BKB's about to come to an end, though, so he'll have to jump back defensively. Did manage to get that kill there with that play, Satanic.
That was a pretty cool one. Just jumps past everybody. Did have to use a lot of the remnants. They did have to use their BKB. That was both the BKBs, right? Just to find a support kill. So it's something, but it's a very expensive commitment just to find a disruptor here at this point, but they have to do that, right? I think this is exactly how the Emperor has to play. You cannot let Rue get his spells off because you will just get destroyed in the team fight if he gets a Static Storm on top of you. Even the bigger Static Storm, a Chasm Stone casually picked up from the Disruptor too, so even more massive to be able to get the connection onto them here. Some decent execution we're seeing, the attempts from Vision, right? Getting the call, pulling him back, getting that connection of the arrow too. But yeah, just still a bit too far behind to bring down Yatoro at all. How's no one's Hex looking? He does have the gold for it, but saving for the buyback for the moment.
Yatoro. Notice sticks around. He might regret it, but the blink in time.
Look at the build he has to go for unnoticed. He's like, yeah, armor isn't the solution, guys. I need to blink Blade Mail and Ghost Scepter so I don't just die to this.
Against this SF, certainly so.
No one forced to pop the BKB defensively again.
He's going to try for the call, but Yalal, he was already up the BKB. There'll be no follow-up damage to threaten the Slark. The Ghost Scepter buys him a little bit of time, but as it comes to an end, Spirit will bring Notice down.
Yatoro just running the show beyond godlike. And that was what BKB used from no one. Notice still has his for the potential for the defense. Satanic also, but not having the IO BKB, he can just get popped. Yatoro. Aggressive force staff.
All right. Living the bushwhack. Well, stunned, but the tombstone's there. Satanic gonna have to use a lot of his BKB to just try and take that out.
No,
they manage to do so in time. The call comes out.
They get him.
They've done it. They killed Yatoro
for the first time this game.
That's massive. Vision doing what seems to be the impossible. Now, Collapse, on the other hand, he's got a lot of HP to get through if they want to try and catch Undying. Collapse is going to try and chase through out of the action. Collapse building the HP up. And Collapse, he's kind of cleaning them up. Satanic's gone. Double kill for Collapse.
Got the blink.
And he's ready for more. Jumps over to Notice. Notice trying to pop it. The decay comes in. Collapse, he don't need Yatoro now at this point. He's the new carry in town.
They had to use everything to kill you. They executed it pretty beautifully to bring down this SF, but Collapse
maybe even more.
I have 52 strength. He wants more.
Bounce forward from Lyle. Won't quite be able to get the slow onto either of them or the leash. Collapse, he still wants to get in.
They finally defeat Yatoro. They kill him the once at least. Good. They synergized that pretty beautifully there too. I didn't see if they broke the tombstone. I think they did, right? Because he got stunned right afterwards from it. So it's pretty perfect that ends up happening, and they get the call right afterwards, so he doesn't get the Satanic.
So it can be done.
It can be done, but they end up losing a lot out of it as well too. 9 class looking for a cheeky catch here onto Laurel. They've got back up.
Well, listen, no one trying to come in to help out, but the BKB's up for Lyle.
Static Storm.
See them get the grab onto no one. Lyle falling low, but Collapse coming in with the save. Heals him up with the Soul Rip. Keeps Lyle strong. No one will relocate back out of there in time to survive, but the Carlos has been left out on the map.
Laurel too tanky. Too much regen. Gets to steal a lot here with the Shiv versus the Io over and over again. Plus the healing from the Undying. Absolutely seeing that come into play there. Vision, they're trying their hardest. They're doing some really cool execution plays, but at this deficit, you can just see how hard it really is.
It's just too much.
Yatoro back onto the push. We're on it dead for 25 seconds. Vision needs absolutely every little thing they can put together here. Collapse now, level 25. He's going to have like 10,000 HP when he pops that Flesh Golem.
Instead of Rex taking in the mid Spirit, they can head over to the Roshan.
Safest play possible. Refresher Shard. Some really good ones they can put that onto. Either the Disruptor, they can put it onto the Undying as well too. Some really good options that they can do. Even onto the Slug. I mean, everybody's a good option to get that Refresher Shard. They'll wait for a moment here though. We'll see it again. Yatoro had just died over there from that great chain stun that they were able to do, but yeah, Collapse. A different beast after they've expended so much.
I mean, they sort of think about trying to do something about him, but not a lot that you could do about this Undying right now with that amount of HP built up on him.
Just walking at them. Getting so much farm too. He's got the Cloak of Flames, he's got the Greedy. Yatoro, we'll give him a cheeky smile. He's like, you know, you got me.
Exactly. Same to be said here from Collapse. He is absolutely loving it here on his Undying.
Roshan time, 18k lead. Vision. I don't think they can contest in that area. High ground defenses, they can execute if they do at utmost perfection, but around the Roche, kind of suicide. full disperser for Yatoro.
The Aegis. Pressure shard available here for Collapse.
Oh god, Collapse has a full Hex now too. Oh my goodness. Just keeps flurrying out the items. He's keeping up in farm with an IO core. Very impressive that he's been able to do. We see Satanic. His farm is pretty impressive too, but still, at that back foot. Even bigger rate. I mean, this static storm's going to be massive. We don't see Disruptor very often. I actually forgot that was even a talent for him at 20. With that Chasm Stone too, this static storm's going to be huge.
So many things that they're going to have to pre-BKB.
Yeah, they either have to pre-BKB or if they have to jump the Disruptor and kill him at the start of the fight. So they're just going to get decimated from that Ags. Push coming in toward the north side.
It's all right.
The Aegis posing the question, do they have the answer? Collapse now finally switches his neutral item.
And immediately Satanic has to put this BKB. He's so terrified about what they'll throw at him. A quick tombstone dodge off the arrow.
I mean, he needs to use that.
He has to. It's so scary.
Otherwise, he's going to get hexed.
Well, 9 class outside of the base. Collapse is waiting from inside of the base. 9 class going to get glimpsed back. I mean, they just can't do anything about the fact that Collapse is just standing there between them.
He has 7,500 HP. Good luck bringing him down. I mean, put some Vessels onto him. Vessel's going to do like 300 damage per tick. No Vessel charges remaining though on Ducalis, so unfortunate for him.
Somebody's got to do something.
Jumps in, the Tombstone jumps out. There's no BKB for Satanic. How does he commit into the fight?
I don't know. They've got to try something.
Arrow, just to try to push him off, but Yatoro.
The racks are falling.
Standing strong.
And they even get him the once now. Back up, set up perfectly around Yatoro.
Notice, as the Krellas now picked up, they spend their gold on the side of Vision. Can't protect the racks. Smoke. Spirit, they're going to continue in this area. Continue the push. If anyone steps out, if Ruse sees them, he will just blink Static Storm, grab them. Vision. Desperate move here.
They're on the low ground. Notice he's going to try for the jump, but he doesn't find an angle to get the call off. The Static Storm's laid down into the fear from the Requiem.
He used his gold, too, to buy the Krellas. He does not have buyback.
Spirit should have what it takes here to finish off the final set of Rex.
Fear connects.
The Satanic is going to try and jump the backlines. Maybe let's see if he can kill off the support. So put the BKB, look to chase down the Willow. Can he at least get that? There's going to be Ultimate save. No one's just getting shredded by the right clicks of Yatoro. No one's gone. He's out for 100. They're getting close to killing off Collapse. He'll heal up with the Soul Rip and the Decay.
In his Tombstone.
He's still alive. Satanic is trying to run. No one coming with the tether to bail him out of this. He'll be able to live, Satanic.
They're just way too far ahead, Owen. They're all too tanky. Yatoro's damage, he shreds. I can't believe no one actually gets away.
And the Collapse, he's back in with another jump. They get the Hex onto Ducalis. He's out. He'll buy back. Satanic's going to jump in with the slide chains over towards Yatoro, but it's a triple kill for Yatoro. This game is over. GG is called. As Team Spirit will take game one. Yatoro finishes with a rampage here in Shanghai.
The legendary carry himself having a pretty free game this time around. Vision trying something here that we've said multiple teams have tried with this Ember to dodge this Slark. They put the IO mid, but the Slark was doing pretty fine. They did get some kills on Laurel, which was pretty impressive, but the biggest problem really was Yatoro is absolutely massive.
Yep.
Supports are getting a lot, and Collapse too. Love the build he goes for, knowing that he can play this pseudo kind of supportish style, get these extra heals. They run this one over, Owen.
They really do. I guess at the least for Team Vision, we did it from Puppy at the start, right?
They're trying.
They already knew they were trying something, so they should be able to easily move past this into game two. But as for this game one strat, it did not work out.
It was a strat that we weren't necessarily sure how it was going to play out. We saw so many new things. Disruptor, it's its first pick here for TI-15. We're also seeing no one playing that IO for the first time, and Satanic playing an Ember Spirit carry for the first time himself. I know we've seen Ember carry so far in this tournament, but Satanic himself having their first competitive games on those heroes, and you're like, is it game one of a TI finals where you want to do it? And I give them full credit to having that confidence, but at the end of the day, what Spirit cooked, Quinn, was just another level.
Yeah, I think the answer to your question, is this the place to do it, is no. I think you want to go back to your comfort. You want to go back to the solid strategies you played for the entirety of your career. We look at Satanic, you think of him as the hard carry that scales into the late game, that's going to put the team on the back, and how can you really do that with an Ember carry? It just wasn't the same level of impact we're used to seeing from him, and I don't blame him. It's a very uncomfortable position to be in.
Yeah, I mean, we heard from Puppy in the coach interview that they have tried it before and it wasn't unexpected for them. And he thinks that TI is for trying things and that's why they did it. But in practice, it didn't look that good. That IO mid didn't even manage to have a game against the Slark. The Ember lost to that Undying pick, which was brilliant because Team Spirit set up a situation where both side lanes would win and the mid flex didn't matter in Sania.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it just comes back to what you brought up about how maybe Puppy is saying no to 9class's ideas. And for me, personally, I feel like Satanic's been the player of the tournament, or the player of Team Vision at least. And put him in an Ember against Undying lane, you're not really setting him up for success. And I feel like you have a guy on 9class that could take that upon him. He could play that Ember. It's something he's done in the past. Their lane didn't go well anyway. It's not like he's a particularly strong hoodwink player. So for me, it's just a little bit questionable how they approach this game one. But to be honest, in a best of 5, you have a lot of room to do these kinds of things. And it doesn't matter for the next game. It's 0-0.
Room for error, room for growth, whichever way you want to look at it here. But it definitely felt like a game of bluffs in some way as well, because whilst the execution was incredibly high from Spirit, it felt like that they were coming in almost as a continuation of the best of 3 that they had in their upper bracket 2 days ago, where it's, we actually know what you like, we know what you don't like, and so they try and put Lal on an uncomfortable slog that he hasn't necessarily shown or proven himself on the same way he has other heroes, and vice versa. Again, where Vision are thinking, we've got this Ember that we can move to other roles. We've got this IO that we know is comfortable mid, but at the end of the day, Quinn, I'm not really sure how that mid matchup played out. You said that it should be something more favorable to IO, but we didn't see that in eventuality.
Yeah, I think it probably should. It ended up being where Slark takes a relatively decent early CS advantage, and I think you can chalk a lot of that up to no one's inexperienced on the hero. It's quite a very player-specific hero. You need a lot of reps into how you move the spirits back and forth. It's a very finicky, I don't know, very IO-specific mechanic that not any other heroes have. And so I think I chalked it up to inexperience, and I think it's not just sort of a fault of Vision, but it's a skill that Spirit is really good at. And I think specifically in finals, I've felt this myself, that they are really good at taking you out of your comfort zone. It's not just Vision doing it to themselves. They're picking things and banning in a way that forces you to do that, or you feel compelled to it, almost like they're mind controlling you.
On that topic of potential inexperience on the mid IO, that may very well be true, but watching it play out, I don't think IO has any inherent advantages against Slark. The way the hero functions in the mid lane is it just farms. You trade farm, and for mid heroes to punish melee heroes, they have to make it so that if the melee heroes walk up to hit a creep, that they take absurd amounts of damage, and that just doesn't happen with IO until later levels, and I think fundamentally the concept there was also wrong.
We're going to look at the earlier mark between these two, right? Looking at about 10 minutes, I feel like that's that moment where you're wanting to see a little bit more movement coming out from your mid. You're hoping that they're going to be up there, the playmaker, or the solid rock for your team, and hopefully that they've had a good enough lane for themselves. But when it comes to this mark, it's not necessarily a glaring obvious who is doing that for their team, right, Quinn?
Yeah, it's very even, and you've got the pressure on the side lanes, and I think that's Spirit, that's how they love to play. They want to have Laurel just chilling, playing some matchup that's whatever, that's normal, that he's fine in, and they put pressure and they put the precedence on their side lanes to do well and have good matchups. And I think that came to fruition completely this game. It's exactly how they want to play. It's a bread and butter Spirit draft.
I feel like the main thing that I take away from that is the net worth. The Wisp has to be a lot more farmed coming out of that matchup. Honestly, it needs to be almost 1,000 gold higher at minute time.
Okay, that is a big difference. And you mentioned something briefly, Quinn, where you're talking about it's a lot down to the side lanes. What's happening on the action there as well? How much more can their mids offer, depending on how well their side lanes are going? And we've already talked about it. This is the first official we've seen Satanic on that Ember Spirit. And luckily we have Purge, who's going to give us more information about how it played out for him.
Yeah, they tried out the Ember Spirit with the shift to the safe lane. They thought they could make it work. Last I saw was Team Liquid playing it, and it's definitely a little bit harder here. Satanic did his best in the lane. He did some nice little tricky things like dodging the Willow blasts here. But after a quick level 2 on Willow, she got a D-ward here. This really nice root is going to guarantee the kill on Satanic. That got him a first blood. And the lane didn't really get that much better for a bit here because that level 3 now for Undying is very, very fearsome. He did use Flame Guard to protect himself when he got gone on a bit here, which is going to give him a little bit of protection, but the downside is they have a lot of nuke damage here, so they actually were just bursting through his Flame Guard and almost killing him. Here's his final death here that you would normally get successfully, but Satanic, of course, he's going to slight dodge that one as well, even using another Fairy Fry to survive. He had a tough lane. They did gank the Undying, but they did do this nice move on the Wisdom Shrine, which allowed them to, at the very least, get the Wisdom Shrine. But it forced a ton of rotations here, and Clap still got one support kill. So, but this was a nice moment for Satanic to catch up. And in the end of this, he's actually kind of close in net worth if you take a look at it. All things considered, yeah, he's really not that far away. So that was great. Then Yutoro did some really interesting things in this game. And you probably spotted him in the stream at some point showing up somewhere he's not supposed to be. So watch his path here. He was thinking about killing the Axe, but Axe basically got zoned because he's SF. SF wins his matchups. And then he's just fishing to do mid pressure. There's a catapult at this moment. So this is a really good time for him to be here, because if he's just successful at helping to get a kill, then they get a whole bunch more damage. And this is probably the moment you saw him on stream when he came here and double raised the enemy mid. This is kind of crazy to look at, but if you look at what happened on the map here, he's basically forcing the IO to go farm these camps over here, which means he's super far away from the mid lane. So it basically makes it easier for them to pressure the mid lane and for his Slark to get as much farm as he wants. And a short time later, he basically does the same thing. He's going to clear the wave. He's going to walk towards mid. He's going to take this nice little ancient stack, which is beautiful for him, and he's going to do the same thing. Hiding behind the tower, looking for a hero. He ends up spotting out 9 class, which guarantees the vision, which guarantees the kill, and again, guarantees the tower. So this early pressure that Yutoro did to rotate, it didn't take a huge amount of him. He lost a little bit of gold, but he got some nice ganks in. That pressure really opened things up on the map. The mid was opened up. Collapse had this really sick play, getting the kill on Satanic, and as a whole, the lanes just went great for Team Spirit.
Thank you so much, Purge. We're seeing it play out in real time. The Yutoro of TI-10, that's what he was praised for time and time again, was how early he was willing to rotate to mid, how he was willing to help out other cores despite this more traditional viewpoint of a carry being the #1 farmer. You're supposed to always be farming if you're not out there in your lane. And at the end of the day, he goes, well, there's other means to get kills. There's other means to be able to shut down our opponents, and that is pushing the mid laner out as far as possible.
Yeah, I love those clips. I think that it really shows some of the skills that the Yutoro doesn't always show, but somehow when it comes to TI, when it comes to the finals, he just builds this extra awareness of places he can be, places he can pressure. These are split-second decisions that you need to make in very specific moments, or you're just going to miss the opportunity, and he's so in the moment. He's so clutch in these finals. Almost no one else would make these moves, but Yutoro in zone is just a different beast.
To add on to that, it's just Team Spirit's understanding of which lanes to focus on has always been some of the most impressive out of all the teams in Dota. But they had this knowledge that if IO doesn't have any kind of farm, they won't be able to make moves because both side lanes were shut down. So if they moved their emphasis to the mid lane and pushed no one into the jungle, then there really was no tempo or counterplay for a very long time. And I do have to give them props for how they set up the Disruptor. Playing Disruptor with Slark's night vision and an SF coming mid, you're just happy in that situation, aren't you, Insania?
Yeah, I mean, I think when I played Disruptor, 2 of my favorite heroes to lane with were TB and SF, and it's just because they provide so much overwhelming damage. Whenever you glimpse someone back, they just immediately die. And that's like what they do on the lane, but then Yutoro takes it one step further, and he just makes sure that he's connected to all the moves that Disruptor wants to make. When Disruptor wants to move mid, well, he's there to provide the damage. And now suddenly, anybody that's within 1,600 range of a Disruptor is just dead.
Yeah, you can see it even from just the positioning. The SF is not playing like a typical turret and that he's standing behind everyone. For the majority of this game, Yutoro was standing in front of everyone because his supports wants to stand behind. He's charging at them so then the Disruptor can glimpse them back. That's such an unusual sort of switch of priority in how you're even just standing. These are the little things that go into the greatness that is these Tier 1 carry players or Tier 1 players in general on the biggest stage that he sees in the moment. This is a time for me to walk up and chat up for my supports who are going to sit behind. Compared to the inverse, that is amazing awareness in the moment.
The domino effects that can happen in Dota are so beautiful because, like, when you think about it, you're like, okay, Slark, night vision, and yes, Disruptor, he needs vision. But if your side lanes are so overwhelming, you can play on the first night after minute 5. That's when the laning stage occurs, and that's when a lot of the kills were happening after those first 5 minutes. So from the first night to be able to make that many kills happen off of your vision strategy, we don't see that very often. Usually it's the second or third night that this really becomes significant. I don't think I've ever seen a first night be that impactful.
It's rare. It's honestly super rare that you have like a Disruptor in a winning lane, a Slark mid of all things, and then the carry willing to connect as well. So I think all 3 of these things have to align for us to have this beautiful early game.
I just love it. The way that the draft played out, well, like, this is one of the biggest cooking sessions that we've seen Miposhka be able to do. A Disruptor that hasn't been picked at all in this TI, like the fact that it goes 2 whole weeks completely overlooked, even though SF, even though Slark have been gaining traction. SF was definitely one of those things that in this patch coming in, people were first phase banning. And so we talk about this cycle. Now it's back in the hero pool. Now there is adjustments that need to be made. And more importantly, that pressure is on Vision. We've seen them lose games, but they're in best of threes. And it's normally a game 2 that they're losing when they're already up. So now they're going to be starting the best of 5 on the back foot. Yeah, there's room for experimentation because you need to be able to have 3 games to win, but you've done your experimenting in a game number 1, and so when it comes to a game 2, even though that experimenting didn't work, do you still have faith that you need to go down that route?
I feel like you mixed it up. I don't think they went for this Ember. The idea was Lar doesn't play Slark, and coming into the series, I would have said the same thing.
Okay.
So, you know, Spirit kind of catch them off guard. They got the Slark, they played the Ember, and now you're just going to shift priorities. You have so many other heroes in the Ember Spirit. You're not reliant on this hero. You know, there's a difference between a team like Vision and maybe Enigma that needed to play the Ember. These guys have a lot more up their sleeve.
Yeah, you're here for a reason. You've proven throughout the entire tournament that you are one of the best teams, if not the best team in the tournament. That was not a fair showing of their true potential. They're playing extremely long off comfort on multiple roles. Go back to what you're good at and show the world and show Spirit why you're in this final. You deserve to be here. This is not the moment where you push over and say, they're just better than us. This is where you steel yourself and you go back to this and say, we're here for a reason, and now we're going to show you.
Yeah, that felt like a statement by Puppy that if they take Ember away from Team Spirit, then Laurel doesn't have heroes that they're uncomfortable dealing with in terms of tempo. Because if not the Ember, what have we seen Laurel play that pushed the Team Spirit supports forward on the map? I mean, another hero would be Pango, but it hasn't been that successful this tournament for him. And Puppy basically just said that our plan is to take it away. And if they do plan on taking it away again, it would just be with Slark being factored into the bans. I don't think it's a bad idea to go for Ember.
Yeah, absolutely. But then you open up doors for potentially a Bane, potentially a Winter Wyvern, and we just honestly, I feel like we just got to see how they react to this. It's hard to make any sort of predictions about what their take from the game is, because for me, at least watching, I think you don't want Satanic on Ember. We want him on some sort of win condition. And if this is the plan B, then I don't like the plan.
Yeah. I think it's also interesting how the sort of the order of these drafts pans out whenever hard counters like the Slark versus Ember arise. Ember, through a lot of this tournament, I think would be getting first pick, but there's this one pesky Slark. And so that means Ember is will be a second pick only hero because you need to pick it on the end of the first phase, so then you can ban the Slark in the next phase. Compared to if you try to pre-ban it, then they will just respond with the Ember ban. So you can actually never get Ember if you're first pick. And these things can arise and change how teams prioritize draft order and how the lineups are created, because maybe Ember was crucial and now you can't get it anymore from that pick side.
It's always the back and forth when it does come to drafting. Are you a team that loves and thrives on that first pick, or are you a team that wants to wait until the end to be able to be more reactionary and know that you have that depth within you there? And we're seeing all of our players, they walked out on stage, sitting back down in the booth, and we've brought this up time and time again, is how necessarily do Vision feel after a loss, right? Are they a team that gets a little bit downtrodden about it, or are they a team that goes, hey man, you chalk it up, it is what it is, and we just look towards a whole brand new game here? And I honestly think it's the second of those two options, because even though we've seen them be the team with an early GG in a game at TI, there were still a lot of laughs, there were still a lot of smiles, and I think the camaraderie between Vision is much stronger than maybe public perception sees.
I think so too, and I mean, no one was smiling at Satanic at the end of the game. Someone was chatting, and they seem to be okay. I think they have this understanding that when it's a draft issue, then you go next. Like Insania loves to say, every game is 0-0. You give up on the last loss.
Yeah, I think you just forget about the last game. I think you can draw some drafting lessons, but that's mostly for Puppy to do. And I think for the players, it's just, we're going to go into the game, we're going to run it back. We had a series against Spirit before where we lost the game, and it's nothing new to us. We've done this before. And I feel like they've proven throughout this tournament that they are not fazed by losses. This has happened so many times. And this whole idea of like, they used to be a team that tilted out a series or stuff like that, it just doesn't apply to them anymore.
Yeah. And again, they have so many approaches they can take in a draft Quinn, like their Lone Druid or Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think they've got plenty of tricks in the bag still. And I think they've also gotten, I hope, some of the jitters out of the way. If you look at some of the clips that Purge was showing, the Ember Spirit walks back into a bramble, or no one maybe is CSing it's a little bit off in lane. I think some of that is, it's a grand final. It just feels a little different. It's a little bigger, grander, scarier. You love to see it.
Bro knows it's him.
You love to see the smiles in finals. I think it's very easy to get sucked into, especially when you're down a game, the stress and pressure of we're down, we need to come back, we need to fix things, there's problems, and these can mount up and feel like this overwhelming dread sort of enveloping you. But I think the ability to not, only try to win, which is the most important thing, but also appreciate this is a very special moment. You may never get again. You never know whenever these things will happen. Dota is a very competitive game, and people fall by the wayside all the time. And so I think being able to laugh and appreciate the moment, the privilege you've been given, I think is something they should all very much look to do.
We also saw just briefly there, we had Not Me come up on the screen, and I think it's a face not a lot of people are familiar with for two reasons. One, this is his first TI appearance. You're making it to a grand final with a veteran and a decorated org such as Spirit here. But on top of that, he shaved his beard off. And I know coming into the grand finals, we were all discussing, is it going to be Voltoro? Well, over on the Chinese stream, Delv was talking to Maposhka and asked Maposhka about, did you guys consider shaving Yatoro's head? And he goes, it worked twice. We don't really think it's going to work a third time. And as the rookie, Not Me had to tank it, and he was more than willing to shave his beard instead.
I love that this is kind of an initiation ritual for Team Spirit. I mean, there is a very specific culture in this team, and you can really watch it unfold in moments like these in the TI Grand Finals.
We've alluded to draft alterations that need to be had. The preparation and the pressure of those said drafts really falls on Puppy and Maposhka, and so we'll see how it pans out for game number 2.
Team Vision versus Team Spirit. Grand Finals, Game 2.
Spirit is up 1 game here in a best of 5 for our TI-15 Grand Finals. We had Vision with first pick in game number 1, and it has been flipped this time around. It's going to be Spirit with their first pick, and so it does bring back all of those theories that you guys were crafting. Where does this Ember take priority now? Where does the Slark fall in the draft if you're willing or wanting to take Ember in the first phase?
There's this really cool thing you can do here if you're Team Spirit. Like, let's see, we're going to see Vision's 2 first bans. And if they notice that there's like 2 heroes that they want to ban out, that we know they want to ban, and we don't want to give them the opportunity to do it, you can ban out the Slark, forcing them to ban the Ember, and then giving you one of those heroes that you want to play in the upcoming situation.
Yeah, it's definitely something you consider, and with the way the bans have been changed over the years, the order of them is very important, and trading bans in that forced way is definitely a smart and cool tactic. They choose to pass on it in this instance, but it's something that may come into effect in later games as well.
With the Nature's Prophet taken out by Team Spirit, I think if you're Team Vision, you can comfortably lean back on your Lone Druid. I mean, there's always the concern of the first pick Winter Wyvern coming out from Team Spirit, but you have 2 bans here. Instead, they ban the Bane. Bane covers for Ember, it covers for Io.
Yeah, I wonder if these will be the bans that they continue with throughout the series. I know in the finals we played that sometimes you're wrong about the first phase bans. It can be a bit tricky to actually get those right, and it's so much easier from a third eye perspective, or from after the series to feel like, oh, obviously we should have banned this instead. Nature's Prophet was too broken. But sometimes you get mixed up and you ban the wrong heroes in the moment, and I think considering those and really making sure, is this really integral to their draft? Is this what binds them together is such an important thing.
Vision are looking at their final ban here, and what's been left in the pool from game number 1 is that Wyvern, it's also the Earth Spirit, and the Coddle. And now it feels like you're in a tricky situation because at least 2 of those are getting through, along again with maybe that Ember.
I mean, I think that you have a lot of things to consider here, right? If you ban the Slark, then Spirit picks Ember. Are you happy to play Earth Spirit into Ember? We've seen quite a lot of success in that matchup specifically. Winter Wyvern has been Spirit's go-to first pick, I feel like, in every single game that we've seen them play. When it's there, they always go for it. So it's a tricky situation. You have to kind of look at the matchups that you get and what kind of trade you want to make here.
Yeah. They definitely could go for a Spirit trade. They've left Earth Spirit, a hero that's been very, very dominant. Laurel's very capable of. Ember is a classic response. It's not really a lane counter anymore, but in the game you buy Vessel and you buy Mage Slayer and you can negate some of his fighting with your own fighting. So they could be saying, hey, you take one Spirit, we take the other. But Spirit declines the trade and says, Yatoro cooked so hard last game, we're just running it back because we don't think you have answers.
I wonder if they think that Notice Hero Pool suffers very hard against the Shadow Fiend, because there is always the potential of a Darkseer coming out to counter the SF. But maybe they think that that's very easy to deal with any kind of Dispel, any Enchantress, any Largo.
I think the Darkseer against SF matchup is very much a laning, or not so much of a laning matchup. And I feel like the way that Team Spirit are playing right now, I feel like if they can guarantee that they have side lane pressure from Yatoro's SF, they're just going to go for the SF, looking at the matchup, seeing like nothing really pressures us. They might be counters us down the line. Like we saw them earlier today run the TV themselves. So there are ways to deal with it, but they just want to get that pressure early on. They don't want to let the lanes snowball. And Team Vision go for the Earth Spirit.
It's a very solid response. There's nothing wrong with this at all. And to be honest, I already like this opener more for Vision than I did last game. This Earth Spirit hero, it's just so good against all the turrets because you have a way to gap close. And so you get on top of the Shadow Fiend, you make him start running. And the whole advantage turrets have is they can hit you while you run into them. So if you close that gap immediately and you just roll on top of them, well, now suddenly he's running away. And those are valuable seconds that he's not hitting you and dealing DPS.
Yeah, on the flip side of that is Earth Spirit, we've seen him kind of struggle when he rolls in and there's a turret hitting him. Like if he misses his initial stun and he doesn't have backup, you're getting 5-shotted by the Shadow Fiend. So a lot of it is execution based at later stages of the game too. And Darkseer does get taken out. I think once the Earth Spirit shows you can't let Darkseer through, it just creates too strong of a combination.
Yep, absolutely agree. I think, if you have the opportunity to ban heroes, of course you should ban the heroes that counter you down the line, right? You don't need to give away the possible best matchups with your opponents. So good ban from Spirit here. I'm trying to think, because we've talked about how important the supports have been in this matchup, and I think, there you go, the Coddle's out. This was a hero that pairs very well with both Ember and the Earth Spirit. Any sort of Spirit, really, Coddle's happy to play with. And 9class has proven to find opportunities to make moves with this hero that no other player has done at this tournament.
Yeah, it's very impressive. I think also, the man on camera, he has been so impressive. And the fact that there's a clockwork first phase ban, a hero that no one else really cares about that much, but he is so terrifying with the accuracy of these cogs. They feel like they have to first phase ban it every game. That's so much value. That's why you're getting the Shadow Fiend, is because he's so proficient at that clockwork. These things add up like crazy.
Rue is good too. I do think you have to account for a potential Ember still on Vision, like maybe an Enchantress for Ducalis or something, because it's still in the pool. We know Laurel's going to play it.
Yeah, so there you go.
You've got
nice call, Mira.
Dispels for the Flame Guard and the mid pressure. I do wonder though, if you're getting run at nonstop by an Enchantress as an Ember Spirit, like what do you need from your support squad?
I think you want pressure elsewhere.
Yeah.
Like Enchantress, the biggest thing about this hero is if she's free to attack. She doesn't actually have any spells, and so it takes her a little bit of time to get the creep, to walk there, to get the right angle, to wait for Enchant to come off cooldown so you can slow with the creep. There's a lot of prerequisites that sort of have to be met, and if there's a ton of fighting and there's gate ganking and all these things, the pressure in the side lanes, well, she doesn't have the time and the freedom to go mid and make moves there. So I think you're kind of like, yo team, can y'all put some pressure elsewhere and let me do my thing here?
And I think that is Spirit's MO, right? Like they want to have that side lane pressure to prevent you from going mid, to prevent you from pressuring this Laurel potential Ember Spirit. We haven't even seen it yet, but of course we have to consider it here.
I love this. They're moving the priority up on the Slaughter because we saw it get banned out in the final phases of bans. And I know that they were going for more of a different trajectory when it came to Spirit, but to be able to have it so freely right now, I'm excited to see what it's going to bring in a grand final.
That's really cool. I mean, I love the combo of amplified damage with SF, but outside of that, Slardar was kind of the lane counter to Earth Spirit for a while last month, and people gave up on it. I think another nice dynamic with Slardar is Lina, who's very popular in this patch, has been shown to be countered by Slardar the last couple of days.
Yeah, you're reducing options, right? You pick Slardar, you know they're not going to pick any Linas from this point onward. Also, I think what Spirit does is really cool here, because they have the flex on the Slardar, right, between the mid and the off lane. But because they already see the mid laner, they know that they guaranteed have one good lane for the Slardar. Even if there comes the hardest counter pick of all time on the safe lane, you guaranteed can put the Slardar in a nice position, but they could still put it on the off lane if you don't address this. So now Vision have to address the Slardar in the off lane, so that, or they're gonna just end up playing against it mid. And it's a really cool draft here from Spirit. I love what they're doing.
Do you think Enchantress is enough versus an offlane Slardar? Because you can dispel sprint and maybe go for a kill combo?
I think it's a decent hero, but the thing with Enchantress is she doesn't really do anything except auto attack, and Slardar has really high armor, so he tanks that pretty decently.
It's also kind of a cool situation in that Vision, whenever you see Slaughter SF, you want to pick the high armor carries. You want Phantom Lancer, Terrorblade, you want Illusion Bros that can outscale the Shadow Fiend, but it's tricky to actually pick it on 16-17 on the Underlord Rubik spots because you're going to get counterpicked by the offlane because of that Slardar flex. And so because he can go in either lane, if you pick that carry there, well, suddenly a bunch of magic damage is getting slapped down right after, and you don't have as good of a matchup anymore. And so as it goes to the last pick, they have the option to ban the Terrorblades and the Phantom Lancers, these heroes that counter the Shadow Fiend, which, sort of goes more into just a very nice order of things from Spirit.
We're going to be waiting not too much longer for what Spirit are deciding for themselves, and it is that Undying. And again, it still keeps a lot of things open for themselves because we know how strong of a lane an SF and Undying can be together, but we also just saw in game number 1, Collapse won't shy away from picking up that Undying too.
Yeah, there's absolutely the potential for Collapse to play it. I mean, we touched upon it earlier in the tournament, but this Undying has some purpose when playing against Earth Spirit, where if Earth Spirit rolls in, and nowadays Earth Spirits tend to have a very low level roll, max out the other 2 spells, Undying can slow you, drop a tombstone, and you just can't get out of that fight. And all the Spirit heroes, they love to kite, they don't like getting slow, they don't like being rooted down into one place.
And these are 2 of some of the highest strength gain heroes in Dota, in Earth Spirit and Underlord, and an offlane Undying is a very strong counterpick as he scales.
Yep. Keeping the flex potential open. It's very, very nice. And Mira mentioned it earlier, but Earth Spirit rolling in, Spirit loves to conceptually counterpick you. Well, now you want to roll into the Shadow Fiend, well, you're going to get amplified, Dirge is going to, Undying is going to hit you, and now you're going to get completely exploded by the physical damage. And so they've turned what you thought was a counter back to countering yourself. And they're flipping that script and changing the way the matchup dynamics work and proving that matchups are not one-dimensional. They're based on all the other heroes at play. It's such a cool concept.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Spirit does, right? They always look at how to conceptually beat what you're doing. They also take out the TB. It's a great matchup against the SF. We saw them run this exact same matchup earlier today, so I like the position that they're in. I feel like when I think of Earth Spirit and how he deals damage, it's by being tanky. It's by staying alive, letting that magnetize run. It takes time. But when you don't have time to do that, suddenly this hero isn't that super high magic damage hero that we've seen throughout the rest of the tournament.
What's another carry that Spirit might be looking at taking out then that also fits a similar sort of playstyle or item timing that TB does?
I mean, you're looking for something with a lot of armor. You want heroes that naturally buy agility or buy ACs, buy like something that has a lot of natural armor.
Yeah, we saw the Luna from Yandex earlier or yesterday, and I think that could definitely be something they look towards. It's some hero like that. It's a traditional Agi carry that, I mean, I love that for them, for Vision now, that they get Satanic to play what he wants to play. He gets to play the heroes he's practiced for his entire career. The anime protagonist hero, that's what Satanic is best at, and they've set him up for that compared to last game where he's playing the complete opposite.
A lot of his go-tos are kind of uncomfortable in this position, though. I mean, I think the only one that looks decent is the Templar Assassin, but we did see her lose to Slardar yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, the Tiny Ban I think makes a lot of sense, right? It's just his ultimate gives him armor. It's a tricky position to be a carry, I think. I'm trying to think of good options. To be honest, the TA, I personally only really liked it when we saw it against the Centaur the other day. It had clear purpose. It's going to destroy its lane. It's going to abuse the minus armor. Here against Slardar, potentially, I feel like that is a draw-ish lane. It's not like a super dominant one.
See the full lane now, have a little bit more information. It's a strong lane. It's not a lane that's easy to pick super hard carries into, and I think that may be a little bit of sort of a pre-countering. We're picking the Axe here that's going to Blink Blade Mill call you. So if you pick these traditional Agi heroes that are low HP, high armor, well, the Axe is going to be super good against that. And so it's a nice sort of preemptive, we know what you want, and we're going to make that a little bit more uncomfortable for you.
Mm-hmm. And things like Lifestealer get solved by the Slardar that came early in Spirit's draft. I mean, Miposhka's kind of cooking today.
Yep, and like any sort of TA routes against Axe are super scary because you one-shot yourself on that Blade Mail, so they deny that potential too.
I think you can choose to just play tempo on Vision instead if you feel that you may fall trapped to lane counters or matchup counters, because you still do have the tempo of Earth Spirit. You have this Enchantress that's going to be running around taking towers. You have the Underlord who can connect on any kind of plays you make. Maybe go for a Luna.
I mean, to be honest, I like Luna. I was thinking about Lone Druid for a bit, and then I looked at Spirit's heroes, and I'm like, okay, absolutely do not pick Lone Druid into this, because there's so many ways to deal with this bear. The bear won't be tanky. And to be honest, I like the Luna. Watson pulled it off. It looked pretty good. It buys the right items. It has a lot of armor. It even has damage reduction that it provides for itself. So it's a pretty cool pick here.
Yeah. You want some building damage too. You've got a lot of guys who sit behind you. You're tanky.
Okay.
This is risky. Historically, Lifestealer is pretty bad against Slardar because when you press Rage, then he Amplify damages you and Shadow Fiend shreds you. You need to run into the fight. And while it does have a good lane, I think, and can get ahead early, you need to be quite farmed so you can actually get to the Manta, get to the AC eventually, and then the matchups can turn a little.
Yeah, and we mentioned how this Earth Spirit needs to stay alive in order to be able to deal its damage. Lifestealer is one of the few carries that can actually amplify his mid hero in that way. So I think Vision are trying to then once again answer concepts, not focusing so much on individual hero matchups, but try to look at what does our draft actually need to be able to win this game. We need to keep our Earth Spirit alive, we need to get value out of Magnetize, and we need to make sure that Satanic is on a good lane and he's playing the game from ahead.
Yeah, in situations like this is where I look towards Enchantress as the X-Factor hero when you need to win your early game. This is where Decalis needs to put it upon himself to take the towers, to rotate, to go to that mid lane, do a couple of smokes, try to win as many lanes as possible, go through the gate.
It's a collapse Undying, by the way, which does mean our Axe is position 5.
Okay, so they flipped the script. That is, it's so on the fly, and I think it's really awesome from Rue, but I wonder if he'll be able to pull it off, not because I don't think he's capable, because Axe 5 is just not particularly good generally, and you're saying, Rue, you're going to have a much worse game, and Collapse is going to have a better game. They're trading, one of them has worse, and now the other one has better.
Yeah, so forget what I said about Satanic having a good lane, right? They're deciding, like, we're not going to let that happen. And Spirit are prioritizing the things that they think are more important, right? They think Satanic being shut down is more important than Rue having the best lane possible, or like the most comfortable hero possible. So they just believe in his skill.
What about it makes it so that a Lifestealer is having a more difficult lane?
I mean, to be honest, you're just getting decayed. You're a strength hero, and so every time he presses his first spell, you're losing 4 damage. You're losing 4 damage, and that just keeps happening, and you're getting out-traded, and it's an 8 damage differential swing, right? Undying is getting 4, and you're losing 4, and so you keep getting out CS, and that keeps mounting over time, and it becomes a big problem.
So you're either losing the damage or you're getting pushed out of lane, is essentially how we are going to see Satanic play this.
Yeah, pick your poison.
You're just going to get outlasted, unfortunately. I do want to comment that the 5 Axe, I think, will have a good lane too, because Ruvik Underlord aren't going to bother him so much. You're just going to press Battle Hunger, SF's going to press Raises. It's not that difficult of a swing either.
Yeah, I mean, the lane is really strong, and I think that's where he's going to be comfortable. The question more comes in, like, in the mid-game. He's been crucial in making moves, right? Does he know how to find those opportunities with Axe? Because sometimes seeing those things can be tricky if you're not really comfortable on a hero. But to be honest, I think from Spirit's perspective, this kind of switch, it shows that they're like really thinking about the game, and it's really impressive to see them do it.
Well, we've loved getting to see that little switcheroo right at the end there, seeing the Axe go into position 5. But let's get a couple more details about it, because Tsunami has Miposhka standing by.
That's exactly what was on my mind. Miposhka seems like quite the last-second pivot. Support Axe. What was the idea?
Idea was like we picked Undying and Axe, so we can flex them between both roles. For example, they picked Axe, and we just decided that Undying would be much better at lineup against Lifestealer and Ange with Holding. So, but Axe is still just under Shadow Fiend. He anyway will be useful. He anyway will get his Brink. He anyway will stun some heroes. I mean Agar, and he will do his impact anyway. But Undying will just kill them later.
So you definitely planned this out quite a bit, and I'm wondering, you are now on a 7-game win streak right now at TI. Obviously from players, I hear what a hot streak feels like. You know, your clicks feel better. You always know where the enemy is. But as a drafter, do you also feel like, oh man, I feel hot right now?
Maybe in that grand final I would say yes, because I feel like also support from my players, like they believe in my ideas sometimes, like they trust me. For example, we let our Spirit enemies, but we choose to pick Shadow Fiends. That was my idea, and just wants to like how to like play very tempo and just kill them until he get his items, for example. And we can see how it will go. But they believe in me. I believe in my teammates, and we just has a very good synergy right now.
And the harmony is working out great. Miposhka, good luck in game number 2 as we send it to our casters.
Game 2 time, ladies and gentlemen, here between Team Vision and Team Spirit. And before we get into breaking down what's going on and what we're going to see, I believe we actually have some quick words from No One in the booth. Let's hear what he had to say.
I mean, this guy played X5 in the TI finals. Good luck to him. What can I say?
Oh, there we go. Good luck indeed. I mean, as we saw, they know themselves, right? Team Vision, and according to Puppy, this is where you got to try the different stuff. Team Vision tried the different stuff in game 1. Didn't work too hot for them. So indeed, no one's like, well, Spirit, you could try something a bit different, putting Rue on this position 5. Let's see if it works for you.
I mean, Spirit tried something different last game too, the Disruptor, and it was
work.
unbelievably good. I was shocked that it's the first Disruptor when we did see it start playing out versus Ember versus Io. It did seem like an matchup.
Maybe that's what it is. Rue's like, I just want to play something different every game.
Could be the case. No, I understand. Look, this pivot, very appropriate in the game. They saw how good of a game Collapse also had on that last one. As soon as they see that Lifestealer pick, it can be annoying for Satanic. You're already starting to see that damage differerential. Lifestealer's damage early isn't really so high in particular, just because you have very good attack speed that builds in that you can get these extra last hits. But yeah, you're just going to constantly get the K spammed. You're going to get hit also from the Hoodwink. Can be a bit annoying in the laning phase. So from what I see from Spirit is they're really looking to dominate these lanes. But I think overall, Vision's approach is much better this game.
Oh, then game one. Absolutely.
Infinitely.
No doubt about it. This game, we should get to see some back and forth.
Oh, yeah.
We should get to see Satanic be much more in his element. Sure, as you say, and as we heard from the panel, there are many ways that the Lifestealer can be pressured and can suffer in this game, but it's not a carry Ember. Satanic on the Lifestealer, it's going to be super comfortable, and even if they do bring in this challenge, he's going to be able to rise up and meet it when he's on something like the Lifestealer.
Exactly. And the Axe pivot, right, to talk about it, Amira mentioned it there, this Axe lane, playing versus Rubik, you can trade pretty decently. Rubik doesn't really have that highest damage in particular in the laning phase. You get hungered. Axe has crazy high HP regen, decent armor to trade with too, so you can be that protective force for a Shadow Feed, and you provide the catch later on that the team is going to watch a BKB Piercing disable. They have multiple of them to deal with the Lifestealer. Ready, we see 9 class starting to pull some waves. You're playing versus Shadow Fiend with Underlord. It's a very difficult lane to be able to pressure Yatoro. Mid lane, pretty even so far. In fact, dead even. But let's see how Satanic deals with when the levels start coming out down here, because this just does not feel like an easy lane for him to just freely last it. Can potential just get burst.
Yeah, especially not when Collapse is going to absolutely be in the zone after his Game 1 Undying performance.
And I love that Not Me did this. It's a usual thing we see on the Hoodwinks, but some players have strayed away from it lately. It's just buying a Blightstone. I mean, Orb of Blight, sorry for the name change, but it's very strong versus something like Lifestealer. You're very low armor, it's very annoying to deal with this constant harassment, and Collapse's damage is high. If he gets a couple right clicks with a Blightstone, it's going to be crazy how much he actually deals to this lane.
Not actually that easy for Satanic to step up to the creep wave. Each and every time he's having to use this rage to just not get caught by these bushwhacks from Not Me.
So it could be that case. Well, sure, it's not a side lane Ember where he's just struggling to get that full recovery, but it's going to be Yatoro with absolute free farm to a bit of a slowed down Satanic again.
They're going to try and go for a bit of a dive here with the Tombstone. Satanic will turn to try and take it out, but a little bit of a soul reveal comes out onto the Tombstone, and Satanic, he's going down. First blood here for Collapse. They will get Not Me.
It's a big creep wave, though. Punishing Collapse with it is not easy. No, too many creeps.
He can easily walk this one off. I mean, already showing that with this aggression spirit, they're ready to punish Satanic early.
They don't want him to have the free game at all. And talking about the Lifestealer as well, too, they went for this last pick, but by no means is this a free Lifestealer game by any means, right? They're playing into the Corrosive Haze from the Slardar, the minus armor that comes up from the Shadow Fiend, the Axe that has the call versus him, and a difficult lane as we're seeing. So already seeing the approach from Spirit to shut things down. No one, though, he's going to be that one to watch. His Earth Spirit has been phenomenal in these games. Absolutely can punish these side lanes if he's off to a good start. And he is off to a good start into a counter pick matchup.
Class. He's got to be careful. He tried to strike from the side here, but Collapse and Nomi just turned towards him.
He's dead. Blood grenades on him. Actually, okay, Not Me should have the connection.
They should get him with the decay. They do. So another kill here for the duo off lane of Team Spirit.
These two are owning. I mean, Not Me in so many of these games has been incredible for this team. One of the newer pickups. Laurel. Get something to that.
Living on the edge there here against no one. We'll have to sit back here once he's got the South. Bruce coming in with the rotation.
Oh, this is clever.
I mean, the Battle Hunt can slow things down. They were able to prime the bash into the crush. That'll do it. They bring down no one here with the rotation. 9 Plus is going to try and turn up and get through in return. The call's going to buy him a bit of extra safety. Not enough to survive the tower, but enough to maybe just set up for Lyle to get a second kill here in the mid, and at the same time down bottom, they've just killed Satanic again.
They're breaking the game, and the movements that they're doing is forcing these reactions from Vision that they're not used to having to do. They probably want to have their usual game plan where they're like, okay, Enchantress is able to get a creep. I'm able to swing toward the mid lane, play around this timing. This is so fast from Spirit already.
So early. And of course, top lane, Yatoro.
Free farm.
It's happening again for him.
It is.
And in a situation where this came out very early in the draft, Fog, the question is, did Vision, can you see at least what Vision did try and do to adapt and say, hey, we cannot let the SF, Yatoro, get as free as a game as he did in game 1? Like, Do you see an idea here?
I see them having damage mitigation at the least, right? The Underlord plus the Rubik, just the Fade Bolt plus the Atrophy Aura that comes into play in mid-game team fights can be very strong. And they have a Gap Closer that comes in from the Earth Spirit. But if he falls too far behind, this Earth Spirit, Panel was talking about it too. If he rolls in, you're going to have level 1 roll very early into Undying, SF, Slardar, and stuns. It's not an easy game for him to just roll in and get out if he does get committed in. Max Call. Won't be able to bring down Noticed.
Pulling him away from the wave, making sure that Yatoro continues to get all the space in the world in his safe lane.
Amazing start that they're having here. And Collapse now at this point, it's gotten to that 7-minute mark too, so even if he does die down here, he will be able to respawn instantly and continue that pressure onto Satanic as well. And they'll have to bring a lot of resources to kill him too, even if they want to. Trying to poke onto Collapse here. They have the creep from the Enchantress, but he's still healthy. Satanic's damage just continues to get limited every single time these decays come out. -8 this time. Yatoro, with a similar rotation that he did the last game, they are reading it. They do get the scan. Spirit bringing even more reinforcements to potentially look for a tower push here and force Satanic to jungle.
He's not going to want to step anywhere near the lane whilst he's aware that this play was looked towards. Spirit know that they know, though, and will return Yatoro back up to the top lane.
The nice thing I will say for Satanic in this game, though, even before he has Radiance, he kind of can turn up. Sure, not in like a very aggressive way, but playing into this Infest to protect his Earth Spirit could be these small moves that they can look for if they start to fall too far behind. Mid, Laurel.
Fast is going to come in with the rotation. TP's coming in as well from Spirit. No one trying to stand his ground here with the magnetized damage, but backup's coming in. No one careful. Laurel just steals him off. Laurel should die.
Bushwhack.
Catches down onto the two of them coming in. Collapse turns up, takes out 9 class. Vision, they've got to back off.
The Tombstone's down. They can't handle it. Something I didn't really look at either about the game is they don't really have the best ways to hit this Tombstone. Lifestealer doesn't want to rage and commit for it. There's double supports that are ranged, but not the greatest ones to be able to go for it here. Takalis will be able to finish it off here at the least, get that plus 125. But Collapse, Spirit, you can see the way they're playing. Very active on the map, looking to respond to the moves. Top.
They're going for Yatoro.
Good connection.
He's got backup for Not Me. Which went there onto No One. Not Me. Ready to set up onto him. Heavy damage here with the Acorn shot.
He's dead. The Amplify puts
that is a very, very painful death for No One. Turning up to the top, immediately getting destroyed on top, and Notice getting dove, taken out. These are so painful, these early deaths here on these cores, folks.
Not Me is owning. Look at the damage from the Acorn shot with the Orb of Blight, with the Amplify. Earth Spirit just comes in and dies immediately, put at negative armor. These are incredible moves from Spirit, and teams have talked about the best way to deal with Earth Spirit currently in this meta is shut down his early game. The hero is a lot about that momentum. Yes, he has absurd scaling, but if you slow down the Vessel timing, this hero can fall off pretty quickly with how much damage he can put out versus these tanky heroes too, which they do have. They have a Slardar, they have the Undying. Laurel having a hell of a game this time. Last game, he did struggle a little bit in the mid-game on the Slark, although his team was owning. This one, Laurel is performing incredible here versus that Earth Spirit. 3K lead first 10 minutes.
They've got their work cut out for them yet again here, Vision.
And Laurel.
Not an easy spot to play from here.
And overall, Laurel, have to keep mentioning the type of game for this Slardar. The fact that he's having such a good opener, he's very good versus all 3 of these cores. Underlord, it goes a bit of both ways, just how good the Pit and the Firestorm is, but
Collapse. Coming in with the body blocks onto Ducalis.
He's getting slowed down here.
Buying time for Laurel to close in. Ducalis, he's gone. See, No One coming up the counterplay. Will be able to roll forward, gets the silence in onto Collapse. He'll heal up here with the Soul Rip. Doesn't matter, they'll still kill him.
They ditch him completely. They don't lose anybody else, and he's back to life. Ceaseless Sturge immediately is going to be able to rejoin the fray, so they cut their losses instantly, and now potentially going to go for another remove here. Not Me and Rue.
I mean, they're preparing for No One returning to the mid.
Has an Innoviz on Not Me. No One's not careful here. He could get caught.
Gonna see Ducalis come in just so that there is some sort of backup for No One.
These levels on the supports from Spirit, they're both level 6 already. High burst potential here. So much damage amplification. The Slardar, the Undying, as we're seeing come into play. They have to be very careful how they set up for these moves. 9 class, let's see what he's able to steal. That's a really good one. He's going to be able to find the crush.
Just don't want to fully commit onto Lyle.
No, not just yet.
Not Me still getting some pretty valuable information.
This is reminiscent of last game. Yatoro in the enemy triangle. Farming Ancients already at this point. Lifestealer not in a position to be able to do anything like that. But the important thing for Satanic is, though, he hasn't been pushed out of his lane at least. Isn't forced to just jungle right now. He's top 3 net worth. Last game, he was already by far the bottom of the core, so a much better start for him, all things considered.
Definitely has a much greater chance to carry this time. No one.
Not me.
Tried to make a bit of a go for this.
Oop, the innate.
He's going down, surely. Yep, the Carlish will take him out. So tried to go for a bit of a cheeky move there against no one. Does not have enough burst on his own to take out the Earth Spirit.
Tried for a solo kill there onto him, so not me. Feeling himself. Super deep aggressive wards as we do see. Not me, I think both of them. Aru was placing one of them around the triangle. Secondary one as we do see there, placed from Not Me. So they're going to get a lot of read of movements of where the Earth Spirit is going. So we'll see if no one can get the next connections. Laurel, Blink already finished up. Very early timing. Tread, Soul Ring, Blink from the mid lane already.
Starting to head down towards the bottom lane. Not Me's got the catch with the bushwhack on a 9 class. The Corrosive Haze is there. The right clicks come through into the crush.
They're snowballing right now. With this Blink Dagger also, Vision has to be very prepared how they bring the numbers. They have good ways to bring numbers, though. With the Earth Spirit, with that Underlord, they can look to match it, but have to be careful how many kills they hemorrhage versus this Laurel Blink at this point, because it's so fast that he's been able to find it. Brew now at this point also, he's playing the 5-axe. He got away with it completely. Now able to just sit back, get some jungle creeps too, gonna build toward that Blink Dagger. And Yatoro, now they're looking to push Satanic off of that lane.
Satanic won't have any interest in showing his face, at least not until the Radiance is done. He's making decent timing on it, considering everything that's going down around him.
They're going to try for another move here. They're attempting to get no one into something here, but he has to be careful. He can just die if he rolls in again versus all of this amplification.
And they've already taken the tower, and by the looks of it, Spirit, they're already backing away. With the roll forward, but they're indeed through the gate.
Whoop. Couldn't get the courier either. Tried to get the finish off onto it, just can't. One step ahead, Spirit. Reading the movement. Now the courier will die.
Dire's courier has been killed.
No one really trying to get involved in a move, trying to get himself into a better position. This is one of the rougher starts I think we've seen for an Earth Spirit.
He's fallen behind, and the record's been pretty flawless so far from no one on his Earth Spirit.
It
but
really
this
has.
game, he's having a tough opening.
There's so many ways to kill him. Just so much damage that they're building up. And again, the aggressive wards. They put the same ward they had around the triangle before, just really limiting the moves that Vision can make.
And maybe feeling the pressure, losing track of the timing. It's 14 minutes in. We're going to see Spirit get both of the wisdoms.
Oh, wow, that's a big deal. Brew able to just walk in and sneak it. Moves aren't connecting. Spirit reading them perfectly. Level 8 now on the supports. Not Me. Almost the same level some of the cores on the side of Vision with this type of start. Collapse deviating the build this time around is going to go for the Lotus first rather than going for the Octarine. Very good Lotus game when you're playing versus the Magnetized versus the Silence. He will be able to get these saves off potentially. And it's the same build, at least in terms of skill build. Maxing the Soul Rip is going to have that extra sustain. Probably going to play as that semi-pseudo support, but also, you know, we saw how much he was able to do even with that anyway as a carry. And Yatoro's timings, he is having that clear separation. 2,800 over Satanic, his Manta coming out soon, but Satanic close to the Radiance.
He is. It's an infinitely better game than the game one with the Ember Spirit. Still, though...
At least for him, but for no one, he's having a much rougher one this time around.
He actually is, honestly. Even compared to the IO from game one, this one's actually feeling tougher with the fact that he's already died 4 times here on the Earth Spirit.
They're seemingly having all the answers for it. Just the Undying plus the Slardar feel like such great responses versus this hero, because he goes in and just dies. So much damage, they have so much control. Tower now. Can Vision protect this one here? Don't think so.
He'll have the Radiance.
Okay. See what he can do when he turns up to the fights with it.
He's TPing over. Maybe see if they can do something with the Radiance timing, but Spirit, they're already away.
No one, even though he died, one thing that he does gain from a death, he does get a Spirit Vessel charge. Sure, it's not that big of a positive, but it's something slight. So they're going to look for a move here to connect. I don't think they can just let Spirit do whatever they want in this game. I actually see it noticed, even running in the smoke. He buys the shard.
This would be huge if they can get Yatoro. Something that it took them a long time to do in game one. They're just going to be off the mark. They didn't quite read the position that he was in, and Yatoro
look at the
not
line.
get found.
Hey, look at the line drawn. That's Yatoro reading the move. He knows exactly where they are. Not going to get the connection. No one will at least get an Arcane Rune, but again, just continuing to get slowed down, not finding connections. Oh, and Rue's about to have a Blink Dagger on the axe.
I mean, they're getting crazy farm on the supports and crazy levels.
That makes it pretty hard for you to play this Lifestealer freely. Can still just get caught inside of these multiple BKB piercing disables. So noticed, we do see a lot of these Underlords do this, buying that shard, but I was surprised he's running in with them with the smoke here. Laurel?
Oh, he's got the blink up.
He gets it before the blood grenade. Nicely done, Laurel.
Can't catch them. Still going to try, no one. Rolls forward, they'll look to collapse. They'll get it with the silence. Notice comes through with the Fiend's Gate. They'll take the Undying out. Takes the full 5 of them, though.
A needed move at this point to react in this type of manner. They won't be able to get Laurel, though, unfortunately, because he does get that blink out before the blood grenade hits. Brew now, that blink, it is done. So much easier for Spirit to make these moves around the map. But Vision, you said, Satanic, it's eyes on him. With this Radiance, gonna go for the armlet. He's playing versus all this minus armor, and he's Lifestealer, just a great build for him, of course. See how much he could do.
Yeah, I mean, because that's the difference, right? Last game, it was like, well, he's probably not going to be able to carry the game as an Ember Spirit. This game, there is a chance. There's absolutely a chance that Satanic can carry this. It's still incredibly hard.
He might get caught here.
They're going to get the jump with the Crush. Here comes the damage. They'll have the telekinesis, but Rue's waiting with the blink call. Gets the lockdown on the Satanic. Satanic trying to run over to the safety of 9 class. Will be able to jump in with the Infest, but the chase is going to continue.
They're surrounded.
He's going to blink up in a second. He'll get the corrosive phase on towards 9 class. 9 class is gone.
Laurel blink in 2,
it's
1.
In a second. There's Rue with the jump. Gets the blink call. Dragging Satanic back. Lal jumps in. Bushwhack's there to look.
No one's here.
Coming to help out.
Big connection.
Will get the double with the help of Notice, but no one still dies. And Lal and Yatoro, they can continue the chase over to Notice. Notice tries to turn. The bash comes in. The neutrals do hold Yatoro back momentarily, but the Bushwhack from Nobby still reaches forward, sets up for the raise. Notice falls. They're able to at least bring a fair few of Spirit down with them, Vision, but still losing all 3 cores themselves and not being able to do anything about Yatoro.
Couldn't protect Satanic, but the best trade they've gotten this game so far, this series in fact, getting these extra kills, no one getting the connection. The Radiance damage did start to build up, but just like Yatoro, just like last time, an amp damage spawns right outside the pit. Gonna be able to commit for this Roche. The scan will connect.
They're a little scared. Well, not scared necessarily, maybe just looking to see if they can find a kill before they go for the Roche.
Panic. Careful. The axe is in position for the call.
Infest is on cooldown for 10 seconds as well. Rue, he's got the setup into the Bushwhack. Satanic, he's gone again.
This amp damage.
And Yatoro with the amp damage. A couple of right clicks. The uphill miss. Doesn't matter. Still gets the job done. Double kill for Yatoro.
Even Gaben on Spirit's side here, that amp damage spawning down here. They're going to be able to commit for the Roche. Laurel has a medallion too that he got with his tier 2 neutral, level 2 corrosive haze. This Roche is dead. Back-to-back deaths for Satanic. The last pick Lifestealer, even though he's having a much better entry into this game, still having those 4 deaths. They have a lot of answers for him.
A difficult one yet again here for Vision in this Grand Finals Game 2.
But better than last time. Still ways to enter these fights, but yeah, Yatoro, he is 4K ahead.
I mean, if they don't manage to turn this game and we go to Game 3, surely there's something that they can do to ensure that Yatoro's just not getting these sort of starts 2 times back-to-back here on his SF. He's making this Grand Finals look easy so far.
He is. And Collapse now, maybe starting to try to get into no one's head as well. No one rolls top, the rune spawns bottom. Not going to be fortunate for him. Collapse will get a shield rune. And with this minus armor, can actually just go for an immediate Tormentor. A super efficient one
as well.
He gets it on Not Me, one of the better shards that you can get. And for the side of Vision, they don't really have these BKB piercing disables. They have much harder ways to start fights and force fights. It really has to be around no one. And as we've seen multiple times, he has to be careful, because once he's committed in those fights, he dies in just so fast to all this physical damage. Hard for them to make these moves aggressively. Yatoro.
I mean, they want to try. Stop the push. They get the setup here with a bit onto the two of them.
This is a good connection.
Okay, can they bring him down quickly though once? They can. The Aegis gone.
Oh, this is a huge catch. 9class gets the sharpshooter steal too.
They're trying to bring back up over to help him out. They'll look for the Requiem, but they're stunned from the Centaur. Is there to put a stop to it?
Yatoro's going down.
Taken out. No one gets the kill. Rue, he'll TP out of there. But Vision finally being able to take out Yatoro in a situation where he had that Aegis. So a rare sort of misstep from Yatoro where he may have just felt that he was a bit further ahead than he is. You know, he's incredibly far ahead, but not that far ahead enough, Fog, that he could just step up with the Aegis without his team behind him. Vision, they'll punish that any day of the week.
The last game, when they did this type of move, they had Collapse with them. This time, not having Collapse, absolutely crucial. They see that on the side of Vision. They bring all 5 heroes with the Fiend's Gate. Nice move from Noticed. Easier for him to get involved this game. So not having the initiation from the Earth Spirit this time, but having the Ags on the Underlord actually making the difference. So good timing from him.
Solid bit of a slowdown there from Vision. Well needed as well. If Spirit were allowed to continue to pick up objectives with that Aegis, this game would have fallen into an incredibly dire position. But hopes here now for Vision.
Well, regen has been found. Sharpshooter won't connect.
One. Moves around to make it a little less appealing for Spirit to commit for Ducalis. Trying to get him out of here won't happen. Ducalis goes down.
Goes away.
Also get the call onto 9class as well as the Battle Hunger. They should be able to pick up both supports. He'll try and lift himself away, but lulls in with the blink. Double kill for Yatoro.
Speed from Spirit. No Magnetize available. No Underlord Gate. They immediately run at them. We'll be able to catch those 2 supports, but not core kills. Instant smoke, though. They do want to find another one. Titanic showing himself up top. Armlet is done. Gonna go for that Manta. I like the build. I mean, it's pretty standard this game. Going for the Armlet, Manta, AC, playing versus this physical damage. Wants a way to dispel that corrosive phase too. All makes sense from Satanic.
Can they connect with this smoke rotation? Even if these two do, it won't be the easiest of kills.
No, they probably want Yatoro to be in there if they want to go for a triangle play. So it looks like it's not going to be the case. 9class, I like that he buys this shard this game. Knows that he needs to be the save for Satanic or for no one to bail them out of a potential bad scenario. I like it quite a lot. And no one starting to recover. Has a way to protect himself now too. Does have the plate mail. So will be able to potentially survive versus that high person. They're getting aggressive again. Ulti's at the ready. They've got Fiend's Gate.
See who no one can find.
Really big slowdown that they were able to do onto Yatoro once. Can they find another core kill? Because Yatoro, this time, does need a BKB this game. Not going to do it before the Shadowblade, but the next item after that will be that BKB versus the Magnetize and the Underlord. So they do have windows. If they get on top of him at the moment, they will kill him. How's Collapse doing with his build? Okay. Still this Lotus, going for that Octarine, then the eventual Blink Shard for the save. But this time also, Collapse being slowed down himself. Not having that same insane performance as he did on the Undying last time. Things have been slowed down.
Won't get any kills with that move. They do manage to secure Tier 1 tower.
They get a rune as well too for no one. So he's going to have the amp damage potentially for the next fight. And almost a Shivas too. So things starting to come more and more together for the side of Vision to take these fights versus Spirit.
Spirit. Gonna spot Ducalis. On in the river. He has got no one by his side if no one wants to fight, but seeing the 3 of them make it up.
Three-man connection.
They're going to try, but the BKB's up for Lyle. No one's rolled in for this. They've got the call on towards him. Lyle coming in with the right clicks into the crush. The saves there, though. 9class having to drag no one back up the high ground. Lyle still on top of it, though. No one will fall. It's not me. Get the double.
Titanic.
They're looking to collapse, but Notice doesn't have enough damage on his own to kill this Undying. Yatoro can turn over towards Notice. Rue jumps back in. Will die for that play. But may have just set up for Yatoro to finish the kill. And no, another telekinesis save doesn't matter.
Nami's there
with the wraparound, gets the triple with the finisher, and now he looks over towards 9class. Falls forward from Yatoro. They take out another. Satanic is going to try and battle them, but he's surrounded by
3v1.
He's got to run. Ducalis comes in with the heals. Under the tier 2, they'll hit with the sharpshooter. It's tempting to dive this, get a few more right clicks in onto the Enchantress. He's up to the high ground. Should be fine.
Trades coming in, a couple decent bailouts, attempting to save no one, but still gets chased forward. They have the lift, they have the infest, but the chase forward's there. Not me. What a catch from this Hoodwink. He's level 16. He's higher level than all the core, like almost all the cores. What is going on? This Hoodwink.
He was just in perfect position each and every time to react to what 9class wanted to do.
They're looking to line it up for him again here. They have the Requiem.
It's tricky.
That's the Rage off.
Going to try and turn towards not me, into the trees with the Scurry. Rage is about to finish, so he has to start backing away.
I mean, Not Me is level 16. He has 25 armor. Good luck hitting him with the Lifestealer. It's getting redirected to the trees. Super tanky as well. Knows that he can play aggressively there. Yatoro with the Shadowblade, looking for more.
Look at the cool, but again, 9+ doing his best to try and bail his cause out each and every time. The Ghost Scepter, keep him safe for now, but it's going to come to a finish. Lyle's in with the crush. That's going to be noticed gone. Lyle considering diving for more here as he pots the BKB, turns his attention over towards 9+. The bash is there into the crush. That's 9+ going to buy back. Come in here from Notice.
Look at this Magnetize.
Okay, looking to try and fight back into the tier 2 and deal with the Magnetize damage being split between all of them. It's bringing Spirit down. They've lost 3 of them. Yatoro will get the Requiem off to push them back. Turns towards the Carlos. Won't be enough to kill the Enchantress. No one knows he has to push forward. They have to try and punish Yatoro now.
The dust, it's wearing off.
Towards him. With a roll forward, they'll trap him in the pit. Yatoro, have they got any more detection out? They don't. Yatoro should be fine.
They used all of them. I believe the double dusts were already popped. I think Noticed and the support had already used it. It started to wear off. What a connection. It is a buyback from Noticed, so it's expensive. But look at that magnetized damage. He clipped onto absolutely
the whole team.
Some good connection, some good kills. But as you said, it was a buyback having to be used to be able to fight back there. But at this point, probably pretty worth it.
I think, yeah, you'll take anything that sort of stops Spirit from building up that net worth lead even more. It's going to mean that Vision are closer and closer to buying time for Satanic to get to the point where he can carry this game as the Lifestealer.
Yep. This game, they do have some great scaling. In that last game, you can see they don't have that scaling. Spirit, of course, also has some pretty scaling themselves, too, with all this excessive damage that they can amplify. But a good strike back there, Vision. Getting Satanic in a position now where he's got Manta, he's got the Hyperstone, getting closer and closer toward these extra armor items for the team. And definitely seeing there's damage amplification on the side of Spirit, but there's damage mitigation on the side of Vision from the Underlord and Rubik.
Very, very dead here in the river.
Spirit still looking to snowball with these kills.
It's all right. Ready to hit hard here with the Silver Edge. If they find anyone around the tower, Satanic. Oh, gonna get the Rage off, but still heavy damage through. Nice Manta dodge off the call, allows him to get the Infest off. He'll still get one by the Bushwhack. Another big Magnetize comes out with the BKB's up for a while. The Ghost Scepter's buying some protection in for no one to notice, but not enough to keep no one alive, as no one will fall.
They try so hard to protect Satanic, but Spirit, they know exactly where he is. And no one, even though he's got Shivas and Ghost Scepter, still vulnerable. There's so much mixed damage.
I mean, it was a very cute attempt to try and survive there with the Manta dodge of the call, but still not enough to get away from Spirit.
It's insane how aggressive they're playing, Owen. It's 29 minutes, 29 kills. They are not playing a farming series by any means. They want to put this pressure on as much as possible onto Vision, force them to play reactive. That's exactly what it is, right? A reactive game from Vision, which usually it's them on the aggression. No, and just continues to get caught. 7 deaths now for this Earth Spirit.
Bringing in the mid wave and the bottom wave.
And it's for Yatoro, still only the 1 death is very impressive in this game. Having a lot of magical damage to go through him. Looks like he is going to go back for that BKB potentially here too, which is going to protect a lot versus the control.
He's going to be pretty much invincible with the BKB.
Yeah, he is. Inching forward. Double Shivas being picked up here, so they have committed onto these.
I mean, they want
timing.
They want to go with this.
Yeah, they want to win these next fights before that BKB comes out from the SF.
Vision. Time to try with the smoke.
Rue. They'll catch him.
Get a clean catch to start this one. Not a lot the Rue can do.
Catch also, they're looking for another one onto Not Me. Satanic's on top of him.
All right, they'll get the chase down. Caught him in the pit. They'll get the 2 supports.
I think that's the first aggressive move that we'll see Vision actually able to connect with. It is just the 2 supports again, but it's around a good timing. 20 seconds until Roche is going to be spawning, and they didn't commit the Magnetize. They did use Fiend's Gate, but they have Magnetize for the upcoming fight. They're going to buy Gem as well, looking to constrict some of that Vision. Yatoro.
Oh, he's going to have the hit here with the Silver Edge. Descartes not standing any sort of chance there.
Ooh. Not Me with a buyback coming in.
I mean, they know Roche's coming up.
Roche, yeah.
Yeah, they do not want to let Vision get that opportunity.
Oh, and Not Me also, he has a greater healing Lotus. Something to always watch in these fights. We did see a crazy one the other day from Lorinov with that Enigma play. These Lotuses can be pretty massive in this game. Look how much he can heal. Right, 1,400 heal that he's going to be able to apply onto somebody, plus the soul rip they have. Doesn't end up getting them anything here, but they were afraid of the potential Roche play here.
Getting big pickups. I mean, Lal, he's pretty much got this nullifier done. He can get that relic sent over.
And they did commit for the double Ghost Scepters plus the Shiva, so those Ghost Scepters aren't going to be as good in these next upcoming moves either. No BKBs for Vision just yet. Quite vulnerable versus the Disables. Probably, yeah, Krella's going to come up for Underlord, BKB for no one eventually at some point. Keeping this game, it's stuck at 6K. Spirit looking to blow it open here. Yeah. Is Vision going to be prepared for the move? It looks like they are right now. No one in prime position to break the smoke. He is leading it.
They've hit with the scan. Spirit know that Vision's up here.
For a different angle of approach here.
They were maybe seeing if they could catch Satanic a little split from the rest of the team. I mean, they know they're up on this high ground.
Not me.
It's going to roll in first with the Shivas.
Got Greaves.
The nullifier to take that Ghost Scepter off. The Fiend's Gate comes in now. The turn towards Not Me able to jump back with the Sharpshooter with a follow-up hits there. Tombstone save, buys Not Me a little bit of time, but they'll take the Tombstone out, kill the Hoodwink off.
That's 90 seconds, no Hoodwink. That's a pretty massive kill that they find here. They're going to chase for more. Yatoro.
Try to call this, but not getting nearly enough hits off.
Yatoro going more greed.
I like it.
He's going MKB. It's a very Yatoro style, trying to stall out that BKB as long as possible. See if Vision can punish that.
No one. He's ready to try and look for Lal. With the silence onto him, but Lal does still have the BKB ready to press if he gets pressured, so it's not an easy hero to chase for.
They have this 5v4 advantage at the moment. Really looking forward to get more catches. Take some of these wards out as well, too, at the gem. Fighting back nicely here, Vision. Gonna start that Roche. They have the stolen Corrosive Haze. Owen. This could catch Spirit off guard with the pace that Vision's going to be able to kill it.
Spirit's got to make a move quick if they want to try and stop this, and they are going to be fast with it. Smoke's there.
It's only 4 of them. They do have the MKB, though, so heavy hits from...
Yeah, they're still pretty strong in the 4v5 with the lead they have. They're going to get up straight away on no one into the core, but the telekinesis in their Night Class trying to save him. Get him out of the side, but he will not be able to keep him alive. No one comes
Yatoro, though.
With the buyback. Satanic turns over one.
He's dead.
They brought down Yatoro. He's out for 90. Satanic backs out of the fight for now. Back in the river. No one with the buyback comes back in. Helps to bring down Lal. Helps to bring down Collapse.
They're killing them all.
Kill on through. Night Class. Will he live? The zombies for the Tombstone kill him, but it doesn't matter. Vision, they take the fight. Will move into the Roche. This Aegis is there.
They're doing it, Owen. Showing that they have a fighting chance in this series. Bringing it to Yatoro. Yatoro going for the greedy play. As soon as he gets got on top of, he is at risk.
Yeah, I love, foregoing the BKB to get the big, hard-hitting items, but that is one of those moments where,
absolutely
your teammates probably pinging the lack of BKB, as indeed Yatoro gets completely surrounded, and they were so quick with that play, right? No one immediately buying back, saying, hey guys, they're going to throw everything on me. You'll see it here, the buyback, there is no delay. As soon as he goes down, back in, he knows this fight is there for Vision to take.
And Yatoro's just stuck inside that Fiend's Gate. He really can't move, has to just try to stand his ground. They'll give no one the Aegis since he did use that buyback before. I think Satanic is starting to feel like he's in a state where he doesn't need that second life either. He has the AC, HP pool is starting to build up also from all these feast stacks. Vision now.
Here we go.
With a clear advantage in this game.
Finally getting some real good control in this matchup after a very tough game 1 and a rough kind of first 30 minutes, but now with that play, setting the score even on the net worth.
And getting that kill, right? Not me. Using the buyback earlier, dying. It causes this type of chain effect that comes in here for Vision. And maybe finding another kill. Yatoro.
They're going to find him.
Will be able to live, but they do find Rue. Big moves from Vision.
How much do they want to go for? Aghanim's nearly done on Satanic. 500 gold and he's got the point booster.
One of the dream answers versus these turret heroes, just jumping inside of them. It gives you multiple different lives, essentially, on this Lifestealer to play with. Getting aggressive again. Titanic's starting to beat on these towers. For Spirit,
they'll get another Tormentor.
They will. And now it does feel like, though, Yatoro might need that BKB for that next fight.
I think so. I don't know if he's going to want to turn up if he has to before that BKB's done.
Now maybe he just goes for the Satanic because he's kind of lacking in some items, right? Like some slots. Where are you going to put it in? Is he just going to replace the Mask of Madness with the BKB? We'll have to see what the choice is from Yatoro. Great strike back here from Vision. Now having a gem for themselves. Ducalis also getting close to a BKB himself. Can't write off the Enchantress's scaling. Does have this Hurricane Pike. His damage is going to start to build up. Such an important moment for Vision to be able to find this connection. A Hex soon to be picked up also for Notice, so they're going to have these chain disables versus the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, they'll go for Yatoro every single time they see him in the fight.
He is priority target number one. Laurel's been able to sneak himself out because he does have that BKB, but as we said, Yatoro, he is stuck in the fights. Satanic, these items, they are quickly flurrying in. Like you said, that Ags is done. The Basher's starting to get queued up next. Having to clear the victory.
They found him around the mid. We'll try and jump away, but they're ready to drop the Fiend's Gate. Lock him down here. No one, not missing a spell at all. Everything's landing. Not me. He cannot escape notice, surely. There's the Acorn shot coming in. Satanic, ready to help finish the job. And for 70 again. A long time here to not have the full 5-man up on Spirit.
Just on even footing, you're seeing how much stronger Vision is. Sure, there's no gold lead, but you can feel how much stronger their lineup is now at this point, and having this Aegis too. Gonna start beating on high ground with the banner. Yatoro has the Ogre, or the Mithril Hammer picked up here, so you can see he does need this BKB for that next upcoming fight. A Hex, though, is picked up, so he could get chain stunned before he gets it off as well.
And Satanic, he's just taking the barracks.
Posing the question to them, how do you push him off? Nami still dead for 35 seconds. They need their entire squad.
Might just have to sit back and watch this Mibrax fall. Vision, get away with the objective. No interruption.
Very good connections. Yatoro, BKB is done. He sells the Mask of Madness away. He doesn't have that lifesteal to stand his ground, but at least has the magic resistance versus this heavy disable that's coming in.
We'll have that window in 30 seconds where the Aegis expires if they want to try and strike then.
I think that's probably the biggest move they could do, right? You smoke, you look for the Earth Spirit, and if you kill him, you're going to have a massive number advantage since he's not going to have that buyback to rejoin into the fight. Initiation's still going to be crucial for both sides. Collapse also now. Switching the build again, right? Now he's got an Aghanims this game, so looking to build up in the longer team fights in particular with these decays.
Vision.
Catch again.
They're ready with the setup. You look towards Lyle, force the BKB out of him immediately. Rue will get the call off on him, only onto 9 class. They'll take him out very quickly with the damage of Yatoro. Hex is onto Yatoro. Satanic turns towards the SF. Yatoro put the Manta back away. Now try and turn stand his ground. The Infest comes in to try and save Ducalis. Allows Ducalis to get the BKB off. Rue comes in with
Yatoro's getting hit.
No one with the call control. Onto no one. They bring him down. No one's gone. But they've lost Rue and they've lost Lyle.
Can Yatoro get out? It looks like he can.
And Collapse is burning up a lot of HP in this fight.
They're buying back on Rue.
Satanic's kind of chomping through that HP though. Collapse starting to fall. Rue's going to be able to come in and keep him coming in with a big call, but he had to fight back for this.
Yatoro?
Yatoro tries with the Requiem, but the range was up, and now with the Infest, he's
in trouble.
Straight into Yatoro. Yatoro will slide.
He's alive?
Yatoro able to separate himself just in time from Satanic. Satanic tries to continue the chase, but Lyle comes in with the crush. Lyle and Rue had to be so careful. They bought back for this.
Yatoro?
Tried out.
Yatoro!
Yatoro's still alive! They take down the 4 of them! Only Notice left alive!
Holy crap!
As well!
What is this outplay?
Insane plays from Spirit coming in with the buybacks and Yatoro turning back up to the fight on barely even 10% HP!
I think he gets saved from a soul rip in the midst of things. I don't know how he survives this, just dancing on the fray of the fight. What a play from Yatoro and the buybacks from his team.
Oh, he pushed it to the limit yet there, Yatoro, and it pays off.
And confidence from the team to rejoin Collapse, because Collapse is just building up that strength with the decays. This is insane outplay. Yatoro literally playing with, what, 10% HP?
Even less.
For what? For 50% of the fight as well,
watch him in this fight.
This is insane. It's literally all eyes on Yatoro of how he's playing on the outskirts and allowing his tanky cores to give him that information.
I mean, that's the thing. He trusts so much in his teammates here. Even at the start with Lyle and Rue going down, Lyle and Rue with these buybacks say, hey, the fight is not over. We're getting back in there. And Yatoro, he says, Okay, he's ready to turn, continue to fight. He does not run. We'll see it here.
Absolutely insane. Look at him just standing his ground. Satanic, he gets the infest onto him, right? But I think this is a soul rip, right, that saves him here? It is. So the last second soul rip.
At the same time the damage was coming in.
Absolutely.
And Yatoro says, well, if you save me like that, I've got to save the state of the game. Ready to find the angle to get back in. Very much knowing that Lal and Rue are going to be able to live long enough to provide Yatoro the chance to get the damage out and allow Spirit to find the team wipe.
There's a reason these two teams are in the grand finals. You're seeing the display from them. And you have to feel, I mean, Satanic's like, you got to be kidding me. I mean, how is he alive?
It's like, what can you do?
What can you do?
That's a what can you do kind of situation. Yatoro's doing this.
Unbelievable stuff. Satanic now finished up for Yatoro, so he does have that secondary life elapse. Surviving that whole fight, too, has the BKB. Wow. That was, I mean, I could rewatch that replay 15 times because what an absurd team fight. I mean from both sides in particular, but my God. Yatoro.
Yeah, those are the kind of moves you've got to be making as a carry to win an international.
Truly.
He knows this, Yatoro.
Absolutely, Owen. Level 26 now for him, back up to this 4K lead. Oh, that's a bit interesting, too. Don't see that one get picked up too often. Doesn't take the Shadow Rays, applies attack.
I don't mind it. And I'll tell you why, because that little bit of a change can sort of catch you off guard. When you're trying to kind of hold back on the rage and the infest, it might surprise you. That little bit of a difference on the Requiem timing, it can trip up even the best of carries.
I don't think I've seen anybody take this talent
it's
instead
big
of
break.
the other one as a carry.
And these are the sort of moments again in the international grand finals to do stuff that's going to be just that little bit of a difference in feel and vibe that catches the enemy cores off guard.
This is such an amazing game. Best game of the tournament so far here for me. 40 minutes in, super even.
Yeah, both teams absolutely with a chance. As much as that fight was phenomenal for Yatoro, did obviously mean that they had to use
it was a lot of
buybacks.
It was.
This can be punished by Vision.
Hey, buybacks feel like it's going to be the name of the game, this one, right? Earth Spirit did use the last buyback, ends up winning the fight. This time, it's Spirit with the buyback, so could see it go the other way again.
Well, that's the
right
thing,
afterwards.
As impressive as it is to win the team fight in that fashion, it's not the way you always want to do it, right?
Sure.
The plan is never to sort of let your carry get to sort of as close to death, the edge of death as the situation was there for Yatoro. That's not always plan A.
And
so
now, also,
Vision, next time round, if they're able to push him over the edge that little bit more, the outcome could be vastly different.
Level 25 starting to get hit. Lifestealer level 25, Underlord, Shadow Fiend, and the Slardar and the Undying. So 3 level 25 cores on the side of Spirit.
So much money on Satanic. He's got pretty much 5k gold.
Because he has to eat the Aghanims, and he's still considering what he wants to do. If he wants to get more damage or a Bastard.
I mean, they're going to see Yatoro. Satanic's going to go straight over towards him. Rude's able to keep it covered in with a call. Has a bit of control here on towards Satanic. The hex out of Yatoro. Yatoro punches.
Satanic.
He's trying to stand
Yatoro.
But Satanic's bringing Yatoro down low.
Too much damage.
Take him down. Yatoro's gone. This time, Satanic reigns supreme. Ready to go over towards Collapse. He'll try for the BKB TP out. The damage is
too much.
Satanic gets the double.
Oh, and just like that, might be able to push toward the base. The Undying respawns. Does have the Ceaseless Dirge available, but no Yatoro for 80 seconds.
I mean, it's always going to be the difference maker, right? If they can kill Yatoro at the start of the fight,
that's the key.
A much different outcome to these team fights.
And 9 class now, I think this is the 3rd time I've seen him be able to steal Corrosive Haze. So that extra physical damage, it makes the difference.
Oh, not me, might try for a steal. Oh, no, he's not going to get the chance. They were ready for it.
They had to outplay pretty hard in that last fight on Spirit with the buybacks, but now truly seeing Satanic able to stand his ground. He's able to just stick on top of that Shadow Fiend. Has the damage. That's a big Aegis too. Refresh your shard as well. And 9 class, honestly, do not steal another spell. Keep that Corrosive Haze. It's probably the best one he can get this game.
Yeah, because if they get that sort of situation where they can just surround the SF, that's just going to make that situation so much more easier. They will kill him so quickly with how much Satanic has ready to take him down, especially when he's going for, obviously, with the Stadeless next. He wants to make sure that he pops Rage, hits this SF, and Yatoro is just dead. There's not going to be a situation where Yatoro can stand and trade back against a Lifestealer with a Daedalus.
That also was a fight with Spirit, as you said, the triple core level 25s. Not Vision with the triple core 25s. Now no one does have that Magnetize available for himself.
Satanic.
2 seconds till Yatoro respawns. They will respect it. They'll start backing away.
He finds some sort of grab.
I see them. A great ward place.
Very quick with the blink out, but Lali's caught out on the low ground, has to put the BKB, turns over towards no one, but no one gets the BKB over himself. Yatoro pumping in the damage into no one's gone. They get the core control on towards Satanic. Satanic pops the Manta, who's considering diving for more, will hold back.
They don't want to chase on high ground versus this Tombstone. Still a bit dangerous.
1 for 1.
Collapse inching forward, 9,200 HP.
That's a lot of health.
They have so much % damage.
I mean, Collapse, he wants to still kind of go for this. Chasing them down.
Panic.
Also the BKB on Ducalis. Not me. He tries to get the grab on the Satanic, but Satanic's ready to turn straight away. Healing back up to full. He'll infest over towards not me. He's gone. Satanic has closed the gap on Yatoro. Yatoro has to separate himself with the Silver Edge. Tries to turn
the backline though
on towards the Lifestealer. They've killed off Night Class. And Notice though, he's ready to have the call. Rue comes in, gets the call onto the both of them. They take the Aegis out of the hands of Satanic. They bring down Notice. Can they deal with Satanic a second time though? 9 Class ready to reach back in to help out so Satanic can bring Collapse down. They may have got the Aegis, but again, Satanic comes out on top.
Buybacks after buybacks after buybacks. They've got the numbers to go for it here. Collapse is actually going to go for it himself. I mean, Vision going to buy back and force the issue.
They could do big damage. There's 3 heroes dead on Spirit without the buybacks.
Panic. Inching forward with the catapults. They won't be able to retrieve that gem. Does get picked up from the courier.
Do they want to try and push for the 3rd set? They don't know that the buyback... Okay, the buyback's actually back up here for Rue on the Axe.
Okay.
But no buyback on Lal.
Go back up, get the Daedalus finished, take the outpost, take a second here to consider their options. They can look for the aggressive play. No one is respawning. Might just look for the jump onto Yatoro. He's got BKB at the ready. I mean, they do have the control.
Love this Daedalus pickup. Not something you always see as an item of choice for the Lifestealer, but in this matchup, in this game, it's the perfect pickup.
He was debating which one he wants, but he wants to just be able to rip through Yatoro, because Yatoro doesn't have Butterfly, so he can't just go for this hard right-click damage item. Yatoro is starting to think about going for that Butterfly.
I mean, that's the thing.
He sees that.
There's going to be this window where ideally Vision want to bring the fight to Yatoro before the Butterfly's online. Because when that gets picked up, things get a little more complicated again.
I feel like Vision has a window right now when this Underlord respawns to potentially just go for the Mega Creeps.
I mean, for sure. They know that Spirit's buyback situation is going to be in shambles. Nobody really having the buyback available on Spirit. Yeah, Yatoro, he's going to spend up.
He has to. Needs every little bit, as we can see. They need to outplay in these team fights on the side of Spirit.
And maybe that timing will be the difference maker. Sure, there's the Daedalus there, but Yatoro has got the Butterfly to respond. He's got that evasion.
Let's see if he sees it, because now also could just see the Lifestealer by the maybe himself too.
He has the luxury to switch up his build, Satanic, and he's sitting with 5.6k gold in the bank still.
Okay,
Spirit. So can make alterations.
Smoking up Spirit. They're probably trying to catch Vision off guard before there's this 5-man unit, but Vision, they're running as 5, even with Noah. Noticed. I love that he's joining in with this because he has the Hex. He has that instant disable to potentially just blow up Yatoro.
Again, we just have to be aware. Spirit, 0 buybacks at their availability at the moment.
Inching forward here, no one. A Bloodstone, a Cheese, multiple lives, a Refresher now for the Underlord. The fight is going to be so hard to maneuver.
They're going to be long and messy.
There's going to be so many of these pits.
No one. Gonna try and check out the situation. Now we'll turn straight away with the Christ. There comes the damage. The call comes in. Yatoro bringing no one down low. They've taken it out. Satanic, he'll jump forward. Looking towards La, but he has to start backing away as the range comes to an end. Yatoro slides forward. Wants to chase Vision out at the base. The Ghost Scepter to keep Notice protected. Collapse. He'll jump forward over towards 9 Class. Bushwhack to lock down the Rubik. He'll try and lift himself away. Spirit, they'll continue to chase 9 Class out. The rest of Vision, they're out of here.
Spirit just so good at recognizing how they can fight and no one not giving respect to the damage. I think he thought, because, oh, I have Infest, I have Cheese, I have Bloodstone, I have enough to be able to tank through all of this. No, you do not, my friend. The damage from Yatoro is there.
I mean, you maybe underestimate the fact that Yatoro has this Butterfly and the damage has just stepped up that much more with that pickup. The fact that he spent up, foregoing the buyback gold so that he could have this next big pickup for the defense.
And look how much damage he did, right? 5,600 from the Shadow Fiend in just a 4-second window. It's a lot of DPS, Owen. Game continuing to deliver. 50 minutes in, just a 7k lead for the side of Vision. Spirit showing they can fight even without the buybacks in that fight.
Do they want to go for more? Full minute without 9 Class.
It's up to Yatoro. Might look for the jump. I mean, if a hero does show, they can't pop them. Satanic little bit harder to grab, but the other heroes for sure. And you do see Satanic. He queues up the MKB immediately.
It's going to be needed. And what's it going to be? What, arm out for the MKB?
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing else to replace. So.
Well, unless you want to play without phase boots, or is that?
No, you need mobility. No way.
Yeah.
Just get rid of the armor. Nice game. So close here. Both teams playing so beautiful. Execution, absolutely everything here at this point. As we saw Ducalis, they're starting to pick up some of these Aeon discs, but there's always the answer. We're seeing this nullifier from Laurel a couple of times now, really tripping them up. That's why you did see no one selling that Ghost Scepter. It's been some time that he sold it, of course, but yeah, they have the answer for these Ghost Scepters in quite a few moments. I think they'll just go for a quick little Tormentor here on the side of Spirit.
This selection needs a shard. It's, okay, Rue. All right.
Pretty decent one.
And not a bad one.
Yep. Hanging on to the Greedy still for Rue, looking to still get that increased greater healing lotuses. How many of these do we have across the board here? I think it's just, okay, it's 2. So Spirit have these extra heals to pump into Yatoro. Vision not having those lotuses at the moment. Amp damage bottom. Oh, and
ooh,
this is a big one.
Then they still have the bottle right, so they can ensure that they hold it for the prime moment in the fight.
No one's going to keep
no one. Okay, he wants it. I wondered if maybe they would have given it to Satanic, but not going to be the case. No one, of course, has this Earth Spirit. Still does a crazy amount of damage.
As long as he doesn't die at start of fights, right? He needs to be a little bit more careful how he just rolls in. Either that, or nine class has to. 9 class has to be there for the lift bailout if he does roll for that.
Because that is the thing, right? No one. He does have to be the one that initiates. Nobody else is really going to be going in first out of the line.
They could use this just a Fiend's Gate to give vision, to give the information.
Sure, okay.
I think that's the key thing. So for me, no one in that last one, he kind of just YOLO'd without vision. I think next one, you throw the Fiend's Gate at least to get some information, and then you can maybe pick and choose if you do want to roll in. Because as you see, they have the damage for him. They will blow him up in one shot. Rue will just blink call him. Laura will just corrosive haze him.
I know where Spirit is now. Here's the gate to try and start things off. Collapse.
A lot of damage building up. Look at the
corner at the side. I mean, Yatoro seeing if there's going to be an angle to get in on this to try and help Collapse out. They're trying with the wraparound, but Collapse, he's already gone. Satanic takes him out very quickly.
He's got Ceaseless Thirds, though. He did use buyback before, but he can rejoin into the fray with these boots of travel. Bots 2, in fact, so can't TP right into the fight. See his team. He probably tells his team, guys, don't help me. I know I don't have buyback, but I've got the Ceaseless Thirds built in.
Roshan is back up. Both teams take this down very quickly.
Oh, big steal, actually. Didn't notice this one. 9 class has the Tombstone with the Shard. So even he can bail out in multiple different ways now. He can lift, pull them out, Tombstone protect no one as well, too, in some of these scenarios.
Vision, they're going to try and see if they can get a grab outside on the map.
Kind of bluffing that they're doing the Roche to potentially get a catch on top of the ward. Ducalis stepping forward, trying to protect his ward. Will get taken out.
And they're going to drop the Tombstone here.
Very aggressive.
Just to sort of hold this area and make it that much more difficult for Spirit to try and get anywhere near to the Roche.
Noticed. We'll start the Roche. Spirit gonna look for a wraparound play to get over here. It's dangerous. A try. Bottom. It's a strong rune, an arcane rune. Not me. In a very aggressive position to give some information.
He's super deep, but he's kind of getting away with it.
I like that play from Notice. Tanks the sharpshooter just so they don't see how low that Roche is even. And now Satanic does get this Aegis. Has the Nullifier himself as well to be able to stick onto some of these pesky targets. These Ghost Scepters won't be as strong now at this point. Laurel hanging on to a lot of gold here. He has not really increased too much in the last few moments.
I mean, what is the item?
He's thinking about it. I saw him queue up like 2 different things, so. Bloodthorn can catch them off guard here. Maybe he does just do some type of armor item. See what the option's going to be for Laurel. Because he's literally just been an Ags BKB Nullifier for 30 minutes.
He's getting in.
Not me. Too slippery. He's got the blink. He's safe. Aegis. For 4 minutes, Vision looking to hunt. Spirit looking to just avoid and just play for the high ground D. They have to protect this last set of racks. They don't want to get caught outside by any means in the fight.
Very close to having all their buybacks back online.
How long? Oh, pretty much have it, yeah. 300 gold left for Collapse if he can find that. just needs one kill in the fight or a couple of these creeps that are coming into the base.
We've got to watch out for those, because as we've been seeing so far this game, both teams very ready to come in with buybacks to throw extra lives into the action.
Refresher Shard, it is on no one now. So it does have insane amounts of magnetize. If you can keep it spreading, it will last forever.
See what they can do with the push-hit vision. Rax slowly but surely starting to fall.
Hollis pops the BKB himself. Won't have to deal with that nullifier so far.
And just trying to see what he can force out of Spirit.
Buildings are dropping.
I mean, he's doing a decent amount here. He's going to get caught by the core, but the Tombstone save will be there.
Magnetize is starting to spread.
And they have to start backing off. I mean, DeCarlos is pretty much just taking these racks down on his own.
They're going to get the Magnetize.
They can't get him off the racks. The barracks is taken. Mega Creeps out here for Team Vision.
Super clever way to go for the push, not showing Satanic at all. Just, okay, you want to go for DeCarlos? Go for it.
Because it's a hard call to make, right? Yep. You don't want to overcommit onto the Enchantress, but at the same time, that's the Enchantress taking your barracks.
I like this much better, right? Instead of no one just YOLO rolling in, play it slow. You don't need to force too hard there. Spirit, let's see if they can come back from Megas. We saw one in this tournament.
I think that's the only time it was done right.
And I was
in a long time.
I was talking backstage. They were actually saying in multiple TIs we have not seen many Mega Creep comebacks. So if Spirit can do this in this type of way,
especially nowadays when it seems harder than ever.
Oh yeah. Hydra Breath now starting to get picked up. Yatoro looking for that extra bit of damage to go through these tanky cores. 25s across the board, even the support's starting to get it. We're getting towards these later stages, Owen. 3 minutes until Tier 5 neutrals. Vision still has Aegis for 2 minutes. They want to take advantage of it. 9 class hanging on to this Tombstone.
That's even with the Mega Creeps. It's going to be hard to sort of push this game over the edge because of all the buybacks that Spirit have available. Lal, BKB to run. And they've got their hands on the Collapse. Collapse, he died pretty quickly. He'll be able to get into the Tombstone. Satanic's going to have to use the Rage, though, to take the Tombstone out and will succeed. Bring Collapse out of the fight. They've got Collapse. They did lose to Carlos in return.
Panic lifted out.
And Class able to take him away to safety.
No, Magnetize is building up, Owen.
He's keeping it going. Yatoro's getting very, very low here off to the side. They'll heal him up and provide him with the Lotus. He'll heal back up with the Satanic. Buyback did have to come out here, though, from Collapse to try and continue this hold.
They'll back up and reset. They're happy with that. The Magnetize plus the Mega Creeps were literally killing Yatoro.
Each and every buyback that they can get out is a step closer to being able to close this game 2 up, Vision.
Oops, DeCarlos will beat away his courier there. Bit of gold. 1 minute left on Aegis. Buybacks have been the name of the game, so Collapse not having it. He will, fortunately, though, 30 seconds, he does have Ceaseless Third, so he has that kind of built-in buyback for himself.
That's a rough one there for Lal, though, spending up for the heart and losing the courier, so won't even get the benefit of taking this risk to put the buyback to the side.
He lost his heart?
It's gone, the courier sniped.
That's 3 minutes without it. Now his inventory looks really sad. Might be the saddest 59-minute inventory when you look at it without that courier, of course. Lines being drawn. Satanic saying, let the lanes force in. We've got 50 seconds until Tier 5 neutrals. They could set up for a potential gank to find one of the Spirit heroes when they are looking for those neutrals as well, since they do have the Fiend's Gate. A lot of global potential. And the buybacks. It's something to keep looking at here. They're going to have so many numbers on the side in Vision.
Still not in too much of a rush, Vision. They can take this bit of the game pretty safely. They don't have to jump high ground anytime soon. Just finish this next round of items.
Abyssal now for Satanic. He is 6 slotted.
Getting harder and harder for Yatoro to play his part in these team fights. He's done a great job up until this point, but against the Mega Creeps and against the items now that are online for Satanic, the matchup's not easy to play.
Because he's all the damage. While for Vision, there's a lot of mixed damage coming in. Collapse.
They get the setup. Roll forward straight away. They're in on the Collapse. He's out. Buyback still on cooldown.
Ceaseless Thirds, though.
Okay, so he's got this final life, really.
Yatoro looking for an angle to catch 9 class, but the Ghost Scepter's there. Spirit jumping forward. Very aggressive from Not Me.
I mean, he tries to see if he can get a catch. Won't be the case. Vision already out.
They're trying to take fights on their own terms on Spirit. Vision, they're trying to take fights on their own terms as well, too, with the patience that they're taking, stepping back 60 minutes. Let's see what they find.
1 minute until the heart is available again for Lal.
True.
And We've got to keep our eyes on Yatoro. He's got a lot of money. So just sort of a question of how he's going to shift up the build. See them.
No one.
Chasing them outside of the base. They get the call on
two.
Do they have the damage though? They're going to try and focus no one first. Neon just keeps him safe. We'll use the BKB to try and roll away. Collapse stays on top of him.
Eating him.
The heals though. Yatoro back up to pretty much full HP. This time round, Yatoro wins the battle against Satanic.
Gets dunked. The base, the creeps are doing it.
They get back to defend. In fact, they might just do it. The TP back, can they hold? They'll get the creeps off the base in time. They'll kill off Ducalis, but my goodness, that was a little bit too close for comfort there, folks. The Ancient falling incredibly low.
Oh, and they use the glyph as well, too. There can just be a position where they just buy back and all in for it.
We'll see if they do something in line with that.
Anybody got a Crimson Guard on the side of Spirit? They need one desperately right now.
They're going to have to make that purchase. Not me.
On bottom.
They've got room with the call. They got enough to burst through 9 class, though. He's got noticed by his side here. We'll get the lift up. Brew. Can he finish 9 class off? The battle hunger stacking up. He will.
Rapier picked up here.
It's absolutely required. There's the Crimson for collapse.
Okay, they've got some of these tools, but look at them waiting. They can just Fiend's Gate in and just all in.
They really could. And I think they might just do so.
Oh, and amp damage, Yatoro.
But is it enough?
This game is absolutely
insane. Can Spirit really turn this around? They've been mega creeped. Their Ancient falling down to nearly 10% of its HP. No fortification left for Spirit.
Who's got the Crimson? It's collapsed too, so it's a very strong Crimson Guard. If he pops the Flesh Golem, he pops the Crimson, it's gonna block almost all the damage that they're gonna be able to dish through it. Crimson also purchased from Noticed. Both teams.
And on the plus side for Spirit, right, it's only really Satanic that can tear through the Ancient. Nobody else is hitting too crazy or...
Sure. That's true.
So if they keep track and keep hold of the Lifestealer, they'll have a chance of keeping their Ancient alive.
Oh my god. It is going to start healing, so it looks like they can't just fully all in for it here just yet. Rue is also, look at the positioning. Rue is like, okay, I'm the BKB piercing call. I'm the answer if they do try to go for it here. Collapse is the answer to protect Yatoro. Swift Blink, Divine Rapier, Stygian Desolator with the Audacious.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, Owen. I gotta stand back up.
These heroes, some of them are gonna die and eat like 2-3 hits.
Yeah, I gotta stand back up.
You gotta watch out for Yatoro's moves.
Level 30's been hit as well too.
I mean, if they get their way out of this situation in the grand finals of the International, this is gonna be insane from Team Spirit. It still looks like they're absolutely against all the odds here. Because Vision, they must feel so close to being able to get this game to victory.
2 minutes left on the glyphs. The lines are drawn. All the lanes starting to get forced in.
Here we go. Vision, ready to put an end to this game too.
Tense moments, not me, trying to shove out the waves. Might get caught. He is.
They've got him with a Hex. And he does not, oh he does. He has to go for buyback. So not me. We'll be ready to return.
Creeps have gone in. Back door is gone.
And here comes the jump. They're going to get the gate on towards Slaw. They get the lift up and force out the BKB. Yatoro ready to present himself. Turns up. Magnetize. Kept going here by no one. Big damage. Forcing no one to have to roll away.
Magnetize spreading. The Fiend's Gate.
I mean, Vision approaching. Yatoro's getting very low. He's going to put the BKB. He has to heal up on the back of the creeps. He's had to use that pretty early. Satanic ready to now close it on towards him. The pit dropped down on towards Yatoro. Roll forward from no one. Yatoro caught in the stun. He's gone. This game looking to be over as the Ancient remains exposed. Vision close up game 2. It's 1-1 here in the grand final.
My God, what a game 2. Oh, and we've got 3 more games potentially.
What a step up from Vision. Very much showing that game 1, it was just a draft issue.
Hell yeah.
A strategy. This game 2, they turn up, they come to play. Sure, at the start, we see Spirit popping off again. Yatoro's SF looking to get out of control, and still the very impressive KDA, but it doesn't matter. Team Vision with the itemization, with the plays this time around, and the recovery. No one was having a very slow start on his Earth Spirit, but at the end, he had to be the one to go in. Him and Notice very much making the calls of when to start the fights, and they chose the right times. They made the right progression. They get the win. It's 1-1 here with Team Vision taking game 2.
everything was so perfect for Vision. It all ended up coming together for themselves. And we thought that this Spirit advantage in lanes was going to be enough to see a similar of what happened in game one. But Vision go, we're not bending over that easily. It's not going to be that sort of game number two. And I am so impressed with how they were able to keep their composure, especially when it comes to pushing high ground, Quinn. You get into this position, you're pushing it, you're at the advantage, and you think it should be easy. But at the end of the day, it isn't. And too many times at once, if you go all in, that game slips out of your hands. So massive props to Vision and how they tackled that.
Yeah, Spirit just got a little bit cocky, and it only takes a couple of fights before Earth Spirit's inevitability kicks in. He starts getting the levels up. The 25 gets nearer and nearer, and once it arrives, you've got some big problems that you do not have answers for.
The lifestealer as well, right? I mean, he did get countered on lane pretty hard, and it was a very difficult start for Satanic. But as this game progressed, it looked like it was impossible to fight into this. I mean, this fight here was so beautiful because Team Spirit created a situation out of nowhere, essentially. But this is where it started to look really good for Team Vision. This is where it started, even though they lost this fight, where I started to think, oh, wow, I don't know how Dire's going to win this.
Yeah, I mean, if it takes all of this for you to win a team fight, you know the situation isn't really great because there's only so many times you can have, you know, the Toro, greatest player in the world, probably, do these things. There's only so many times he's going to be able to do it in a team fight. But I honestly, like, I think what's really cool here, and we talked about it earlier in this tournament, but the resilience that they show, right? They're getting countered in lanes. They're playing up against all of this pressure, but they're just biding their time. They're trying to contest whatever moments they can find, whatever small opening they can see. And eventually, Team Vision managed to find like just enough of these like trades in these early game fights where the game drags on and Spirit can't close the game out. And that allows them to have a pathway back into the game once Satanic finally finishes up all the items that he needs.
But noticed on that Underlord, to me, was the absolute standout this tournament. I mean, not just this tournament, but this game. I mean, those circles of death that he was dropping in the late game with the refresher, it felt like there was no way to navigate. The way that Team Spirit won that beautiful fight in the triangle, they can't do that when the ground is essentially denied from them. He wouldn't allow them to roam around and look for openings. And that percentage-based damage was really cooking as the game progressed. He held his composure. He found openings. He got that triple kill in the bot lane when Spirit overextended. And he, to me, was the rock for Team Vision.
Yeah, I mean, they made a very specific choice whenever they swapped this Axe to 5 and Undying to offlane. You're saying, hey, our scaling is going to be a little bit worse. We've got a lot of heroes that clump up in one spot, and we've got one Shadow Fiend who's going to deal all the damage. And you can see as more and more time passes that there is risk involved in that. You try to tempo them, you got a little sloppy. I think the key word Mira said earlier is trades. You're trading 3 for 3, 2 for 2, 4 for 4. This is not good for you. You need to win quickly. You don't want to be swapping resources back and forth. Vision, the more gold they get, the harder it gets for you, and that is the environment they want to play in.
At the end of the day, there was another level from Vision coming out. They're always able to stem the bleeding in this game, those trades that you guys mentioned. But when it came to being able to take mega creeps, that's the part for me that sort of stands out above the rest, because pushing high ground has always been a big conversation. How do you do it in modern Dota, and how do you do it comfortably? And it wasn't really comfortable for Vision. We saw a couple of times no one roll in on the Earth Spirit, and it feels like they've all in, and now it's a make or break. They end up getting mega creeps because it's Ducalis they put at the front line. This Enchantress, which ends up being such a late game monster in Sanier, and you wonder, and how do you start dealing with Ench? Why aren't we sort of looking more towards her, and how Ducalis played her almost seamlessly?
I mean, to be honest, they had pretty decent answers. Like when the Ench was amped and SF hit her a few times, she just exploded. But luckily, 9 class has stolen a tombstone. And when the tombstone's next to her, she's sitting next to the tombstone. So every time SF comes up to hit her, she has the potential of just hiding in the tombstone. And SF has to be scared of any sort of counter initiation, right? Rubik Blink Lift, any sort of roll in with an infested Nakes. It's super scary to stand there and try to hit the tomb down. So this steal, honestly, is what secured them the mega creep. So huge props to 9 class as well for securing that high ground.
Yeah, it shows a lot of in-the-moment presence of mind to be like, we're not going to siege them the typical way. Our carry is not going to hit the high ground. That's not an intuitive thing to do. And so to me, it says they've recovered completely from game one. The nerves are gone. I think especially at the start of this game, you see a little bit of that shakiness still. But as more time passes, they start to win fights. I think they regain that confidence, that belief in themselves. They remember what got us here in the first place. And that is incredible individual skill. It's excellence from all their players. And they show that and they bring it back. And I think that is very hard to do, especially against against a team that is as terrifying as Team Spirit is.
Yeah, ultimately, Vision were able to do that for themselves. We see the run-up that, Vision has been throughout the upper bracket here, and they really take it to Spirit. But the early game wasn't necessarily that easy. Again, we talk about it. Spirit getting their hands on this slider was incredibly impactful throughout their TI run too. And this time around, it didn't really feel like it was much different, but Purge is going to give us some more information on how that happened.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, Laurel had a lot of bad matchups today. Almost every single game that he played, he had to play losing matchups, which made his lane tough. But in this game, he had an incredible performance here. I love how he went for this trade here. Leading up to the gank that was coming, he pops his salve, knowing that the gank is about to happen, and he's going to run into this fight low HP, but knowing that no one has no mana. So when Rue ends up rotating here, and they go for this pressure, he's going to get a full healing salve under the threat of enemy heroes, which is crazy. And this TP by 9 class, which was fantastic. But unfortunately for him, he barely killed the Axe, and he ends up giving Laurel a double kill as a result. So Laurel gets to run with this game a little bit, no pun intended, as he TPs at the top lane, sprinting all the way towards No One. Now he lowers the armor here of No One, and what happens next is Nami is going to shoot his Acorn that's going to bounce a bunch of times, doing a ton of physical damage to No One. So despite after getting killed in the lane for No One, his next immediate rotation was shut down by Laurel as well due to this great rotation. Now he gets Blink Dagger, he goes to gank the safe lane. Very easy ultimate. Blink Crush is tons of physical damage against these supports. They've really got to worry about this. And the next couple of minutes was them basically just controlling the map, not letting their opponents get much done. So what the Earth Spirit does is he uses his spells to clear the creep wave, but immediately afterwards, there's Slardar on top of him, stunning him and having huge movement speed, which means very, very easy for him to block the roll here. Laurel just absolutely demolished the mid game. He gave a lot of control for his team, and that allowed the Shadow Fiend, who had tons of net worth, to just stay on top for such a long time in this game. So excellent early game for Team Spirit, but in the end, they didn't win by enough.
Thank you, Purge, breaking it all down. And I love this so much because it really, again, emphasizes just what Vision were able to do for themselves. Not only get a foot back into this game, but to close it out, to become victorious after you see what this slaughter is, what this nuisance of a hero can really push you to, and the limits that you're tested between. And it also gives that little bit of advantage when it comes to a draft, because often teams have been worried about a Slaughter. They've had to focus on banning it, and despite Slaughter getting off to a fantastic start that Purge showed us there, they were still able to beat it. And now you feel a little less worried about having to ban it, a little bit more confident, and if you guys want to run it, by all means.
Yeah, I think that's such a massive part of how these series go, is not just the actual strength of the heroes, but how they feel. Are you scared of Slardar? When they pick it, how does that make you feel? These are genuinely really important aspects of the game, because now, like you said, when they pick Slardar, maybe you feel like we have answers for it, or we know the scaling's not very good, or this or that, the other. There are so many factors that play into these drafts, and each time you get a win like this, it instills a lot of confidence in you.
I think also in regards to the draft, this Underlord has to have shifted up in priority. And this is a hero Team Spirit were also running, but the way that Noticed made it look as a means to hold out the game, to later deny team fights just by just throwing those pits out over and over again, this is the hero to look at, in my opinion, for the next game.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it earlier. He was absolutely a rock for them. I think what's really fascinating, though, is like when we were looking at this draft, it's really hard to see a good carry pick. Like we can't identify what is the hero to slot in here. Traditionally, Naix is not a very good hero against Slardar and SF, but due to the items that he buys, he goes for Manta, he goes for AC, he goes for Radiance, he buys Armlet. All these items are giving him armor, it's giving him evasion. He's just tanking up and he's buying all the right items. And I feel like recognizing that in the draft and going for a hero that's traditionally not good matchup, but because he buys the right items, he becomes that, is really, really cool.
Yeah, it's a great point, and I think it's a testament to how in Dota sometimes you're almost picking items than you are picking a hero. Like you look at a draft and you know you need certain items. A classic example is like you see their heroes and you know you need a pipe, and so you pick pipe. You pick any hero that can buy it naturally in his item build, and I think I totally agree. I think that's sort of what they did this game, and it's ingenious and creative, and I don't know, it speaks to how high level these two teams are, that they had the awareness of that. They're not just looking at the matchups on terms of a hero-to-hero basis, but understanding that items can fix those problems. It's very good.
Yeah, it's a statement to say we're going to choose a weaker lane and win later on in the game, because Lifestealer absolutely had the scaling that game. But that early game was really rough. And while Team Spirit did end up losing it, I think they have to account for the way that the supports rotated and connected to Laurel, the way that the pressure was ongoing on No One. This is 2 games in a row. He's had 4 people in his lane, like minute 8.
Yeah, I think for both sides, this game has like a lot of conversation afterwards. I don't think you walk away as Vision thinking like, oh, this is great. Let's just keep doing this. I love being ran out for 20 minutes and just getting absolutely slammed. And we'll hopefully Satanic will carry us eventually. So from their side, there's that conversation to be had. How do we like secure up our early game? I think for Spirit, because they're able to play so many different styles of Dota, it also is a question of, do we want to continue with this like absolute ramp up? Do we want to keep trying to like overload them with so many plays happening at once that they cannot play, or do we try to fall back on a bit more scaling ourselves?
Yeah.
Sorry, Quinn?
I think I tend to believe it should be somewhere in the middle. Like, I think for Spirit, you don't want to go full into pressure mode, because I think that's what this game is. They're full into pressure. They're all committed on you play early game tempo, and the late game is very bad for them once the items come out. I think something in between, still good lanes, but better scaling so that you have at least a chance if there are some trades and things aren't totally clean, because immaculate gameplay in a TI finals is just somewhat unreasonable.
Absolutely. I do think the pressure thing is very important, though, because the only times that Team Vision have dropped games this entire TI is to heavy pressure and heavy tempo lineups. So I think that identification is correct. And you can just iron out, like you said, pick some more scaling, maybe take away something like an Underlord that can allow them to hold the game out for longer with tower defenses and with team fights.
The vibes were looking phenomenal for Vision there, by the way. We saw a brief glimpse of them before they were about to walk back out on stage, and a lot of smiles, a lot of jovial energy. And I feel like after what we got to witness in game number 2, it's very similar for us and everyone else at home. And to put it into a time frame that people can understand is that this is the second longest grand finals game we've had at a TI. It's also the second highest in kills. The only one that's beat it was a game 4 between LGD and OG. Like, that is the privilege in which we're getting to witness between the high caliber teams and how closely matched both Vision and Spirit are today.
That's so cool. We were screaming in the green room when the team fights were happening.
Yeah, that game 4 is also probably the single most iconic TI game, and so for this to be just below it, I think is a testament to the caliber, like you said, and I'm just so excited to see the continued adaptation. You also mentioned how they looked backstage, and I think it's a really important aspect of these long series that you don't get too excited, you don't get too amped up or too sort of in your own boat that like, yeah, we did so good this game, we own them, this is easy, because it's not. You did win this game, but like Aiden said, you did not run them over. This is not some dynamic, complete beatdown. You came back and you played a good game, but you need to, reel it in and understand that we still got a long way to go.
Yeah, and I think honestly, this is where the upper bracket advantage also might start kicking in. Now Spirit is on their fourth game of the day, sorry. Whereas for Vision, you're just on your second. And eventually, the longer this final goes, the more that drain is going to come in. And it is a factor to keep in mind.
I do think that Spirit feel good after that game, though. Like, it feels bad to lose after a start like that, but at some point in this game, the Dota Plus probability came up, and Team Vision were only 5k ahead. There were no racks taken, and it was 95-5. I mean, if you can make a game competitive when Dota Plus is saying in 95% of the time, those heroes on Radiant will outscale those heroes on Dire, and it was taken that far, I think they can take away exceptional play from it as well. It's not like they're like, oh, we messed up, guys. Maybe there were 1 or 2 moments, but that really wasn't the end-all and be-all.
I think we were also seeing the Spirit buyback usage, right? That was another thing that we've always praised this team for. The late games that they're able to play, the buyback usage, and we saw it. They know the moments in which you have to buy back to be able to keep this game competitive, to push it further and to try and drag it out a little bit more. Give yourself any amount of breathing room and space that you possibly can get in this game.
Yeah, I think this is actually kind of cool because Spirit in both these 2 games, they remind me a little bit of TI9 OG. They're bringing that pressure playstyle. They're bringing like the tempo, and something that they used to do very iconically was buy back really early on into the game. You buy back to secure that you don't lose your pressure. You don't let up that early fight and then try to save your buyback to be clutch later. You rather use it quite aggressively to make sure that the pressure stays on your side. You can keep the tempo rolling, and you don't ever let up and let the game flip back in your opponent's direction.
Yeah, I think winning lanes in a TI setting is also, like, it can be a very, like, sort of damning feeling for the other team that, oh, we're falling behind, and it can weigh on you and be kind of spooky in a sense. It maybe takes you out a little bit more than it would in a normal series where, I don't know, the feelings are loose and you die a couple of times, but it's fine. But if you lose lanes in a TI Grand Final, suddenly it feels like things are crumbling and it's harder to push back, I think. I think teams are way more susceptible to crumbling, which is why we see a lot of 3-0s in TI Finals. You lose a couple of lanes, you lose one game, suddenly you're just mush. crash and the other team walks over you.
I mean, I can speak to that. I feel like the feeling when you're falling behind, the timer just starts ticking slower and slower and slower, and you have so much more time to just get into your own head and think about like, oh, I should have done that differently in the lane. And obviously, you should not be thinking about these things at all because you can't go back in time and change it. The only thing you can do is like try to think forward, but it's so easy that that happens when you're falling behind.
Obviously, it's up to each individual to have that in mind and to push themselves to not fall into that. But does it help if you have a strong presence, if you have a strong person that's willing to almost be that hope in the team that goes, it's okay, we're getting trades. It's okay, they're not invading this part of the map. Do you almost need someone to be that silver lining at more pivotal times?
It can definitely be useful. I think some players, you know, they just don't get into their own heads. You've gotten this far so many times that you've learned the skill, you've developed it. Other times it's really helpful to hear it from someone else. I would imagine in the Spirit booth, like having Collapse or Yatoro be like, I'm going to carry this game. I remember actually quite iconically at TI9, the practice rooms were all on the same floor. And as you finish your game, there's other games going on inside of the practice rooms. Walking by the old Team Liquid room, and I'm just hearing Miracle yell at the top of his lungs, like, don't worry about this. I'll carry this game, guys. Just buy me 5 more minutes. I'll carry this game. And having something like that, it inspires confidence.
That is so cool because I can't imagine a better player for Team Vision than no one to take that role upon himself too.
I hope they're in there in their booths, building up that energy because they have a whole nother game to get into.
Team Vision versus Team Spirit. Grand Finals. Game 3.
Game number 3 for our grand final, where we've seen one apiece right now. Both Time Spirit have gotten off to a strong start for themselves. And so having first pick again for the side of Vision here, just like we had in game number 1, are they going to fall into that trap of trying to call Spirit's bluff again? They did that with the Ember Spirit. This time around, I feel like there could be a little bit of back and forth or toying, not necessarily with that hero though.
I think Vision want to steal SF, actually. I think that's the hero that they're focused on with the Darkseer van. And that's a cool concept because the first 2 games where we're talking about Ember Spirit, but now they're like, wait, Shadow Fiend is the actual problem, guys.
Yeah, it's a cool adjustment, and it's another testament to how these finals shift and change over time, priorities move, and I do like that Spirit banned the Earth Spirit. I think this hero is just too stupid, and they gave it a try. I think they experimented in a sense, saying, can we beat even this hero? And they'd lose, and they're like, okay, that's fine, we can ban it. We had sort of space here. We decided that this ban is sort of free, so let's see if we can get an extra free one in there and beat this hero.
Yep, absolutely. We have, however, seen Team Spirit beat Shadow Fiend today, right? They did it earlier today. In that game, they did it with a Terrorblade. I think here they're realizing that either we have to pick the TB now, which we absolutely don't want to do, because then it's going to be playing as a ton of counters. Or it's going to get banned out, so we might as well pick a carry that we actually want, or a hero that we actually want, that we know can match up well against the SF. That isn't a TB, but it can be picked early.
I do think that they place a lot of importance in the Nature's Prophet against the Shadow Fiend matchup, because when they opened the game number 2 with that SF, one of their bans was the Nature's Prophet. And whilst at the time I looked at it, I thought it was just maybe taking it away from Satanic. I actually think it's deeper than that. They really do believe in that carry-to-carry matchup being favorable to Nature's Prophet now.
Yeah, it's another ranged hero that sort of gives you the similar turret thing of you have heroes that can go in and now you stand and hit, but it's got the extra added wrinkle that Nature's Prophet is a very fast hero, and he's very good against these ranged heroes that need a little bit of time to get online. So not only does he have the ability to stand and fight you, but he can TP on you early, take your tower, and add the momentum on top of the scaling. And so I agree. I think it is a sort of game read counter that they believe in, and I think it makes sense.
It's also a hero, I would say, if you just look at these 2 heroes objectively, you put them in a demo lobby, you let them hit each other to death, SF will always win, right? So you're looking for Spirit. How do we amplify this? How do we amplify it either through gold, by like getting him ahead with these quick moves that Quinn talks about, or what heroes do we pair it up with in order for him to be able to outscale the SF? Because something is going to be needed.
The support bans would have fit the build that you're talking about. Like Clockwork and Undying heroes that can get on top of SF, dive him with things like Tombstone, that enables Nature's Prophet. Another hero that comes to mind is Tusk, but he did fall off a little bit during this TI.
So I was also really confused that the arena screens were showing NTS, and I think it was maybe X-Nova. I missed it very briefly, but a lot of Chinese superstars in the crowd getting amongst the grand finals hype as well.
I mean, if it's happening, you've got to watch it. It's the biggest Dota event of the year. It's so incredibly special, and I think especially like those players have when you've been in the finals, it has that extra layer of meaning because you put yourself in their shoes. You know what it's like, and I think anyone who's had something so important to them, big, and something that your emotions are tied to knows what it's like to watch something that holds so much gravity.
Yeah, absolutely. But back to the draft, they banned the Underlord. They take Mira's advice here. I mean, this hero just seems like it provides too many things. It provides late game damage, it provides so much crowd control, and I feel like there's no other offlaner quite like it at the moment. That is so stable. Really, it seems like as long as you pick it together with Rubik and you don't get Rubik yourself, you're almost always going to have a game. Regardless of how poor your lane is, it's going to have a way back into the game, and it always has high impact just through its spells.
Yeah, it's a great realization. I think it was definitely a problem for them last game. And they sort of go back to the strategy they took in game one, which is, you know, 9class doesn't have too many heroes he's been playing. He's been leaning on the Willow a lot. We had good success with it. We're going to take the Willow again.
And so long as Ember is still in the pool, this Ducalis Enchantress will keep coming out. There were moments last game where I thought he clutched really hard. There was this one fight where he got a last-second stomp with his Centaur creep that killed Gyatoro that started the cascading effect.
I mean, this is one of his most comfortable heroes. I think back to when Ducalis first popped up on the pro scene, it was playing a lot of Enchantress.
Yeah.
This was his go-to guy.
Why is it that we don't see many Enchantresses these days?
I'm actually not sure. I mean, usually what ends up happening is that other heroes that jet out, but if you look at the bans here, most of the really popular position 5 heroes are banned out. So that leaves you take away the S tier, and now you enter the A tier, where Enchantress obviously sits somewhere in that range. It gets outscaled, outshined by the other heroes, but when you take them away, suddenly Ench is a very good hero. And you also talk about the Ember threat, and when there is this dynamics going on in the final, it kind of shifts your priorities, and it takes Ench from an A tier hero to an S tier hero, because it blocks off the other S tier hero and the Ember.
There's also sort of an interesting dynamic going on that because the Slark has proven to be just unbeatable for Ember Spirit, now it's shifted to where first pick, having the last pick in that second phase, you have the advantage because Team Spirit can't pick Ember Spirit here, even if they wanted to, because you will get responded with Slark. And so now Team Vision gets the choice. If we want Ember Spirit on the last pick of the second phase, we can just take it, and it's already a great looking Ember game for Vision.
I think it's absolutely genius. They pick this Enchantress, they try to cut off any possible angles that Spirit pick it early on. They still have the threat of Slark open, so Spirit can't pick it now. And then on 18, or as we refer to, which is this last pick of the second phase, you can secure that Ember Spirit for yourself if you want to, following it up with a Slark ban, maybe even a Huskar ban if you're scared of that, probably not, but you can cover your hero.
The Tusk, to me, is very good because I think you need some way to prevent this Nature's Prophet from getting bursted by Slaughter Shadow Fiend. They're presenting this problem similarly to last game where it's all this physical damage. Nature's Prophet can buy a Manta, but you've got multiple other tools to turn it around. Because Vision's game plan is Slaughter jumps in, you burst. Okay, now you've got Call turnaround, you've got Snowball turnaround. To me, this is a very calculated and geared to what Vision has response, and that we want a way to turn this around. Our Nature's Prophet is the core of our draft, and like you said, we need some sort of steroid, something to change the man-fighting dynamic of these two heroes, and we feel like this is what it is.
For sure. I also think the Tusk was being talked about when the Nature's Prophet came out, because if the clock wasn't given to Team Spirit by Vision, there really aren't any archetypes that substitute for it except the Tusk. You need something that can dive the Shadow Fiend. You need to be able to just bring pressure to him whenever it's possible, and Nature's Prophet is a hero that can connect to any Tusk setup.
Yep, so think about, if we look at Vision's draft, and you think about how do these heroes come together, there's a lot of amplification going on, right? There's Satanic on his SF, who self-amplifies by having his lasting presence, which provides minus armor on everyone. You get Slaughter adding to that, you have Pango adding to that, and then on top of that, Enchantress could take a Wolf creep, and suddenly you're providing additional attack damage to everybody in the area. So this is kind of like, the idea that they're going with is that nothing is going to be unkillable. No matter how much armor you stack up, you're never stacking up enough armor to get past this.
Yeah, I also think this Pangolin pick is actually better than the Ember would have been because it gives you an opportunity to break Spirit's response to your jump. So the Slaughter jumps initially. Now you've got a Pangolin who can jump the backline, roll around, and make this Tusk and Axe's life hell. So it's not as easy for them to just blink in compared to Ember, who until you get an Axe, which is much later down the line, it's not as easy to disrupt the backline. And so Vision realizing that and saying, okay, we see what you're doing here, and this is our response to that. I think this is a very calculated and thought out back and forth here, not just a we see what you have and insta pick the #1 Dota buff counter pick.
in a way, that dynamic can function the same way for Team Spirit, right? Where there are double jump heroes in Team Vision, like you mentioned, but also 2 jump heroes in Axe and Tusk. The issue with getting the 2 jump heroes on Spirit right now to that moment is that their lanes do seem a little bit harder. Like, you've got this Axe who's going to be going up against the SF, the Tusk who is probably just going to be pulling waves because there's really not that much you can do after that, and the Blink Daggers are going to be delayed because of that. Whereas Pango, he doesn't really need a Blink Dagger. He's just got the Rolling Thunder, and Slardar, he's got the Sprint as well. Like, they have more gap close naturally early on than Team Spirit.
Yeah, it's definitely true. They may consider swapping lane supports, putting Tusk in the safe lane to help with that a little bit, or altering things. I know Team Spirit is a team that's very good at recognizing potential problems in the early game and swapping things around, getting creative, moving their heroes in a way to combine and get kills so that they're enabled to reach their mid-game and late-game timings.
Yeah, I would like that a lot. And then you can just send Tusk through the gate to dive the SF after Willow sets up with a Bramble or something.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for Spirit's side, what they got going for themselves here, right? It's a lot of early game pressure again. If you think about it, Axe has a slow, Willow has a root. There's a lot of ways to slow down the SF to allow for the Nature's Prophet TPN, or like Mira said, have Tusk connect from the gate, which also sets up for the Nature's Prophet. So for Spirit, it's all about pressure. It's all about tempo. It's all about how do we connect our heroes? How do we outnumber them? And I think what's cool here for Vision is they're saying, we like our draft. Our heroes are good, we just need to come online, right? So how do you prevent them from coming online? Well, you destroy the Pango mid. You send them into the abyss, as Quinn would say. And they've banned the 2 heroes that can do that. They've banned the Snapfire, they've banned the Monkey King, and they're trying to secure themselves a good laning phase. Because even if this Ember comes out, which traditionally was pretty good against Pango, it's not that punishing.
Yeah. It's very true, and also because they have the Slaughter SF, they have this minus armor. That some of the heroes that we've also traditionally see against a Pangler, something like a Huskar or a Lina, you don't really want these heroes because yes, you may win the lane, but 5 minutes later you really wish you were another hero, and it's also not particularly Laurel's favorite type of that's a Marcy.
Very observant of you, Quinn. I'm very proud to have you in this battle.
I mean, this is actually one of 9Class's favorite heroes. It's not what we see very often recently, as Mira said, he's been puppified, but I think it is a pretty cool pairing with Slardar because you can just jump on top of the Nature's Prophet and you just slam him together. You crush him and Marcy punches him in the head and you take it to this guy.
I mean, you're seeing it. The only person who does like it is on the side of Vision, and it's 0 pick, 0 ban. So again, this is one of those things that falls back similar to when we saw Disruptor come out for the side of Spirit. I love this. This is the creativity that you need to be bringing into a grand finals.
This changes the dynamic of the Spirit's safe lane in a very big way. Because before, whether you were laning against the Slardar or the Pango Flex, your Nature's Prophet was going to have a good time. You know, he was just going to be right-clicking them, free farming. You bring in Marcy, and all of a sudden, Slardar becomes a killer threat. He's not just a hero that you can beat up. He will be on top of you. The second you have level 2 rebound, there's not that much you can do on Nature's Prophet when you get connected on.
Yeah, I mean, luckily I think now the Tusk has to be in that safe lane, right? The idea then is like, you're going to have to use that snowball to dodge that stun, and that way try to like battle out the lane. But it absolutely is.
Okay, they change it up.
Oh my, wow, TB didn't get banned.
Yeah, so they just fully did not expect Laurel to be playing the Nature's Prophet, and now they've got an incredible TB game. You talk about minus armor, well, TB is the king of armor. He has like 10 armor level 1, and it only goes up from there with the items he buys. So a lot of your strategy, the way focusing down one hero with right clicks, has been nerfed pretty hard.
I just assumed TB was banned. Like, I just didn't even think about the existence of this hero. It's honestly an amazing pick, because if you take a look at Team Vision's draft, they have essentially no magic damage.
Yeah.
And the way you usually beat TB is by heavy magic damage. So this is a very good Terrorblade game. Laurel and Nature's Prophet, however, for me is a little bit of an unknown. I haven't really seen him play that much. I wouldn't say it's like he's a typical Nature's Prophet guy. But the things that we talked about earlier on, they still exist. The draft can still do the same things, and maybe even faster with Nature's Prophet from the mid lane, because he gets at level 6 a bit faster, he can connect it a little bit more, he's not as concerned about his own game, so see really cool things happening for both sides.
I think Laurel's the type of player that will do what you need him to do, and Team Vision have learned that today with the Slark pick after the Ember that they didn't really think that he would do with this Nature's Prophet flex. They were caught off guard with this Terrorblade. This is really cool to me, and I think Team Spirit have absolutely secured the scaling in this game.
Yeah, the shoe's on the other foot. Last game, Vision could just chill and farm, and I think this game, Spirit have secured that with also the potential to play the lanes well. And so I think it's been a great punchback from Aposhka in this game. This is a masterclass.
Yeah, I probably would have said before this last pick, TB, I really like the Vision draft, and I would have put it maybe like 65 to 35, but after that, I think it's a lot closer to 50-50.
I love hearing a good 50-50 split on a draft. More importantly, I love hearing from our coaches. That Terrorblade had us in a little bit of a head scratch as to how it got let through, but I wonder exactly how Puppy felt when he saw it come out.
Thank you so much. Yes, I am here with the king himself, Mr. Puppy. Such a pleasure to see you here on the main stage again. Let's talk a little bit about this. You have let 9 Class out of his cage. He is playing the meme heroes again. Where did this Marcy come from? How do you have the balls to pick a hero like this on the main stage of TI?
9 Class has a lot of balls. That's all I can say.
Fantastic. Was this his idea or yours?
It was his idea. I completely approve of it.
Okay. I was about to say maybe you were distancing yourself from that, but no, you fully support. Whose idea was it to let the Terrorblade through?
They already had Furion, and we basically guessed if they're going to swap this Furion somewhere, they're going to just lose their team fights everywhere. So we're not afraid.
Okay, not afraid. It was actually pretty interesting to see a team be able to strike some blood against you guys, all right? Were you surprised with how those games went so far?
Not necessarily. I think they won the drafts 2 games in a row. This time, I think we have the edge.
Okay, that's what I like to see. Now, last question here, Well, are they ever going to get another one, my friend? Or is this the end of their ride? Is it going to be the full reverso sweep?
I hope so.
All right. Thank you so much, Puppy. An absolute pleasure to see you again on the stage. We'll throw it to our casters to get ready for this game.
Game 3 time, ladies and gentlemen, here in the grand finals of the International 2026. Team Vision against Team Spirit. The picks fogged. We continue to get some exciting stuff. Marcy being thrown into the mix. Another new hero for this International. And I tell you what, one that I kind of like. I think this hero's got a lot of potential. And of course, especially when it's in the hands of 9 Class.
And when you've got something like a super hard carry to play around, right? Sure, you don't use that sidekick. You don't notice the bodyguard as much as it once was. But it still can be a very strong tool for something like a Shadow Fiend. These turret heroes, even though we don't see Marcy, definitely can see some type of potential from it.
And what do you make of the switch up? Obviously, as Puppy talked about, they weren't too fussed about banning the Terrorblade because they considered, well, if they do go for this Spirit,
we have overwhelming team fight.
It's going to be this Nature's Prophet mid, and that might leave some openings that Vision can punish. Do you think they can, or do you think the fact that there is a Terrorblade, and it is a very good Terrorblade game, might fight them back?
It could. It definitely could, but Vision also very strong at being able to play versus these type of drafts and just knowing when to just always take the team fight advantage. I've seen them so many times in this tournament having team fight advantage, so let's see if that position for them is going to be working for them. While for Spirit, much more scaling draft, right? Looking for the MP to get that scaling. I'm curious to see how active Laurel's going to be, if he's going to TP to safe lane, because I could see him make those moves, right? You want to punish Satanic, you don't want this Nature's Prophet to have a free time, and the lane overall for Laurel, it should be good. So I want to see him play pretty aggressive on this Nature's Prophet. TPing in, shut down Satanic, even potentially going for the TP plays on the safe lane if they do overextend onto Yotaro. Because that's what it would have to be. If they do try to go for these kills onto Yotaro, it's going to have to be out of these overextensions. And we're seeing the lane switch-ups, right? Instead of having the Marcy with the Slardar, since it's a Terrorblade down there now, they put the Marcy up top with the Shadow Fiend. It's a strong pairing as well to be able to protect them.
Yeah, and they've done this a couple of times, right, Vision, on their run here at the International between the supports. They have that flexibility, and I think last time they made that switch up, it went pretty well for them.
It did, and it's a lot because they end up leaving Notice alone. Ducalis gets that level 3, and he starts sandwiching on the mid-wave. And Laurel, right, Nature's Prophet playing versus Pango, you definitely can be dove.
Not me. Raze comes in.
He's healing. He's healing.
He should be all right. I mean, can 9 Class get in range for another dispose?
Can. The tree plant.
He can't quite grab him.
Can't see him. Nice play there from Not Me. Now able to beat back onto him, even though there's that movement speed advantage from the Marcy. Not Me with the little branch play. Actually, he's able to distance himself a knife there. Nice.
I'm looking forward to see, of course, what Satanic is ready to do on the SF. Last 2 games, he's been watching Yotaro play the hero. Sure, Yotaro didn't win last game, but still individually, he had a pretty good game on the SF. Satanic, he's ready to try and see if he can replicate that on his own Shadow Fiend performance.
Spirit having some pretty explosive starts to the games in particular. And that last game did have that lead. Did end up dying a couple times. You know, that bottom play from Yotaro hurt quite a lot when he died with the Aegis the first time, and then the second one around the Roche. Again, at the lanes though, Spirit looking to dominate them.
On him. Trying to make a move onto Notice, but difficult to do so. At least until they sort of see a chance where Yatoro is going to be happy to pop the meta and try and force the kill.
Yatoro just buys the boots very early. He knows he's not really at threat down here. So it is going to be a free farm again for Yatoro, but this time it does feel like Satanic's in a better position to get the free farm as well. So we're going to free farm carries versus each other, depending on what Laurel wants to do. I'm still just going to look at the Nature's Prophet. Are they actually going to use the TP to pressure, or are they just going to wait for the level 6 with the Wrath of Nature to go for these kills early on? See what the choice is going to be from Laurel. Good denies he's been able to get so far here. 7 in comparison to the 1 just of the Pango. Yeah, the Terrorblade pick, right? This insane amount of armor he's going to have in the game, absolutely going to be an element, because as the panel touched on, looking at the magical damage, it's Shadow Fiend Raises and Requiem. That is literally it, pretty much. So it's going to be really interesting to see if they can actually bring him down versus all that plus armor he has. Noticed, snowball connection.
So he's going to put the meta.
He gets away.
To try and bully him, but indeed the sprint's up. Won't have any further control.
Wait, did that just happen? Laurel denied a water rune with his trees and no one bottled it. The thing happened.
Oh,
it did happen.
It does happen on the same tick sometimes.
9 class doesn't have range for the rebound.
They've got the call. That'll do it. First blood coming in for Not Me.
It's actually a big deal that no one was able to get the refill, even though it was killed. You can literally see it if you pop up with the chat wheel there, or the chat thing there. Denied water rune, but bottled at the same time. So
a frame perfect bottling. Frame perfect.
And it matters, because he gets the fill up. He's going to be able to continue being healthy in the matchup versus the Nature's Prophet and keep securing these last hits. So top lane for Spirit, can definitely see them have easier ways to get aggressive versus Vision, while bottom, it's going to be Ducalis making movements around with that level 3 that we've seen. So already seeing him shift toward the mid lane. Brew is anticipating it, reading the movements, looking for the ward. Won't quite find it though. Sneaky placement coming in from Ducalis. So now you just, I guess as Rue, you just follow the Enchantress, right? Leave the Terrorblade in this 1v1 matchup.
Try and get a bit of a setup there, but not quite ever get the disposed to pull up on the rebound. Collapse quick with the call to interrupt the combo 9 class was trying to use to set up for the raises.
9 class does have the level 2 rebound now. Actually usable. The first level of rebound is very hard to use.
Carlos
will find him.
Go in the river.
This is not where you expect Yatoro to be. That is a heads-up move. Rue just stalking Ducalis as anticipated. He knows what they've seen this play before from them, so they're reading it pretty beautifully. CS though, the fact that they are leaving the bottom lane, Noticed is now just starting to get that free farm, even though he is versus that Terrorblade. 3 lanes for Vision. Getting that CS.
All in all, very close start.
Very close.
Not too much of a difference there.
Nobody
getting pressured out of the lane.
Rue will get the amp damage.
9 class. Gonna get the grab on a collapse, sets up for the raises, tries to dive the tower to get the kill, but 9 class isn't gonna be able to finish the job, ends up dying, and now with the rotation, they'll have to roll forward. Overall, Satanic shards off the mark though. Satanic will live.
The Willow already has Ash Legion shield. That actually saves Collapse. I was clicking around, I'm like, who the hell has this neutral item already? It's the Willow. The barrier actually saves Collapse there, I'm pretty sure. Oh, that's pretty crazy. You can't calculate for that on the side of Vision. Nice attempt to dive, but responded accordingly there from Spirit again.
9 class. Might try for Rue. It's hard though with the snowball. We'll always be able to disrupt the combo that 9 class will try and catch him with.
They want to dive Laurel here. No one. Doesn't have the roll, but does have the 3-3. Does have the skill points for the damage. Trying to apply some pressure here onto the tower. Laurel can drag the wave though with this tree in safely. Hefty stacks being made, Owen. Vision definitely has potential to walk in and go for some type of steal plays as well too. And a rare time that I've seen this too, so it's a mechanic that I haven't seen many other teams abuse in some time. The stacks with the Wrath of Nature. We talked about it a lot, I think.
It builds up the damage of the ult.
It does.
Very effectively.
Like last TI, or I think it was the TI before that, we saw teams abusing this. This Wrath of Nature off of these neutrals, it means it effectively does max damage on all the rest of the bounces all over the map. So they have to calculate that in on the side of Vision. If they do scout those stacks, I don't know if they did see them just yet. But it's a lot of extra burst damage that could catch some of these heroes off guard. So cool to point that out. Seeing the item build cube from Laurel right now too, it's just a drums. So he's looking to be aggressive early on is what that tells me. not your usual pickup from these Nature's Prophets.
I mean, that should allow him to turn up and ensure that Yatoro can kind of take these early objectives.
Yeah, and he can kill buildings pretty quickly too, right? Just being able to beat on them with the treants, with the drum. Pretty cool itemization if he does go for it here. Ducalis is going to now go into that triangle, going to start scouting these stacks out, stealing some of the creeps as well, so we'll limit some of that farm. Will he get out for it?
Or TP's coming in from Lyle. He's ready to block him off with the Sprout.
Can he get in front of him with the trees?
Trying to get some body block, sets up for that big hit from the Nature's Wrath. And will succeed.
I'm happy to see a team doing this. I think I talked to like 5 of the players during this tournament. I was like, how come nobody's doing this stacking thing with Wrath of Nature anymore? So happy to see that Spirit is in preparation with that. Collapse, 9 class, trying to prevent him to get the TP out. He's got the rebound.
And no one's coming in to help. We'll get the call off Collapse. But Rolling Thunder's there. Collapse is going to try and juke it.
He's speedy.
But there's only so much he can dance around as Ducalis comes in with the slow. Collapse. He's going to run down the river. He's actually running back in at them.
He gets the dunk. Are you kidding?
That's ridiculous. Collapse. He'll take that. Took 4 heroes to pretty much turn up and try and take him down, and he gets a kill on the way out.
And in the meantime, look at Yatoro. He's a great space, my friend. I will show up and push this tower here. Vision, still farming very well, but 5 quick kills for Spirit. Yatoro turning up to these very early fights. These jukes, the river movement speed absolutely coming into play there. Also having the Stone Feather Satchel with the movement speed as well. Does come into play, of course.
As we saw last game from Yatoro, you know, Team Spirit's cause, they know when to run back in. Doesn't matter how low they are. They see an opportunity to get something, they'll get back in on the action.
Vision, though, yes, they brought 4 heroes up there, but not moving with Noticed, which is the important one. Noticed is like, guys, I'm having a very free lane. And we do have to talk about how important Noticed was in that last game. Besides just the Fiend's Gate being, or the Pits being absolutely insane, the damage mitigation he provided in that last game was huge. This game, it's not damage mitigation, but it's damage amplification, and it's the Blink Dagger, right? It's that initiation tool for the team that he's going to have very early, which is really good versus like 4 of the heroes. Sure, versus the TB, not as great because he's got that high armor, but versus the rest of them, it can be very strong to close that gap and burst them.
Staying very even on the gold, despite these early kills that Spirit are finding.
Titanic in this game, though, absolute free farm. The other 2 games, he was feeling a bit more of that pressure. He made an amazing recovery on the Lifestealer.
And how have we been sort of seeing the timings of the SF versus the Terrorblade kind of match up in these games?
In these games, in overall games, I'm not sure, but with these games with Spirit and versus Vision, they're going to show up to every single one of these fights. They just love to play very aggressive, so I imagine we're going to see both of them turn up more than anticipated than other ones do. And Satanic, he's just going to go normal build. I thought maybe we'll see some type of pivot from him, but not going to be the case. Some of the players, I've seen them go for this like Yashikaya build when you're playing versus something like TB, but he wants the Manta. Wants to have that Dispel versus the Reflection eventually. Wants to be able to Manta dodge versus the Axe early on too.
Not me. Get the Shadow Realm off.
Got the fear.
We'll be able to stop further raises. He's going to try for the TP out, but they've got the way to put a stop to it. That's not me. We'll get taken down here by a further raise from Satanic.
Nice aggressive moves. I wonder what 9 class is going to do overall with his build. Is there anything different nowadays? I don't even know if there is.
I think you go greedy. Surely.
I mean, you go like Phase Boot, something. Maybe you go Blink Dagger.
Phase Boot,
save.
BKB, Crystallis, Daedalus, Basher. That's what I want to see.
No one. Roll Connection will hit Yatoro. Nice shards to protect with a jump over.
Still going to be able to jump in. As Notice coming in with a crush. They have to be careful. Potential Sunder will get it off, but he's surrounded with a whole team. The snowball save comes into play. Rolled up to the high ground with the stun into the Requiem there. Satanic gets the double kill.
Oh, Vision. They've got a really good position right now to play this aggression with this blink so early unnoticed.
I mean, you said it. Both carries looking to turn up, but Vision there as a whole. They had the stuns. They had the setup. The Requiem is going to win that trade every single time here in these early moments.
This mid game, it does feel like it's going to be quite hard for Spirit in particular since they're playing versus this heavy team fight and this Slarda with this early blink. Laurel, he's not going to really want to turn up too much. He's going to go more greedy route, go for the Maelstrom, go for this scaling potential eventually, but that does mean the window is going to be open for Vision to shut down Yatoro, look for the Axe, look for these kills to set the pace in this game.
And that's the thing, right? They've got so much gap close on Vision. The Slarda, the Panga, the Marcy. They're going to look to get straight on top of Spirit each and every time in these team fights.
I think he's just gonna. Okay, good. He does. I was figuring he does this on the Marcy. You just go blink because you're the save. You're like the Tusk. Yes, they go on the Shadow Fiend. You end up rebounding him and pulling him out. So I think this is the best option for 9 class to go for in this game. Panic. The trap is coming for him.
He's looking pretty dead here. Quite far out on the top lane.
And happy to see Laurel get involved now. I don't really want to see Laurel play too passive on this Nature's Prophet. Even if he's going this Maelstrom build, I want to see him turn up to these early fights. Sure, not in the last one because it was a pretty horrible position for it, but I want to see him play pretty aggressive on this Nature's Prophet. Refusal, done for no one.
And they want to fight with this.
They want to strike back on this top side.
I mean, they know that Spirit just made this play up here on the top lane. They're going to see if anyone's left around. Will be not me.
He dead. No one will roll for more. Won't find the connection onto anybody else here, but we'll be able to swing toward the mid. And potentially for the rune as well, too. 10 seconds till it will spawn. See if no one gets lucky for it. Because, yeah, if there's these 5v5 engagements, right, Vision have the clear advantage in the mid game. If they can somehow split it up, though, on Spirit, that's the key to their success, right? All about the split push, forcing Vision to react, and taking the fights with the numbers.
Yeah, I think at the least, Spirit, they're not going to want to fight until Collapse has this Blink Dagger on top of Blade Mail. That's the next timing that Spirit are going to try and find. Lal and Yatoro very happy to hit the creeps right now. They've got to let these tier 1s go.
Kala's getting a fair bit again, just like that last time that he played the Enchantress, just being annoying with the creeps, pushing them down the lanes, forcing someone to respond to it. He scaled pretty well that last game on the end. She was very annoying with how much damage she was doing even onto some of these cores. How's Collapse's Blink looking? So Phase, Blade Mail, he's even gone for the Soul Ring, gone greedy. It's going to take a bit of time to have that Blink, so the window for Vision to make these aggressive moves is definitely there with Noticed having the Blink first.
Vision, they're not afraid to fight around here. Collapse has got to be careful.
Wallace starting to poke him.
And 9 class is closing in.
Can't quite reach.
Collapse far enough away to survive. The Subaru off to the side, though. He's in trouble. He'll get the shards out to try and block him off. He'll have a snowball to buy a bit more time, but with the 4 of them chasing him out, no way out of this for Root.
It's going to be so much overwhelming physical damage in this game. Even though there is this Terrorblade, it's good for him to have this armor, but the rest of his heroes are definitely going to be struggling at that front. Double disconnect. What happened here? Yeah, mid-game team fights. Eyes on the Slardar, eyes on the Pango. See what Spirit wants to do. Oh, okay, so they don't seize Tusks for a spell.
Uh-oh.
So
well,
the shards are invisible.
A quick turn it off and on again should fix that.
It's a pretty important game to see those shards, too, when you're playing with Pango. Because that shard can trip up the Rolling Thunder pretty hard in the mid-game. I mean, all spells you definitely want to see, but...
Well, normally the old reconnect does fix that. So hopefully things should be set. Find out in the next team fight. Both carries very close in the net worth. This game, Satanic's SF and Yatoro's Terrorblade. Very close on both the levels and the gold.
And it does feel like a bit of a different style that we're seeing from the last 2 games, right? Last games, we had so many kills coming into play. I feel like this one might have a bit more farming, especially from Spirit, like you're mentioning. They want to go for that hard scale. But Vision, I do feel like they're going to play pretty oppressive. Look to just close the map, restrict the tier 1s, limit the Terrorblade from finding places to farm. Much easier ways to execute these immediate jumps at this point with the Slardar on the Pango hitting this star. As you said, it's eyes on Collapse to get that Blink Dagger to be able to turn the fights at this point still.
Vision. See how much action they can continue to bring before Collapse is allowed to get that pickup.
Because it is a very good Blade Mail game. Playing versus the Shadow Fiend, there is the save from the Marcy, but it's not the same exact as the Tusk, where you just have that invulnerability during it. You're still going to be on the map, being able to get hit when you do get rebound and pushed away. I'm happy to see these new heroes, though. So many different ones we're now seeing in this Grand Finals. See if the idea this time ends up working around for 9 class.
And as always, as I like to ask when we do see these new heroes, why is no one else playing Marcy? What is the risk with this hero?
It's not in the best state, Owen. It really isn't. It doesn't really have too much team fight. There's other heroes that are just better in replication of these saves and all that. This is just a 9-class special.
And why is that? What about this hero suits 9-class's playstyle as a support?
It's just odd. It can scale. And then also, I mean, in particular for this game, right, it's a gap closer. When they were seeing the Nature's Prophet, they wanted that gap close to be able to bring the Slardar in. Even though the lanes have ended up being switched up, it still has that same potential to gap close, get on top of something that doesn't like to get got on top of, so. But as we see, some of these heroes can be a bit underrated. You know, we saw that Disruptor absolutely owned in the game. Could be some similar things. You know, if he just gets a rebound save in some of these moves, could be absolutely everything.
Yeah, we saw what last game as well, the pivot for the support axe from Rue. That nearly worked out. So
pretty good.
Innovation, definitely the name of the game here in this grand finals.
Vision, in all this downtime, they are farming a bit harder here. Even though we're talking about Spirit, they're content to hit some of these creeps. It's Vision getting more out of the map at the moment here.
So then, with this Blink Dagger and Blade Mail done on Collapse, do you want to see Spirit try for a play?
Yeah, absolutely. They almost have Blink on Rue as well, too. So if they do get a kill, they'll have double Blink Daggers to go for these fights. So right now, let's see if Vision is prepared for the move. 9-class has to hug Satanic.
Let's see what they can get. Satanic's going to show. He's got the backup setup behind him.
They're reading this move.
It's a bit of a bait. Do Spirit fall for this? Not me.
Doesn't look like they will.
He's been spotted out to the side.
Waiting around the rune. They'll get a haste.
They won't jump in on this. They know that Vision's setting up for some sort of counterplay. Not me. Quick with the Tumbler's toy.
What the? That's insane. Did see him coming, so did have a moment to be able to press it there, but still dodging it away. Notice now also has the shard, so very big damage potential for the side of Vision in these next upcoming fights. It's still easier for them to take the fights. Spirit won't hemorrhage anything, though. They don't fall for the bait play that Vision was setting up. Looks like they will maybe finish off this tower with the illusion. Illusions versus illusions. Titanics wins. Tower.
9-class, can you get the deny? Not quite. No. Creeps will finish the job.
Not quite able to connect. So Blink Dagger done for the Tusk. Blink still far away for 9-class. So now Spirit, much easier access to look for fights themselves as well, too, versus Vision. But the team fight, still difficult when they have the numbers on the side of Vision. Spirit wants to pop a target first.
Through these quieter moments, you see Satanic farming just that little bit quicker than Yatoro in this downtime.
I like watching. Look at 9-class. He's literally just hugging him, not moving from the side of Satanic, because if there's a move that comes out, he can bail him out of it with this rebound. Starting to get points in the bodyguard as well, too, so that extra bonus that Satanic's going to have.
And it is the most likely move, right? If Spirit disappear off the map, go for some sort of smoke play, you know that their top target, it's going to be Satanic.
100%. This bodyguard, I'm going to watch to see how much it can do in this game, too, because Satanic, unlike Yatoro, doesn't go the Mask of Madness, so he will have that lifesteal coming from the Marcy in the fights. See how much that actually matters.
Here we go. Spirit, ready to attempt another smoke.
Both teams keen to fight, though.
Vision, so far, have been very prepared for these sort of plays.
And no one has a full Aghanims for this next fight, too. He might be big priority number 1.
The question is, do they kill him in a call?
They get noticed.
Well, then with the call and the blade mail up, they have the punch, the snowball, the control. The dunk comes a little early, but it doesn't matter. The damage enough to help bring him down.
No one.
Got the rolling thunder. Found his way over towards Yatoro. Yatoro does not have mana for a potential Sunder. Doesn't matter though, Vision, they still hold back away from the Terrorblade.
Little awkward for no one to go for the full commitment, but it's an Arcane Rune, so we'll just be able to roll, get himself out. Nice kill there from Spirit, finding the angle onto the Slardar there. Closing the gap on the gold. This is how they want to take the fights. They don't want to take head-on team fights. They want to kill one target first and then potentially look for the catch afterwards. Notice being slowed down. Collapse now. Tied net worth with that Slardar. Panic. Up on the top side, 9-class, get near your buddy. Okay, he's there.
He's always there.
And both sides in this game having some clear BKB piercing disables, of course. Something we always do like to see, to be able to lock down some of these targets hard. We won't probably see BKBs coming out from the cores in this game, though. Satanic and Yatoro likely to just skip them until way later stages again. There is a lot that goes through it. Look at this, Rue. Right next to them, but 9 Class is ready to save.
Oh, 9 Class saw him.
He saw him.
He's going to get the dispose straight into the crush jump from Notice. Just catching a glimpse of him as he tries to get out or get the blink off. But with no TP, Rue very, very dead.
TP to the mid lane for the fight as well.
And Carlos has got the chase down on a Not Me. Shadow Realm already being used. This crown will stop Carlos. Collapse going to come up with the call. Has to jump on towards the Pango. The fear comes out as well, but 9 Class takes him out of the side. Lol, he's caught in the river. Not the place that you want to be as the Nature's Prophet down there on the low ground. They just turn, kill off the mid instead.
There's an ambitious move from Spirit to go for the play. Oh my god, Collapse almost gets caught there from the Distiller. Vision's just going to go straight for the Roche. They have so much minus armor. Likely to be able to bring it down in time. 30 seconds still till NP. Meta's still on. Okay, Meta's coming back up, but Spirit, they're not in the area for this.
But they can't fight right now. And they have to let these objectives fall to Vision.
What Puppy was talking about, that heavy team fight advantage that Vision has in comparison when Laurel's playing this Nature's Prophet.
And especially when he's caught like that.
TPing way too aggressive in the river as well, too. Trying to get that catch onto this kill. Now Satanic has an Aegis to play with, and now even more so where they have that team fight advantage, where they have the second life on him.
Can look to get very, very involved.
I think this Marcy is actually going to come in really cool.
I like the Marcy.
I like it quite a bit this
We've
game.
seen, not obviously at this international, but many times before in the past, 9 Class show us some fantastic stuff with his Marcy.
It might not be the most crazy, flashy stuff where he's, his coddle, where he's popping off, taking over the game, but he's going to make Satanic look that much better in the game with the bodyguards, with these rebound saves, and he is about to have that blink dagger. So matching the blink of Rue's timing, not by too much. Butterfly for Satanic also in this game. Going to be a big pickup. And the reason I'm mentioning the Marcy more so as well, besides just that rebound, the bodyguard, when something like an SF is playing versus Axe, who has this blade mail, that bodyguard, that lifesteal absolutely will come into play.
He won't die during a call. Maybe if Lal and Yatoro are around, but if they don't have those two punching into him, Satanic will very likely survive through the jump.
Starting to get the push going themselves. We saw a similar push that Spirit was doing in the last game, but they didn't have their full squad with the Shadow Fiend. So Vision looking to apply this pressure with all the assistance as well. Spirit, looks like they're not even going to try to go for the reaction. Anticipating that everybody on Vision is set up at the moment here.
Yeah, I think they know right now that the decision to fight is going to be pretty much down to the calls that Yatoro makes.
Yeah.
If Yatoro's not ready to go, they do not want to turn up.
They're going to have very specific conditions to look for those fights. Rue has the snowball and the blink, but he is hazed, so they see exactly where he is.
And Notice is going to be able to continue the chase down in the river. Shards will block him off, but he gets around. Rue will have blink again in a few seconds. The jump's already there. Back online for Notice. They do manage to bait 9 Class in the river, though.
Alive?
And Rue lives.
What?
They couldn't kill him, and Rue actually having the backup coming over ready to join him.
Those are some beautiful individual plays coming in from Rue, just stalling out Notice. I thought he was going to die for sure there. 9 Class ends up being the catch. Toro turns up and gets a kill. Quick little meta play for him. Butterfly now finished up for Satanic.
This is a very strong timing. I mean, having that in this matchup, Yatoro is not really going to be able to fit any sort of true strike into his build anytime early.
No, he's going to have to hope for that serrated Shiv in particular around that tier 3 neutral if he can get the RNG for it. Satanic is super deep right now.
Collapse. He's got the jump on 9 Class, so the backup is gone for Satanic, who does, of course, still have this Aegis, so he'll have 2 lives to play with. Notice, in with the blink crush onto Lal. Slide forward from Satanic. Lal dying again immediately at the front of these fights. He is just so squishy. It seems almost impossible for him to play these team fights. He turns up, he dies immediately, folks.
Laurel could end up being a pretty big liability for the team if he just doesn't continue to get this scaling. Shows up multiple times and just dies in an instant. Yatoro's meta was ending, so maybe a bit of a misread there that they should go in or not. Yatoro was like, I'm getting out immediately after getting a kill because the meta's wearing down.
I mean, what do you sort of do as the Nature's Prophet in these sort of situations? You just not turn up to the fights?
I'm not too sure. I see he's queuing up like 5 different items to try to think how he can fix this.
Yeah.
He's like, BKB, nope, that's not going to help me.
They'll still kill him.
Physical, but he does need it because there's so much control. So it's tough to itemize for this NP. Similar as we've seen some of these Linas when you're playing versus all this minus armor. Big push coming in from Vision. They're seeing a window to be able to get a Rax
I mean,
advantage.
they're so strong around this butterfly timing of Satanic. It's phenomenal.
And there's no matter. The call will come out.
But notice, he's in with the crush on the two of them, catches Yatoro. Yatoro pops the mantra and backs off. But no one, he's ready to roll in deep with the Rolling Thunder. Collapse, BKB and back away.
Satanic, 50 seconds still.
Toro stepping back up onto Ducalis. They get the Enchantress. Brew trying to see if he can catch more from this.
Satanic.
Toro, surround Satanic. That's going to be Satanic dead for once. No,
back.
He's gone though. Notice gets him with the BKB. Has to slither away. Can they keep Satanic safe? Satanic will go for the Requiem into the TP. They want to get out of this Vision. They don't want to stick around anymore.
The cat's noticed.
He's not going to get the chance for the TP. The dunk comes through from Collapse Spirit. They'll push back.
The meta comes right back up during the fight there. He's got the Scotty also, so Yatoro, he is incredibly tanky. You can see the SF's like, okay, I have Butterfly, but hits him once or twice, and he's like, wait a minute, this TP is insanely strong. Vision trying to find a window to go for this push here, but they get counteracted from the buyback from not be very quickly there. And Spirit's draft, you know, sure, for Laurel can be some difficulties, but they do scale extremely hard this game.
The greed can absolutely pay off.
Vision really wanted to get some type of Rax advantage there with this Aegis usage. Not quite able to just yet there.
And I quite like this as well if Lyle goes for it. A relatively early Axe pickup. We don't really see this. I want to say, you know, out of all the Nature Prophet games, obviously a lot of the times it's carry and such, so you're much less likely to see something like an Axe pickup. But even when it's in the mid, we don't get the Aghanims being picked up.
There was a time when, who was it? It was Liquid, I think, when they had Zai. I remember he was buying this a lot, and you're just playing that. You're the anti-carry, right? Because you apply this AoE disarm onto multiple different heroes, and as we mentioned for Vision, it's all physical damage. If they're all disarmed, there ain't no damage. So pretty cool approaches if he does pivot toward that way. Cool. And I think Spirit knows, right? If they can just keep this game going, they're gonna have that crazy scaling.
Yeah, they believe in you, Toro, to carry this one, and Lal to be the backup carry.
Vision looking to continue this pressure here. Level 19 on Satanic, still standing strong with this Butterfly.
Very close to having the full Satanic himself.
Only a 2K lead at the moment for Vision. I anticipate that they wanted to get a bit more out of this mid game with their team fight advantage. So of course, lots of potential for them to also continue with this scaling. No one can continue as well. Same thing for Notice. He'll up the Aghanims. I think we're truly in for a treat this game as well, too. These teams just on such even footing, matching each other's movements. Sure, this one, not 29 kills at the 29-minute mark that we did see last time from one team, but still very impressive little macro plays that both teams are doing.
In terms of timings, in the mid. No one. They'll get Brew here.
Big damage. In terms of timings, you were saying?
If you're Vision, what are you waiting for next? Is it sort of the case of just waiting for the next Roshan? Are you able to still try and force a fight before the Roche?
I think you take any fight you can take, but you want to fight around that Roche especially too. You just have to be very aware of the positioning. Collapse now does have the BKB as well too. It's eyes on Yatoro, right? If you can catch Yatoro and kill him at the start of the fights, Spirit's entire fight just completely disappears. So that's the main thing for Vision, I would say, is just dealing with Yatoro. And Yatoro now, cool, actually goes for the BKB this game. I thought he would do it last game a little earlier too. He went for the MKB, went for the greed. I'm glad he didn't go that greedy this game.
I mean, these two item timings are going to give them a pretty good chance to fight. So we see the Axe now done on Lal.
Oh, they're very strong right now in Satanic. He's in danger territory right now.
Sure. He's going to be ready to start going for him with the meta. They do have the rebound to take him out to the side. There's the Axe Breath of Nature coming in with the Entangle. Catches the two of them. Takes out 9 class Collapse. He's ready to come in with the BKB and the Blade Bell. He's caught Satanic. Satanic goes down as Yatoro breaks in the damage. They're ready to try for more. Punch up onto Notice, controlling through the BKB. He'll still be able to slither away.
But a defensive BKB, you're seeing Spirit ready to fight. Yatoro standing strong.
And then just a little bit of a trip up. The Axe Wrath of Nature just holding for him only momentarily, but enough to sort of allow Collapse to continue to close in and have that chance to get the jump call to lock down Satanic and allow Yatoro to bring him down.
Satanic now, even though it doesn't feel great in this type of game because there's things that go through it, he does have to go for BKB as well. The control is going to start to be problematic. Spirit starting to gain quite a bit of control in this game. Yatoro did get the serrated Shiv, of course, too, so he is able to bypass that Butterfly occasionally. absolutely see it coming to play there. And 9 Class, even though he can bail him away the first time with the rebound, he ends up dying, and they still can chase forward for it. Pressure feels like it's building up quickly here onto Vision in these last few moments. Spirit gaining hefty momentum.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really is sort of those two timings. Getting the BKB at this point at the build for Yatoro, having this Aghanims on Lyle's Nature's Prophet, it sort of allows them to play to a timing that Vision, I don't know if they're necessarily prepared for.
No, I don't think you anticipate this build on the Nature's Prophet by any means. No. It's something quite rare to see. It does feel very strong in this game versus the literal all-physical damage draft of Vision. Does have some very good answers versus now.
Just super disruptive in these team fights.
They made it through that hard moment of the lack of team fight. Now the Wrath of Nature.
That's true. That is
a team.
That is the team fight they were missing. They've managed to find it here with this build from Lyle.
Now, Quinn was mentioned multiple times now on the panel. Sometimes it's items that are the important things for a lot of these heroes to change the dynamic of how they play. That's exactly what this Aghanims does for NP. He has a really strong talent at 22 that most don't take, too. Most of them, since they're playing carry, they take the Sprout damage. But in this game, can absolutely just go for the Wrath, and it's a 60-second cooldown.
And if you want to be really cool, you go for the Refresher Octarine build. We'll see if he's cool enough, Lyle.
Okay, well, I don't know if he'll go down that. Eventually, he'll be able to get it all, because he'll get a free Refresher, probably.
That is true.
Okay, so Vision, I feel like they have to fight. I don't think you can sit back at this point. Let Spirit play their game. They have a full AC on the Slardar. Notice has changed the build.
But it's into this age.
It is.
It's not easy. But Vision, they're not afraid of a challenge. The smoke comes in. Vision looking for the wraparound. They've got eyes on Collapse. It would be a huge jump to take the axe out. He's been getting some pretty good calls. And there's the initiation. He'll get the BKB off. See if he can get away from the rest of the chase of Vision. Yatoro ready to hold the high ground. Puts the meta. They turn towards him. The fear will push back Satanic for now. Yatoro trying to bring down the Enchantress first. Ducalis. He will slowly but surely go down off to the side, not me dealt with. But now the Raptor comes in, locking down the team. Yatoro steps up over towards Satanic, but notices him with the bash. The crush, the thunder, doesn't matter. Yatoro still goes down the once. The Collapse jumps in with the dunk, and he's ready to look for more. Pushing up to the high ground. Snowball say buying time. Yatoro surrounding Satanic. He's caught in the trees, but out to back away. The Requiem's there. So Yatoro step away from the fight. He knows the fight now. It's over. They've got to run. He'll go for the TP. He'll get away. Vision, they survive through it, and they're able to push into Spirit and take the team fight.
They keep Satanic alive. It's all these little things. The bodyguard lifesteal with the Satanic as well, too. Everything coming into play there. They're able to distance him away from Yatoro. Spirit, they had the positional advantage there for a second.
They had the high ground.
The Rolling Thunder was already expended. He was able to keep wailing on them, but they get the distancing there. That was beautiful execution from Vision. Just watch how they bail out. It's all about Satanic, right? So throw all the buffs on him. Watch 9 Class sitting on the sidelines, waiting for the moves to get that save when it looks scary for Satanic for a second. And Marcy's doing the work.
And honestly, the fact that Vision were as split as they were here, it kind of worked to their favor. Because Spirit, you could sort of tell they didn't really know where to go for. Yatoro, he had to use a fair bit of time at the start to bring down the Enchantress. So by the time he turns up to try and take down the rest of them, they've got enough firepower and survivability to take the fight in their favor. And Yatoro, you can feel it here. He's like, guys, we can't do this. I've got to get out of this one.
Oh, and this is such absurdly high-skilled Dota. Satanic, full MKB now to have the answer for the eventual butterfly. I mean, I say eventual. Yatoro has the butterfly, and he's got an MKB as it comes out.
That's huge.
Massive for Satanic.
And they got the gem there right as well.
They did. And I think it was actually, so I missaw there. Apologies. Now that I saw the replay, he didn't actually end up getting the save from 9 Class. I think it was Ducalis' Force Staff that ended up getting that positioning for Satanic, or it was his Force Staff, one of the two. I didn't see which one it was. Smoke up.
Oh, they're ready to go again. I'm in Vision. They're like, if we could do that into an Aegis, imagine what we can do without an Aegis.
Into an Aegis and into an high ground positioning that Spirit had too.
They're going to feel very strong after that last play, Vision. Ready to go again.
We're getting treated with such beautiful Dodo, and less than just a 3K lead here at this point. Both teams battling it, duking it out. And as we said, Yatoro, he is the key to watch. He is everything for the side of Spirit in this game.
The meta is back up for him.
Looking for the angle.
That's it, showing in the mid. Crush. Spirit. We're going to see Ducalis. But to quickly take down the Ench, Division want to do anything without their Enchantress. Doesn't look like it. They respect the fact that pickoff's made. They won't try and fight 4v5.
They didn't have to expend anything either on the side of Spirit to get that kill. They've got everything at the ready. Didn't even use the meta, just used the Demon Seal to close the gap. There's two.
This is the concern as well for both sides. If you lose a team fight, the enemy, as long as their carries up, are going to be able to push so fast.
Yes, they kill these buildings insane. Some of the fastest pushing lineups I think we're going to see. Vision, as you said too, having this double gem, they're able to take that one away. It's going to be big for the next upcoming movements in terms of map control. But neck and neck again this game. And the pivot too, we did see, right, from Noticed. Going for this AC in this last team fight, you absolutely could feel that overwhelming physical. Even though it's a Terrorblade with 50 armor, you started to see those right clicks coming from the SF.
Yeah, and sort of going the other way as well. It was taking a long time for Yatoro to bring anyone down, despite how farmed he is. So once that Hydra's breath is complete, it's you know, that's going to help out a lot. It's on the way out on the courier. It's a good step up to the damage output of Yatoro.
And I mean, I can't believe I haven't said this now for 35 minutes, but when I was talking about Vision pretty much being only...
Well, notice.
So is Spirit.
I found Lyle. I'll try and push it back and catch him in the Sprout.
Noticed.
He's going to be careful. Feels that Lyle might have backup, so doesn't want to try and push to finish the kill. Same time, Spirit. They're looking to see if they can catch the rest of Vision split up, but no one. He's already in with the jump on towards them. Commits him with the Rolling Thunder. They're going to find the Dark Willow. They've got the Yule's control on to Collapse. Sets up for Notice to come in with the crush. Collapse. He has to put the BKB and step back. The wraparound. Yatoro in with the Metamorphosis. Satanic damage in on the Satanic. Satanic tries to force away. He'll get the red from Austin, but the BKB's out for Yatoro. Satanic. He's thrown back by Night Class getting him out of there. He's dead. Final right clicks fly through. Satanic will fall.
How does Yatoro get that positioning? That was insane. Has the Hydra breath for the fight too, so just rips this Shadow King.
And they were so quick to make that move. They saw sort of that play that Notice went for down bottom onto Lyle, and they were like, well, we could go on them on the mid, try and force the chaos, and they succeed in doing so. At this point, there's no SF for a full minute.
Are they going to close the game? They're going tier 4s.
They're going to feel it.
The glyph was popped.
They know with the pickups for the MKB, he spent the money. He does not have the money for buyback. Yatoro knows that this is their opportunity to do serious damage and maybe even threaten the game.
Oh, and they might be able to close it out. It's 50 seconds.
And they take the building so fast. Notice, he's in with the crush. Looks to be collapsed. Not getting the cool connection onto Notice. Notice turns towards Yatoro, but he's got to be careful. They hit hard. The Wrath comes through. The root's there. Notice is gone.
Oh my God. I mean, Yatoro, how does he find that angle to get on top of them there?
Notice is going to have to buy back.
Okay. Tier 4s are dropping.
No one. A good angle here with the Rolling Thunder. Catching both the mid and the carry. Jumping with the crush. That's Lyle gone.
Can they chase for more?
Lyle does have a buyback if he wants to make a crazy move. Yatoro.
Snowball.
Gonna be there to take him out. Night Class and no one. They're going to try and jump forward to chase on towards him. Vic coming down. The call's there. Collapse. Gets the dunk on to Night Class. That's Night Class out. As he keeps Lyle and Yatoro safe. Look, Yatoro, he wants to go back in on this. He's looking towards no one, but the bash comes in from Notice. Yatoro trying to stand his ground against the Slardar.
He's fighting.
The trade. The bash is there. Yatoro lives. The impetus.
The Sunder. He just gets the mana.
He's back up with the HP. Dakala's still trying to push him away. Rue, he's going to be the sacrifice. Leave the tusk behind. Get your Terrorblade out of there.
Oh my God, he literally just got the mana. He was sitting at 25, just picks it up to that 50 and gets the Sunder on his illusion and saves him. Oh my goodness, they get double tier 4s. They'll get the rain tracks, not the melee, but forcing heavy buybacks. Even no one as well expending his Laurel.
2 big core buybacks.
Laurel did buy back in to make sure that he could protect his buddy, so that was used there. But a big hit Spirit blowing open the game. And I can watch Satanic in the fight. I mean, we'll wait for this one again afterwards, actually. Chase forward.
Just able to bail Yatoro out. Maybe if they got that Yatoro kill, things would have looked to be in a bit of a smoother spot off the defense, but not getting the Terrorblade as desperately as they tried. Collapse keeping him safe from that initial jump from 9 Class. And at this point, even though Notice gets on top of him, Yatoro's so farmed, he's got so much armor, it's so hard for Notice to finish off the job. And as you say, getting just enough here to get that Sunder play off.
It was literally, look at this, he even toggled this mat in
He needed it, yep, the tread switch did it.
I think he had enough mana anyway without it, but it was still cool to see that he goes for the play, right? He's anticipating these type of moves. I mean, massive from Spirit. Yatoro now level 25. It's hard for Satanic. It's hard for SF in general to fight versus a TB, but without BKB, he's just getting, he can't lifesteal.
Spirit, they're going to be ready to jump again. Satanic might not be ready for this. Collapse.
It's quick.
Oh, he's able to slide away from the range of the call.
I mean, Satanic needs more help in these fights, though, because he can't lifesteal. You're getting hit from this Scotty. You cannot turn in lifesteal with your Satanic. It's also getting robbed, of course, from the Krullas, but my goodness, Spirit looking to potentially close this
And
one
then
out.
they're going again.
Looking for another fight.
They know that the buyback situation, it's not in a great spot for Vision. They can find a big catch. They can put an end to this game, Spirit. No one.
Careful. Such tense moments. These next moments for Vision are everything. Collapse.
They're giving some praise there to no one for those quick reactions.
What an absolutely insane game so far here.
I mean, so in these team fights, what do you do if you're Vision? Is it sort of just a case then for Satanic to sort of, if he sees the Metamorphosis come out, you have to just get out completely? Can you actually fight into your Toro when he has the Metamorphosis up?
It's hard to say exactly. This TB is something, they just, it's a force to be reckoned with. They don't really have the best answers. Even the kiting factor isn't there. Satanic, the matchup in general, right? TB versus SF, it's heavily favored for TB once it starts getting to these points because he just has that range advantage. So I guess just all-inning, right? They have to close the gap and fully all-in for Yotoro and just somehow try to bring him down with that, but it's easier said than done. Especially now that these levels are starting to come in for him. He's got extra saving tools with the Satanic himself.
And the Yotoro might just be able to get himself another Aegis here, ready for the push. It's the third Roshan. There's going to be that Refresher Shard on top of that.
And always too, right? Yotoro, he can lifesteal in the fights. He can be able to stand his ground. There isn't that mitigation in the same type of factor. He also has a hard save with the Tusk potentially. He also has a Vlad's too. Multiple different ways Spirit have to bail him out now at this point.
To get that chance, of course, with the way the draft played out, you know,
he did get
SF's taken early. They get to think through the whole draft, what carry-to-carry matchup they want to play with. And, you know, if anyone's going to be the master at the SF and know exactly what the SF's going to hate playing into, it's going to be Yotoro. And we're seeing that matchup get to that point now this game. The sort of weakness that might have been there because they had to make this pivot, put the Nature's Prophet mid, and go for this greedier route, they've gotten completely through that.
Yeah, I mean, the itemization from Laurel is genius, right? Just the Aghanims, and we don't see it as much anymore. It is absolutely making that difference to protect, hold targets in place. If he had gone just straight right-click build, right, they could have lost these mid-game team fights super hard. The game could have just completely collapsed for them there, so kind of being everything for them.
Talking about Aghanims.
Full item.
Aghanims picked up for Yotoro.
Is that the blessing? It is the full blessing, so he's got it at use immediately.
He's ready to go all in. Has that Aegis, of course, so Second Life is there and knows that there's going to be this time. They're going to want to do something within the next 2 minutes or so whilst these 3 buybacks are still unavailable for Vision.
It's just hard to see how they kill Yotoro at this point. Even through the 1 life, as we saw in that top fight, they have so many ways to protect. They even have that cheese, of course, too, for the next fight that he can just, you know, you can pass it over to him as well.
Just another very, very low death game for Yotoro. Only dying the once.
He has played this game absolutely flawless.
I mean, pretty much the series as well, right? Even in the loss, had a very impressive scoreline on his Shadow Fiend.
Vision, you can tell they're feeling that pressure now. Satanic has yet to really grow in the next item.
One failed defense away from losing the game. Spirit.
Their pivot and adaptation in this game has been beautiful to watch. Vision has taken some good fights, but now,
I mean, this
how are they going
defense,
to take this fight?
Who's going to be the one to go first? Get rid of the banner. Satanic's got to be careful when Yotoro starts to get his hands on him like this.
Hard to hit him.
A lot of damage brings him down to half HP. People see no one trying to jump the backlines, but the BKB's out for collapse. Get the call as well on towards Notice. Notice has the BKB with the punch up there. Yotoro bringing in the damage. Notice trapped by the shard. Notice he's gone. Buyback still on cooldown for a minute and a half.
It's just so hard for them to execute the fight. They roll in, they try anything there, but they just can't collapse. He's just too fast.
I mean, who is going to touch Yotoro? Who's going to go for the jump? Nobody can get anywhere close to him right now as he's taken away the rest of the base. Collapse will get the call. There'll be the rebound to try and bail no one out of this. The shield crash back in. Fear catches him off to the side. No one's out. Also without the buyback. It's over. GG is called. Team Spirit take game 3.
That fight in mid, where Yotoro gets this angle, they know that Notice is going for this play on bottom, and he just sandwiches on top of Satanic. Satanic couldn't attack. I think these last 2 fights, he just has to spend the entire time trying to run away from this Terrorblade, and he just can't. That's this matchup. It gets to this point. You can't get close to him. You can't get away from him. You're getting ripped to shreds. Yotoro, absolutely beast performance from him.
I mean, we did hear concerns about the fact that the Terrorblade was left in the draft. Vision, they felt that if it was going to come in and the switch-up had to happen with the Nature's Prophet going mid, that they'd have the counter, they'd have the advantage in the team fights. They just couldn't find enough of them. The game stagnated, slowed down, and Spirit are able to close it up. 2-1 right now in this grand finals here at the International for Spirit.
It is exactly what Lal was talking about in one of his winners interviews yesterday, where he said, we can play late game. We can play it fast. We can play essentially whatever we want to be able to draft to themselves. And this time around, it really shows because we favored them each and every game into the laning phase and out of it. But this time around, it felt like, well, they're going to have more of a competition. At the end of the day, Quinn, they very clearly live up to that and surpass it.
Yeah, I think this is more what traditional Spirit compared to, I think the past couple of games, like you said, have been very much about early tempo, about winning lanes, a very different look that's more suited to their new supports. But this game was classic Spirit. They've got the late game. They know they've got the late game. They've got the carry matchup, and they're chilling. They're vibing. They're taking incredibly clutch fights and outplaying people and just biding their time because the clock is ticking. Vision can hear it in their ear, but they can't do anything about it.
They're just amazing to watch at TI. I mean, their ability to recognize what they need to do to win games has been so consistent throughout the years, but this time around it feels like they have the play to back up the vision in their mind. In this game, it was just about which carry could hit other people for longer, which team could enable the other carry to hit people for longer, and Team Spirit were able to isolate Satanic in so many of these fights, get the correct jump, and make it so that he couldn't stand his ground as SF and chunk into Team Spirit.
Yeah, and eventually the game gets to the point where we see when Yatoro is making the final push on the high ground, he is just standing there and SF is hitting him and his HP bar isn't moving because all the damage on Team Vision's side is physical and he just doesn't take physical damage. It's one of TB's best traits. He has incredible armor and they abuse it to its fullest extent in this series.
I mean, this is that moment that you're talking about where it feels like maybe Spirit have overstepped a little bit by going straight for that throne, which is a call I love to see. I feel like it's incredibly bold, especially in the grand finals, and the TB's just standing there. He does not care at all whatever the slot is dishing
He hit
out.
him 15 times and took 10 damage. Like this,
10's generous.
Yeah, if that. Like the hero's late game is completely psychotic in games like this, and I think Vision, it's a weakness that it seems Spirit are exposing, that Vision, they don't like it when the enemy team has the late game. They are not doing well enough in lanes against Spirit compared to how they are against other teams. Spirit is surviving that early game. They're getting off to a decent enough start. The Vision can't run them over. And then if Spirit's chilling with the late game, then we've got some big problems.
I also feel like Puppy talks about like the team fight superiority that they're going to have as the game progresses, but Varl itemized around it, right? He bought the Aghanims on the Nature's Prophet. It gives you this huge AoE route on everything that the ulti hits. And it's just smart decisions like this that, you know, when Spirit are doing well, you can see why. They can overcome this what they're lacking with their draft through items. They're finding ways to like make things come together even when they don't have those natural tools in the heroes.
I'm still just so impressed with what was happening in the carry-to-carry matchup because we love to see what Yatoro can bring in a TI finals. For Satanic, it's his first time, and he has been the shining light time and time again in every game for Vision. This time around, they wanted to put the same faith in there, and for the earlier part of it, it really was that narrative. It really was that story, and so just getting essentially this free Terrorblade game and getting to have Yatoro on something so comfortable blows my mind as to how he performs.
I mean, I forgot the heroes in the pool, but I think even more importantly now, Spirit has a huge edge mentally over Team Vision, because Team Vision, they've been ran over in Game 1, they almost got ran over in Game 2, and now they got carry matchup in the last pick. So when you go into the last pick, the amount of options that you have to consider, because I think up until the TB, Spirit were the ones that had to play tempo. Spirit were the ones that had to play fast. But with the TB, they completely flipped the draft, and they put themselves in a late game position, and there's a lot of heroes that you need to consider now for your bans.
Yeah, Yatoro's been exceptional, but we can see Not Me be pulled up on the graphic right now, and he played a really great game too. That high ground defense that Team Spirit had versus Team Vision when they got that Aegis and they were trying to pressure really early on, there was a 3-man curse crown that they lost to. Like, they were able to disengage with the Marcy rebound, but a lot of this game also just added up to the Spirits on support. The supports on Spirit being able to control Team Vision. Whereas if you look at Team Vision supports, between an Enchantress and a Marcy, there really isn't that much control, so there was less maneuverability to work around in the team fights. There was less consistency in the high ground pushes.
I fully agree with that. I heard Puppy mention in the coach interview after Game 2 that he thinks they were outdrafted in Game 1 and 2. Well, I'd extend that to say they got outdrafted in Game 3 as well. I think Miposhka is dancing circles around them. And I think that is a big reason why the series has felt like Spirit is dominating, and Vision did win the game too, but overall it's felt Spirit's side. And I think a lot of that is due to the prep, is due to the situations they're setting themselves up in. They've got comfort, they've got late game, and it just feels like it's games that Spirit is very happy with.
To be fair, there were moments of crowd pleasing with that Marcy. I know that when we look at the support duos, they're not really comparable in Stania, but again, it's just massive praise to be able to come out in the grand finals, see what you think is going to be on paper a fantastic matchup, and pick an uncontested hero here. Almost works out for them. There are a lot of clutch plays from the Marcy still.
I mean, it is a lane class hero, but I think Puppy didn't want to say it, but almost all of his heroes are banned out. When I looked at the bans, there was a Hoodwink, and Hoodwink is not traditionally a hero that he plays, so I feel like he didn't want to go for that. He rather wanted the comfort. It's a TI final pressure. He felt like, I want to play something I know how to play. And it added to their concept, right, of adding damage to the SF. It gives him more tools.
We were seeing the uncontested heroes here, and we had 2 more on it when we started the day, but both the Disruptor and the Marcy now being picked up. It always feels like they're all free game right now, Gwen. You could pick anything for yourself.
Yeah, when you get into that zone, that TI zone of creativity, you're looking for what makes sense right now. You don't care about the meta. TI Grand Finals is its own meta. You throw everything else out the window, it's trash. We have what we have now, and that's all that matters.
And on the topic of the Marcy, she was dodged. Like, there was this idea that they wanted to Marcy Slardar and bully the enemy carry, but they ended up dodging that matchup because of the Tusk protection. So they just read into it on Team Spirit.
I love it. The reading is there. The balance is there in draft as well. But TI just keeps giving, whether it's new heroes or whether it's special content pieces coming out for our home crowd here in Shanghai.
折腾了这么久，我终于找到你了。以你的天赋和技巧，世上最会刷钱之人。够了，不要再刷了！Warning 大师，
不要再刷了，大老远赶来，让我看看你那可怜的经济吧。天哥，你觉得我是个严厉的师傅吗？那你根本不知道接下来你要面对的是什么。我已经把你那可怜的矿子清完了，再给我来10波远古，天亮之前再给我拿30步眼。我儿近日大有长进，但我只能教你打钱之道。要真正超凡入圣，你必须领悟成为强者所需的一切。为此，你必须踏入Dota江湖。江湖路远，刀剑无眼，你得学会征服痛苦。
我的第一位大师非常的严格，他教会了我怎么样补刀，怎么样刷钱。但是这仅仅是我旅途的开始，我现在准备好去拜见我的第2位大师了。DY 大师。感谢你教了我这么多。
当然，不用客气。倒下的敌人是不会反抗你的。黑暗贤者。
DY 大师，我随您修炼已有一段时日了，是时候接受一些考验了吧
？No， 还没有到正确的时机。大地之力。
DY 大师，我已经跟随您修炼20多天了，我们到底什么时候才能开启这个悟道之门啊？
不，你还有很多东西可以学。吃桃子可以回血，然后我可以过拆，拆掉你的藤甲，然后用酒，就是这些牌有很多东西都要学。住手！这扇门后藏着世界上最恐怖的东西，它力大无穷， 知道如何面对它，就等于知道如何面对世界上最大的痛苦。
世间最大的痛苦？
你真的觉得你准备好了吗？
我准备好了。
那就去面对痛苦魔方吧。
啊？那是……哦，他的头好方啊！
你什么意思？你要小心啊，我的弟子！你每一次攻心，他都会10倍奉还。但若你能驾驭这种反击，你的力量就会随之增长。如果你能受得了他一直送，或许你还能跟他并肩作战。
我都说我输了，你还说几遍？我问你。
哦
啊！
哦
啊！
哦！
学会跟他正面交锋吧，天哥。当他再也伤不到你时，你就能迎接下一个挑战了。
这就是为什么某某某大哥总是去别的队伍。
你什么意思？
而且他从来没有跟你组过队哦，并且他将永远不会和你一起打。我的第2位大师们，有点奇怪，但是他们教会了我如何在精神上战胜敌人。接下来我将要去拜访我的第3位大师，让我的身体变得更强壮。
把这个板当做1塔，快点给我打爆它！
是萨姆纳斯大师。
叫我超哥，再加1块板。
说实话，你硬推这个1塔没什么用。
他说的是真的吗，超哥大师？
再说一次，我的名字叫路遥，再加1块。
你这个推完这个1塔，你也不好打钱，有必要吗？
别理他，他有毛病。还有你，太弱了。要想变强，你就给我每天早睡早起，多晒太阳。
太阳？真的假的？这太阳到底有什么用啊？装太阳能板了，晒太阳能充电，还是说你是什么植物人或者什么草系宝可梦能光合作用啊？啊？你是练武还是修仙啊？你搞个火堆呗？你现在能懂我说太阳是什么意思了吧？啊？就是你跟太阳很熟吗？而且你是去过太阳，还是说那边有你兄弟啊？啊？
你到底在说什么鬼啊？谢谢你，路遥大师。
等等，叫我 maybe。不过为师确实替你感到骄傲，你确实学到了真东西啊！
真东西，不是真东西，真学到真东西了。学到啥了呀？要我看不如。
如今，我想我终于准备好了，去拜见那位尊师泰斗。
站住！若你想进入万世之师的密室，你必须选出正确的钥匙。
我们现在不要说这些好吗？真是的，让开！在下天哥前来拜会宗师泰斗，弟子苦练多时，恳请尊师指点。
Me? No, that's.
哈哈哈哈哈！
哎呀，你大师！
哎，米大师，看到了你的进步。
哈哈哈哈哈哈！
你的招式很般的。
Would you rather do this in English?
我听不懂英文。哈哈哈哈哈哈！你为何而来？
哇，这是一个漫长而悲伤的故事。RPG， 为什么没人带我上分呢？哎，这个是什么呀？不对呀，这合理吗？这就是我的故事。
你是不是傻
？Burning 的补刀，奥瑞的磨练，双驱兄弟的决心，所有这一切，都是为了此刻 AME 大师，时候到了。
天哥，你已经准备好了。
经济发育，
已真成熟。
钢铁
心境。
唯有烈火方能淬炼。相信自己。
妈妈，
牛来。先锋4，我打你
What a fantastic content piece coming out here for this year's TI. It is such an enjoyable moment every year where we get to see the creativeness that comes out. And Skydub getting the absolute list, long list of legends and masterful training there just for Herald 4 like the rest of us.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understood all the references, but I still enjoyed it mightily. My goodness. It's also cool to get to see all the sort of the Chinese pros and people in the scene from, like, I don't know, it's been such a long time we've been in Dota. So to get to see Burning and, I don't know, all these legends is very, very cool.
And hearing the crowd respond to all the cameos was incredible. They were so loud. I mean, especially for Slacks. You know what I mean? The master of all masters.
No, that was a great content piece. I had a blast watching it. It was really, really nice.
It's always really fun, and it feels like it really does do a service to everyone that's given so much of their lives, so much of their times, given us like such notable plays as well, specifically from our Chinese Dota scene. So I love it. Thank you guys so much again for putting in all of that effort, for making what it was such a fun content piece here. But at the end of the day, the one reason a lot of us are still tuning in is the grand finals. We still have not decided who is going to be lifting that Aegis. Right now, Spirit are 2 games in this one. It is Vision with 1 game for themselves. And when you look towards it, it is only 1 more game Spirit need until we have 2 3-time TI champions, a 2-time TI champion in LOL as well, and a first-time TI attendee lifting the Aegis and not me. Like, it's crazy to think you are 1 game away from getting to achieve all of that together as a 5-man.
Yeah, I think you need to be careful that pressure doesn't affect you. I think this team is as good at not doing that as anyone, is staying strong and focusing on the gameplay at hand. But the closer you get, I think the more of a temptation it becomes. And it's the classic Kuro line of don't think about winning. And I think there is truth in that you want to stay focused on actually playing the game, not on the result that happens if you do. Because while that's cool and all, that is not relevant right now because it's not a reality.
Yep, it's 0-0, right? You start over the game just fresh. Nothing. Dota doesn't care that you're 2 games up, right? It's not going to be more forgiving to you, or it's not going to make you deal more damage. None of your heroes change. It's all starting over from scratch, and equal opportunity for both teams here, really.
We're looking at the number of TI appearances, and it's so fun to get to look at the numbers and then kind of put it into a percentage, into a different sort of perspective. If Spirit were to win on here, it would be a 50% win rate at TI for Yotoro, Miposhka, and Collapse. That's crazy. They've attended 6, this one being their 6, and to win 3 of them would be wild.
That's insane. That's like, because the TIs that Team Spirit didn't win, they got knocked out early.
Yeah.
So it really feels like the story with this team has been, if you don't knock them out early, they're going to evolve and develop into this Pokemon that no one can defeat, you know? Just like Dove went on her journey in that content piece to become the master of all masters. This is what's happening here.
But it's not like Vision are going to go down without a fight, though, in Stadia. We saw them really bounce back in game number 2, and that's the hope I'm hoping they're holding on to, that knowing that they can stick it to Spirit if it gets to that late game.
Absolutely, and I think they've proved it time and time again throughout the event. All their matches have been 2-1s. That means you've been put in these positions before where you're only one game away from losing the series and you have to clutch it out. So they know it's not a position they're not familiar with. They're very familiar with it. And I think they are just like Spirit. They're a team that learns a lot from the drafts. They can improve with every game that they play. And to be honest, the story of this series so far seems to be like you want to make sure you have the end game win condition.
Yeah, and they also haven't had that for those 3 games. And so while they may be down and it may seem like Spirit has been doing better throughout the series, it's not that distant. Like, that's the thing about these games is you can be losing and can even feel dominant. But when you go back and you watch the replay or you look at the draft, it's such small things change that give you such a big advantage. And you've had a bigger gap now, right? Between games 3 or between games 2, no, 3 and 4. 3 and 4, sorry.
Yes, you're
there
right,
is a
Tyson.
longer break. And so that means you have more time to think about things, more time to reset a little bit, to process how you want to change your draft and come in stronger. And so I think that break helps the team that's down a little bit because you get to process things and figure a little bit more out.
I know this is such a weird question to ask, but when you go to a game number 4 and you get that elongated break, what is the process of it? Because I'm also aware that these guys have been going at it for hours, and I know that recovering is one aspect of it, but are you out there caffeinating more? Are you eating? Like, what are the other ways in which you're trying to utilize the fact that you have a longer break instead of just talking about the Dota?
I think a lot of it depends from person to person. I think because some people need to work on the draft, but that's not everyone. It's not something you want too many cooks in the kitchen. You want just enough. And so I think some people are leaning back in their chair. You have a little bit of food. You're just chilling and sort of, I don't know, you eat a little bit and you wait for the next game. And I think some people are going the other route. They're drinking coffee, they're drinking whatever caffeine they need, and they're focusing on the draft and doing the hard work. And so I think the leadership roles, maybe the No One and the Puppy, they're taking the hard road of we need to fix problems and work on things. And your Satanics and your Notice, your newer players, I'm going to steel myself. I'm going to play as well as I can for this upcoming game.
I do think that a pep talk needs to happen, though, for Vision, especially for their supports. Because something that I wanted to talk about was I do think the supports, the duos, are getting diffed this game. Even in that game, too, I feel like in all 3 games, Team Spirit supports have been moving to the mid lane and outpacing Vision supports. They've been clutching the late game. They've been able to do more with what they have than Team Vision. And when I look at this, I don't really see the issues with the cores and how they've been playing. It's more so how the supports are enabling them, and Team Vision are a little bit lackluster today compared to Ruin Not Me.
I mean, it ties to the hero pools and the drafts, right? We saw in this game 3, Spirit's bans are all over 9 class. None of the heroes that he really wants to play are given to him. He's forced to play this Marcy. I know Puppy said they wanted to do it. It's a cool idea. I could definitely see it work. There's potential for it. And I think, honestly, any other hero than the TB, they probably put it with the Star Dart, like you said, Mira, and then they try to run over that lane. But once TB comes out, it's just, this isn't possible anymore. And that's just, I think, draft-wise, Spirit has been solving that. They're making it hard for the supports to have that impact.
I think another big factor that comes into it is these games 4s is you just have to stay mentally strong. That to me was the biggest thing about playing in a TI final is it's such a mental test. It's just different than every other series, and all your hopes and dreams are so close, especially now that you've gotten deeper into the series. Being able to just focus on the Dota and push all those things aside is one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. And so I feel for these players, and I look and see how they come into the boost and how the game starts and trying to feel how they feel, because it is, I think, honestly, it's harder than the Dota itself, is the mentality that goes into it and being strong and fortifying yourself to actually be able to play the game to the fullest of your ability.
Yeah, I do think that's where Team Spirit shines, with that mental fortification. But just to address the graphic that came on screen, they had the same kill participation in 9 class and Not Me. And what Aiden mentioned about the draft is very true, because if your Willow has 3-man Curse Crowns and 1 Terrorize in a team fight, and your Marcy, all she can do is rebound, there's not that much you can do. The support duos and their heroes have looked like they don't have enough. I mean, at some point, you can break Dota down simply to the more control we have, the easier the late game will be. And you could just look towards fixing the angles of control. Maybe Enchantress should be benched for the next game.
Perhaps. I mean, I think the idea with the Marcy here was just you were going to bail out our carry, right? But bailing someone out when he's in a losing matchup and he doesn't win by surviving is the issue. That really is where it's just Spirit they're geniuses, and there's a reason they're here. And it's honestly impressive that they can do that with just 1 pick.
Yeah, it feels like when you're doing the Marcy and that is the pivotal part for her, that's the role that she wants to play, you're almost saying, we don't actually really want a team fight. We might poke and we might try and all in, but at the end of the day, that isn't really our MO with what we're going for here.
Yeah, it's tough, and you just have to you either have to pick a path and do your own thing and just pick your own heroes and say Spirit's going to counter us and that's okay. We believe in our heroes a whole lot. That's one path. And the other route is you try to play Spirit's game and you say you're going to counter our strategy on a higher level. We're going to try to do the same thing. And I think you have to kind of pick a path because in some ways I think they're dilly-dallying between the two. Sometimes they're picking their own stuff and sometimes they're trying to overarching counter. I think they're getting a bit outplayed at Spirit's game and they're not quite fully committing to the other way.
Yeah, I mean, what you mentioned there in regards to the previous game, like they opened up with a Shadow Fiend. They wanted to build up the Shadow Fiend to be this critical point in the game where Satanic just stands there and chunks at everybody. So they enable him with an amp damage and a Mercy sidekick. But at some point, it really wasn't working out to actually get him to play. The game ended with Yatoro's Terrorblade having 55,000 hero damage and Satanic's SF having 20,000 hero damage. He just was not able to stand there and hit. So maybe it's because they didn't fully commit to the idea of building up a turret in SF. Maybe the Pango plus Sartor together made it redundant and they needed one more enabler.
I do think there's even more credit that goes to the way of Spirit and Maposhka is because they first picked the Nature's Prophet and they go in thinking that this is going to be a Yatoro Nature's Prophet, right? They're not really calling this that Lal is going to be comfortable playing it, and even if they do, then they're willing to call that bluff. And it is almost an exact replica of what happened in Game 1, where they're trying to call the bluff again on Lal's hero pool. He doesn't play that Slark, and even if we do, we'll try and dodge the matchup. He doesn't play Nature's Prophet. Well, he does. There are 7 competitive games for him, and whilst the win rate before this game wasn't necessarily positive, he's still comfortable enough to do it. And I feel like you can't keep resting on the laurels that you're going to call the bluff of Lal's hero pool anymore.
I think if you go back to the draft even, like they end up last banning Monkey King. Like Monkey King isn't really a hero that we've seen much, and I feel like when I was looking at the draft, I feel like they felt so good about the first 4 heroes matchups into the other 4 that they didn't really think about, is there anything that could in any possible way stomp our draft in the end? Because if you remove Terrorblade from Spirit there, I don't know what they pick. I feel like no matter what they pick, they're going to be playing like the tempo style. They're going to have to try to like ramp up this game. And I think Satanic is a person that is much more comfortable when he's the person being tempoed on rather than when they have to be the ones setting the tempo.
Yeah, I mean, they're built in pubs. These players are playing so many of these games where everyone's running at them. They see Satanic or Yatoros in the lobby and they charge at them. You've built this incredible skill set of dodging ganks, of surviving, of getting farmed anyway. And the flip side is just not something that really gets built to the same degree, especially when you're a young player who's only been playing competitively for 2 to 3 years. You want to put him in his strong suit where he's been molded and formed and let him do the things that he's so ridiculously, insanely good at that's gotten him all the way to this finals.
I'm just looking at the fact that Spirit, once again, they sacrificed some part of the hair to the Dota gods, and it feels like right now the tides aren't turning against them when it comes to favorability because they have had that advantage now. You guys have coined it in all 3 drafts. Vision aren't looking necessarily like the team that they have in the upper bracket where they haven't dropped a single series, where they took that path into the grand finals here because they're 1 game down, and whilst they take to the stage again, there is that seed of doubt. This could be your final game of TI-15. This could be it that makes or breaks you.
Yeah, there's a feeling as you walk onto the stage of you looking at the crowd and trying to savor it, but also focusing that mix of relishing the moment, but also you need to win. Your life is on the line here. Provision and Spirit is 1 game away from being the undisputed GOATs.
Yeah, it's so close, you know. I think for them, they've been compared to OG for all these years, you know, 2 TI wins each. Who's truly better? And today they have the chance to finally end all discussion. There's no discussion after this.
Yeah.
If they get the 3-peat, it's over.
And Quinn, you've been in a position where you're like 1 game from elimination at a TI Grand Finals against Team Spirit. Like, how do you steel yourself against the force that they are?
I think so much of it has to do with like honesty with each other. I think a lot of times, at least for us, pressure can get to you and people can start to feel bad, and you can feel that in their communication, their atmosphere, and it bleeds into everyone else. It becomes sort of this fog in the air that you can't quite see through. And so I think, I don't know, having an honest conversation, people who are anxious talking about that, and you get to the human side of it and you realize that, hey, this is a privilege. It's a very hard thing. We're all together and we're just going to push through it and do the best that we can.
We're seeing here both Collapse and Yatoro, the potential 3-timers. The fact that they're 1 game away, and when you look at them, I mean, more now than ever before, but I feel like I can't read them. I cannot read them at all. They already have 2 of these TI rings to themselves. To add a 3rd would be insane, and all 3 as a player. No one's done that. 3 rings as a player.
I mean, it's a crazy achievement. I'm sad to see that they both have a full head of hair walking on, honestly. I was hoping somebody would have shaved their head before coming out. But
They're locked in.
Yeah, they're locked in.
They're locked into the point where they don't need to sacrifice their own hair. It's just time to get rid of Nami's beard. You know, he's the newbie. They're going to get him the TI win so long as he's able to give up.
It's crazy to think we have 14 of those beautiful pieces of jewelry there to commemorate every year that we've gotten to see a team take to that stage to win a grand finals and to eventuate the dreams of lifting an Aegis.
Yeah, that spot is just waiting for them, ready to be etched in. Their name is already in game twice when you hover over that Aegis. They're close to having their name a third time. You're barely going to be able to play the game without seeing their names everywhere at this point. So synonymous with Dota in the past 6 years, and I think it is just such an iconic series, and the history of those players, the fact that Puppey won his first, and now at the end of all the 15, right, the most recent TI, the potential to win it again. Part of why Dota is so great is such a rich history and so many players that have been around for so long. It makes all these series mean just that much more.
Yeah, I just find it so poetic if Team Spirit are able to do this. It's because Mipushka came back to the team as a coach. It really did feel like when they didn't have him earlier in this year, they were lacking something very deep. His ideas in Dota really are why Team Spirit became what they are. He's the one who influenced Collapse and Yatoro and turned them into the players that they are. He's the one who influenced Satanic. Satanic, when he played on the stint on Team Spirit, it was Mipushka who took the guiding role and talked to him about their ideas. And now he's come as a coach. He lost the best of 3 2 days ago to Puppey. A lot of it was due to getting outdrafted by Puppey, but he prepared really hard. He's been showing up today, and he's been absolutely frying him, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, this is all about the strategies. I think both teams, honestly, when you look at the gameplay, they are playing well. All the players deserve to be here. They're playing at a level that, you know, it is where you have to be able to play at in order to be in a TI Grand Finals. But ultimately, when the teams are so closely matched, it's going to come down to who has those slight advantages through the draft, who has the slightly easier draft to execute, and who has more opportunities to do things in the games, and who has more opportunities to win the games. And I think right now, Mipushka is giving that to his team.
There's still full belief, though, that Puppey is able to take this extended break between a game 3 or 4, work out that maybe they're playing too much into what Spirit want for themselves, playing their game, lost themselves a little bit because it's not over. You have this game and you still have Satanic on your team. Satanic stood in for Team Spirit when Yatoro wanted to take a break. He ends up joining Vision. They hit top 3 last year. They at least bested this year with a guaranteed top 2. But they want to take it that one step further, and you want to be able to push it to a game number 5 to show that this Prince and King battle isn't as straightforward as everyone wants to chalk it up to be.
Yeah, this is not over yet. Vision have something to say, and they get a chance to prove it here. They bounced back once before. They bounced back in every series they played to get here. If anyone can do it, it's them. Their players are incredible, and they have all the tools.
Man, I wish we would just stop talking. So casters, please give us the game, and we can just go watch some good Dota, please, Nat.
I promise you the grand finals is continuing as a lot rides on game number 4.
Team Vision versus Team Spirit. Grand Finals. Game 4.
The lobby start button, at least, has been pressed. The game start is still to be decided as we want to see what 5 heroes these guys are going to pick for themselves, what 10 we will have in our matchup, because game 4, we said it before and we'll say it again, it is a make or break. Takala's asked for the rematch of the Prince and the King, and you got to wonder what exactly are they going to plan for themselves here. Is it going to be another carry-to-carry matchup where you want to be able to put all of your eggs into the Satanic basket? Or will we be seeing more emphasis placed on the supports? As right now, a Treant Protector, Dark Willow, Bounty Hunter, Nature's Prophet, and Shadow Fiend taken out.
Yeah, it's interesting that Shadow Fiend was super heavily prioritized by both teams, getting first pick the last 2 games, and now Spirit is first pick, and they ban it out. So clearly they have another path. They don't want to mess around with these SF lines anymore. They want to find something new, a new avenue to go down.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a different game, right? They've changed basically the hero that's been so defining for this entire series in the SF. It's what made the game 1 happen, it's what made game 2 happen, and it's also what made game 3 happen. So we have a completely new draft in front of us. We see Lone Druid is finally banned out by Vision this time around. It's been a hero that I feel like both teams have kind of drafted around this entire time. We haven't seen him pop up, but the threat of him has been influencing every single pick that we've seen in the previous games.
Yeah, and I think that was a really strong read by Puppey to ban the Lone Druid, because what other hero could justify banning SF when you have first pick. It is the lone druid, and you don't want to play against these SF plus Slardar matchups again versus him. Puppy is like, nah, we see you, we're not doing it, and they end up banning Earth Spirit at the end.
Another big difference in this draft is that all the supports are in. We've been seeing all the supports getting banned out in all the previous games. Spirit in this position have been prioritizing Winter Wyvern a lot in previous games. And for Vision, we have the potential of an Ember coming out into a Slark ban. So there's a lot of these things that are going on right now, and the conversations are surrounding these heroes and how we can counter them down the line if they do come out.
There's also Bane that's been getting consistently banned, that's been let through.
Same thing with the Coddle for Vision. So I honestly like this adaptation for Vision, saying we're banning supports before, it wasn't working. Okay, give them their subs, whatever, we'll ban the cores instead. I think this is a cool change-up and forces a different angle that maybe Spirit has less preparation for.
Again, also an IO angle that this hero has emerged as one of the heroes of TI, and when you have the Winter Wyvern on your team, you could be preparing for it as well as a soft counter to the IO.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I think even in the first game when the Vision played IO, I feel like they never really got to play the hero. So it's something that they might still look for down the line. I think it's absolutely a threat. Wyvern is good against it, but it's such a strong hero that you're going to need more than that.
And we talked about a couple of times that 9 class has been really heavily focused in the bans, and to me this is also a good adaptation, saying he's been playing Hoodwink and Marcy, and some heroes are a little bit less ideal for him, and so we're saying we're just going to give him a hero that's not only great against Winter Wyvern, but is just a super comfort hero for him, and Vision have had a lot of success with.
It opens up for a lot of combinations that Vision are really comfortable with the Coddle, like the Ember Spirit and the Pango. The Ember gets taken out, and I wonder if they care enough or are threatened enough by the Pango to address it or to just let it through.
Yeah, I mean, it remains to be seen. Wyvern, I think, is a pretty decent hero against Pango in some ways, because you can kind of juke him out over hills, you can play over cliffs, you also have the Curse. If you manage to curse a strong turret hero to the Pango, it sometimes almost immediately kills him. So there is some counterplay there with the Wyvern, but I don't think it's not enough to dissuade you from picking Pango if it's good against the rest of the heroes.
Yeah, definitely still an option. All the things you said are very true. I think it's with Coddle, generally you want spellcasting mids, right? You want to enable some hero that abuses the mana so you can farm faster and you can fight more, have more uptime on the map. That's one of Coddle's biggest strengths, is it allows your cores, especially your mid hero, because subs just tend to play with the mid hero, that means they can stay on the map, which gives you more attacks, allows you to defend more places because resources are such a huge part of the early game.
I feel like that's absolutely one part of it, and the other part of Coddle's gameplay is the healing. And this is probably what has made Coddle into one of the strongest modern supports, is that it heals. And healing works really well with any sort of damage reduction, or if you're really tanky. If you die too quickly, the heals won't come in. Coddle takes quite a while to wind up the heals, so you want to make sure you have a tanky enough draft to where you can survive the initial round of spells from your opponents for the heal to then kick in.
Very true, and healing lineups are so problematic because the Vessel buyers in Earth Spirit and Ember Spirit from the mid lane are already taken out. The other ones that buy Vessel, like Void Spirit, aren't that good in the meta, and anti-heal heroes like Ancient Apparition are super dead. So when you're playing against it, it's very pesky, and you kind of solve it through insane damage from your carry. And heroes like that, like Terrorblade, banned out, and Kez, countered by Doom, can't be picked here.
Yeah, it's a nice setup. I feel like Vision have relied on this Doom previously in the tournament too. Also, Doom against all of these, like, throughout history, superstar players, like we got Miracles, you know, Yatoro, obviously. When they get doomed, they're not the same player. They don't get to click buttons, and it doesn't matter how good you are. If you're stunned or if you're doomed and you're not allowed to press buttons, nobody, no matter how skilled you are, can play the game. So Centaur solves it, right?
Stampede away from the Doom. Also, Not Me's clock has been left in the pool. He hasn't gotten his hands on this hero yet.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they go for a double melee offlane. It's not something that either team has really been favoring so far in this finals. People want strong lanes. They want to come in and fight you and contest the early game and not give you what you want and play a slower game. You want to start off on the right foot. So it will, you know, sacrifice a little bit of the early game if they go for the clockwork here. But I mean, we've seen how much Not Me can do on the hero. Yeah, okay. They just think he's just too good. Just give it to him.
He's just that guy.
There is still that chance, though, that Centaur plays mid. I'm not saying it's something that Spirit necessarily love, and Centaur is such an archetype of a collapse hero, but there is still that we don't want to fall into the trap of calling Spirit's bluff either about LoL's hero pool at this point in TI.
I'm going to call your trap, and I think you've been talking too much to Falcons.
Oh, my bad.
I really hope we don't get a Centaur mid.
I didn't say it was good, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility, absolutely. And, you know, that has been their MO for this series, right? They keep tricking us and Vision into thinking this is what they're doing with their draft, and then the last pick, they swap it all up. So it is obviously a possibility. But
Insane's putting it at 1%.
Yeah, I think I'm like the Dota Plus meter right now, where it's very far to like not happening.
Yeah, it's a very fair suggestion because that's been the story of the series. But the reason why it works so well on Falcons is because Malrine likes to do it. I don't think Laurel is willing to do anything, but would he be willing to do this for his team? It is so boring.
I mean, I feel like at this point we can't count him out, but I would think it's a Collapse Centaur. It's one of his signature heroes. He loves to play it. Vision also seemed to think that way because they decided to pick the Lifestealer. And Lifestealer is quite a high commitment hero. Once you pick it, it needs to have a good lane. If it doesn't, the hero just seems useless. So they think it is too. They commit to this lane matchup, and it is obviously a pretty strong matchup for Lifestealer.
Okay. And with this, it seems like they are somewhat committed to it being Centaur off lane, I think. I also think Centaur mid just doesn't scale that super well against Lifestealer, so they're okay playing the lane. And this is a lane where Satanic will have complete free farm. We've seen a couple of games now where Spirit's got a lot of pressure on Vision safe lane, and Satanic does not have the freest game that he would hope for. And so in this game, he will have that great start. And TA also has a pretty good lane, I think, against Doom. It's a classic counter because even if you Doom him, he can just blink away because it goes on the refraction, and then you haven't canceled his blink yet. So I think both carries are set up for good games, which, maybe we get the epic anime fight. That's what I'm hoping for.
I do think that TA is a higher execution carry than Lifestealer, though, because she's been nerfed a lot on the lane, so she can't oppress the enemy offlaner the way that she used to, so the enemy offlaner will have more net worth than they are, and eventually, even if you can blink out, you get Doom, Dota gets really hard to play in that late game, especially when Doom gets that Congregations of the Deep with the Shiva's Guard. Like, at that point, that hero is so absurd.
Yeah, I always feel like once Doom gets to Shiva Zags, the game is over. I've been saying it time and time again on the panel, but we never get to see it. But it is an incredibly strong endgame timing. I will say TA against Coddle has quite a lot of things going for her. She's one of the heroes that can't get blasted in the lane. You just press refraction the moment you see the horses run towards you. It's quite a strong matchup in that regard. They have this pressure set up with the Winter Wyvern that can provide sustain to outlast any sort of damage that Doom can do to her. So I quite like the laning matchup for Spirit. And we've talked about it in the previous games, but this laning pressure for them has been really important in order for them to win these games. So for that regard, I really like the team.
Yeah, she serves a purpose within the draft that we talked about earlier too, with healing lineups and how they're hard to break through. She is one of the high burst damage carries that can kill somebody before the Coddle blasts keep coming out and keep piling up. I do worry about if she isn't playing tempo. If Spirit are on the back foot this game, I don't have that much faith in the hero. But if they can win the lanes like they have been the last few games, it should be fine.
Yeah, I do see one weakness with Vision's heroes that they lack playmakers, really. Doom is quite farmy, Lifestealer is quite farmy, and both their supports are heroes that want to sit behind another core who's making moves and cast spells. And so, as of now, Spirit kind of knows the archetype of mid-hero they want, and that can mean that you can pick a hero that makes that pick very uncomfortable or hard to lane or bad for any number of reasons. And it also means that, once again, TA will have a super free game because there's no way she can really die in this game, barring some, last pick shenanigans.
And there's still Pango for Team Vision. The only counter would be the Winter Wyvern, but they need that Coddle combination. They need something that can play with Mirana's aggression.
I think leaving it is fair, though, from Spirit, because that matchup against Clockwork is actually quite bad. When he presses roll, you just press cogs, and it's very hard to steer, even if you've got, some serious driver's license. And on top of that, TA, when you're rolling in, she can meld you and just keep blasting you, as she's sort of a traditional turret. So it's not the easiest Pangolier game, but the Coddle helps with some of those problems.
I mean, the other deterrent is Wyvern, right? You have the triple melee core lineup, so it's high likelihood that if you're playing Pango, you're going to have heroes close to you that potentially could get cursed with you.
Is Void Spirit pickable for Vision, Quinn?
Depends on the mid hero. Of the supports, yes, absolutely. Neither of them has very much lockdown, really. So if you kind of dart in and out, you get on top of the Winter Wyvern and you're very hard to pin down. It is just not a very good hero right now. We've seen it picked before. Lornov played it once during the main stage, and it did not look super great. And so it's got to be a pretty perfect game for that hero, I think, to pull it out.
Storm Spirit. Interesting. It's a brave hero into Doom. This hero can absolutely ruin your day. Generally a Storm, like, of course you can keep zipping around all the time and you'll never get doomed, but that drains your mana really quickly. And this hero actually relies on auto-attacking a lot more than people realize. You kind of want to sit in a place, hit a bit, use the zip to chase someone down. You don't really want to use it to just stay invulnerable the entire time. And you can explain this a lot better than I can.
No, it's absolutely true, and I think it's a very underrated part of Storm. Storm, for all intents and purposes, is just a right-click hero, and the zip is a way of getting close and getting far away from people. So if you can't stand there and hit, then that means you don't actually do any damage, because just flying around doesn't do anything. You cast one static remnant, okay, it's a 300 damage nuke. That's not enough for a core contribution in a fight.
It is still, in a way, denying Vision being able to have a good cuddle combo from the mid in that Storm Spirit. You don't have an infinite amount of bans, so leaving it in, picking it up for yourself, even if it does feel scary playing it into Doom, it at least makes Vision have to think a bit more and end up with a Sand King last pick.
Yeah, the Sand King is just solving the issue of now you have a Storm Spirit, we don't have enough stuns, how do we deal with the Storm Spirit? And nothing really was left in the pool aside from this Sand King.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not the Falcons' influence that we talked about earlier, but we definitely see their influence on this final, right? The Sand King mid comes out, Malrine special. I do remember no one, they obviously plays top 3 at last TI. Last TI was a lot about these Sand Kings and Earthshakers and this archetype of hero mid. So he's definitely played this before. He knows how the hero works.
He's like, oh god, mid Sand King again?
That's how I
have to witness this.
Yeah, there will be a lot of trying to draw the mid lane and playing off stacks. That's so much about what this hero is about. He doesn't pressure you, but it's very hard to pressure him. And so attacking Vision's triangle, potentially fighting these stacks, could be a big look for Team Spirit. But I think this is a game that's very based off skill. I think a lot of the early game, there's a lot of potential moves for different places. This one, honestly, is a draft that I chalk much more to being even than the other games. I think Vision has done a good job at pulling it back. And this is a game that I think they should be very happy with. Honestly, I think the draft is the best so far, and it's not super easy for Spirit.
When you talk about, sorry, very quickly, talking about invading that tribe, trying to take stacks, which hero on the side of Spirit is going to utilize that the best, and you're hoping he's going to be able to take advantage of it?
Probably anybody but Centaur. If you're doing well in lanes, just charge and get in there.
Yeah, I mean, this top lane, I think, is going to determine a lot. With how this TA matchup into Doom goes, I think will determine whether they can actually invade a triangle or not. And if they're able to do that, they're set up in a great position. And if they're not able to do that, I think it's quite a tricky position to be in.
I think it's very important for Vision supports to be able to enable No One Sand King and play with them, because Team Spirit supports have been running mid and playing with Laurel for the last few games. And if they can get some combos going with the Impale into Mirana Arrow, this game will be a lot more even than the last one.
So there's more faith then in the earlier part of what Vision have for themselves, but then the question is, because Spirit have already coined that they can play every type of game, every playstyle needed, is that late game also still incredibly favorable if Vision just want to sit back and farm?
I think Vision has a much stronger scaling in this game than they've had in any other game. It's
oh,
not
wow.
As hard yeah.
Fully agree.
All right, that is a lot of props to Vision then, being able to take advantage of that longer break there. But we are instead going to be talking to Spirit's coach. It's Miposhka standing by with Slacks.
Thank you so much. Yes, here with Miposhka. One more game. One more game to be one of the most legendary Dota players of all time. I just want to talk to you about how you're feeling right now, man. We're going into it.
A bit nervous.
A bit nervous? You, the GOAT?
No, of course. It's like I feel like I'm excited. One more game, as you said, and I can believe in our draft. I really see an idea, and I'm sure that we can win this game. So that's why I'm nervous, because they also might win. They also have some good idea in their draft. So we'll see.
May the best team win then. I did want to ask you about being a leader in your region. You've trained up so many incredible talents, especially when Satanic was starting off. I know that you had a big relationship with him. You raised him up from the ground. Do you regret that? Is that
Yeah, it's true.
Do you regret that at all?
What?
Regret making Satanic good?
I don't know what is regret.
Well, I'm sure there are no regrets going into this series. Thank you so much. And incredible to have you here. And we will get into that game.
Here we go. Game 4 time, ladies and gentlemen, here in the grand finals of the International 2026. Spirit versus Vision and the draft. They continue to excite Fog right up until the end. We're getting, honestly, maybe took a couple of minutes that we have seen, but something that I didn't necessarily expect to see in this sort of situation here from these two teams. Lal bringing in the Storm, and then this pick in response. No one. He's coming in with his mid Sand King.
Very interesting approaches coming out from both sides. Lots of iconic heroes that teams do like to play with. Laurel, his Storm is one of his best. The TA, we don't see that many people playing it, but Yatoro, it's another iconic one for him. And talking about some of these supports, right? We have to mention them. 9 class, this time playing his Coddle. We did mention what he could try to do on the Marcy in that last game, but started to feel the weaknesses of it. His Coddle is absolutely amazing. And then Not Me, playing his absolutely legendary Clockwork. He has been a game breaker for so many different teams. He's just been able to do so much with this hero that so many other players haven't after some of these nerfs. So my big eyes are on those 2 players. Yes, the cores end up doing so much in these games, but my eyes are on the 4 positions right now.
I mean, all in all, what did these 2 drafts sort of say to you in terms of how the teams want to play? Are we seeing Spirit and Vision do something that they've already done so far this grand finals, or is one of these teams switching it up a bit more than the other relative to what they've played so far?
It's different drafts, but you can see some type of styles as both teams being like, we're going to have the late game. No, we're going to have the late game. But then you look this time with this Sand King last pick, it does seem like a fantastic answer to be able to get to this late game scaling, because they will have this chain stun that can come out. They have the Coddle that synergizes with it. And if he can get these big connections with his Epis, it's going to be able to bypass the Wyvern saves, bypass potentially that Centaur protecting some of these heroes too, because it is that much overwhelming damage. So I quite like this pick. I'm not sure if it's going to fully end up working out, but I do like the idea that I see behind this Sand King.
Looking forward to see what no one's going to be able to do on it. He is a fantastic playmaker from the mid. Something a little different from him personally in response to what we've had from him elsewise on the mid heroes.
Bottom, Arrow will connect onto Collapse. Titanic trying to trade back and forth, playing versus this double melee as the strength hero. Double strength as well too.
Looking forward to see what Satanic can do. Had a very solid lifestealer showing earlier in this grand finals.
He's set up for success in this lane, right? He should be able to farm pretty consistent down here, unless Not Me does some type of crazy cog play, which we can't write that off, of course, because of how nuts he really is on this hero. Spirits looked very good in their lanes, though. Across the board, every single one of their games, they're able to secure the free farm, especially for Yatoro, in every single one of those. And this looks like one of those where he is going to get away with that free farm. Playing versus the Doom and a Coddle, Refraction, incredible versus the Coddle blasts, and then just the Meld versus that Doom. Every time he walks in, he eats a Meld hit.
I mean, out of all the heroes that we have, which one would you say you sort of have the, not necessarily the doubts, but the sort of question mark about that might have a tough game? From what we've learned so far this international?
I would say it would be the Storm from what we see, but the lack of stun and control could make Laurel
that's
look
the thing,
good.
right? It should be a good Storm game, but I feel like we have felt that in some of the other times we've seen Storm. It hasn't always gone great for the hero.
We'll see how much help he gets, because like the panel was talking about, something that Spirit's done pretty much every single one of their games is even if Laurel does struggle, they help him a lot. They'll send the double supports to be able to ensure that he gets off to a good start. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see what Laurel can do of piercing backlines, finding the Coddle. I think we have similar type of strategy from both of the mid laners, where one, yes, he's a right-clicking core that's going to be scaling, that's the Storm Spirit, while the Sand King, he does the same type of thing where he jumps the backline, finds the Wyvern, while Storm jumps the Coddle. So this interesting dynamic between the two that has similarities. And we're seeing this already at this point, 9 class. They're not playing to win that top lane, of course, since it is this Coddle plus Doom versus TA Wyvern. The TA Wyvern have a clear advantage. He's going to play the stacking game. So already getting those built up, it's going to be fantastic for no one. He's going to do well in the lane, and then he's going to be able to back up and get those stacks as well, too. So very important for them to have that for this nice mid-game timing. And Vision, they did secure themselves with quite a lot of team fight this time around, too.
Last time round, obviously we saw the importance of how the carry-to-carry matchup played out between sort of these Terrorblades and SFs. This time round, with the Lifestealer and the TA, how do sort of the timings come into play there?
Quite different styles. I haven't seen this matchup as much nowadays with the Aghanims, with the Lifestealer, where you can jump inside of the TA, but in the past, for some time, TA just accelerates that much faster, because you get the Deso, you're the one that's setting the pace of the game, you're getting Roshan, and you're playing with a big advantage over something like Lifestealer. So, curious to see how it's going to end up going down. The Mana Burn, it's starting to kick in. Not Me. As soon as he gets the level 2 cogs, he ends up just winning lanes that aren't supposed to win a lot of times. So, Collapse, he's getting a lot out of a lane versus a Lifestealer, which sometimes we have seen these Lifestealers be able to bully.
At the least, as the Lifestealer, you know, it's at least a carry that doesn't care too much. Sure, it's annoying getting his mana burnt, but still able to lane, still able to sustain, despite the fact that he's having all his mana being taken away by this pesky Clockwork.
Oh, absolutely. And looking forward to see what Ducalis is going to do. How's that mid-rotation going to look? Is he going to be able to get the connection with the chain stun for the Sand King to get the kill on the Storm? That's how they have to kill the Storm. That's really their only stun combo, so they have to get it perfectly to get that connection and to finish off Laurel.
I look towards him, but flip the 6 online. Not a lot that can be done with these two.
Chakra will be there, so no one will have the mana. He'll have another stun potentially, clearing out the wave. So this wave is going to shove into Laurel, which might secure no one the rune as well, too. Double rotations from the supports. This time it's Vision with the earlier move of these two supports. And
action. He's actually ready to go aggressive on, and Not Me has the Burrow Strike into the arrow. Not Me will drop down the cogs, try and get out of this.
Actually protects him. Unable to find that extra connection. Can't go for the leap plays through the cogs. Double D wards though, Ducalis. Reading where these obs are placed from Not Me. That's 2 of them he's been able to grab. It's a lot of experience you get this early in the game for something like Mirana.
See in the mid, another attempt onto Lal. It's a lot of burst. Still, always going to be quite a tough kill to find. We're in the early stages.
It's a big deal that Ducalis gets this double ops ward. He's going to be very high level on Mirana. This is a decent damage dealing support too, if you do get off to a good start. And he is crucial for this game to have that chain stun versus the Storm.
I mean, and that's going to keep this area of the map so safe for Satanic, right? In a game as well where it's not going to be the easiest to gank this Lifestealer, right?
True. Trying to get aggressive here to steal the Wisdom.
Going for the 7-minute play. Lamp should be able to hold Ducalis off this. Indeed, notice finishing off Rue. We'll see them try for the play. Satanic committing with the rage. Arrow onto Collapse. We get the Who Stomp, but the Vortex is there onto Satanic, but no one. He's here to help out. Lal has to zip away. Cogs pushing back on towards Ducalis. It'll take him down. No one claim the Shrine of Wisdom.
Clever movement there from no one. They'll be able to gain the double, and they also get the first blood for Doom, which, I mean, you wouldn't really expect in this game in the lane that he's been put up against, but because he finds the Wyvern on the side alone, this Doom is now level 6. Very big deal for Vision to have this type of start into the game. The Lifestealer's free farming, Sand King's off to a good start with stacks to go back to, and Doom now at this point overperforming to what maybe he could have had.
Yeah, being able to make those plays on both sides of the map at the same time here, 7 minutes in.
Really like that move from no one. As Sand King, it's like the similar thing of the Monkey King of the old days where you just go to that, you go to that shrine. How are you going to contest him? That Sandstorm gets popped down, it's way too much damage.
Me?
Panic?
Not quite able to get the cog onto him, at least the first one. Would have maybe been close to threatening him here.
He might
if they got the 2 connections. Yeah, he's super low.
He might still be at jeopardy here. Not Me is trying to close the gap, but Satanic, he reads the movement. He'll be able to distance himself away. Oh, really? I mean, Not Me is stalking him. He's got another
to be a bit greedy here, Satanic.
Cogs, can he line him up?
One.
Whoop, whoop,
whoop,
whoop.
Won't get the second, but the battery is sold. Oh, it's close, but he won't quite get it. Satanic lives. A good effort there from Not Me. The Satanic ready with the dodges.
Satanic's had practice versus this minigame quite a lot here.
Rue. Rotation's coming in from Notice. He's ready to swing across from the top lane. Rue looking pretty dead here, caught in the Sandstorm.
This is going to be a very farm
I mean, they're building up the kills here early, Vision. They're going to be able to keep this coming in right. We're going to expect a lot of fast plays from no one, obviously, going for this Blink Dagger rush.
It's going to be such a fast pace that he gets it because of those stacks. He was able to just go back and clear. He finishes them super quick because he has this good entry into the game. 4-4-0. He can wait to go for the epicenter afterwards to look for the plays once he's got the Blink Dagger.
And just a question of whether or not Lal's going to be able to keep up with the tempo on the Storm Spirit, a hero that in some of these mid matchups has just failed to be able to do as much as the enemy hero.
And hard for Laurel, right, to set up ganks on these side lanes potentially, because playing into the Lifestealer, it's just not an easy way to go for these type of plays. You can't just go to that lane, gank him very easily, because he's got the built-in rage. He's also level 6, so he's got the Infest now, too. So, yeah, it's eyes on Laurel, how he's going to react to this type of start here from the Sand King.
On me.
And damage for him.
Mal is going to jump in. He does not have a lot of mana. The arrow comes in. Lal's dead.
Oh, he gets baited.
He cannot make moves like that. A very aggressive play, zipping into the river. Even if they didn't catch him in the stuns, I don't know if he would have had enough mana to break away from them. That was a move gone horribly wrong there for Lal.
These Storms have had trouble in this tournament. We've seen it time and time again. No one now even able to invade. They see a triple stack. They actually, I don't know if they saw it. He pulled the camp away as they did.
Right, if they do see that, that's going to be quite juicy here for Vision.
No one at this point. He's going to have the Blink Dagger at one of the record timings that we do see.
Yeah, he's crushing it here. A very, very nice pick, it looks to be so far.
9 class will get brought down here. But yeah, the early Blink Dagger could lead to a very early kill onto Yatoro as well, too, because we are seeing Yatoro, that pacing is there, like we were talking about. Think about the TA comparison to the Lifestealer. You do farm that much faster, since you just have that built-in cleave, essentially, from your side blades to just juggle with. But the fact that the Sand King's going to have a Blink Dagger so early, he could just go to that lane, throw the Epicenter with the Sandstorm. Super effective tool versus that Refraction early. He's got it done already, Owen. This is pressure.
Crazy timing.
Definitely going to be on for Yatoro in this game.
That's the thing, right? For Spirit, I feel like they've got to put everything into just protecting Yatoro, making sure that he can stay on top of the net worth, because the offensive sort of moves against the Lifestealer, that option just doesn't seem to be there with the heroes they have. So they have to prioritize just making sure that Yatoro can stay ahead.
Let's see how much Not Me can do. He does have the level 3 cogs now. A lot of times when I've seen him get level 3 cogs and level 4 cogs, he dictates and he breaks a lot of moves that a team wants to do as well too. So let's see if that's going to be the case, but no one revving up the Epi.
Scary part of the map here for Team Spirit.
Tons of pressure applied onto Laurel. They do have the Stampede in order to bail out versus some of these moves, like the panel was talking about, some limited stuns and control that can be there for Vision, but Stampede right now on cooldown. No one with this type of start too. The damage might be enough with just one stun. And the shock, I guess we have to say too, right? There is going to always be the refresh too, so they can get that secondary stun pretty soon afterwards. This tower's dropping.
No one threatening him with the Epicenter if he sees a chance to jump.
It's so dangerous for Laurel to show. They're revving it up every single time. He steps up just a bit far. They will just commit for him. Not Me will be there to deter them. Try to protect at least a bit here. He's only level 5 though. Ducalis is 7.
No one. He's ready to go. They'll have the Cold Embrace to try and protect Not Me, but still a lot of magical damage coming out, and it just sets up for the arrow to connect. Low on the mana, tries to turn towards no one, but another stun strikes there. They'll use the curse to give space for Low to back away from no one and allow Yatoro to move in and take no one down.
He's got the Deso finished up. He actually did not get a Deso stack from the hit. That was a little weird. Not sure why that happened, but
very important move there from Yatoro. He cannot afford to let Lal go down there.
He's going to be the key to watch because he does have that big advantage. Like we said, the pacing from TA compared to Lifestealer, he can turn up a lot easier. Lifestealer, when he's got the Radiance, Satanic can do a lot more. But looking at the level disparity too, they're giving Yatoro all the XP as well. He's about to be level 12. It's only 13 minutes in. Noticed? He's going to go for that drum shard build that we do like to see. Eating those Ancients, continue to get that farm. Hoping for a Black Dragon so he can get that extra farm. They're looking to punish him, but he is speedy.
It's very hard to set up onto this Doom.
And I think the next time for no one, probably going to try to save this Epicenter for a core kill. Because sure, he got the Clockwork, but ends up paying with his life.
The smoke move from Vision might catch Spirit off guard.
They want Yatoro.
9 pass. No one. It's going to be there with the Burrow Strike onto the boat for them. Arrow connection in onto Yatoro. He did have the Refraction up already, so a bit of protection, and the Stampede's there. Gets him away. Vortex over towards no one. Lar moves in, but he's completely out of mana. No one trying to step away. Notice gets in, drops the Doom down onto Yatoro. Ducalis jumping over the extra burst. Yatoro will tick out. He's going to try and bring down kills with him. Will manage to get Ducalis to die alongside him, but that is Yatoro gone. Vision bringing in the aggression around that top tier 1. They get away with it.
Really nice double stun. It looked close for a second there because he did get the Refraction off before the initial stun and actually blocked a fair bit of that damage there, but good persistence from Vision. Slow down the TA, allow the Lifestealer to catch back up.
Satanic very, very close to having that Radiance timing, and that will allow him to start closing the gap in farm between him and Yatoro.
And he can show up to fights. He's got methods of delivery, right? He's got this Sand King. He can jump inside. He can infest. He can be that gap close as well versus the TA. Laurel, standard build, is going to be going down for this Witchblade, but he is bottom of the cores already.
He's in a rough spot.
And as we said multiple times,
we've seen this before. A very difficult hero to make work right now. Well, he's got a tough time ahead.
Night Class.
It's going to be able to grab him with the hook shot. Cogs connect. 9 Class goes down. No one's going to jump in and try and take Rue out in return.
No one. Eating Cogs as well, too.
One of them. Now Burrow strike back up in a second, though, with this Arcane. He'll use it to get away from them.
3K lead at the moment here for Vision. Great moves around the map, and a lot to Callis. Watching his movements and the levels that he has this early on this Mirana, level 8 already. So he's got the good follow-up, the level 2 arrow, that extra stun, extra burst, and just max Starstorm. You're seeing the damage coming in from him. Spirit trying to react, but Cold Embrace is not going to be a save this game. So much magic damage they have that goes through, and in fact, it's going to set up for some of these arrows potentially too. Noticed, did get the RNG. Well, I say RNG, you're going to find the dragon most of the situations anyway. So he's got the drums, he's got the shard, he's got this built-in cleave now to increase the farm. And it's really nice to have this fireball as well too, versus the refraction, and to just farm from the side. You don't have to show yourself in these lanes. So Vision, a clear advantage at the moment here.
I mean, Yatoro, how involved does he want to be now?
He has to be.
Blink Deso online. We're going to see him fight.
Yep, has to be involved. I don't think they want to keep falling behind here at this point. He is the strongest hero for his team on the map. And he does have ways to bail himself out. With the Blink Dagger now, with the Refraction, even if he gets caught by the Doom initially, can refract and blink down beforehand. And they've got Stampede to bail him out too. But right now, Vision looking to be in a very comfortable spot in this game. And as the panel talked too, they have a great scaling draft this time around as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can just look at the net worth, right? All three of their cores absolutely on track to get that scaling going. They're very happy with this opening.
Looking for the play.
No one. Will get caught by the dust, still able to break the distance over towards Not Me with the Burrow Strike Blink. Hook shot away. Oh, will allow him to actually live. They don't want to chase any further here for the Clockwork. Happy just pushing them off the tower. With the rotation actually from Ducalis and Satanic also joining here for this push, they should be able to bring this tier 1 down.
Yeah, Radiance is done. Not going to try to burn mana.
So we're going to see if they can try and find one of these supports, but Root able to fly over to the low ground. TP attempt here from Not Me will not succeed. Satanic has the damage to finish him off and keep this tier 1 tower push going.
I'm sure Satanic's sitting there like, you know what? You can burn my mana, but I've got a coddle. So whatever. Immediately comes right back afterwards and can get this pressure going. Map feels like it's going to be a bit dangerous here for Spirit in these next few moments. A lot easier ways that I'm seeing Vision able to set up these aggressive plays, while for the side of Spirit, a lot around Laurel. And as we've seen, I don't know how aggressive he really wants to get, because you can't just die in these stuns super easy.
Early days, but yeah, that 4K gold lead does loom over the heads of Team Spirit. As Yatoro, top net worth still on the TA. But he is going to have to do quite a lot this game.
Yeah. Especially because Noticed, well, all three cores, like you said, are having this great game. Noticed especially, I think this is the key one for me to look at, because he was counterpicked in the lane, and the fact that he's the top net worth for the team is a pretty big deal. This Doom is going to be very relevant in the game, and how tanky he can be in the front line too. If he's able to get to the Shivas, they're going to have some limited damage for him.
Only so much Yatoro is going to be able to do, and will of course have to get this BKB first before he gets the big damage items online.
Absolutely needs it this game versus the Sand King. If he doesn't go pretty much, yeah, this BKB is the next item, he will just continue to die every single time. So Vision having a very nice mixed damage, multiple different cores that are having this good game. Satanic Armlet, it's done. Starting to invade the triangle as well now and prevent that extra farm from Collapse. Collapse being a bit quiet this game. He is a Centaur, so it is much more of that farmy hero we know. Gonna go down that heart build. That does mean that the Lifestealer is gonna have a very nice target to feast off of.
Bilal, still gonna be a bit of time until we see him be able to really make the moves in these team fights. He's got a lot of catching up to do.
How do they protect him, right? That's the biggest thing. Can't just die to the burst damage that comes out with just one of these stuns from the side of Vision. Is that the Aghanims? It's the Aghanims already finished for no one. Dangerous moments for Spirit.
Oh yeah, the team fight's pretty terrifying around this Sand King. Not Me. He's gonna end up walking into an epicenter. A hook shot away, but Satanic looks to be there to finish him off. Maybe the Stampede will save him. Notice is gonna try and jump forward with the fire laid down on the ground. Not Me will burn.
You can see the posturing from Spirit. They're like, as soon as they see the Sand King, they're like, we can't really fight. Epi was used now. They're seeing Notice trickle a bit deep, looking to try to punish him.
No.
Unable to.
They're trying to see if they can get some sort of catch up there. Thinking about going for Notice.
Power Rune. Notice will be able to take it away.
Yeah, they won't want to do that now with the Amplified Damage Rune on the Doom. If anything, Notice might be ready to just jump back in on them. He's got the blink up. Doom's at the ready. Play it safe, though, stick to the triangle. They don't want to force anything too much here, Vision. They know that they've starting to build this comfortable lead across the board on all 3 cores.
And getting all 3 towers very early too, which is all important. You're playing versus a TA, you're able to limit the map, constrict where she can farm, and take away her ancients as well too. So Satanic, he just keeps walking into the triangle, stealing that farm, not letting the TA get to that area as well.
Who could do anything about him?
Not much.
Only Yatoro really can threaten this lifestealer. The rest of Spirit, they just have to sort of watch whilst he gets this free farm, Satanic.
So for Spirit, I guess the timing, it's going to be that BKB from Yatoro and potentially just looking for that force fight, or maybe forcing an objective, because they do take these objectives very fast, either that Tormentor or the Roche. Roche, of course, more important for these teams. Collapse now does have heart, very tanky, but as I said, there is percent damage in this game. The Infernal Blade going to be very effective versus that heart. Same thing for the Lifestealer with the Feast. And again, they'll get the Shrines, so...
Well, not me. Tries to hook shot away, but does not make a successful connection. He'll go for the TP out. They're ready to put a stop to that. It's not me. Dead again. Same time, no one. It's gone pretty deep for this. Yatoro's going to look to fight back. Will kill no one off.
Massive kill. Laurel finally able to find him. Bottom side, Yatoro joining in. They're looking to pressure Satanic a bit here. It's hard to close for it.
Yeah, he's got the Infest if he feels pressured.
Got the Moonlight as well, too, to be able to reset. We'll be fine. No one, though, does get caught. That's a massive kill they're able to find onto him there to slow down some of that momentum that Vision is building. Still in a very comfortable spot, though. We're seeing that Storm struggle.
It's just, how do you catch back up as a Storm? Because it seems like that's something that so many teams have struggled with when they end up in this position with their Storm at the bottom of the core net worth.
Good question, Owen. Got the shield rune. This could protect him for that next upcoming fight, that little extra barrier. Vision, though. Blink unnoticed. BKB as well.
We might be ready to make an aggressive jump here.
Notice is having an insane game, Owen. Top 2 net worth still at this point. Carl.
They're going to go for him. Straight in.
Where?
Forest Strike into the arrow is all that's needed. As Lyle continues to suffer. Not me, he's going to get dove here up to the tier 3 by Satanic. As he'll tick out to the burn damage.
Seeing the struggles here for Spirit. They're starting to get Blink Daggers. Okay, Collapse does have it picked up here, but limited ways for them to make these moves. Limited ways for them to respond. BKB is done for Yatoro. When they've got the 5-man up, could look to see them go for this type of fight. But again, the team fight advantage from Vision is very apparent.
And just so many ways to focus Yatoro right. When all of this net worth for Team Spirit is kind of being focused on their TA, Notice is going to be going for every single time in these fights. If they can just take Yatoro out of the fights, it's going to be quite some time until Team Spirit have some sort of team fight to match that of Team Vision in these team
and Yatoro
situations.
Talking about him, they might just go on him here.
They get the jump. And with that, the Stampede is there. He's got the BKB, so we'll be able to get away from them. Notice he's going to try and chase, but up to the tier 2 is a bit too much. Notice will have to back off. His BKB comes to an end. He'll get punished. Spirit, no. They have to be there to allow Yatoro to get out and to have a chance of finding a big kill in return, and they get it.
That's the biggest move so far here for Spirit. That's 2 massive ultimates used. Yatoro lives. They could force something here. Do they have the opportunity to go for this Roche? We'll see. The positioning isn't great for them because it is on the top side right now. So it does feel like Vision will have some time to be able to react to this, get their ultis back up.
Because this is, of course, one of the classic counters to the Doom Right. If you have that Stampede at the ready,
one of the best.
Yatoro's going to be able to run, because we talked in the draft right about the lack of control. It's pretty much the Sand King. If you're not hitting the Burrow Strike into the arrow, you're going to be able to run with the Stampede.
They'll go for Tormentor. Go for the easier one since it's in a more favorable position for them at the moment. Yatoro, level 19, keeping in a decent pace, but Satanic is hot behind his trail. And the itemization, it's the same as last time from the Lifestealer. He can just go for Manta, go for AC since he's playing versus that Midas Armor. It's a natural build-up for Satanic. He is very far forward right now. They might look to set up for him.
I mean, obviously feels that he has ways out of this with Rage, Infest, immediate Rage there as Collapse tries to get the jump in on him. And
they chakra him as well, too, so have a Rage as well. He's
going to be fine. Yeah, straight into the Mud Golem with the Infest. He'll zoom out of there. Collapse is thinking about chasing, but it's such a hard kill to go for, especially when he's on the retreat. There's going to be time for backup to be around. You just cannot commit for this kill.
Doom going to be coming back up in 20 seconds. Epi is back and at the ready here for no one. Gonna look for a fight again. No one. Not me.
Notice. Gonna try and make quick work of the clock.
Nice block. Back to business. Don't find the kill onto the TA earlier, but still looking to get very aggressive here with these timings.
It's back online here. Notice has the Doom.
Tier 2 default.
Ready for no one.
And able to just walk up and clean that one out. Gonna have the plate mail or the hyperstone for the next fight. Going for the setup up top, Laurel. They can't go for Satanic here.
Yeah, such a tricky kill to execute.
For the majority of this game, it's gonna be that case until they do have a hard, either a silence or a hard stun onto him. For the Hex, it's gonna be difficult for them to bring down this Lifestealer in most situations.
Almost just requires Satanic to overcommit and dive a bit too deep, but those sort of mistakes he doesn't really make.
Noticed plate mail now picked up for him, so a lot safer. In this lead at that 5 to 6K. Spirit. Entering in the area around this Roche. Toro gonna start committing for that MKB. Playing versus that Radiance.
That is one of the things that might be achievable even when they're behind right around Yatoro's TA. They could try and find an option to sneak into the Roshan and take it down.
Absolutely. And they have good ways to bail heroes out. You know, if these connections aren't perfect from the side of Vision, that Stampede could be just key. How's the Shivas looking for the Doom? Getting pretty close to having that one finished as well. We're probably going to see double Shivas again since both this mid and this offlaner are so good at having it for the side of Vision.
I mean, they know as well, right? As long as they can keep their armor up and eliminate the threat of Yatoro kind of 2-shot, 3-shotting them, they're going to fare pretty well in the fights for the majority of this game.
Laurel is making a decent recovery, though, Owen. I've seen a lot of these other Storms just completely falter at this point. He's getting close to having the BKB himself. Only a couple thousand behind that Sand King, so his scaling is continuing.
And in these team fights, what's Laurel's job going to sort of be here? Who's he looking to sort of commit with under the cover of the BKB and just try and disrupt the team fight playoff?
I want to say it's the Coddle that he wants to jump, but it's not easy, actually. I'm looking at the itemization here from 9 class. He's been quietly farming on the side here. He is not an easy grab. Ghost Scepter, Force, Holy Locket. It's going to be difficult for Laurel to focus fire that one, so we'll have to see. I mean, Laurel might play more of a defensive route where he just plays where wait for Vision to overcommit, and then you're just defending Yatoro. We'll have to see what he does do.
Yatoro, the farm, continues to fly in very close to having the full MKB on top of the BKB, so he's going to hit hard, Yatoro.
He is, but it is a lot of pressure onto him, and it's versus that Doom. So in some of these fights, he can just get erased if he's not super careful and if they don't just use everything to bail him out. Vision having a pretty clear advantage, and as we were mentioning earlier, their scaling, it is very strong this game.
Collapse trying to do his best to keep up with the cause.
He's farming well.
And he's not too far behind, and he is going to be very, very tanky and can obviously go for this Aghanims pickup just to try and put everything into keeping Yatoro alive throughout these team fights and ideally allowing Yatoro to go for the more aggressive items after the MKB and indeed trying to get this Dragon Lance upgraded next into the Hydra's Breath. They need Yatoro to do all of the damage.
It's an interesting pickup because I think what it is he's trying to save the slot as well too, right? Because he doesn't want Pike. Because he just wants all that hard damage versus this triple tanky core. He needs to deal the majority of it for his team.
Yeah, I mean,
I can get it.
It's just going to be much more value, right, in terms of just having damage on the TA. He could pretty much rely on Rue and Not Me to pick up the 4 staffs. They're both queuing them up. So you're going to have that positioning coming in from your supports. You can trust in them. And as the carry, you can afford to go all in on the offensive build.
9 class. They set up for the kill here. Not Me. We'll just get right on top of him. Ghost Scepter's there, but the nice hits onto the side.
I mean, he's making them work for it. Backup's coming in, and notice he's ready to jump over to Not Me.
I think 9 class is going to be a massive issue this game. He's super farmed, and jumping him and getting him in the back lines, it just seems very difficult for this team. If he's able to get to the point where he has a Hex too, that's where Laurel and Yatoro are in jeopardy, because as we said, the catch for Vision, a little lacking.
I mean, that's...
get a Hex.
And he's well on the way to it.
He's very
close. Got 2,800 gold, ready to start building towards that Hex. That pickup's going to be a nightmare for Spirit to deal with.
Yeah, I'm feeling some scare for Spirit in these next 5-10 minutes or so. Let's see what they can get around Yatoro with this MKB timing. BKB also finished for Laurel. They'll find defense. It's some time since they found a pickoff.
0-1. He's thinking about making a jump. I mean, him and Notice could take someone out of the fight pretty easily. Hard to do, though, if they don't make the jump onto Collapse when the Stampede's up, as we've seen before.
They also don't want to mess up the move here, because if they do mess up the big team fight ultimate, it could just be Roshan for Spirit. So they do have to be very connected when they do get that connection from no one, to have the arrow follow up. And without the Mirana, I don't think they'll go for it. Very tense moments here in this game.
Toro has to play this perfect.
He does. I feel like the maximum deaths he can really have in this game is like 2, max 3. Because otherwise this lifesteal is just going to be able to catch up, outpace, and just have that nice matchup versus him where they have all this gap close. Vision, AC is done. Extra little small armor items also for no one. How's 9 classes Hex? Getting closer and closer. Toro, how's he getting toward that Aghanim?
He's getting close.
Getting close. It's all about protecting Yatoro.
Yeah, Collapse. Once he has that, as long as he's not getting jumped, and honestly, for the most part, he probably won't be, unless they sort of, because they don't really have easy ways to find and sort of control the Centaur right at the start of a team fight. Collapse, he's always going to be able to press Stampede in these team fights.
He could die to the overall like AoE damage that comes in that sometimes happens during it, but he is very tanky currently at this point, so it might be difficult for them to just break right through it, but they do have % damage on it, so that Infernal Blade, Lifesteal hitting him, it'll build up very quickly.
I mean, maybe that's the thing. Is that actually who Notice is going to be looking for the most in these fights as this Doom? Are you trying to jump the Centaur to stop those sort of saves coming in with the Ags, with the Stampede?
I think he'll save the Doom probably for one of the other core 2 targets, but just hitting the other one's going to be very successful. The Roche, it's dropping.
I mean, they used the Stampede aggressively. Hook shot in from Not Me. Indeed, they'll be able to finish that, Roche. Team Spirit not able to make any sort of jump into the pit. Not Me gets caught outside of it, so Vision, they'll get a kill, they'll get the Roche. They've got the Aegis ready to play with for the next 5 minutes on Satanic.
And you deny the Roche away from a TA, a hero that wants to play with that Aegis advantage in this type of matchup. Very heads-up move from Vision.
They're running straight towards Yatoro.
Away. This feels like a hard one for Yatoro to carry. It's not the similar one where he's this Terrorblade, this super late game carry that has the edge over the opposing carry. The Lifestealer matchup, when he's on even footing, it's very good. You want to be quite ahead on the TA when you're playing in this matchup.
Very, very difficult times here for Yatoro.
Yeah, Satanic is fully caught up, not dying at all in this game, having that lane freedom as well. Jump forward, notice.
Rue, he's not going to be getting away from this.
Very dead.
Vision, super easy for them to make these pickoffs. Both supports gone. Nobody can really come anywhere close to Vision right now.
This might be the roughest game we've seen from the Clockwork, from Not Me. He's got 10 deaths, unable to find connections with this hero.
He's going to try and jump in. No one was thinking about going back in on this with the Epicenter. He won't for now. Collapse backs off with the Axe.
Collis forcing the lane as well.
They've got so much time to apply this pressure here, Vision, with the 3 minutes of Aegis. Onto the tier 3 top. They'll get the fortification out of Spirit.
9 class, the Hex. It's 80 gold away. I don't know if they're going to expect... I mean, they see the items that he has, so they're going to have to anticipate.
But it's going to be brutal. It's what do you do against this Hex on the Cole? 9 class, he's always going to find the way to catch you.
Might be able to just pop some of these heroes before they get the BKB off, potentially. No one will be able to find an amp damage as well. Shivas is about to finish for him.
They're going to try and do something. It's into the Aegis. It's a risk, but they feel desperate right now.
They've got the Ags from Collapse, so eyes on him to get that workhorse onto Yatoro if he does get focused onto.
At the same time, Team Vision, they've got the Moonlight up. Sneaking around the map themselves. Getting up to the high ground here, Satanic will show. So Spirit have a decent amount of information, but can they actually fight this despite the gold deficit that they're at?
Can they access the backline? Do they see 9 class? They get down on him.
He's going to try and get the jump in straight away. They look towards 9 class, see if they can take him out. The curse comes out, locking the 3 of them down. No one's able to get the BKB off. 9 class, he's healed up by the Infest. Satanic keeps the call alive. Vision, they won't lose anyone to that attempt there from Spirit.
And now Satanic, he's on Yatoro.
Toro has any sort of help to get him out of this. The Stampede's already been used. try and run, but the BKB's about to come to an end. They've got a force hit from Rude to try and save Yatoro. Satanic's going to still chase on. No one catches Nomi here in the river with Ducalis. The workhorse is there. Collapse under the tier 2, but Satanic, he's going to dive on forward. Collapse will go for the TP out, gets out just in time before Notice comes in with the tendrils.
They try for a desperate move. They find the backline, but there's so much healing. Gets the Infest off onto him. They get the extra bailout as well, too, when he gets the Holy Locket. Look at that heal.
I mean, it's one of those situations, right, where you want to kill the Kotl, but at the same time, it's just so hard to take 9 class out at the start of the fight, even if you're getting the jump on him.
BKB was used there from Laurel and Yatoro. Don't have it for the defense now. Still an Aegis on Satanic onto this high ground.
Can they push him back? The tier 3 is gone.
Cheeky little purge.
Collapse. They're going to try and see what he can find at the side. They get the Vortex on the one Satanic. The damage coming in for Yatoro. He's going to be fine. Gets in with the Infest. They do catch him with the Sun on the way out, though. That's him gone the once. Spirit, can they set up to take him down a second time? Hook shots there. Into the damage. They bring him down low. He's having to put the Manta running away with the Moonlight, but they've got him. They take out Satanic.
And they chase for more.
They need to try and find more from the Spirit. An opportunity presents itself. They cannot let it slip away. Zip 4 from Lyle. Look at the 9 class. He's got the Ghost Scepter. Doesn't matter. Hustov, Vortex. They've got the control. They'll take the Kotl down.
Ooh, they punished some of this greed from Satanic. He felt like he was unkillable, but his team started to split away. He didn't have all that backup. Great opportunity seized there from Spirit.
A big defense there. They lose to tier 3, but the barracks, they'll be protected. Spirit having a chance now to play out onto the map. A good window as well, 50 seconds almost here without 9 class or Satanic in play.
Hit the high ground a bit.
Yatoro's tempted. I mean, he hits hard.
Very hard.
See how much Spirit can do. They lost to tier 3. If they're able to take the same, maybe even more.
That was an insane moment for Spirit, too, because now you're seeing Yatoro potentially is going to have that item advantage versus the Lifestealer to be able to beat on him, too. Tower dropping. Connection on the side.
They get the hook shot. They're going to be able to catch Ducalis outside of the base.
Dude, Harl.
Another one here for Spirit.
Harl is getting the connections here with the Vortexes. 6-2 and 4 now.
Despite the deficit that he's at, I mean, he's still at a point where he's got more farm than no one on the Sand King now, and he's making more plays. They'll get the jump onto Yatoro. Collapse. He's in with the save, though. Bails Yatoro out, and will be able to take him away from the Doom.
They bought back on Ducalis as well, too. If Spirit's able to disengage.
It's a full retreat. Everybody's getting out alive on Spirit.
Oh, the spell casting from Spirit. Absolutely beautiful. The Winter's Curse to disengage. They know what primary target number 1 is. It's Yatoro. Just make sure that he's protected, and he can potentially still do it in this game. Swift Blink getting pretty close.
I mean, he's got the money.
Yep, he's got that 3,500 advantage. He's got that full item now over Satanic.
Do you spend up for the Swift Blink or do you hold for buyback?
I think he's buying. I don't think I don't think this is a game where you can hold your gold. I think you want to be playing with that advantage, the gold immediately.
I mean, I like it, and just full trust in Collapse to be there with these saves. Keep Yatoro protected at all costs.
They've slowed down quite a lot of that momentum from Vision. Even though they were able to deny that Aegis away from the side of the TA, they ended up denying the Aegis away from Satanic from him getting too much out of it afterwards. Spirit, level 25 now has been hit. This 25 talent is pretty busted, 0-2. Any game is winnable when you do have this talent this early. That meld hit bash could trip Satanic up massively.
They absolutely can. Suddenly, the rage is not enough to keep you safe, and you're not always able to get that quick jump in with the Infest if that bit of an interrupt comes in through the bash.
Laurel, Conjurer's Catalyst now for him too. His scaling is increasing.
They find no one here out on the map.
Oh, that would be
his way back to the mid, but they're going to see him. Not me. Able to get him with the hooks on the coach down and put the BKB, try and get away from this with the Burrows, trying to curse it there to hold him in position. Yatoro closing in upon him here with the Stampede. Jump on Collapse. They bring no one down. Soon's going to get dropped on towards Collapse. Hex is there on Yatoro. He's been surrounded by Satanic and Notice. He'll try and get away with the BKB, but he will fall. Vision could take Yatoro down this time.
And the Doom
is going to continue to run. He's going to tick pretty low. I think he's dead. Oh, the last hit gets him. Notice.
You had said before, do you actually doom the Centaur? I think you actually do doom the Centaur. Seeing that positioning there, Yatoro is very aggressively postured. They doom the Centaur. He can't bail him out when he overextends.
I mean, absolutely right. You take him away from the fight and suddenly Yatoro is left vulnerable. And again, spend up for the Swift Blink. 70 seconds, no Yatoro here for the hold. Vision, they might not have no one, but they have the damage here with Satanic at the front to try and take a lot away from Spirit.
They chase so far for that kill. They do get punished this time. The rack's now exposed.
The mid rack's gone for sure. Tier 2s are already completely gone, so the other lanes are open as well for Vision.
They're going to stick around, at least until the TA does start to come back, because they have 40 seconds without these 2 cores.
I mean, yeah, just without Yatoro, they have nowhere near enough damage to threaten Satanic at all as this lifestealer. Up to the top lane. 30 seconds still. Now Yatoro. No one back in play, is ready to TP over to join the rest of the team. Notice he's able to jump to get the catch on, and not me's in trouble. The nullifier thrown down on towards him. Will try and use the hook shot to get away. Cold Embrace out of force. We're separated from Satanic, but Satanic, he wants to keep pushing for the kill. Wants the Manta to tank some of the battery assault. He might just die here to the damage of the illusions. They'll get him back to the fountain. But Vision just pushing Spirit away from the barracks. They'll respect the fact that Yatoro is coming back into action, though. They won't overstay their welcome. Vision, they'll fall back.
Satanic pressing forward here with that lifestealer. Now back in that even net worth, has this item as well too coming out for him. We'll see it again, that last tick. Literally the last one, and it overkills him by 4 damage, if I'm not mistaken there, because it was ticking for 66 per tick. Vision potentially looking to close it out if they get a big catch here.
I mean, they know very likely, right, from that last play, that buyback is not an option for Yatoro, and he's still 500 gold short of it.
Okay.
So they know there's a high likelihood that because he spent up and didn't have the buyback for that defense, that he's still in this situation where if they kill Yatoro, the game's going to be over, and we're going to be going to a game 5.
Laurel has a Linkens to be able to block.
Notice jump. It's going to make the jump. They find Not Me first. Same time to Carlos is trying to look towards the back line. They've surrounded Yatoro, but there's the save. Collapse comes in. He's got to get him out of here. The curse will hold back no one to notice. They'll take Yatoro back up to the safety of the high ground.
Nice side blades there onto no one. Did use the BKB during the war curse, and can't actually attack during it this time. It has to just run away, so it's a defensive bailout from Spirit. They can't get any type of aggressive potential out of it there. And there's still a Doom available. Notice does have it at the ready.
Do they try and strike again?
Oh, I like this from no one, too. Goes for the Basher after the Shivas, that extra bit of control that could potentially clip the TA, or even the Centaur, right? Like when he's trying to bail him out, it might hit him with the Bash if he gets lucky. It's all eyes on Yatoro and Collapse.
Ulal! Yatoro. Collapse is going to go in aggressive on a Notice. Notice steps forward to catch him with the Hoostomp. He'll get the BKB off Notice. He's going to run. They try and drop the dude down, but the Linkens is there. Cold Embrace keeps Lyle safe. He'll be fine for now. Satanic is going to push on towards Yatoro. Yatoro getting forced back to safety. He'll be able to get out with the blink, but Collapse, he'll suffer for this. Ticking down to the Doom. He's gone for 80. And Satanic, he knows without the Centaur to be around to save anyone, he can get back on the aggression.
Laurel has no BKB, or sorry, Yatoro has no BKB for 20 seconds. Oh, force aggressive.
X to the force. Satanic, he's stepping up. No one's in with the bar strike onto the bar for the take throughout. They've got the stone control onto Yatoro. He's gone. He's got the buyback gold available here. He'll use it straight away, Yatoro. But Vision, they're taking them down one by one inside the base. They'll look to Satanic, but he's able to back up, continue the push onto the barracks. Spirit, they've got to try and hold here with just the 2 of them. Vision.
2v5 with an epicenter available.
They're ready to go for the mega creeps. No one. He's ready to go for the kill. He's challenging up the epicenter. He's in with the jump. They get the opening on towards Lyle. They've got the lockdown. Lyle to fall. He's out of the buyback. They're onto the tier 4s here, Vision.
Oh, and I think we're blessed with that game 5.
I think we might be. And the tier 4s are going down. Yatoro's going to try one final stand here on his own, but the entirety of his team are gone. The Burrow strikes there, catching him after the BKB into the arrow. GG's called. We're going to a game 5 here in the International Grand Finals as Team Vision coming with some beautiful moves here in this game 4. And my goodness, it was just too much for Spirit. Spirit, we saw them coming with a pretty good strike back around these saves from Collapse, but you saw the adaptation from Vision. Suddenly, Collapse's priority in this fight, it jumped up tenfold. Get rid of the Centaur, stop him getting these saves, and with that, they're able to take them down and force a game 5 fold.
They're forcing reactions from Spirit over and over again, and for Spirit, it's too much for them to deal with, bailing Yatoro out. Even though Laurel, we mentioned, he was making some of this recovery, but you can see the world of difference in comparison of him and the Sand King. No one, he's just a deterrent. He's forcing a lot of reactions, while the other 2 cores, they're hard carrying. Noticed, what a hell of a game from him on this Doom. Starting it out with the first blood somehow, and then ending 9-1-11.
He played ridiculous.
Amazing.
Ridiculous stuff across the board there from Team Vision. We are seeing an absolutely beautiful display of Dota here in the grand finals, and we're getting a game 5, 2-2 now, between Vision and Spirit.
You cannot ask for anything more than that. A game number 5 between Spirit and Vision. We talked about how evenly matched these two teams were, but it felt like so often Spirit had the advantage in draft. Finally, that break, that elongated break there, Vision were able to take advantage of it. They came back, and this draft we loved. We could see it. Every player was playing something they felt comfortable with, something that they were able to get ahead with, and honestly, they never really stopped.
Yeah, this is perfection. Vision played incredibly the draft. They fixed the problems, like you said. And this was, honestly, swung the other way where it never really looked that close. Spirit had some clutch fights here and there, but for the entirety of the game, pretty much, barring this one moment where Satanic dies, I think Vision were in the driver's seat.
The big difference maker for me in this game was no one playing a lane where he wasn't getting run at consistently by multiple heroes from Team Spirit early on. We had 9-class on his Coddle and Dekalis on Mirana. They were playing around that mid lane. They pressured that tower early on, kicked Laurel out, and they always had that kill threat, that kill combo available to them that made the early game so difficult for Team Spirit.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And on top of that, they had 9-class on Coddle. I feel like this was the first game that we really got to see 9-class show like how good of a player he is. He got to set up the early game for them. He set up the stacks in a triangle that then enables the Sand King. He gets to enable the Doom. I mean, I think Notice had an amazing showing on this Doom. I feel like in both the games where he had a game, he has a hero that he can shine on. He shows that there is no offlane diff in the series, and I don't often get to say that when Collapse is in the game.
Yeah, it's crazy how much he has stepped up and how much all of these young players are playing with so much confidence and pizzazz in the hardest and most stressful series of their lives. It is truly incredible, and Vision have, I don't know, they took that break and they made gold of it. I think it's very easy to squander that and to talk about things that doesn't matter, but clearly they went back and they talked with purpose. They spent that time well, and they look like a whole new refurbished team.
They look phenomenal. You're bringing up the Notice Doom here, and it shouldn't be any surprise of what he's able to do in it. He has won now 5 games at this international with Doom. If he gets his hands on it, he is going to be able to take it to the safe lane. They're going to be able to take it to the carry here, and that's exactly what Yatoro felt coming up against the Notice Doom.
Yeah, when you think about it, a lot of the issues that Team Vision were having earlier in this series kind of chalked down to scaling and going to the late game, and Doom as a hero naturally solves that. Not only is he naturally solving the scaling, but an anti-carry hero versus Yatoro at TI, it makes a lot of sense. There was always the failsafe of this Doom dooming the TA the longer the game went. The fights were not easy to take for Team Spirit, and Notice is such a standout in the sense that we forgot about his Doom because he had so many other heroes he was playing this series.
Yeah, and I feel like when you look at the draft from Vision, they are now on the sides of, they have all the synergies, you can see how the heroes come together. And I feel like for Spirit, they've been relying on this concept of like amping up our guy. If we have a TA, it's not just TA, it's TA with a bunch of steroids that are making him even stronger. And in this game, there just really wasn't much. Like, TA doesn't like to get saved. It's not a hero that wants to get frozen by Wyvern. It's not a hero that really, like, he wants to get his damage amped. He wants people to be held in place and for him to just one-shot them when he clicks them one time. And they don't have it this game.
I could see it pairing well when the Centaur Cock came out, right? You're able to get a lot of that damage still out whilst not having to take any damage. But the downside to that is even though Doom is a great carry counter, he's also a really good Centaur counter. It's okay. Centaur runs in wanting to try and get into close range for your carry to do that damage. Well, you just doom him instead, and then what's going to end up happening? That carry is going to kind of be left in the middle of where Centaur's taken him.
Yeah, it's a testament to how so many matchups in Dota are two-sided. Centaur is typically considered a counter to Doom because you press Stampede and you run away from the Doom. But then suddenly, what if you Doom the Centaur? Or what if you abuse Infernal Blade more and you play the fights a little bit longer? Or you have enough Disables in the Sand King and the Mirana Arrow so that even if they press Stampede, well, they're stunned. Who cares if they're fast? I think these things, they all add up. They had great answers. And I think if you look at the past games before this, Spirit supports were a huge reason why they were winning so easily. And this game, they were completely shut down. There was minimal impact from Not Me. He was chain feeding on Clockwork because there's nowhere he can kill. There's nowhere he can really do anything.
And a lot of that would tie into Laurel and the hero he's playing and what kind of pressure can come off of the hero. And I do think that Team Vision and Puppy cooked with that last pick Sand King because it's a hero we haven't seen no one play this entire tournament. He used to play it a lot last year, but again, crickets from this hero. And then we see the Storm Spirit. This was honestly the perfect pick in this scenario. They lacked stuns. They picked a hero that provided that, a hero that can shut down Storm and make it so that Laurel could not do anything.
I find it kind of funny because I remember seeing Laurel in the booth. He's like going through the papers, looking at like, so what does no one play? What can he play here that can mess with my Storm game? And I'm sure there wasn't any Sand King on those papers. You know, this hero hasn't really seen the light of day this tournament. So really clutch. We've seen a lot of like first time appearances for heroes. I don't know if that was it, but Sand King hasn't been picked much. And it's cool to see these coaches and these teams, they go deep into their bag and they find the right hero for the right moment rather than just sticking to the meta.
Yeah. There is the inverse of that, right? Where we're seeing the Wyvern coming out from Spirit. It is first phase banned against them time and time and time again. And if it's not, they will very gladly pick it up. But seeing the impact that it had this time around, Mira, in the earlier game and what we could have, you know, we see what they see, but also that it wasn't necessarily enough for them to turn the tides.
Absolutely. I mean, for me, I look at Winter Wyvern as a hero that emerged in the meta specifically to solve Lone Druid. That's really how it happened. And while he did have a lot of good moments in this game without specifically countering anything, I think in the clip that we're watching here, he's going to save Laurel from dying a very gruesome death and enabling him to, you know, get a little bit of a getaway from no one who's been bullying him for the most of this early game. With that being said, I do think Winter Wyvern, the purpose did not need to happen in this game because Lone Druid was banned out by Team Vision anyway. So if you're trading the Keeper of the Light and giving it to 9 class, taking the Wyvern for yourself without the threat of Lone Druid existing anyway, what else does it do for you? It just was not enough.
Yeah. I think it's a great point, and I think that's why you want all your heroes to have purpose, because it affects the heroes later in the draft. If you first pick this hero and now they've got a great response with it, well, you've had a bad trade. And what Aiden said before about how TA doesn't really like Winter Wyvern, well, now when it comes later on and you want to pick TA because it's a good TA game, well, that means it hurts your Winter Wyvern's game. And so these things tend to build up that if you've had a bad pick, it will affect your later picks and either make them worse or it will hurt the first hero's game because you're picking something that's good against their heroes, not good with yours. You're split between that choice of good versus them or good with us. And you want something in between that does both. I think that's what Vision's draft does. It's good with their heroes and good against the enemy heroes.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I also feel like every time you pick a hero, like you guys both mentioned, you have to keep in mind that you're also opening a door for your opponent. And in this case, Coddle is probably their most comfortable for. It's probably the best hero against Winter Wyvern, just as a 4-5 matchup. And you have to consider that. You have to get value out of your first pick despite those two things. If you're giving those two things away, what are you getting in return? And in this game, Rue plays an amazing Wyvern. Curses are on point, but it doesn't lead to much.
I could see, you know, Vision coming back into this, really prioritizing the supports no matter what. I know that our bans ended up leading that way, but that was one of our biggest takeaways in what had been developing over the first 3 games initially was 9 class's pool in a way is shrinking, and he's kind of pushing to things that, yeah, he knows how to play, but they're not really in the meta. They're not necessarily things that are comfortable, even if it is something he knows how to play. So I just love switching it up and immediately taking it as soon as it was available and not even trying to call the bluff of, will it be available in the second phase? We just need to look at what is doing so well because, yeah, in our other games, we've had Dark Willow, Bounty Hunter, Rubik, Keeper of the Light, Hoodwink. They've all either been banned or picked up by your opposition.
Yeah. He's a different beast on his pool of heroes, and we saw the difference here, Quinn.
Yeah, we definitely did. I think that is him as a player, right? He's had a small hero pool for his entire career. He plays 2 or 3 heroes per tournament, and he's expanded that to his credit. He is not the same player that he was, but I think whenever you're in the most stressful situations, you tend to go back to who you are as a core of a player. You're not going to play these extremities that are the new branches you've grafted onto your your root here. You're going to go back to what you know best, what you have the most games on. You're going to play your techies. You're going to play your Coddle, the heroes that you have the most games on, because you want to be comfortable. You want to feel calm and chill in these games because there's so much stress, there's so many external pressures. You don't need internal pressure on top of that.
On top of that, I think the 1-2 punch being able to exist for Team Vision makes a huge difference because I talked about the supports getting diffed, but largely it was due to draft. And when you have a hero like Mirana playing with a hero like Sand King, it's different because we've had no one on a hero where he's getting run at consistently and is losing the matchup to Laurel. And then his supports are Enchantress and Marcy or something from 9 class. And there are no means for the 3 of them to pose a threat on the map. But in this game, no one and his supports were a huge threat and they were moving around. And we saw them for a large portion of the game running into the triangle, running into the camps, making it so that TA can't sit and pick up net worth in that top lane.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I mean, this was Vision's game. I think every other game it's been defined by SF, and Spirit were better when it comes to an SF game. I think like that's objectively stated in the series, and SF should probably not see the light of day anymore. I would be surprised if Vision let go of the hero, because I think if it's out, it seems like they have a much better grasp of how to set up the draft in a way that benefits them.
I feel like we can't overstate just how exhausted Spirit are probably feeling at this point. You hit this massive adrenaline high coming out onto the stage. There was one before that one as well where they go on from the lower bracket and you win it and you're feeling so good. You too owe that, but now you're looking at a game number 5. They've been playing since 10 a.m. It's 10 hours now that they have been playing for themselves, and I really wonder, how are you going to go the distance? How are you going to look towards a game number 5 and ensure that you're still putting everything you possibly can get into it because of how much is on the line right now? It is one game only, and it decides everything that you've built up over the last 2 weeks of TI-15.
Not to mention that, but you just were one game away, and maybe you get a little ahead of yourself and you hear Maposhka is right. It is one game away, and I think you'd even feel the nerves in his communication. And so you can only imagine what it feels like for the players, and you lose that. You had a safety blanket, and now your safety blanket is gone. You're both one game from losing, one game from winning. And I think that is, I know it's a very cold place to be. It's stressful. You're out in the open. There's nothing protecting you. And I think for both teams, it's so much pressure. They're so close to their dream and so close to failure. I don't know, it's a knife's edge.
It's also the coolest game that you could possibly have at TI, right?
Yeah.
This is truly the maximum amount of pressure for both teams. Every single moment, every single play that you make could be that winning moment, and it goes both ways. Everybody has that in the back of their minds. There's nobody that's thinking to themselves like, oh, it's just another pub I'm sitting at home playing. Now everything is on the line. I feel like this is truly what TI is all about. It's about that high stakes, high pressure, the prestige, all of that coming together. And now we get to see that pressure for both teams equally.
Yeah, it's people who have put a decade of their lives or longer into something. And now this may not just be the most important part of your Dota career, but to them, it may feel like the most important part of the last decade of their lives. Satanic's not even 20 years old. For him, it's half of his life, maybe his entire life. This is the most pivotal moment. There's so much gravity. There's so much importance for all of these players. It's such a huge portion of their life they've dedicated to this. And it's all culminating in one crucial moment.
There's no other avenue you get to take. You don't get to rest on the laurels that it's a best of 5. There'll be more chances. There's a lower bracket that we can come up through. It is all or nothing when it comes to a game number 5. This is the last time they will walk out onto this stage in Shanghai. The last opportunity they will get to be able to reach for that Aegis, to lift it in celebration instead of staring at it from a distance. And I could not imagine for the life of me how you recenter yourself, and you have to almost put yourself in the mind frame that there's more out there, and it isn't everything, even though at the end of the day there is a lot towards it. Effie,
the best team will be the team to do it. It's just as easy as that. In this game 5, this is where the champion is crowned. Whoever is better here will win, and both of these teams have played their hearts out. We're just gonna have to wait and see.
The feeling in the arena, it's electric. Everybody knows this is an iconic series. This is one of these memorable moments that will go down in Dota history, and we get to be here live, appreciating that, soaking in what is an incredible game played by the best players in the world in the most tense moment of their careers.
Spirit have seen a game number 5 on a grand final, though. They've been out the other side and walking towards the Aegis, and so it still sits there that they've done it once. Why can't they do it again? And Vision sit there saying, we could be the people that stop them. Stop that 100% win streak that Spirit have in TI Grand Finals.
I mean, last time they did it, they set up a trap in Game 5 for the draft. They managed to get their hands on that Magnus. And, the rest is history, right? So it's probably going to look something similar again. I think they've been trying to trap Vision into playing their draft game all day today. And if they manage to do it successfully, I think probably a pretty easy game on their hands.
Yeah, it can't be understated how much of this series, how much of this grand finals is a coach-to-coach matchup as well. All of these players have played elite, incredible Dota. Every single one of them has had moments in this series that were just the reason, the game changer, the reason why their team could do it. It's going to be a matter of these traps that you're talking about, but also what the coaches talked about in terms of pep, in terms of motivation. Can they even trap? We talked about how Maposhka diffed Puppy in the draft in the first 3. Puppy came back swinging in this last one, and it's just going to be a battle of the brains now.
Yeah, and you can see Puppy on the camera before they walk out on stage too, him giving a speech to his players, and all of them looking at him intently. They're fully focused and believing every word he says, and I think that's the kind of leadership you want. You have people who are buying in, and they say, whatever this guy's saying, I'm fully on board. What he picks for me, we're going to play it to the fullest of our ability, and you're a team, you're a succinct, you're unit, you're one fist, you're not 5 fingers.
Yep, absolutely. Also, I can see on my screen that the coin flip has happened, and Team Spirit has won it.
Yeah, Team Spirit called heads, and they get heads there. Now they have to decide what they want to do for themselves, because for game number 4, they ended up wanting that first pick. It didn't end up playing out in their favor. And so, again, I know all this preparation has already happened for them. They already know what they want, but they're sitting there thinking about it, and it is going to be first pick that they choose.
It seems to be the preferred choice throughout this tournament, right?
Yeah.
It seems like a lot of teams prefer the first pick. The cool thing with first pick is that you get to build your draft. You kind of, on first pick, you are the one that's setting the pace. You're the one that's saying, okay, these are the matchups that we're getting. A lot of the times, these teams are so good that they know that if I pick Wyvern, you're going to pick Coddle. They know this is coming. So when you run first pick, you kind of, it's like playing white in chess. You're making the first move. They have to respond to you. And that's the choice you want to be in, right? You want to be in a driver's seat going into this last game. You want to feel like you're in control. You want to feel like you're the one that determines how this final draft goes.
That was one of our criticisms, though, of game number 4, is that they open with the Wyvern on the side of Spirit, but don't actually build around it, because what they end up pivoting their draft towards doesn't utilize it. That TA, you guys talked about time and time again, where ultimately they didn't necessarily feel like they're on the same page. It's not going to be a repeat for game 5, but it does have that little bit of how will they open again if the bans were to go the same way? How will they want to alter or adjust things to ensure that they could still have that advantage with first pick?
Absolutely. I mean, the Wyvern to me is still a very valuable hero, but the biggest purpose it serves this TI is that it pre-addresses Lone Druid and it pre-addresses Nature's Prophet. And in that game 4, both of those heroes were banned in the first phase. They didn't even exist within the draft. So you took a hero that becomes very generic in that sense if it isn't aiding your draft. And if you're just going to open with a hero, a clock opener for a support would have been easier to build around than that Wyvern. And I don't think we'll be seeing it in this game unless that Lone Druid is not banned.
Yeah, I would be inclined to agree, and I think the bans will probably also be different. I think Spirit has learned from this. They learned, I mean, obviously they know this trade wasn't good. They could definitely feel that in game, and I'm sure Maposhka sees it, and so they'll be looking for a different trade. I have no idea what the hero will be. I think it's part of what makes this final so interesting, is that it's not been super predictable what's been picked. It's not a meta where everyone agrees on the order that you pick things, and it's the same trades every game. It's very different trades. It's a lot of thought. It's a very creative final with a lot of expression of sort of deeper hero pools and historical understandings of Dota matchups. And so I think it's honestly hard to tell, and we're just going to have to wait and see what these great Dota minds cook up.
They've been able to utilize the breaks between games time and time again. They've always been able to put on a show for us. But right now, it's down to the final last game and our final draft.
Team Vision versus Team Spirit. Grand Finals. Game 5.
The feeling in Shanghai right now, it will never top this. Everyone's seated, excited and elated for Game 5 in our grand finals to see exactly what these two teams are going to build for themselves in either a draft and an execution that will result in lifting the Aegis, or one that walks away with disappointment. And looking at this one, Spirit, we've already talked about, has first pick, and the bans for themselves, it's a run back of Bounty Hunters and Nature's Prophet at the moment. With this time around, it is Vision going for the Tree and the Shadow Fiend band.
Yeah, it's a little different this time because Team Spirit had first pick in game 4 and they banned their own Shadow Fiend. This time around, Vision are the ones that banned the SF, so it makes it that they can choose their pick of the litter here between the Earth Spirit, between the Lone Druid, and the Dark Willow, I believe.
Yeah, this is, they're using reserve time on it. They're going to ban the Doom. I really like this. I think now the key thing for Spirit is you want to pick something that doesn't open you up to Keeper of the Light. Either, I don't think they'll take it themselves. It's not super good for Spirit, but you want something that is solid, is fortified, that doesn't have an immediate, easy response, because I think that is most likely what Vision is looking at on the second pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would even extend it further to say, like, you probably want to pick something that dissuades Keeper of the Light. Because I don't think they play it themselves. I don't think I've seen me play it.
I don't think so.
So I think Vision right now, they're probably thinking, okay, we got our Coddle if we get the chance.
Yeah, but also Earth Spirit, right? I mean, no one is undefeated with Earth Spirit this TI. Like, teams have let it through a couple of times and it doesn't work out. Like, are Spirit really trying to call an Earth Spirit bluff here at a Game 5?
I don't think it's calling it bluff so much as they found success when 9 class hasn't had his hero, right? And I think that is why even potentially they might pick the Coddle over it. Oh, they ban it themselves. Okay, interesting.
So then I wonder what it's going to be that prevents Coddle in some way, or that maybe that just doesn't care about Coddle, maybe doesn't prevent it, but is fine playing against it. Because to me, that is crucial. Nothing is coming to me is super apparent. It's been a big hero in this series that prevents Coddle or is really good against Coddle. So
this is honestly one of the best heroes you can play against Coddle.
Yeah, it is.
An old school counter to Coddle because you beat him in lane, you hit so much harder than he does. You're fast, you can match him when he wants to stack camps, you can sleep him, you can kind of stop Coddle from being Coddle in the early portions of the game. Another drawback to Coddle is that he doesn't have a stun. 9 class has been buying Hex, but it takes about 30 minutes or so before that comes out. So you get a free Fiend's Grip for the majority of the game.
It also dissuades from Ember Spirit and a lot of no one's other hero pools, Pango as well. Bane solves for this. This is why this hero has just been so up there and ban priority for a lot of teams.
You literally read my mind because I was going to ask, how does this answer a potential just bringing out an Ember Spirit and landing a Slock? And we don't even look towards that. It's straight up an Invoker.
I think this plays indirectly what y'all are saying about the Pango and the Spirits, right? Those heroes that just run into Bane, they're typically not that good. You want something that's further range that can cancel the grip right off the bat, right? Grip has been answered now for the majority of the early game until this. And so I think it's a very cool pick. It's a clutch pick that just says, hey, this is good against Bane. You picked a hero, we're picking a hero that's good against that. I think that really worked for Vision in the last game. And while it's a different hero, I think not jamming the Coddle into a situation it would be bad in is very smart.
But now this Invoker is out mid. This can be punished. Like, Laurel does play Pango, and Pango versus Invoker mid is one of the rougher matchups for Invoker. It just tempos very hard, and by having Bane on Team Spirit, they can secure it for themselves with no fear.
I absolutely agree that the Invo is great against Bane, but I fear for how the rest of the draft builds, and that's where your point about the Pango comes in. I feel like building around this Bane has a lot less vulnerabilities. The Invoker is a lot more exposed, and there's a lot more potential angles for Spirit to try to exploit here. And heroes like Pangolier, other heroes that might cause issues for Invoker, because he's quite a defining hero from the mid lane. He's not one of those heroes that moves around and makes a lot of moves. You know what kind of heroes he needs. He needs some sort of stuns. He needs Sunstrike setups. The Quas Vex angle for the hero doesn't exist right now, so he's very one-dimensional.
He gets run at very easily as well. So for example, if something like a Bane plus Morana come out from Team Spirit, Invoker can't defend himself very well against it.
Yeah, you can see Spirit also, they don't care about the Coddle. It may have owned last game, but this is different circumstances. They banned the Dark Willow instead, saying, you want your Coddle again? Brother, take it. We've got answers this game.
Yeah, it's just high-level drafting going on right now, right? So Vision, they need to try to secure up this Invoker's game. They need to try to build around him, make sure that he can actually be that Bane counter as the game progresses and actually scale into the game and not just be countered into oblivion by the time the 5th pick comes out from Team Spirit.
Yeah, a big way you do that is getting strong lanes and getting some melee hero or some tanky hero that can sort of play in front and give Invoker space because there's aggression coming towards mid. As soon as you pick Invoker, there's a big spotlight on that mid lane. They want to pressure you, they want to run you over because you're vulnerable early. And so for Vision, having something that protects that area, that can fend off the Bane, whether they be Vision or clutch plays or something to take off the Nightmare, anything really, there's a lot of potential answers, but you want to fortify this guy. I completely agree.
Yo, shout out, happy birthday to everyone born today. Guy in the arena celebrating his birthday, celebrating a Game 5 between Spirit and Vision. I don't know if you could be any more blessed, truly.
It's a great birthday. And this is a great hero versus Bane. It does all of those things, and it's a very classic response.
Yeah, this hero is really good against Bane. It's also a 9-class hero. I will say he doesn't really play it that often, but I think he plays it extremely well. He's one of those people that when you give him something like this that has like some sort of clutch play, some sort of like can do some weird stuff, he usually finds the impact. I know he's a big fan of buying the shard and also lifting his allies out of danger. And here's the Pango, Mira.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great lane against Invoker. It has a free BKB. Like, I feel like free BKB in Dota is so conceptually broken. That's why we've seen Lifestealer this series as well. I do want to comment, though, now that this Rubik is out, a hero that kind of got forgotten about last game was the Underlord that popped off in Game 2. Like, are Spirit in a position where they have to pick it here, or they just give it to Vision? Because Underlord would fit so many builds to set up for this Invoker Cataclysm later on.
It's so scary to pick into Rubik
It
because
is,
this
it
Firestorm
is.
gets amped up. It deals so much damage. It cuts through you so quickly. You go from being this tanky blob to just being butter.
Yeah.
You just have to deal with it then. You have to give them the Underlord.
That is, I'm not going to lie, it's a very scary prospect. I think it gives you incredible scaling. It gives you real ease of execution where you can sit back and farm, and if Spirit doesn't run at you, that eventually this Bane, this Pangolin, these are heroes that need to commit to fights in some way. And I think Spirit with the Mirana, it's exactly what you mentioned, Mira, but it's very focused on aggression. And if there's an Underlord coming, these are heroes that don't like being held down. They don't deal well with roots. They play well off mobility. And there is a potential serious scaling problem.
Mm-hmm. It's just how heroes can become problems, but then another problem is posed with the Doom in that last game, and then Doom shifts up in priority, and the Underlord that was banned was forgotten about, and it's just so much has been happening this TI Grand Finals. It's wild to keep up with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this Underlord, I agree. It poses a lot of issues. It's great against the Pangolier. You get that global root that can set up for spells. They can set up for any sort of lift play from Rubik. Pango does have a shard that kind of protects him against it. And Underlord is yet another hero that does not have a stun to cancel the Fiend's Grip. So if they go for that, that's something that you have to keep in mind.
Yeah. Yatoro will also have the pick to counter that, so we'll be able to immediately respond, and they're not going to go for it. Axe into Bane is a little surprising to me. It's something you would typically consider as a pretty good response to Axe, because when he calls a guy, you just sleep him and have a save. So I don't know what you think, but I'm a bit surprised.
I am as well. I feel like the Underlord looked a lot more difficult to address within the draft, but it seems like Vision wanted to build around their Invoker. While Underlord would have solved a lot of issues in the game, they looked at it as, we have an Invoker in our first phase. Do we have enough setup for it? Let's just go for Axe, the greatest setup for Invoker in all of Dota.
Yeah, it's also a little bit more of a pressure
Next
laner.
to Void.
Yeah, I mean, it pressures a bit more on lane, right? Underlord kind of likes to draw out lanes. He doesn't really play so aggressively. He tends to firestorm out the lanes, and that would open up a lot of doors for Yatoro to just kind of pick anything he wants. With Axe, you have to be quite mindful of picking ranged carries. They tend to kill themselves quite easily on blade mails, so a lot of those heroes are now scary for Yatoro to pick.
Axe is not the... I mean, there's the Lifestealer, which is... I think it's a pretty good, decent game for it, but it's not something Yatoro particularly likes. It's not in his wheelhouse. I think Satanic is much more comfortable and appreciates the hero a lot more. Classic Yatoro heroes, when I see Invoker, I think something like the Faceless Void. But I don't know, I mean, which I would love to see, but I don't know if it's good enough. Okay.
I think I would prefer the Lifestealer, just because of free BKB. We talked about it with Tango. You've got another free BKB, you counter Invoker. Again, Vision are saying with this Axe pick that Invoker is the centerpiece of their draft and they want to build around it, and Spirit choose to conceptually counter that with a hero that is naturally so good against Invoker.
Yeah, I think right now, looking at Vision's tools, like, they can stun the Lifestealer with the Axe, but what next? There needs to be some big physical damage coming out here from Satanic. It is absolutely what he's capable of, but they need to find a way to kill this Lifestealer. This hero has won, I believe, every single game that we've seen him in this Grand Final, and I think he's been quite a big problem in all the games that we've seen in this Grand Final too.
Yeah, and these are very important bans. Spirit needs to think about what gives them the scaling. They think Void does. I think that's a great ban. It would have been terrifying to play against as the scale comes out, because I think you don't want to be on a big timer. I don't think Spirit is on one right now, but things are subject to change in these last two picks, and with Grand Finals, with everything on the line, you don't want to have that clock ticking in your ear saying, go, 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 go. You want to be able to chill and play the game at your pace.
I mean, we saw a perfect example of just that in Game 3, right? Like, the last pick of the draft, we think Spirit has to play for pressure. TB comes out, it completely flips the script. And these heroes obviously exist, right? So I love that the Void gets banned out. This hero, you know, you could say, oh, you can just run it over. It's slow. They have way too many slow heroes. But it's Grand Finals of TI. Yeah. It's a completely different beast. You don't want to be in a position where you guaranteed lose if the game reaches a certain point of time.
Yeah, it's just too scary. It's too scary, it's too risky, and it forces too heavy a burden of execution. I genuinely think both teams are gunning so hard for, we just need to be able to scale. We need things that are just good game matchups, because it's just too stressful to play a game like this in a Game 5 where you have to run them over.
And there's the TB. It's the other beast that eventually just starts dealing infinite physical damage. both banned out. It's also one of Satanic's absolute favorite heroes, and I think if Satanic could choose to play his favorite hero in his last game of TI, that probably would have been TB.
Yeah, another hero I think of when I think of Satanic classic heroes is the Morphling. Not a great hero traditionally, but it does have a good matchup against Lifestealer.
That's a good point, yeah.
He likes a lot of Kez too. I mean, he is playing against Bane, which can be very difficult, but he does have a Rubik covering for him if he gets gripped.
I mean, so a big portion of their draft is just designed around like, hey, how do we make Bane not have high impact, right? So I feel like if you're Satanic here, you have to trust your team to take care of that Bane for you. Because that's what you've covered. You got Rubik, you got Invoker, you pick Hoodwink, you have a lot of stuns. Hopefully the Bane is not a factor in whatever he decides to pick here, because his team will cover it.
A split on the last phase bans. They're taking a Centaur and a Puck out of the pool from the side of Vision, not really knowing if this Pango is still 100% in that mid lane for Lal, despite the success he's had so far at TI on it, or if they're willing to shift it to Collapse, if a better mid laner were to present itself.
Yeah, it's smart. I think the Puck could have been pretty good here, despite the hero not having a great track record this tournament. And now Spirit's got to decide where they're putting it.
I mean, there are some heroes you can... Sorry, Insidio?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Just some blind pick heroes that are comfortable are like Underlord or Tide or something. Darkseer for team fight.
Okay. So this is pretty good, but this is a hero that is also susceptible to being counterpicked traditionally. There are some responses like the Sven that we've seen have a lot of success against the Darkseer.
It's a good Sven game. It makes a lot of sense for their heroes. Invoker loves playing with Sven. Sven loves getting alacritied. And it's honestly a pretty decent matchup against Lifestealer, or it can be. But they have this time the steroids on their side, right? You have the Invoker that's going to amp up whatever carry they pick. I kind of like it. It makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, and it also dissuades from some pesky PL or Naga Siren coming out at the very end. You have to always account for this type of hero at a game 5, and Darkseer gives a solution.
Yeah, Darkseer definitely covers the illusion heroes. Usually you tend to want to pick some sort of strength carry core into Darkseer. All the agility heroes give Darkseer a pretty good illusion for him to use.
Wow.
Bruh! You can't be doing this!
Did you see what happened last year?
Yesterday.
Whoa, that item doesn't exist anymore. That neutral item is gone.
That's true.
I cannot believe we are seeing a Juggernaut in Game 5 here in Shanghai. This is a crazy pick from Vision and from Satanic.
Look, it's a good lane against Darkseer. You out-heal with your healing ward, all of the pressure. Every time we say, I can understand what Juggernaut does here, the hero tends to have a bad history in elimination games at TI.
But Mira, you did say one of the most broken concepts in Dota is having a free BKB. And all the free BKB heroes are in this grand final, Game 5 of TI 15.
I don't know. I mean, you're playing against Bane. I think there's a lot on Ruvik's shoulders to cover against this Bane and make it so that Satanic can play the game. Juggernaut as a hero has very good scaling. They're going to have the Alacrity plus Omni Slash combo versus the Lifestealer. You know, it does suck to get Omni Slash, but the scaling is there absolutely for Team Spirit too. I don't know. Yesterday we saw it with Boom Boys. I was like, I'm with it. It's a weird hero, but it's an elimination game, Quinn.
It's not just elimination. It's where your hopes and dreams are shattered or made. It's literally the culmination. It's the end of the entire tournament. It's Game 5, the most exciting place you could ever be for the tournament. You pick Juggernaut, but hey, you got to stick to some kind of guns.
I don't know if I can put full faith in a Juggernaut, but I can put full faith in the entertainment that we will get to see. We talked about it and saying, do you really want to be putting yourself on a timer, whether that's to finish early or stall the game out late? And I feel like there is that potential issue for Vision for this Game 5.
I mean, I honestly think, I don't know which team scales better. How am I supposed to decide? When was the last time we saw a Juggernaut in like full glory? I don't know. I honestly don't know what this hero's timings are. I've only ever seen it lose lately. I don't know. I don't know, Nat.
Satanic players before you have attempted this. They've tried this. They've fallen on their faces. Will you be the one to break the Juggernaut curse at TI? Will you show us what this hero is made of?
Oh my goodness, dude. Oh my goodness. You can feel it. The energy in the air going into this match. I'm just excited to watch. It's literally the peak of the game.
I want you guys, before we do get to something special, tell me, Vision or Spirit, who will be the team standing out there lifting that Aegis with now both drafts playing out?
Spirit.
Spirit?
I think so too, but you know,
Spirit, but faith in Jug?
No, I never have faith in Jug, but I have faith in Satanic and his playstyle.
Insania?
Honestly, it's as close to a 50-50 as I could say, but I go Spirit.
观众朋友们，大家好，欢迎来到赛前采访。Snarks, take it over. Ladies and gentlemen, you know this man well. One of the most iconic players in the world, going for his third Aegis. Give it up for Maposhka! Today you face Puppy, my friend. Any words to say to the coach?
I'm not gonna say something, but definitely you see him.
That's a big boy.
Of course. So I just wish good luck. I think in both teams got their comfort drafts. So that game will show like who is the really best team in the world now.
Absolutely. 很显然，我不能对 Papi 说一些狠话。你们也看到他的体格了，但是我想，今天两支队伍都拿到了他们想要的阵容。我们现在就看看谁才是最后的赢家。From the International One till now, there is no one more associated with TI than this man. Give it up for Puppy! The time for prep is over. The time for picks is over. Now the game is on the players. Anything to say to Mapochka?
Thanks for not beating us right away. Game 5 is pretty good. Thanks to them, we got Game 5. He has done a really good job with this team. All the best of luck to both teams. Hope it's great Dota.
感谢没有提前把这个系列赛结束，我们来到了这个决胜局。我相信双方对方做的工作也非常的不错。最后的话，决胜局，我希望我们都能打出更好的表现。In one of the most legendary moments in TI history, can I please have both coaches shake some hands? Let's see it! Yeah, baby! 观众朋友们，现在就是决战时刻。
Here we go indeed. Game 5 time here at the International here in Shanghai. And Fog, there's a juggernaut.
Game 5 again.
What's going on? I can't wait to see what Satanic's going to have in store for us this game. An interesting pick. It was always going to be the question what the carry selection was going to be coming towards the end of the draft. A Satanic making the call to bring in the Juggernaut. Top lane, we've already had the first blood go down here in favor of Team Vision, 9 class. Looks like he's going to live in Yatoro. He might be in trouble getting chased down here with the battle hunger upon him. Noticed. He's likely going to have him. He will.
What a play.
All right, couple of kills already to start this game off for Vision. But Fog, talk to me. Bringing the Juggernaut out here, especially in front of this crowd, they're going to have some painful memories about this Jug.
They sure will. But this is, you look at the draft, and you can kind of see the idea, the concept behind it, right? They're looking for this immunity, this hero that has that built-in BKB like the panel was talking about, and playing versus Pango in general, right? You Rolling Thunder in, you can just get Omni Slashed. It's a theory that teams have wanted to try versus this Pango multiple different times on paper. We'll have to see what Satanic can do for it. It's incredible that I cannot believe we get a Jug in Game 5 in back-to-back finals. That's absolutely
at TI, that is absolutely amazing. And as I say, it's just going to be a pleasure to see what Satanic can do with it. It's just such a different style of carry to anything else we're seeing, right? Who else are you picking to farm a Battle Fury in 2026, Fog?
Nobody. Literally nobody. We're not seeing any Battle Furies being built up because the timing of it can be pretty difficult, but the lane, he saw his lane matchup. It isn't a double melee type of Darkseer Ion Shell pressure lane, and even if it was, Jug is pretty good versus that with the healing ward. You have ways to negate it with the spin. This is super interesting, Owen. And the matchup, the Jug versus the Lifestealer, see how that one ends up going as well, too, because times have changed. For a while, in the old school days, just like, oh, you Omni Slash the Lifestealer and he dies. Yeah, that's great, right? That isn't really the case anymore. He has ways to play around it with his Infest, jumping in and out, even being tanky enough to stand through. We'll have to see how these lanes do go, because right now, Yatoro is feeling this pressure in this lane. This top lane, 9 class and Notice, they're doing a fantastic job. Collapse also, he is feeling the pressure on the opposing side too, so the lanes at the moment looking very good for the side of Vision.
Might be able to chase him down here, Collapse. Couple of hits, and he's gone. So already, Team Vision up 3 kills here across the lanes. And Satanic off to a very hot start. Top of the CS right now here is the safe lane Jug.
I love when we see these type of crazy high execution, high damage type of lineups, right? We have an Invoker in Game 5 as well, too. We have to mention for no one, some teams have been deterred away from picking this hero because of this counter-pick Pango matchup in the mid-game. But no one, at least in the laning phase, he's holding his own very nicely here. 19-9 to the 22-9. In the mid-game, it starts to be a bit problematic because you just get rolled on and it can be hard to just survive, but they do have ways to protect him. I think that's with 9 class. When he gets the shard, can go for this potential save. So we're absolutely in for a treat, Owen.
We did see some pretty insane Rubik plays earlier to keep the cause alive throughout the chaos that was being brought onto them.
And I specifically wanted to mention 9 class because we did say at the start of that last game, there could be a difference between the position 4s. Not Me had one of the quietest Clockwork games ever, and 9 class went absolutely ham on the Coddle. So see if he can do something similar on the Rubik this game, because he has some very good spells to steal. Has the Fiend's Grip, he has the save that he can do with the Shard as well too, even stealing some of the Pango spells. Great options. Lanes starting to get broken a bit here.
And talking about the last pick for Vision, you know, over on the side of Spirit, their last pick going for the Darkseer for Collapse. Seems like a good game for it.
Yeah, I mean, before, like, the Jug, of course, is going to be a decent counter pick, but I think what they were looking at is they're going to have to pick an Agi carry, so this wall is going to be quite effective in overall game state. So.
Sunstrike's going to connect onto him. They've got the Bushwhack as well as Ducalis and no one step up. 9 class will die. So they get the trade here between the supports. As both mids are momentarily drawn away from that mid lane.
Nice Sunstrikes coming in. Time and time again, no one is finding these connections. Laurel has hit the 6. See who's going to get this power rune. Are they going to be ready for it? I mean, both supports probably going to TP to the mid lane to ensure that they do this 3v3 instant TP from the both of them. They know how important this rune timing can be. Rue, get the sleep.
They don't set up. They don't really have the angle though for not to connect the arrow here. So we'll be fine. Bushwhack out return. It's going to allow Ducalis to step up, take that Invis rune away.
Tries for a random Sunstrike there. A nice try. Miss synergy there coming between the Rubik and the Hoodwink, using their stuns at the same exact timing there.
And they are keeping Lal low. Lal's going to have to be cautious. And a little bit.
And the nice thing for this Invoker...
Bottom. Ducalis is able to wrap across back towards the bottom lane. Get the Bushwhack connection. That's an Acorn shot. They kill off Collapse whilst he's left alone.
Oh, Ducalis is having a beautiful entry into this game as well, too. There's multiple different catches. He gets the first blood at the start, and he's continuing to shut down Collapse. So the nice thing about the Invoker this game, even though he's into the Pango, in the laning phase, he can always block these arrows. Right? He's always going to have this Forge Spirit to be able to go for runes or arrows. 9 class.
But they'll find him here with a rotation. Won't be able to dodge that swashbuckle coming in at the end there from Lal. Starting to get some kills themselves, Spirit, but without a doubt, you know, this bottom lane, Satanic, he could not be happier. Having a beautiful start to the lane. He's going to feel very safe now with the Ring of Health online. And now that he's got the level 6, that extra sort of chance to threaten a kill, it becomes a little more complicated if Collapse wants to come down here and farm.
Level 6, done. Healing Ward down, back up the full. He's chilling. This is going to be a good timing for the battlefield.
It is.
A very good timing. And he isn't playing into a Blade Mail counter, right? A lot of times when I've seen these Jugs, he ends up playing into a Blade Mail or something that just devastates him in most situations. He has to watch out for the Fiend's Grip in particular, but that's the biggest threat this game for him.
Yeah, I think that and overall, the most annoying thing for the Jug is just Spirit's ability to tank up right. If it's Lifestealer, this Darkseer gets to a point where the Omni Slashes and just not going to be doing much at all, it's going to feel kind of awkward because, again, we have to sort of go back to the fact there is a reason, right, why we just don't see a lot of Jug.
Yeah, but Satanic does like it, so we'll have to see what he can do with it. A Spirit with an aggressive move here, knowing the stacks are coming out here from 9 class because they have this axe. Laurel's going to take away probably the entirety of here with the next wash. Almost gets all of it, so Noticed won't be able to get that grab, but Noticed.
8-minute power rune, not me. Tries to step over. Will be able to leap up to the high ground. Have to be careful there. The 3 of them were ready to look towards him.
Nice play from Rue. Sleeps a Forge Spirit to prevent it from getting the kill onto the rune there, so Laurel will have a regen for the next move. Yatoro was feeling some pressure at the start of the laning phase. Now that's been broken, but he will have a differential between him and the Jug, and I'm curious to see which one farms faster, a Lifestealer Radiance or a Jug with the Battle Fury.
I feel like it might be the Jug.
Might be the Jug.
With how quick he's going to get this Battle Fury Satanic, I think he might just be able to get ahead of Yatoro and stay ahead of him. We'll see.
Which has been very important in this series. It's been the competition between these two carries of who thinks they can outscale the other. We'll see who's right in this one. Is it the Lifestealer? Is it the Jug? Have to truly see. So the Darkseer, we've seen a lot in this tournament. Not in this finals, of course, but the power of this hero is pretty strong when you get into the team fights in particular. A lot of these games have been revolved around these team fight successes. So see what happens when Collapse gets in with these Ion Shells on the Pango when he gets his Dominator and some of these auras, if he goes auras.
And talking about the offlane selection, were you surprised about going for the Axe here for Notice, or did you see what they're going to do? They're going to get the setup into the call, into the Sunstrike, out in the dunk. Talking about Notice, he's able to take Yatoro down. But yeah, this Axe pick, going for it instead of the Underlord, which the panel felt might have also been a good pick in this situation.
They want the BKB Piercing Disable.
Okay.
Number one, right? I think that's what we're starting to see. You need to have at least one, maybe even two in multiple of these lineups, because if you don't, they end up having this opportunity to just Rage TP out, Spin TP out, etc., or BKB TP out, depending on which hero it is. So I like this pick quite a lot here, and notice he has been amazing for this team. When he gets off to a good start for Vision, he puts a lot of pressure on the map. So right away, 2 kills already in that lane. That's really solid.
In the mid, gonna get telekinesis into the cold snap. He's taking heavy damage here. Definitely Blast comes in. He's gone.
He supports Ducalis again.
And they're ready every single time around this mid. It's such a dangerous area of the map. Vision, they always bring the numbers. They'll get the Nightmare set up into the arrow in return here. Spirit trying to take down Ducalis, and they will get him, but they still have to be careful because notice he's swung round over to the mid as well. And they can't push for anything more here, Spirit.
I love how we see both teams just the speed that they're looking to play at. Both can play super fast. Both can play these slow paces. I like even notice just swinging over. Sure, he doesn't do anything, but just getting the potential to get involved with his team.
And these two carries, who plays better in a fast-paced situation? The Jug or the Lifestealer?
Just on paper, I would say the Lifestealer, but who knows nowadays? Let's see what Satanic can do with this type of start, because this Battle Fury is going to come out pretty much now.
It's pretty much done. So a 10-minute or so Battle Fury here from Satanic on top of the treads.
And they've slowed down Yatoro now twice. So that Battle Fury, he is absolutely going to have that faster farm pace in comparison than Yatoro. And do have to look at the buff ups, right? Yes, Lifestealer, he's going to have the Lucky Shot procs that are going to give him this armor. He's going to have the Ion Shell, but this Jug is going to have Alacrity in a lot of these fights. And Alacrity with Omni Slash is pretty terrifying if he does get a connection. Good opener here right now for Vision. A 1K lead for them. Ducalis also potentially finding this creep too. Extra money for him, so kills the Dominator creep of the Darks here off plus 100 for the Hoodwink. And yeah, look at that pace of timing. Level 9 as well.
He's going to farm so quickly.
Yeah, and they've got stacks already prepped for him, if I'm not mistaken. At least a couple of them all over the place.
Build-wise,
Carl.
Whoop, they're going to catch him again in the mid-combo. He's got to be more careful a couple of times now, where between 9 class and no one, they're just able to 100-0 to him. It's a scary part of the map for the Pango right now. Lal, he's getting hurt pretty bad.
These supports from Vision, they're breaking him quite a bit here. Usually we've seen Spirit be the ones to make that move around Laurel to get him back in, but these first 12 minutes, they're making the moves to enable no one. Net worth, he's now surpassed that Pango, and he's got this Meteor Hammer, so he's going to be able to whittle this tower down nicely.
I mean, again, Nomi looks towards the room, but a massive burst comes through there. The Sunstrike and the Sharpshooter at the same time takes Nomi out and ensures that Vision going to be able to secure that amplified damage room. Pick up here for no one. Spirit, they'll bring Lyle and Collapse back over to at least take down Ducalis in return. But again, here and there, Spirit are getting supports. Overall, Vision coming out consistently in these trades.
Some outplays coming out from supports right now on the side of Vision in comparison to Spirit. See how they want to look to get together now. Root does have Fiend's Grip available. See if they do want to look to punish the Jug, but Satanic already in a safe position. They want to get a tower. They want to have easier access into this jungle at this point. Notice is going to have a blink pretty soon, though, so they definitely need to accelerate the fact that they go for this, because Notice, with a blink this game, can go for solo kills without Blade Mail because he's got Sunstrike. He can blink Blade, he can blink Call, and then the Sunstrike follow-up might just be enough in a lot of situations. And now no one. Meteor Hammer finished. He's actually finishes off the whole tower with it, too. And he's smoking. He's getting involved.
I mean, Rune Law were on the hunt, but Vision, they're ready to turn and hunt them in return. Tornado into the Sunstrike, down on towards the Bane. He'll try to grip, but 9+ have a wraparound, finish him off here with the help of Ducalis, and indeed get that steal. Lyle, he's going to jump back in aggressive with a shield crash, bringing no one down over the swashbuckler. The vacuum's there onto the two of them. They'll get the 2 kills. He's going to try and stand his grab with the Fiend's Grip Night Dust, but he will not succeed. Collapse getting the triple kill. Satanic, can he chase Collapse down? Collapse is sort of teasing around with Satanic.
The Ion Shells can start to build up. Satanic,
with the Omni Slash already used, Satanic doesn't really have anything left in the tank to threaten Collapse, but what a turn up there for Collapse. Gets involved in the action, picks up a triple kill.
9 Class, when he stole the feed script at the start, he didn't have mana. He's actually asking a teammate. He's like, somebody give me something. I believe someone passed him a Lotus, but it was too late at that point. The Darkseer comes in and gets the cleanup, a big connection for Collapse. Top net worth for his team now, just very quickly.
Awareness there from Spirit to commit for that play after pretty much the entirety of the combo was dropped down onto the Bane. You know, Rude tanked it all at the start.
Did.
Vision.
Blink is done. They're looking to get aggressive here. As you said, the Sunstrike connection,
it's
will
ready.
Probably be enough if he just catches anybody.
A call, a Sunstrike, and a Fade Bolt should do it. And there we have it. They get the call. Bushwhack, Sunstrike into a dunk. Notice ready to start, just kind of leading the plays. He is going to be everywhere looking for action. He will not be slowing down anytime soon.
Panic, stepping forward here. They get the sleep onto Ducalis. As their follow-up, they're going to use the roll.
If there's going to be any help. Notice, watching from the low ground here, along with 9 Class. He's going to get the call. Jumps the backlines, finds the Bane. Sunstrike in, Rue's out. Notice, he'll start backing away. But indeed, there is no threat to the life of this Axe right now. They struggle to tackle the beef of this map.
Vision's early game, pretty beautiful so far here. The Axe, as we said, noticed when he gets these type of games, he ends up running the show pretty effectively. 4-0 now for him. He's got the connection to look for all these kills. They've got Ion Shell.
I mean, that's such a lovely steal, right? When you're playing this aggressive with the Axe, if you keep the shell onto him, I mean, already he was getting kills in these calls. Now with a stolen Ion Shell being applied to him, he's pretty much guaranteed to get kills very quickly after the initial jump.
Spirit reading this move, bringing the numbers, Collapse in the area, level 12.
Yeah, Notice is playing careful. Very much senses that sort of presence of the Pango is a little bit of a bait.
They've got a ward on the side there. I believe they saw the Darkseer running in for a second, so we'll be able to back away. But still putting the pressure on. They're going to scout the stacks as well. They can steal these very quickly here just with Ion Shell. On the flip side, seeing the aggression coming out from Spirit, they're looking for no one, but he's able to distance himself. Sneaky arrow, it hits!
Very nice arrow there from Not Me, and one that no one was not prepared for at all, was maybe looking elsewhere for Sunstrikes.
Absolutely, and he did the animation cancel too. There's ways that you can do it as these Marauders. If you leap and you throw it instantly in these type of ways, you can actually get that canceled animation. What a play.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
See where they go to next, Rue.
How's the Radiance? The Radiance is done, and Yatoro now has access into these Ancients as well, too. So catching back up here towards that Jug, still 1,400 behind.
Not Me attempting to get some info here under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow. Don't see him.
Toro getting involved, wrapping behind.
He's ready to look towards Notice, but Notice is already away. 9 Class, he'll be left for dead here.
Stolen roll, but he's dead.
Spirit.
They're accelerating. They're starting to match.
Should be able to take away this tier 1 here with Yatoro swinging over to the mid.
Oh, that is interesting. 16 minutes in, a gem has been purchased up for Ducalis.
That's one of the earlier ones you've seen throughout the entirety of this TI?
I think so. I see a lot purchased pre-20 minutes now, but it's 16. Very early. So they're really looking to control this triangle area. They're feeling like Spirit does have a lot of vision on the map, and they're not wrong.
And they're ready to go for action. As I said, I think we're going to pretty much see this just back-to-back from Notice.
Oh, yeah.
Just every single opportunity, running at Spirit, trying to set up these plays. They want to play it fast here, Vision. Notice.
Catch, though.
Put his eyes on Rue. Will make the jump. Sunstrike's in. Yatoro thinks about trying to help with a potential infest, but can't quite get close enough in time. Has to save himself.
We're getting given such a good game 5 here. Back and forth kills. The lead was going for Vision.
Well, that's an easy Omni-Slash there. Leap won't save you. Not Me's gone. A freebie handed to Satanic as he is continuing to have a beautiful time on this bottom side of the map. 2-0-2. Flawless farm. He really could not ask for more. And this is going to be the real test, right, for the Juggernaut. We don't see it a lot, but he's having this good of a start. Surely this has got to bode well for him.
Surely. There is going to be tankiness that has to deal with, right? The Darkseer, the wall can be annoying because it can eat a lot of these Omni-Slash hits as well.
I mean, I think that's why he's going for the aggression, right? We're seeing with the build, Battle Fury, Manta, and then straight for the MKB. Wants to ensure that when he does come in with the Omni-Slash, he's killing these units, killing these heroes.
And the blink right afterwards, right? So you can keep the stacks the way that the blade form works, right? You blink, you keep blade form with the Omni-Slash before using it. Very powerful, very potent. Just has to be careful. Can get unlucky with the bounces since there is a Dominator. There's going to be wall illusions. They're looking to try to punish here. So Spirit trying to get aggressive here. They've got the blink on Laurel. They've got Fiend's Grip at the ready. If they find Ducalis, that would be a massive pickup because he has
get that gem. He's going to show first. Actually gets a bit of a setup onto Collapse. La coming in with the Rolling Thunder. 9 class. He's going to try and juke everything that they're throwing at him.
Just leave him. I think Ducalis is like, there's no way I'm joining you, man. I've got the gem.
Absolutely not, especially when there's 4 heroes showing up for that play from Spirit.
And Ducalis even being extra careful.
I mean,
he passed the gem over to the courier.
Okay, Collapse is going to continue to chase. So indeed, Ducalis, whilst he might die, was able to make sure that that gem does not switch hands into Spirits.
I mean, big brain. Look, it's on the south side, all the way off the map. He's taking that gem all the way back to the base. So very smart from Ducalis to not lose it. That would have been devastating if he did get caught with it.
Spirit still making this move, will manage to take the tier 1 tower away. So at least making progress in limiting the areas of the map that the Jug's going to be able to farm.
Noticed.
He gets the call. It's going to be another pickup here that Satanic is able to get involved in. So sure, they lose the tower, but Satanic's game just continues to flourish.
And this is an interesting pivot because we don't see this as accelerated in most games. No one's going for the BKB himself. Since he's playing into that Pango, since he's playing to a lot of this magic damage and team fight, he wants to be able to actually have his body in the fights at times. Can still be dangerous for the Invoker at times, but this is a cool approach because you do need BKBs, as we're seeing. Team fight is everything in this grand finals.
And I like the change up we're potentially going to see from Yatoro as well, right? He is queuing up the S and Y, something we don't always see the carries pick up, but in this game,
there's Axe.
You need the beefiness, as you say. Against the call, against potential Omni Slashes as well, Yatoro needs to be as tanky as possible to survive through those sort of offensive plays.
Old school item build that we used to see a lot versus this Axe when you see these matchups.
In terms of that farm speed, though, as predicted, it is going to be tough for Yatoro to keep up with this Juggernaut, especially just due to the fact that Satanic is getting involved in action. 2-0-3, thanks to sort of what's been brought down to this bottom lane. And at this point, I mean, for Spirit, how do you look at identifying and dealing with this Juggernaut? What's the move you are going to look to make? Or at this point, can you not really? Do you have to look elsewhere to try and get that lead back in your favor?
Oh, you still can. You Fiend's Grip, right? Sure, it's on cooldown right now, but that's going to be the big one. So it's eyes on 9 class to get the saves. 9 class, so this is cool. I was wondering which one he's going to go for, if it's going to be the Blink or the Shard. So the Blink allows him to close the gap versus the Bane and stop the Fiend's Grip.
Get these
the Shard would allow him to lift and move someone out of position, but the Grip will continue. So he goes for the Blink instead for the most aggressive type of play. And it's not only the Fiend's Grip, right? If he gets Rolling Thunder, there is other spells that he can go for as well, too.
Pretty excellent steals for him.
Yeah. I actually
grabs this game.
I really like the fact that he went for the Blink this game. If he gets Rolling Thunder, too, just insane amount of control, and it's really just about that positioning to stop the Fiend's Grip. So Spirit looking to get aggressive again. They do want to slow down Satanic's progression here.
Yeah, huge kill if they can find him, but Satanic in a pretty safe location, very close to the MKB, and that's when the move becomes quite scary, right? If you don't get the grab, you don't kill him. If he gets an Omni Slash off 20 or so minutes in with an MKB on top of the Manta Battle Fury, that Omni Slash is going to hurt.
It's going to kill most of the targets. Maybe not Yatoro, because he is this tanky at the moment, but the rest of them, perhaps it will be. Shiva's picked up, 9 class.
And have eyes on him in the trees. Not a bad grab at all. Taking 9 class out of the action means that there's less likely of sort of these next 30 seconds where Vision's going to be running at Spirit.
Spirit's ease of execution feels a little easier right now with the team fight that comes in from the Darkseer. A lot of the team fight, it's going to be reliant on Noticed and no one at this point in the game. So we'll see if they can get this connection. Noticed will get arrowed.
Hard to close in onto this vacuum 2 area, but I tell you what, still doing a lot of damage there with that vacuum into this. The Minotaur.
They're trying to poke the BKB, but he doesn't use it. He has Healing Word to be able to reset. Might look to strike back here. Spirit backing up, resetting, continuing this farm. And this is exactly what you want for a grand finals, though. Neck and neck.
And, I mean, does Satanic want to get involved in this play? He does have level 18. It's a big Omni Slash.
I would imagine so.
If they can get the jump themselves, Vision, and allow Satanic to just step up, get that ult off, as long as he doesn't get too unlucky with the bounces, there's potential for him to do a lot of damage at the moment.
So it looks like, I mean, maybe they do this type of play where they put Satanic in a risky position and be like, oh yeah, go for him here. And then that's where 9 class can go for the Blink, cancel of the Fiend's Grip, get the potential steal, and turn it around. Because if he gets Fiend's Grip too, right, versus Yatoro, it's one of the best spells of control that he can get. It would be pretty massive if he can get that one here. Forge Spirits pushing out one lane, Dominator pushing out another. Neither team gonna run into each other for these next few moments. Collapse buys the shard, blink for team fight, going back for the Lotus. More and more answers they are looking for to deal with that Omni Slash, of course. Laurel just gonna go for the Aghanims. Standard build from him. How's the Yules looking for the Mirana? Getting closer and closer. Not me if he's able to find this Yules in these next few moments too. Can be very annoying for Noticed. He has BKB, but if you don't use it immediately, it's gonna stop your initiation in a lot of these moves.
Me?
Ooh, sneaky.
Getting some pretty good information with these Moonlight Shadows. It sort of allows them to breathe a sigh of relief every time he's sort of able to get eyes on Noticed, knowing that that Axe is not currently smoked up himself, trying to make moves against Spirit.
Yeah, that was nice. He saw both of them there, so knows that they aren't making an aggressive move at the moment here. 9 class very close to having this shard now finished up as well after the Blink Dagger, so we'll have multiple ways to potentially save. No one buys the shard as well too, so starting to play with that Quas farm to push these waves out, and they gave him the gem. So feeling protected, so he knows if there's any of these sentries placed down for him to play aggressively. Looking for a connection here. They have a kind of triple BKB timing on the side of Vision right now with Noticed, Invoker, and the built-in one on Satanic. For a catch.
Ooh, they know someone's in the trees. Ooh. He's stepping up.
He's inching very far forward.
Doesn't quite come under vision.
Spirit, they're waiting for their next timing. The Aghanims is almost done for Laurel.
And I think Yatoro, I think he might not want to show up, honestly, until he kind of has these next couple of items done.
The AC at least.
Yes, AC, and honestly, maybe even the Ags. It's just a question of when his timing is going to hit a point where he's ready to tackle the Jug.
Noticed is spending a lot of time moving around. He is 6-0 in this game, but he is spending a lot of time just moving. You're starting to see that differential in gold. He's got the Dominator farming for him, but look at that Darkseer. It is starting to pull ahead massively. He's going to be able to farm that Lotus Orb, so I feel like Spirit, they're getting away with some nice greed and some extra answers to deal with the Jug and to deal with the damage that comes out from Vision. They're just sitting back farming, as you said, waiting for that next timing.
I think, yeah, Yatoro wants time. Honestly, I said I wouldn't be surprised if he's like, I want the AC, the Ags, and the MKB before I fight.
That's a lot of gold on.
It is.
I think he'll show up before that.
We'll see. Those creeps can be tempting.
They can.
Gotta get that money.
The AC and the Ags in particular, for sure. Could be a nice one to wait for. Rue, halfway toward the Aghanims. So is going to potentially be able to get to that point where he has this Ag speed. It can be very annoying to deal with. Because the lift, it'll cancel one, but good luck covering for the other two. You have to get a tornado connection potentially. Can be hard to deal with at times.
I mean, it's just a question as well, right? We are in Game 5 here of the Grand Finals of the International. Both teams have been pretty good so far in this series at making constant aggressive plays. Now that we're here in the Game 5, do you think we are going to see both teams lean on the more sort of safer passive style? Like, are they really going to be able to keep this pressure up at this point of the tournament?
I don't think so. Both teams have been playing super aggressive.
They're keeping it up.
I think we're going to see them keep it up.
Here we go.
And I wonder which team is thinking about, do we outscale? But I think Spirit might be along that line that they think that they do outscale.
I think they might feel that.
Right, the Jug is just a bit of a limited hero, what he can do at times.
And Omni Slash, at the end of the day, you are kind of trusting in the RNG.
You are. They know where Satanic is. He gets the blink away.
And it was such a huge catch. But indeed, a step ahead, they will not manage to close the gap and find the grip.
Satanic's farm continues to have that separation, a 3K lead over the Lifestealer. He's going to potentially be able to get this Butterfly before there's any realms of that MKB. Might have to slot it in before the Aghanims on the Lifestealer.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what he does.
He might have to.
Yeah, because as you say, for the matchup, obviously you want it for the items, but at the same time, the Ags does so much.
It does
just being able to avoid what the Jug wants to do to you. Sure, you're not going to be able to necessarily cut through that Butterfly, but you're going to have a pretty high chance of surviving.
And the fact also, have to point this out, he is going Butterfly, going some pretty good items for a Darkseer wall. That wall illusion is going to be pretty scary if they don't address it early on in the fights. No one. Looking for Rue. He's got backup coming in.
Do Spirit want to send anything over here? Toro, he's looking to come across to the fight.
Arrow.
They get the arrow connection onto 9 class. Toro will be able to quickly take out the Rue. Being noticed, he did get the call onto Rue.
1 for 1.
AC done here for Yatoro. Satanic gonna get chased down a bit by Collapse. Healing ward out. Collapse able to quickly punch and they get the connection.
Trouble.
Thunder, it's a good bounce. Here's the Omnislash, but the bounce.
The illusion.
This is the struggle with the Omnislash. Sometimes the bounces just don't hit right. Lal survives. And Collapse with the body blocks. He's trying to see if they can do something about no one.
He has to go swap away.
He's got a BKB to survive.
Oh man, these moments.
One of the reasons why Jug can sometimes be a bit of a risk, folk. You press the ult, and the ult just don't hit the way you want it to hit.
And they have multiple ways to do that as well, too. With the Dominator creep from Collapse with the wall, they have 2 different ways to disengage and break that. 50 seconds, that's going to allow Yatoro to close that gap in net worth.
It is indeed, yeah. Straight over towards the Roche pit. Carlos. He's going to get set up upon here by Not Me.
Off the mark there.
Still no Collapse. Doubly chasing with the Shiva's Guard. We'll get him up on the cliff. He's going to be caught up there. We'll try and get the pushback onto the 2 of them. But he will not be getting down alive as Ducalis killed off on the cliff.
Spirit getting a lot of momentum now at this point. Getting the Aegis as well, too, for Yatoro. And have to point some other things out, right? Besides the Jug Omnislash, having this massive deficit, Lifestealer as a hero, as the game progresses further and further, you're getting kills, you're getting creep kills. His HP is going up massively. He has 400 bonus HP as well.
As I say, especially with this build, the armlet, the SMY, the AC, Yatoro is tanking up perfectly. So honestly, even if you do get fortunate with the Omnislash bounces,
he might live.
You're not guaranteed to kill him. Nope. This Lifestealer is going to survive.
Gonna have more and more armor, more and more answers too with the Lotus, with the Shivas reducing some of this damage too. Feeling concerned here, Vision. Have to get some extra connections, have to look for something with Notice. He's been trying, as we said. He's 7-0 on this Axe, but it feels like it's been a quiet last 10 minutes of him finding some of these big core kills. Spirit just playing around it, just playing for the farm, playing to get Yatoro to this position. And Brew, as we said, the Aghanims, it's very close for him as well too for that extra follow-up.
One. Him and 9 class stepping up on this top lane. Those two, I mean, they cannot set up onto Yatoro. To try and go for Yatoro has to have this Axe around here for Noticed, and even then, with as tanky as he is, they're very unlikely to kill him in a call. And especially twice. There's 3 minutes of Aegis on Yatoro. It's going to be interesting to see what Vision do about these moments.
They need the Hex, it feels like. Invoker in particular, no one, he needs to get this finished up. They need that extra bit of control to just burst these targets down. He does have it finished.
On me. Have the setup here, no one. Hex leap off before the Hex. They're going to try and chase on for at the same time. Collapse. Running down to Carlos. He tries to bounce away with the sharpshooter, but he's caught beneath the cliff.
They always get a catch at the same time, it feels like, on the side of Spirit. Basher now picked up for Laurel, too.
Miss Satanic, he wants to try and look for a fight. He's got this blink, has the butterfly. Omnislash is back up.
He's got to get a big connection, and they have to deal with Yatoro twice still. It's 3 minutes still on this Aegis, so it's not an easy option to go for. 9 class wants better steals here at this point. He has Surge. It's not a bad one, to be honest with you, to be able to close that gap or even distance away for some of his cores.
Looking over to Yatoro at the mid. Standing strong as he teases around the tier 2 tower.
It does feel like the later and later it goes, this Lifestealer is going to be more and more problematic for the damage.
I think so.
It's really just the Jug who's going to be dealing that damage for him as the game does continue to progress. No one, almost level 20, so almost has that 20 talent for the Chaos Meteors, but he's been quiet this game too. Just some Sunstrikes, 0 and 2 for him.
I mean, they do have a massive sort of combo to throw down on the Lifestealer, right? If they get this call into the Invoker combo, into Satanic, getting in with a big ultimate, big Omnislash, obviously they have to watch out for the Bane.
They have to watch out for the sleep save.
It's going to be there to disrupt that sort of play. So at the same time, once they go for this, they're going to look towards the supports, right? They've got to try and find the Bane, take him out to start the fight. Collapse.
Aeondis
is found. Aeondis is going to protect him from a lot of the Omnislash bounces.
Oh, and Collapse.
Not to allow him to survive. He gets the surge off. Bushwhack is still there, though. Is he actually able to run for this Collapse? He does tick out. The battle hunger finishes him off.
Can they get away on the side of Vision?
Back under the tier 2, they should be fine.
Might have to re-engage. They get the call.
But they bring him down. But Collapse now gone for a minute.
Oh, this itemization collapse. Really clever, right? Just going for this air. He almost survives all of it there. Smoke up Vision, looking to take advantage of perhaps that Aegis timing out. It's still 70 seconds.
I mean, they have to go. The fact that there is no darks here, they've got the numbers advantage. Sure, they don't have the ult, but even so, if they're able to get some sort of lockdown and Satanic's able to blink in, come in with the right clicks, he still does a lot of damage without relying on the Omnislash alone.
And they know there's no Rolling Thunder as well, too, so they feel like they have that team fight advantage at the moment, even without that Juggernaut's ult. Axe, BKB is on cooldown, though, so has to be careful how far forward he goes. He's respawning soon, 20 seconds.
Yeah, they want something other than Yatoro. They don't want to try and take this Lifestealer down twice.
Seeing the back line, they've got a ward down.
Class is going to get the vacuum here with the stolen vacuum onto the two of them. Sets up for the call to burst through Rue. Yatoro, he's ready to look for the counterplay. Jumps in aggressively with the Infest into Satanic. Satanic will lay down the healing wall, but Yatoro immediately swipes that away from him. 9 class gets the blink off. They will manage to escape Vision. A quick retreat.
Almost 2 kills they're able to grab there. The vacuum catches the 2 of them, but the quick leap from the Mirana ends up protecting him. And an Infesteal now that he does have, so a further save that 9 class can potentially do here in these next upcoming
could come in pretty clutch.
It definitely can.
Just sort of have that extra sort of health to allow Satanic to maybe live through some sort of jump that Spirit get onto him and buy him time to turn, get the ults off. He's going to have it back up in 10 seconds.
It'll put the Jug at, what, from 2k to 3,200 HP? That's a massive amount. And he does need some HP, it does feel like. He can get burst pretty quickly in these fights. Satanic, all aggression with his build. No one.
Yatoro. Ready to make the moves here off the back of Lal.
They know Rue's there.
Gonna get the catch underneath the tier 2 tower. They'll be able to take him out before the backup arrives, but backup is on the way. Lal.
Flanking.
Ready to lead Yatoro into the action.
This might catch them off guard here. The Infest has already been used.
They have got the Omnislash, though, from Satanic here, ready for Yatoro.
Ducalis thinks he knows this is coming. He actually throws a Distiller in the back line, so he's expecting a wraparound here, it looks like. Poking forward here, perhaps to break the smoke, Laurel. Thinking about committing, but into the triangle, a bit scary without the 5-man. Vision. How much longer do they want to stick around here as the Bane's respawning? They're still going to look for more. Noticed? Yet to die on this axe. Godlike for him, by the way.
Really been doing everything he can so far.
Stagnated for a slight moment in that earlier stages, but immediately afterwards finds these dream catches. So close on the numbers here. Jug continuing to keep slightly ahead. Only slight this time, though.
I mean, that's the thing.
Yatoro's catching up.
And I think when the difference is only slight, it does mean that Yatoro's feeling pretty comfortable in this matchup. Ready to start working into that MKB. It's Lifestealer. It's going to be a very difficult one for the Jug to cut down. As you say, nowadays, with the Aghanims, with the way you can play, with the Infest, it's a lot harder for the Jug to win in this matchup.
He's going to sell his phase boots. He's going to have the MK timing. They're going to smoke and look for a fight now on the side of Spirit. Perhaps looking to catch Vision off guard. The damage that's going to be from this Lifestealer, it could just kill the Juggernaut if he's not caught, if he's not doesn't have a save in particular from one of his allies. I mean, 9 class, he still has the Infest, so eyes on 9 class to protect this Jug.
And he has to do a lot. Not only just sort of come in with the Infest play, but also try and get one of these big steals in the fights.
Sure. Or even stop this Bane, right? Because the Bane, the Fiend's Grip, the Aghanims, it is there. I believe they did see it as well. Swift Blink is picked up.
And that's huge. Swift Blink on top of the blade form, getting in there, making the clean jump, getting the ults off. It will hit hard. This Jug is huge.
If he's alacrity as well, too, right? If he sees a target, it might just insta-kill before the save can come out, even versus a tanky Lifestealer.
But it's about getting that jump and trying to find it in a fashion that Spirit are not able to disrupt it.
So, I mean, you know, we know that the neutral item that broke the Jug doesn't exist anymore, but Prophet Pendulum is also a pretty good one versus Omnislash. So we'll have to see if that comes into play, because Laurel has it and Yatoro, the 2 ones that they want to burst, have a way to mitigate that damage.
I mean, they're both so incredibly tanky.
Right. Looking for a fight themselves.
Vision.
Forward.
In class. Unnoticed. Stepping up to the river. Still Lal. Go in, try and see who's in the tree line. Rolling Thunder at the ready. They'll look to chase down the mid. See if they can get their hands on Notice. Or get the call.
Deflected.
Not going to do what they wanted to do there, Vision. Satanic's going to back up with the Blade Fury. The grip's there. They're locking him down.
He's dead.
Gone.
He spent the gold.
Dead for 90 seconds. Spirit, they're ready to dive on for more. 9 Class falls under the tower. No one tries to hold his arm, but he's completely surrounded. He's dead.
Oh my God, Owen, collapse, you monster. The Lotus as the Omni comes out.
Quick with that. And he's still cleaning up. Collapse, he's not finished his job yet. He's looking over to Notice, ready to chase down the Axe. I don't think Notice is getting out of this one.
He's got Vacuum as well, too. He's got Notice.
Collapse playing with his food.
Collapse is playing out of his mind in this game. As clutch as possible.
He really is. And I just fit the Game 5 Grand Finals joke fogged. I'm getting some similar vibes as we've seen in the past.
I'm sure all the viewers are too, the fans as well in the stands. Seeing the reminiscent thing that we saw from Ame last year.
We'll see again.
It was
here.
so quick that he got that Lotus onto him.
Just straight in. They want to try and turn and fight.
It was like split. I mean, he got it like split second, right?
I think it really was.
Holy crap, collapse. And then the Fiend's Grip, the hard counter versus that Jug.
No way to stop it.
So fast.
For now, he is all of their damage, really, Satanic, with him gone at the start of any fight.
And it's a small gold lead, but it feels like a very commanding move that Spirit was able to hit where you can see the pressure. Satanic, he's starting to feel it.
Absolutely. I mean, in the carry-to-carry matchup, you can just tell that Yatoro right now, he is so comfortable, so confident. He knows the matchup. He's not afraid of a Juggernaut. He knows exactly where he needs to be with his item progression. And right now, this Lifestealer at a point where it's so hard for the Jug to take him down.
Who do you Omni Slash? Like, with all this armor that they have to Lotus on Laurel too, they just have so many different ways to protect each other. So much armor. It's 50 armor on some of these heroes, it feels like, for just the Jug. And
it's so difficult for Satanic.
He can't get this connection. He can't get the damage either. This Invoker, we've seen it falter in these later stages of this tournament. No one is having a tough time in this mid game. Roche now, the option. Yatoro will get tossed in the pit from the Roche. They're going to quickly bring this down. The Roar will disarm them for a second. It will get scouted. Vision. Do they even want to fight over here? It's dangerous.
They've got to sit back, let this go the way of Spirit, this Roche.
What do you do to itemize, right? What do you do for Vision to counter this? Looking for the Lincolns for the Jug.
I mean, this is the thing, right, as a Jug as well. It feels like you need so many items to make this hero work, but you've only got 6 slots like the rest of them.
And there are counters versus him. There's multiple different ones now with these Lotus Orbs. Even if potentially they have just like Ghost Scepters, right? Because he doesn't even have a Nullifier. I mean, if they even have a Ghost Scepter, they could just eat the whole Omni Slash as well, too.
He just needs so much. He
needs so much.
He wants a Lincoln Sphere, he wants a Nullifier, he wants a BKB, and then at that point, he probably wants more damage as well. So many things that Satanic has got to try and address in so little time and under immense pressure here against the lead that Spirit currently have here in this Game 5.
Collapse just keeps dunking new items out, too. He has a Hex. He has 7,000 gold after these fights, too. Treating themselves to an Aghanims on the Miranda now, level 18. Spirit, with this Aegis, going toward the high ground. 4 minutes left on it. Okay, they've got a Nullifier at the least here. So the Axe now has at least the answer versus the Aeon Disc, and I think Collapse needs to be a higher priority target for them. Still, though, these Lotuses are going to be problematic.
I mean, Collapse has been running sort of literal circles around them in these team fights.
True. Very true.
Setting up so much.
And he still hasn't decided what item he does want to go for yet. He's been queuing up Wind Wakers, a couple different ones as well to Collapse, thinking about it still.
I mean, Wind Waker could be another one that just really throws another issue the way Jug wants to play.
Laurel's in.
He's in, ready for the dive. They are able to catch no one. There'll be a quick lift up from 9 Class and an Infest to keep no one safe. He had to put the BKB here, no one. Return, get the Hex out onto Yatoro. Satanic jumping in, doesn't want to commit with the Omni Slash though.
If he Omni Slashes there, he could get put into a dangerous spot and get killed, so he knows how careful he needs to be. 9 Class will get nailed by the arrow. He'll be okay.
Spirit, don't need to sort of make the jump too aggressively to the high ground. Still many minutes here with the Aegis on Yatoro.
I think they're starting to feel that power that they have too as the game progresses to this point. Just much easier ways for them to jump and take these fights. It's very difficult to see how Vision, it's like this 4D chess kind of angle, how they have to execute the fight. They have to get a successful Omni Slash or the fight's just over. And as we said, there's so many different angles, so many different answers. And Yatoro, on top of just tanking up with the armor, right? The longer and longer it goes, just watch that HP pool. 623 now, max HP.
Yatoro, ready to finish off the tier 3. How are they going to push him back? One. The Hex into the meatball. Not enough.
So many ways to bail him out. Takes some decent damage running along the Meteor, but has the Infest. The protection is there.
I mean, Lyle could be ready to jump straight back in with him. They get this creep wave push forward, and Spirit see an opportunity. They might just dive again.
No one's BKB back on cooldown in 5 seconds with the Aeon Disc down for 30. Can get caught and killed. Has to play very careful.
Back onto the barracks, notice. Get the call, be able to drag him in decently deep, but again, the damage to threaten him, even the once, just doesn't seem to be there, Fog.
He gets instantly lotused as well, too, so you can tell Satanic's like, I can't Omni Slash him. What am I supposed to do? Spirit, Age is still for 90 seconds. They're backing up, looking to maximize on the map, get some of that extra farm. Not me, looking for the level 20. Getting close to that. It's a lot more burst damage they'll be able to get from that as well. See if Vision, do they want to go for some type of sneaky play outside? It feels almost necessary to catch Spirit off guard now at this point. A head-on fight feels so difficult for the side of Vision.
Full Abyssal on Yatoro.
Oh god. And they keep getting these massive core items. Did Collapse decide which one he wants to go for yet? Okay, he gets a BKB and then he buys it. He's going for the overwhelming blink as well afterwards. So good luck getting that nullifier on him now since he has a BKB. Can't get dispel that Aeon Disc either, so looking for more answers. They're answering pretty much everything we do see that Vision is trying to answer their answers with.
And especially when you're ahead and you go for this sort of overwhelming blink, Shiva's Guard build, it's just so good at jumping in and forcing out these early reactions, right? Making the enemy team feel that they have to press these BKBs before they're able to sort of start the fight on their own accord.
And it's going to mitigate the majority of the damage that can come out from the Jug too, which is most of the damage that we've been seeing in this one.
Maybe a bit extreme, but maybe you gotta be thinking about a Rapier on this Jug. Just to go for that blink Omni Slash play, hope that it connects, hope that you get the bounces, because without something that extreme, Fogged, I don't think they're doing the damage.
It does
It's gonna
feel
be
like
tough for Satanic.
If he goes for it, right, that would be the craziest inventory ever. The most aggressive inventory I think I'd ever seen if he does go for that type of build, but it might be necessary.
I mean, he could be thinking about it. As I say, for the moment being, he has Lincoln's Nullifier, BKB queued up.
Another BKB Piercing disable. Yatoro, the Abyssal has been picked up. He's starting to disassemble items here. That SNY that he had disassembled. Now he has a casual Yasha. He's going to be selling the Talisman, and he will be going for that crit and an amp damage on the bottom side. Roche, still some time until it's going to be respawning.
Yeah, they'll play a careful Spirit. They'll be waiting for their next Roche. The question is, can Team Vision get out and try for a play here in these moments before Roche is back up? They look to try here with the smoke.
Well, they have to. They have Wind Waker now, so Ducalis does have a hard save versus the Fiend's Grip as well, too. They don't have to rely on some, clearing the illusions, getting a wild grip as well, too. They do have a way to stop it at the least, but he has to be alive for that.
Smoke at the moment doesn't look like it's going to connect.
Not me. Playing on the front lines here. Level 20's hit. He does have that extra burst damage now.
Vision, they're already heading back.
Yeah, they're scared.
They could not find a chance to make a jump happen here.
Noticed is not, though.
He's very deep.
Gem. He's very far forward. He has some vision to play around here. He's getting pinged immediately, so it does seem like they are aware of his positioning at the moment. Scaling feels like it continues to grow for Spirit, and for Vision, it has stagnated how much they are getting increased. Satanic, he's trying to think of what to buy. He's queuing up the BKB. Feels like he does need that.
I don't mind the BKB. The BKB at least allows him to jump in and sort of not have to immediately panic with a Blade Fury or an Omni Slash, right? Should give him a bit of a window to jump in and just get some regular right clicks off and wait out sort of these Lotuses before he goes for the Omni Slash. Still risky, of course. Very likely that there's going to be enough physical damage coming out from Yatoro to sort of tackle him in the 1v1 when they're just right-clicking each other.
And they have disables through it too, right? The Abyssal, the Fiend's Grip. I believe the Basher also on Laros, and he's about to have Abyssal as well too, so multiple different ways if he does go for it.
I mean, Vision, they need this to go well.
See what they can connect with. No one. He has a lot of items. It just hasn't been able, we haven't been able to see that damage that can come out from him because they just have the answers for him, it feels like.
Yeah, they have the saves. If Yatoro is able to find any sort of window to get the Rage off, to get the Infest off, feels like the fight's pretty much going to be over. They have to fully combo him down, and it's so difficult.
Execution much harder for Vision. Collapse is switched up, by the way. He's still debating which build he wants to go for here. So the Refresher is the next one that he is thinking about. Always a good hero to have it. Soon level 25 for Laurel. Collapse has hit that 25. That AoE surge. They can zoom in and out of the fights and closing the gaps versus something like the Invoker, which he hates having. Yatoro, they're gonna go for him.
They're gonna try. See if they can take him down for the combo, but there's gonna be the Nightmare by him sometime. Feed Script comes out, controlling the axe. Satanic jumps in, he's looking at Yatoro.
He's got Yatoro.
They'll find the chance to bring down the Lifestealer. And now Vision, they can try and clean up more. Nobby's gonna jump away. Satanic hot in the chase in with the blink. He'll be held back by the Yules, but the further grabs there from Nightglass. Telekinesis onto Not Me. Ducalis, Satanic and Nightglass chase on forward with the stolen leaps there on the Rubik. Not Me's gone. Vision, they find exactly what they need. A fight gone wrong there, and this grand finals may have truly slipped away from them, but they get the grab, they get the catch, and they're able to bring down Yatoro.
Perfect execution of Chain Stun, literally perfect. I believe the lift catches him toward the end of things there, and he gets brought down. Beautifully done, because we did see the sleep, but it's a fraction of things that it actually ends up stopping there, and they can't prevent the rest of the damage coming through.
And time to push.
That was crazy execution from Vision. 45 seconds now. Yatoro is dead. He felt like he couldn't die, but they will be able to prove that wrong on Vision. And Roche, it is spawning. Might be able to back up and go for it here with the damage that Satanic
It
has.
looks like they're trying to see if they get some more kills out of the mid. Satanic jumping in.
That was, I can't believe they get that kill with the team all around him as well too. 20 seconds.
Oh, I mean, he's trying to do a Meteor Hammer play here, but he gets caught by the vacuum immediately, forced the Aeon Disc out of him.
That was very risky there from no one. He gets his Aeon Disc popped, so for the next fight, he won't have that ready.
Amplified damage rune here to help with the Roshan.
Can they might be able to kill it in time.
I mean, they take it down so quickly. I think they've got this Roche easily. Spirit,
Alacrity.
They are not going to be able to get anywhere close to this. This Roche dies so quickly here with the Amplified damage rune on Satanic. Aegis is going to be there in his hands for the next fight. Vision coming back with an absolute fighting chance here off the back of that tier 2 defense.
That was absolutely insane. Able to find the connection when he wasn't Lotus finally. And now the potential of 2 Omni Slashes. They're there. Maybe he will be able to find these angles as well. Spirit looking for the fight. They don't want Vision to be able to set up like that again. Much longer on the amp damage. It will be going down. Timeless Bauble for the Invoker. Long disables that he can put out here.
Bringing in both the mid and the bottom lane here, Vision.
Just with that kill, it went from what? Dota Plus at 83 down to the 58%. So a massive one they were able to swing into here. Having this Aegis now for Satanic. He's got this second life.
Such a difficult move to execute. They do it here.
Can they do it again?
Much harder when it comes to making that play into the hands, into the base of Spirit themselves.
Carl immediately gets Lotused up. They're anticipating that they're still standing out there. The banner all the way in the back lines for these creeps.
So these creeps are going to do some work here.
With the Alacrity too.
Yep.
Surge to go for the banner. He will be able to take it away. Such a tense game.
Team Vision. Good 3 minutes here to think about what they want to do with this Aegis.
Satanic looking to continue to get that growth. But theyese jugs are really, they're allergic to buying Aghanims, Owen.
That is true. I mean, you're not wrong. Especially when you've kind of already got like 8 items, 8 slots filled.
He wants that next one to be able to stand and just right-click versus that Lifestealer and hold him down with the bashes. It makes sense, right? But see if that works. He did go for the Nullifier in between to deal with these Aeon Discs, to deal with some of these other annoying items.
Moonlight out from Spirit. Heading out.
Trying to sneak forward. Collapse. Get the call.
Jump onto him. They've got the call. Here comes the damage in with the Omni Slash.
Behind him.
Gone.
Didn't have the BKB in his inventory.
Spirit, they still want to fight. Yatoro gets in, takes out 9 class. Lal with the roll forward, looks towards Satanic. He's got the Blade Fury. They'll turn for no one instead. He's got the angle to keep him controlled, allowing Yatoro to close it. The call is there. Notice jumps back over the grips there. There's a long Notice down. The radial definitely blocks the door, pushes them back. Satanic caught by the Abyssal. He'll turn, try it out right.
The grip, it's stolen.
But the vacuum comes in and put a stop to it. Doesn't matter. Yatoro still falls. And Satanic is ready to go once more. Pop the refresh out. Another Omni Slash is being tanked heavily by the illusions. He'll blink out off to the side after it collapsed. Will chase out Notice. No one being focused by Lal. They've taken the Aegis out of his hands here on Satanic. Buyback coming in from both of them. The 3 of them collapse through Yatoro. They want to go for round 2. Satanic will try and play Fury and run. They got
Blink's
any
gonna
way to
cancel.
catch him. Lal.
Blink gets out. Laurel chasing.
Oh, Ducalis. He'll get found in the tree line, but he may have just drawn their attention away long enough to allow Satanic to run.
Look at all these buybacks. The stolen grip for a second gets canceled. The secondary Omni Slash, I think, ended up bouncing only onto
Pretty
the
much
illusions
just onto the
there,
wall illusions, but still.
Look at the buybacks.
What that extra chaos in the fight where they just weren't able to, even with the buybacks, find an opportunity to lock down Satanic and get that crucial kill. Satanic survives, continues to sit on an absolute mountain of wealth there. 9k gold on the Juggernaut. He has got many options.
Are they going to go for him here? They might catch him off guard.
Hexor, open up.
Alacrity.
But there's the jump forward Satanic. The Deathly Blast locking him down. The Infest will buy him a bit of safety. The rest of the team's trying to get over to help out. Have the Abyssal to hold back Satanic and run. Collapse. Should be able to be there with his presence to keep Yatoro safe. I mean, they're maybe even thinking about trying to turn back over towards the Jug. Satanic heals up back to full with the healing wall.
My God, that was so scary there. If he does have Omni Slash, they can go for the kill, but Yatoro, knowing that they don't, just get that Infest, he does survive, but a risky positioning.
I mean, Spirit,
that was insane.
Are they really going to try and stay on the offensive whilst they don't have 3 buybacks? It's going to be pretty crazy. 6 minutes here where they have to be so careful.
They're seeing, though, that Yatoro isn't as safe as he anticipated that he was from earlier. These jumps from Vision is catching them off guard a couple times here. Catching me off guard, too. Looking for more Wind Waker pickups, but as he said, there is that Nullifier that he did pick up. This has seemed like the clutch answer for the side of Vision. Satanic having this one. Now going for this Abyssal.
Okay.
Can't stand his ground. They're smoking. They're looking for this. They have a win condition.
They really do.
Yatoro.
If they kill Yatoro, the game's over. Very, very likely so. Without the Lightstealer for 2 minutes, that should be enough time for Team Vision to close this one up. So Yatoro has to be protected here at all costs by Spirit. They cannot let the Lightstealer get caught. Not me. He's found.
We have the most raid boss builds I think I've ever seen on these carries. Look at this. There's both completely 6-slotted.
Yeah, Yatoro with what, 5k HP here with the arm that turns on, thanks to the fact that he's picked up the Satanic on top of it.
He's just looking to tank up.
Has to survive through these calls if he does get caught by the jumps of Notice, which is very likely with how well Notice has been playing. He has been finding these jumps.
He has been, and no one can get these connections. This long hex, they will die during it. Eyes on the save, the Bane, the sleeps, the little sleep, the Lotus Orbs could be everything to protect. Spirit.
They're in such a risky position, but this is what we love to see from Spirit. Even when they're in these sort of spots where they don't have buybacks, they are not afraid to take these risks. They know that you have to try for these sort of risky moves if you want to claim the Aegis of Champions. Pretty much even on the net worth here, coming up to 57 minutes here in a Game 5.
We were asking who's going to think that they have that greater late game. I think we're seeing that both of them have that great late game. Not really clearly seeing an advantage for either one at this point.
Yeah, all about the play right now.
All about the play, all about the catch. Eyes on Noticed.
Both teams have the tools.
Yeah, okay, I do see the BKB getting swapped back in, so Collapse not able to play with the Refresher Shard in his inventory. Absolutely necessary. He needs to be able to protect the Nullifier.
They're going to get the catch on towards him outside of the base floor.
He's got by.
I mean, Spirit. They're going to try running in at this. They're looking at Satanic. Yatoro's going to jump in aggressive over towards him here with the Infest. The wall gets dropped down into the Abyssal. They lock down Satanic. He's going to get saved for now. Can he turn? Abyssal drop down, but he will fall. Spirit on the aggressive here. Despite the fact they don't have the buybacks, they're ready to turn and fight. They look towards Notice. The BKB only going to buy moments here before they inevitably bring him down.
Yatoro knows it. He's like, if they don't jump me, I'm gonna kill every single one of them. So Laurel, he buys back immediately, back the other way we go.
Again, just doing this in this situation, this is absolutely peak team spirit here in the grand finals, coming up to 60 minutes in. They never play scared.
Never.
They never play scared. And now they're in a spot where, despite the fact that their buybacks are on cooldown, they might just be able to force these crucial buybacks out from Vision.
No one has a full refresher picked up here for the move. How much damage he can do on the hold. Yatoro.
And when do the buybacks come out? Do the buybacks come out? What's the move here from Vision?
We'll have to see. Toro playing it safe, going for the push here.
I mean, do you buy back or do you let these two sets of racks go? Because you still have a tier 2 down on the bottom lane. Do you just sack the 2 sets of racks?
I think you might. Unless they overextend on the side of Spirit, you see a position where you can go for this kill on this lifesteal, you might wait.
See how much Team Spirit try and push for. They'll take the mid racks and indeed they'll move over towards the top.
20 seconds. Now at this point, you do not want to buy back. The Hex will come out, but he's got saves.
I mean, it's a tough call to make here, but it feels like the lesser of the evils really here for Team Vision. They have to hold back on the buyback. They don't actually end up losing the full set top, so a little bit of a bonus for them there in that sense. But overall, Spirit strike back, able to do heavy damage here, taking out the full set mid, taking out the range racks top. But at the least for Team Vision, they don't have those big buybacks forced out. They keep their cool.
2 minutes left till Spirit has their buybacks back at the ready. Spamming the Moonlight Shadow for positioning. Seeing the pickup here from Noticed, I love this. This could be a game-winning refresher. If he gets a double call, trying to find Yatoro on the angle, could be everything for the team. They can follow up. There is going to be saves. We are seeing the Wind Waker now picked up for Not Me. So it does have that potential to also get the save, even if there is a nullifier, since it's going to be a raged lifestealer. So there's a lot of layers in these team fights to look out for.
Satanic wants the Moon Shard, wants the bots to be able to play out the map, and yeah, still not the Aghanim.
Not the Aghanims. They hate it.
They don't like it.
Nope, they hate it. Don't know why, but they hate it. It is a short Omni Slash, of course, so maybe he's just feeling like it's not going to make the difference anyway. $60 minutes.
Let's see what we get on the neutrals. A little bit of a breather here for both teams. They can head back, get the neutrals pretty safely. Neither team quick to make an aggressive play, as they'll just wait out those final minutes where the buybacks are going to be back online. It's only going to be Lals that's going to be on that longer cooldown.
These neutrals can make the difference always too, right? If you just get that Audacious, if you do get that crazy damage item, it could just kill these targets in one of these stuns. Baubles. They're bobbling. Collapse was hanging on to the greedy tier 3 for a very long time there. He had the bauble at the ready. He picks up the first bauble, so he'll be able to bauble a secondary one, which is upgraded immediately at that 60 minutes. Yatoro, he gets the Deso.
Oh, he's going to be hitting hard.
And look at his HP, Owen. He gets the evolved one as well, too. So he's
6,000 HP.
6,000 HP, 40 armor that they need. 46 armor they need to get through.
And with the Stygian, he might just be... I mean, how does this sort of go? If these two get in a situation where they're... What do we got?
Oh, he's just going to probably bobble again on the Juggernaut with the...
Maybe
Audacious bubble.
I think Audacious is going to feel pretty nice, right?
Yeah, could be the case.
A lot of attack speed, a lot of magic attack damage. That really boosts up your output.
Okay, Spirit. Looking to hit again. Buybacks are coming back up for them. They have Yatoros at the ready.
Actually switch it so he goes for the Rift Shadow Prism on Satanic.
Okay.
They're able to push out a little bit with those illusions, maybe able to play into the heads of Spirit, try and catch them out, bait them out.
That is what a lot of these players do. I mean, Yatoro and Satanic, the most notorious ones for doing these Manta and Illusion plays to bait things. Smoke on smoke action.
Will they fall for these plays from Satanic?
Roche is up. Not me. Pushing out the waves with his arrow, with his Starstorm.
Both teams pretty much getting the buybacks back online.
Book of the Dead scouting a lot here. It's an illusion, so the bait, the Rift Shadow Prism, falls for it once. All the buybacks coming back up, as we were saying. Laurel, the big one that doesn't have it for the side of Spirit. He's probably going to be playing more onto the back lines in this next upcoming fight in particular.
It could be important because around this sort of fight, around the Roshan, both teams are going to want to use those buybacks.
Yeah, 100%. Who's got the smoke still left too? Spirit, they still have one. Do they have one left on the side of Vision? I'm not seeing one.
Can they find some sort of angle to approach Vision here that surprises them?
God, Collapse. He hasn't really been able to find a massive